The Holy Land of Marijoa is located at the top between the first and second half of the Grand Line. This is the headquarters of the world government and the residence of the world's noble celestial dragons. The prison here holds countless slaves, all of whom were captured for the celestial dragons to play with. In a prison, a black-haired, slim teenager was sitting quietly in a corner. Next to him were all kinds of people, without exception, all of whom looked listless. The boy's name was Quinn. He was originally just an ordinary person in the real world. While sleeping, he inexplicably crossed into the pirate world and became a child named Quinn. He originally thought this was an adventure, but he didn't expect it to be a tragedy. When he was 6 years old, his hometown was robbed and his parents were killed by pirates. At the age of 8, he was exiled to the West Sea, and at the age of 12, he was captured by the slave group and taken to Marijoa. To this day, he has been a slave for 4 years. His experience is not bad. At least not many protagonists who cross over will have such an experience as his. A beautiful girl of the same age as him suddenly came over and broke his meditation. "Quinn, this is for you," the girl whispered, taking out a crumpled bun from her arms. The girl's name was Boa Hancock. She was captured by the slave group in the same year as him and was imprisoned in the same prison. With her were 2 sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold. Quinn turned his head to take a look and whispered, "Eat it yourself." "But you haven't eaten for 2 days." Hancock's tone was a little anxious, and her eyes were full of worry. Quinn was escorted out a few days ago to perform duels with other slaves for the entertainment of the celestial dragons. After winning the battle, Quinn survived by chance, but did not get food for 2 whole days. The Hancock sisters were under the hands of a female celestial dragon. Although they suffered humiliation, they did not lose their lives, and occasionally they could get some benefits, such as this piece of bread. "Open your mouth and let me see what's on your tongue." Quinn gently lifted the girl's delicate chin. Hancock opened her mouth obediently without hesitation. The aroma of wheat wafted into her mouth, and Quinn had already stuffed the bread into her mouth. Hancock stared with her eyes wide open without chewing. She took the bread out of her mouth again and wanted to pass it to the other party, but was pushed away by Quinn. "I don't want to eat your saliva." "But eat it quickly. Be careful not to be robbed," Quinn said lightly. The girl's eyes panicked when she heard it, and she took 2 bites of the bread. Quinn smiled slightly and said nothing. Click! The sound of the iron door opening woke Quinn, and Hancock stood up from his shoulder. The 2 girls dragged their heavy steps into the prison and walked towards Quinn and the others. "Mary Sonia," Hancock asked the 2 girls to sit down and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you injured?" Sonia's tone was very tired, and she replied, "It's okay, sister, we are just a little tired." Mary suddenly sobbed, "We are human beings! We are human beings!" Hancock's eyes flashed with pain, and he immediately turned firm. "As a warrior of Nine Snake Island, you are not allowed to cry." Although she said it toughly, her heart was bleeding. Sonia turned her head away, unable to bear to see this scene. Quinn touched Mary's head and whispered, "I will take you away." Mary just wiped her tears quietly, taking this as the other party's words of comfort. Quinn leaned against the wall, with an inexpressible depression in his heart. Just a few days ago, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. The host has completed the achievement of being a slave for 4 years. The lottery system is officially opened. The system is loading data. Please wait patiently. This loading took several days. He was both excited and worried, and his mood became extremely depressed. At night, the 3 girls had fallen asleep, and Quinn was quietly looking at the sky outside the prison. "It's ridiculous to travel through time and become a slave," he laughed at himself, feeling annoyed. There was a faint light of fire not far away. Quinn frowned and lay on the iron bars to look out. Not far away, a tall tower was burning, and the flames shot up into the sky. The guards around reacted and rushed over there. The scorching temperature spread through the air, and the sleeping slaves woke up one after another. "What's going on?" Hancock also stood up and came to his side, looking at the scene outside the prison in surprise. "What is this?" Quinn's heart moved and suddenly thought of something. Hancock is 16 years old. That is to say, in this year, the Fishman Fisher Tiger will climb to the Red Earth continent with his bare hands, make a big fuss in Marijoa, and liberate the slaves. He slapped the iron bars heavily, feeling ecstatic. "Wake them up!" After instructing Hancock, Quinn cheered up. The slaves around him naturally noticed something was wrong, and they all stood up to check the situation. "There's also that one over there. Hurry up!" A group of people rushed over in a mighty force, and they also looked like slaves. All the guards along the way were killed, and the angry slaves wielded their knives without mercy. A sturdy man came to the cell where Quinn and others were, took out the key he had snatched from the guard, and opened the iron door. "Quick, get out of here!" Everyone in the cell was stunned for a moment, and then burst into shouts. "Oh!" For a moment, the sound shook the cells. Quinn pulled the 3 Hancock sisters behind him and squeezed out of the iron door with the crowd. "A fishman burned down the building to save us. If you are capable, come with me to help." One of the men shouted. Most people were enslaved by the celestial dragons and had lost their spirit. They just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. Some of the more virile ones hated the celestial dragons to the core and had already put their lives aside. They picked up the guards' weapons and followed. Although Quinn was only 16 years old and looked frail, he had won many duels, relying on his unyielding spirit. He also picked up a knife from the ground and was about to rush forward with those people. Hancock hurriedly grabbed his hand but did not say anything, just looked at him with timid eyes. After Quinn calmed down, he decided to take the 3 girls with him. After all, the Holy Land of Mariyoa was the residence of the celestial dragons. There were many strong people, and they were not able to deal with them at all. Now there was only this one opportunity in front of us, and we must seize it. At least before the system was loaded, we must not be impulsive. The 4 followed the crowd, and the 3 girls were not slow, running quickly towards the exit. "Stop!" Several guards wanted to intercept them, and a group of slaves were scared and dared not move. Swish! Quinn dodged, and the sharp knife crossed the guard's neck, and the man fell to the ground. "If you don't want to die, pick up your weapons and fight," he yelled to the people around him. He knew better than anyone that only if the slaves united could they rush out of Mariyoa. Those who were determined to fight would buy them time. Quinn looked back and saw that many people had been shot dead by the guards. The slaves around were startled. Several men shouted and picked up their weapons and rushed forward. The leader worked. The slaves picked up their weapons one after another. For a while, their morale was amazing, and the guards did not dare to approach. "Fire!" The musketeers behind them had already assembled. It was obvious that the top leaders had given the order to kill. Quinn led the 3 Hancock sisters and the slaves to rush all the way to the gate. "Stop them!" The armored guards blocked their way. Quinn was very fast. With a flash of the knife in his hand, he repelled a guard. At this time, the city gate was wide open. Not everyone was Fisher Tiger. They could only take the bubble pod outside the gate to leave this way. Quinn stepped on the moving sidewalk, thinking that the slaves were also pulling it below, and his heart was even more furious. He tightly grasped the handle of the knife in his hand and met a guard who attacked from the front. "Go to hell!" Blood splattered, and the guards fell to the ground. Quinn repelled several guards again, and finally rushed out of the city gate with 3 people. Outside the city gate was a long staircase, and the slaves were even more crazy. Facing more than 1,000 slaves, the guards held their weapons and dared not approach. Quinn led the 3 Hancock sisters out of the encirclement and finally caught up with them without any danger. The 4 jumped into the bubble pod, which was already overcrowded. Some slaves could not wait to turn on the switch. The 2 bubble pods were lowered almost at the same time, and a few more rounds would be enough to take away all the slaves. The feeling of falling came, and everyone's sights slowly left the top. "Ah!" Someone finally couldn't help shouting. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, the crowd hugged each other and shared the joy of being freed. Sonia and Mary also hugged each other, and the excitement of escaping from the dead was filled in their hearts. When they thought of returning to their hometown, the 2 girls couldn't help crying. Hancock wiped away her tears and got into Quinn's arms. She didn't want to show this emotion. Quinn patted Hancock's back gently and was also very happy in his heart. From now on, sky is high and the birds fly freely, and the sea is wide and the fish swim freely. He will remember this experience. The bubble pod landed in Red Harbor. There were many warships and merchant ships on the sea in the distance. The port was not as prosperous as usual, but there were also many people. Seeing the slaves rushing down in a mighty way, people were frightened. The Navy didn't understand the situation, and seeing so many people, they didn't dare to move. Quinn saw a ship in the port and rushed over there with the 3 sisters, regardless of everything. There were many people who agreed with him, and some of them were armed. The people on the ship didn't dare to resist at all, and were driven off by the slaves. Those who knew how to sail immediately took the helm, and the merchant ship left Red Harbor amid cheers. A non-commissioned officer put down the Den Mushi. He had just received a notice that a large number of slaves fled from Muragoa, heading for Red Harbor. Those who had already escaped could not be taken care of for the time being, and those who had not yet escaped must be stopped first. Under the command of the petty officer, the Navy quickly assembled and surrounded the port. The yearning for freedom drove the slaves forward. No matter what the enemy was, they could not stop them. When the two sides met, a battle broke out in the port, and the sound of swords clashing could be heard one after another. The slaves died or escaped. Even if they were caught, most of them chose to commit suicide. It was better to die in this vast land than to die in a dark prison. The unknown hero, Fisher Tiger, also joined the battle and finally escaped. After this battle, he will be completely famous in the world. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Under the blue sky, the waves beat against the coast. At this time, footsteps could be heard on the beach. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" A petty officer was commanding the soldiers. Batches of ragged people were taken to the warships by the Navy. "Report to the colonel, all the escaped slaves have been caught." A sturdy man in a Navy cloak nodded. "Search around here again, and set sail immediately if there is nothing." "Yes," in a patch of grass not far away. Quinn looked at the Navy with sharp eyes, and the three Hancock sisters squatted behind him trembling. After the slaves boarded the merchant ship and left Red Harbor, they thought they could escape the pursuit, but they didn't expect to run into a warship head-on. The Navy colonel who received the order to pursue the slaves immediately ordered a pursuit after seeing the slave ship and drove everyone to the island. The desperate slaves had to fight, but they were no match for the elite Navy. Quinn and his men escaped after a desperate fight, and the four of them hid in a remote place and waited for the Navy to leave. Hancock was still calm, but the other two girls were very frightened and their bodies kept shaking. "Damn system, why hasn't it finished loading yet?" Quinn was extremely anxious at this time. The fruit abilities of the three Hancock sisters are completely useless against the captain of the Navy headquarters. If they have no choice, maybe Hancock can only try. Several Marines walked towards this side, and Quinn clenched his fists. "Did a few little ghosts run away just now?" "I don't know. Did you see it?" "No, I heard it from others." Several people walked by the bushes while chatting. Quinn breathed a sigh of relief. "What should we do?" Hancock held him tightly, her palms full of sweat. Quinn frowned. "We can only wait for them to leave first." The girls heard this and dared not move. The Navy captain over there seemed to be impatient and waved his hand and said, "Okay, no need to look for it. Gather the brothers on board." "Yes?" Several people in the bushes breathed a sigh of relief. The Navy has basically boarded the ship, and several people finally don't have to stay in the wet grass and wait. "Keep your voice down and walk gently," Quinn warned, pulling Hancock's hand. The two people behind him also slowly followed. "There's someone there!" The voice rang out, and a group of Navy officers caught up. Quinn was startled, and without caring about anything else, he pulled Hancock and ran for his life. "Catch up!" "Ah!" A girl behind him was tripped by a stone and fell heavily to the ground. "Oh no!" Quinn hurriedly stopped and tried to pull her. "Rain kick!" A strong energy came. Quinn hurriedly withdrew his hand, and his arm was almost cut off by this move. The bald captain of the Navy chased after him with the moon step. "Why are you guys running away? Do you know how much time we wasted on this?" The Navy captain's tone was very annoyed. Originally, he could have a leisurely vacation on the island, but he was urgently summoned to catch up with the escaped slaves. He was a typical extreme hawk. It was his nature to carry out missions. He had no mercy on these slaves, just like the famous Vice Admiral Akainu. Quinn's head was sweating coldly, and he slowly retreated, feeling bitter but unable to speak. After finally catching up with Fisher Tiger's riot in Marijoa, he was able to escape, but he was chased by the Navy again, not giving him a chance to breathe. The Navy captain didn't care about him so much and had already walked over here. Just when he was desperate, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Ding! The system is loaded successfully. The lottery system is officially activated." System! Quinn's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He couldn't help but feel sour in the corners of his eyes. It was not easy all the way. The golden finger that he had been dreaming about, it finally came. The host officially activated the system and hereby presents a novice gift package. "Thank you." "Open the novice gift package," Quinn immediately said in his heart. Open the novice gift package successfully and get the items. Natural Devil Fruit Experience Card 1, Good Quick Sword 50 Workers Blue Ghost, Small Turntable Draw Times 1. The props have been stored in the backpack. Please open it and check it yourself. Quinn tried to open the backpack and saw that there were indeed several items in it. When Quinn saw the natural devil fruit, he was delighted, but his enthusiasm instantly cooled when he saw the words, "Experience card." "Boy, are you scared?" The bald colonel looked at Quinn with a very disdainful tone. "I don't care about that anymore." Quinn silently said in his heart, "Use the natural devil fruit experience card. Use the natural devil fruit experience card successfully and gain the ability of the flame fruit. Duration 30 minutes. "I'll try it on you first," Quinn said in a low voice, with fire flashing in his eyes. The Navy colonel narrowed his eyes. He felt that the boy's eyes were wrong, but he couldn't tell why. Quinn's body suddenly became uncontrollably hot and a force surged into his body. Swish! In the shocked eyes of the people around him, a ball of fire suddenly appeared on his arm, hissing and steaming. "Natural devil fruit!" The colonel was startled, stepped back a few steps and kicked out with his legs. Storm kick! Swoosh! The physical attack passed through his body. Quinn's body turned into flames at the point of attack and immediately returned to its original form. Is it really a natural system? The surrounding Navy opened their mouths wide and were speechless at the scene in front of them. Looking at the world today, the number of people who possess natural system fruits is probably no more than a handful of hands. How could this inconspicuous boy in front of him actually possess a natural system fruit? How could it not shock people? The Navy captain's eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. How is this possible? How could this kid have a natural system fruit? Quinn felt this sudden power and was ecstatic. Suddenly he raised his hand and swung his arm hard. Boom! A ball of fire blasted into the Navy crowd. Caught off guard, the Navy screamed in pain as they were burned. "Get out of the way!" The Navy colonel shouted while retreating. He did not have any domineering skills, which was why he was always in the position of colonel. Without the armed color domineering and seastone, ordinary people could not defeat natural system ability users. Such a strong power. I never thought I could have this day. Quinn was shocked by his own power, and then began to gather heat in his hands. Not long after, a ball of fire slowly appeared and gradually enlarged. The Navy captain had already retreated far away, but Quinn didn't want to let him go, and threw the fireball in his hand with all his strength. In a panic, opponent kicked out with a storm kick and hit the fireball. In an instant, the energy formed by the storm kick was engulfed by the flames, merged with the fireball, and smashed towards the Navy captain. He wanted to shave away, but he couldn't avoid the huge range of the fireball and was swallowed by the flames. Ah! A shrill scream spread all around, and a fireman emerged from the blazing fire circle. The surrounding Navy didn't dare to approach and let him scream. Bang! The Navy captain fell to the ground, which also proved that Quinn's attack was amazingly powerful. With the death of the colonel, the voice of the system sounded again in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, killing an enemy for the first time. Obtained the number of small turntable draws X1. Achievement? Quinn was puzzled. The system actually had such a thing. What was this small turntable? He opened his backpack and found a lottery option at the back. When he clicked it, a turntable-like thing appeared in front of him. The turntable had 5 grids, and there were a variety of things on it. Quinn didn't look carefully and couldn't wait to click the lottery button. Consume the number of lottery times 1, start the lottery. The turntable turned, slowed down, and finally landed on an option. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Navy's 6 styles. A memory suddenly emerged and hit his brain. When he came to his senses, he only felt that he was extremely proficient in the Navy's 6 styles at this moment. Looking at the stunned Navy nearby, Quinn shouted, "As a Navy, you don't care about the civilians, but want to be the running dogs of the celestial dragons. Keeping you is also a disaster. Ray kick!" The Navy only saw the boy kick out a leg, and a sharp energy rushed over. The red flame formed an arc blade and quickly attacked them. What is that? The Navy was startled and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Boom! The energy of the storm kick and the flame fruit were perfectly integrated. The place where the fire knife cut turned into a sea of fire, smashed hard on the warship and exploded. The slaves were freed and fled everywhere. Amid the screams of the Navy, Quinn and the 3 girls behind him disappeared on the spot. The magnificent blue sea, the sea breeze seemed to carry salt. Quinn looked into the distance, and an archipelago appeared in front of him, with countless bubbles floating above the archipelago. Hancock exclaimed excitedly, "It's the Sabaody archipelago." "Thanks to you, Hancock." Quinn held the boat pole and looked at the Sabaody archipelago. After drifting on the sea for a long time, he also missed the land. Hancock walked up and looked at the dreamy Sabaody archipelago, and her heart was extremely throbbing. That was the place she wanted to come in her dreams. Finally getting rid of her identity as a slave, her heart was full of excitement, and she just wanted to run freely on the ground and embrace the warm sunshine. As long as she changed to a big ship here, she could return to Nine Snake Island. Several people took a small boat and a little food and made it to the Sabaody archipelago. After landing, the few people attracted many people's attention. Their haggard and dirty appearance did not fit in with the bright and beautiful crowd. Led by Quinn, the few people walked towards Area 13. Xiaqi's knock on bamboo pole. Quinn tried his best to calm his inner emotions. The excitement of meeting a legendary figure and the joy of escaping from the sea of suffering were intertwined. Several people walked into the bar. The furnishings here were simple and quite charming. The three Hancock sisters were a little nervous and didn't know what to do. Quinn suppressed her emotions and looked around but didn't see anyone. Huh? Just as she was wondering, footsteps came from inside. A beautiful woman with short, black hair walked over with a look of surprise on her face. It seemed that she was asking what these children meant by coming to the bar. Time did not leave any traces on Xiaqi's face. She seemed to be in her prime in her 40s and 50s. Quinn bowed politely and greeted, "Hello, my name is Quinn." The three Hancock sisters followed suit and greeted nervously. "Brother, it seems that you have something to ask me?" Xiaqi walked to the counter with a cigarette in her mouth. "Would you like a drink?" The woman handed over a glass of wine. Quinn hesitated for a moment, then took it and drank it all in one gulp. "Hey," Xiaqi smiled lightly. "Tell me, what do you want to ask me for?" Quinn wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth and said seriously, "I want to ask you to lend a hand." In Xiaqi's strange eyes, Quinn told the experience of several people truthfully. Hancock nervously grabbed Quinn's arm, wondering why he would tell this to others. Xiaqi listened quietly, a little surprised, and then looked at Hancock. "Are you from Nine Snake Island?" Hancock nodded. "The three of us sisters were caught when we went out with the boat 4 years ago. This time we escaped by luck, thanks to Quinn." Xiaqi stared at Quinn, wanting to hear what he would say. Quinn shook his head. "We should thank that person." "Oh," Xiaqi looked at him with interest. "Fisher Tiger, the fishman! Little guy, you are quite amazing." Xiaqi took out a bounty from under the counter. Several people looked over and saw a red-skinned fishman on it. Who else could it be but Tiger? Dead or alive, Fisher Tiger bounty, 200 million. He did something big. It turned out to be him. The three Hancock sisters were a little surprised. Quinn looked up at Xiaqi. "Can you send them back? You should ask before you trouble others." Xiaqi put out her cigarette. "But you did find the right person? I just happen to know Granny New." "It's Granny New!" The three Hancock sisters were delighted to hear this and hugged each other excitedly. "Hey Xiaqi, is there a guest?" A male voice sounded, and Quinn was startled and looked back. The man had gray hair, a pair of round glasses, and looked very kind. "Pluto Rayleigh." Rayleigh looked at the boy in front of him curiously. There seemed to be something strange in the boy's eyes when he looked at him. "Do you know me?" Quinn shook his head. "I just think you are very strong, old man." Xiaqi supported her chin and smiled. "This little guy is not simple." "Oh," Ray looked Quinn up and down. "He is the slave who escaped this time." Xiaqi said again. "I see." Rayleigh suddenly understood. "These 3 girls are from the Kingdom of Daughters. Let's notify Grandma New to come over." Xiaqi said, "I can notify them, but she doesn't seem to have a den mushi." Rayleigh spread his hands. The atmosphere fell into silence. Xiaqi held her forehead and said, helplessly, "Forget it, just do a good deed." As she said that, she took out a bag of money from her bosom. "Go rent a boat and send them off. You are not allowed to gamble with it." Rayleigh took the bag of money, weighed it, and smiled. "I know my limits. Little guys, let him deal with it first. How about a drink?" Xiaqi shook the cup in her hand, attracting the attention of the 3 girls. The sweet juice instantly captured the hearts of the 3 people. Quinn did not stay in the bar, but followed Rayleigh out. "Why, are you worried about me?" Rayleigh turned around and looked at him. Quinn shook his head slightly and said nothing. "Did you see Fisher Tiger this time?" Rayleigh asked suddenly. "Unfortunately, I didn't." Quinn also felt deeply regretful about this. In One Piece, one of his favorite characters is Fisher Tiger, who is undoubtedly a hero worthy of admiration. This time, it was thanks to him that he was able to escape. It was a pity that he did not see him in person. The atmosphere was quiet again. "Mr. Rayleigh, I want to learn from you." Quinn broke the silence. Rayleigh stopped. You want to learn coding? You should know. Quinn's expression was serious. I actually let a little kid like you figure out my identity. What a failure. Rayleigh smiled indifferently, turned around and continued to move forward. It's a pity that I don't want to accept an apprentice. Quinn knew that not everyone had the aura of a protagonist, and he had not yet been recognized by Rayleigh. Why don't you ask me what I want to do? He caught up with Rayleigh. Those who want to do it have already done it, Rayleigh whispered. But I don't have the ability now, and everything I want to do is just a phantom. Rayleigh frowned. Give me a reason. Quinn said seriously, I hate the celestial dragons. Rayleigh curled his lips. This is not a reason. There is no one in this sea who doesn't hate them. I am different from them. What I carry is hatred. Quinn's eyes were firm. Ha ha! Rayleigh suddenly laughed out loud. You have to be responsible for the consequences of your words. It's not easy to seek revenge on them. I have paid the price for my stupidity for 4 whole years. Quinn was very calm, recalling the darkness there. I understand their pain. In that kind of place, it is a sin to live. They live in agony every day, but a little food and water arouse their desire for life. Such days go by day after day, year after year, until death. I admire Fisher Tiger's character. I think one day I will become a person like him. It's a good idea, but it's not realistic. When you went to sea, did you ever think of becoming the vice captain of the Pirate King? Quinn asked. Rayleigh was stunned. It's true that he was quite ridiculous at the time, but what does that have to do with you? I want to turn this world upside down. It's too dark, Quinn whispered. Rayleigh suddenly smiled and smiled happily. You reminded me of the past. It seems that there are many people like you. He took out the wine flask and took a sip. I don't have much skill, old man, but since you like it, I will teach you. How much you can learn depends on your own ability. Quinn heard this, with ecstasy on his face. Thank you, teacher. Rayleigh smiled and nodded. Then let's go back. Quinn responded and walked straight to the bar. Rayleigh looked at his back, with a smile on his face. Interesting little guy. Let me see how capable you are. Quinn was relieved and excited. Although he had the system, he could not make full use of it. One reason was the particularity of the system, and the other was that he was physically weak and had to practice physical skills to ensure his own safety. He took the time to look at the system introduction. The lottery system, as the name suggests, requires lottery to get rewards. As for the prerequisite for the lottery, it is necessary to have the number of lottery draws. The system gave it once, and he gave it again after completing an achievement. At present, it seems that there are only these 2 ways to get it. Rayleigh is right in front of him, and he will never let go of such a good opportunity. When he first arrived in the pirate world, he was full of ambitions like everyone else. However, reality is cruel. He was displaced at a young age. The dignified protagonist of the time travel ended up as a slave. Compared with ordinary dreams, his current goal is much more difficult. Back at Shia-Chi's bar, the 3 Hancock sisters and Shia-Chi got along well. The faces of the girls were flushed, probably because they drank. Quinn sat next to him, and Shia-Chi poured him a drink. Brother, where do you want to go? She knew that Quinn couldn't go there. After all, men were not welcome in the country of women. Quinn smiled lightly. I have asked Uncle Rayleigh to help me practice, and he agreed. Oh? It's rare for this old man to be so straightforward. At night, Quinn and his companions were arranged to stay in a hotel, and Quinn naturally had a separate room. Rayleigh has already found a boat, and they can set off for Amazon Lily tomorrow. Lying on the bed, he opened the lottery interface. After obtaining the so-called lottery system, he has not looked at it carefully. The lottery turntable has 5 grids, and one of them is gray and shows that it has been obtained, which should be the Navy 6 styles. The other 4 are Random Parahuman Devil Fruit 1, Bailey 1 million, Physical Enhancement Card, Random Animal Fruit. Click on the lottery, and the number of times is reset to 0. The turntable began to turn. After a moment, the pointer slowly stopped on 1 million Baileys, and Quinn sighed. Unexpectedly, the pointer took another step and landed on the Physical Enhancement Card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physical enhancement. Quinn's eyes lit up. Although Bailey is practical, it is not useful in the long run. With strength, there is no need to worry about Bailey. He opened his backpack and found a card with a human body shape printed on it. Click to use it. The use of the physical enhancement card is successful, and the physical fitness is enhanced. Quinn felt the effect and found that the power in his body was indeed much more abundant. He threw a punch, and there was a faint gust of wind. With his current body, if he used the 6 styles, the power would probably not be small. There were already 2 gray options in the roulette wheel, and Quinn was not very interested in the other items. Neither the superhuman nor the animal type was what he wanted. At least for now, it is unlikely that he would eat devil fruits without the natural type. In today's world, some fruits are dormant somewhere and cannot be found. Some have been eaten and must wait for the death of the eater. Speaking of the superhuman type, the first thing that comes to mind is naturally Luffy's rubber fruit, and the second must be Whitebeard's tremor fruit. There is no need to think too much about the latter. Today's Whitebeard is at his peak, and it is probably harder to expect him to die than to ascend to heaven. As for the former, there are tens of thousands of superhuman fruits, and he dare not guarantee that he can draw one randomly. Quinn looked at the ceiling and thought about his worries and fell asleep unknowingly. These days are really too tiring. The next day, at the port of the Sabaudi archipelago, Quinn and the 3 Hancock sisters gathered here. Rayleigh was drinking a little wine, and it seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. "Sorry, teacher, I'm late." Quinn walked up to greet him. Rayleigh nodded. "Get on board." "Yes." Several people responded and walked onto the small boat behind each other. The boat was not big, but it was well stocked. Sabaudi was not far from the Nine-Snake Island, and it would not take long to arrive. "The Kingdom of Women." Hancock walked to his side. "I will tell them, and then you can stay there, Quinn." "That won't work." Rayleigh smiled. "Although I don't want to delay your relationship, but this kid doesn't have time to accompany you." Uncle Rayleigh." Hancock blushed a little. Now she has not been occupied by the psychology of power and pride, but is just a girl who simply yearns for beauty. "Teacher, let's set sail," Quinn said softly. "Okay, let's go." Rayleigh seemed to be very versatile, and steering was no problem for him. The 3 Hancock sisters were very excited, as they would be going home soon. 2 days later, in the waters of Nine-Snake Island. "I see it! I see it!" Mary jumped up happily, as the outline of Nine-Snake Island appeared in the distance. The place they had always dreamed of returning to was finally here. The 3 sisters hugged each other happily and cried with joy, as all this was not a dream. "Hey!" Rayleigh was sincerely happy for them, as there was nothing happier than surviving a disaster. The boat docked, and she contacted the warriors on the Nine-Snake Island side, so there were quite a few welcoming teams standing at the port. The leader was a short old woman with white hair. "Hey, Granny New." Rayleigh greeted them after getting off the boat. "Rayleigh, you're still so energetic." Granny New responded with a smile. "Where are the children?" "Granny." The 3 Hancock sisters walked down from the boat, a little reserved. "Men?" Seeing Quinn behind them, the Nine Snakes warriors immediately became alert. Hancock ran to the front and opened his arms. "He is our savior. Please don't do this." Granny New waved her hand, and the warriors put down their longbows. "Come over." Looking at the familiar warriors, Hancock hesitated. Quinn gently touched her head. "Go." Hancock lowered her head and said nothing. "Nine Snakes Island will need you in the future." Quinn comforted softly. "I will come to see you often." The girl suddenly turned around and hugged him tightly. Seeing this, Granny New's expression became solemn and worried. "You must come to see me." The girl's voice was very low. "Of course," Quinn comforted softly. The girl finally turned around slowly and walked towards the Nine Snakes warriors. During this process, she did not look back again, and she had already shown the appearance of a future empress. After watching the backs of everyone leaving, Quinn turned around and returned to the boat. "Can't bear to leave?" Rayleigh smiled. Quinn pressed down the brim of his hat, a little. "Haha, that's what it's like to be young." Rayleigh took a sip of wine, as if reminiscing about the past. Quinn leaned on the pole of the boat, staring at the sky. "The sky is going to change color." "We should set off, teacher. Ha! Let's go." Ruscaina Island, also known as 48 Seasons Island, is located northwest of Nine Snake Island. 2 figures pass through the jungle. The creatures on the island are very large and ferocious. It is difficult to deal with them with your current strength. Rayleigh walked in front and introduced the situation of the island to Quinn. "That tree is the only safe area on the island. The beasts will not approach." Rayleigh pointed to a tree that looked like a white radish not far away. Quinn looked over, and the creatures in the world of One Piece could only be described as wonderful. There were all kinds of calls around, from the sky, from the ground, one after another. Quinn couldn't help but began to tremble, and his heart couldn't help but get excited. "I guess this is the feeling of blood boiling. I will teach you the basics first, and the rest depends on you to fight and understand." Rayleigh said, "I will." In this way, Quinn started a 4-month training. Storm kick, roar. A huge beast fell to the ground, wailing in the blood. Quinn was shirtless, and his whole body was hot in the hot weather. After the battle, he only felt dry mouth. "Go on!" Rayleigh threw a bottle of water. Quinn caught it steadily and drank it in one gulp. "Finally, I can deal with them." Quinn wiped the sweat off his face and sat down, a little out of breath. The first goal Rayleigh set for him was to train his physique. The results of 4 months were quite good. Quinn's body had become much better than before under the harsh training environment. Now he is completely able to defeat medium-sized beasts independently, which was already good enough before he learned hockey. By the campfire at night, Quinn sat on a dead log, while Rayleigh next to him drank quietly. The environment here is like a desert, extremely hot during the day and very cold at night. The weather is also the same every few days, which is a great test of the human body's tolerance. There were sizzling pieces of meat roasted on the campfire, and the aroma was overflowing at this time. "Teacher, I seem to have used the observation hockey just now." Rayleigh smiled. "Don't be complacent. Observation hockey is just the simplest one. You still need to work hard." "Ah, that's natural." Quinn was wearing a thin coat. Thanks to his physical training, he was not afraid of the cold. He had already mastered the observation hockey and had also seen the threshold of armament hockey. It would not take long for him to master both powers. His strength was growing at an alarming rate, and the power of the 6 styles of the Navy was also enhanced. Strong people, so desirable. Quinn looked up at the sky. One day he would be one of the people standing at the top. A figure flashed through the forest. Bang! The fist covered with armament hockey was extremely hard and hit the head of the giant beast in front of him. "Huh!" With a roar, the huge beast fell to the ground. "As long as it's not summer, we won't have to worry about food for the next half-month." Quinn dragged the giant beast and slowly walked towards the camp. Including the first few months on Ruscaina Island, Quinn has been training here for nearly 2 years, almost the same as Luffy. Rayleigh left the island and returned to Shampooland a few months ago. The old man was so frustrated over the past year that he threatened to gamble for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. He tried his best to teach Quinn everything he should teach, fulfilling his teacher's duties. Quinn was also very hard-working. He had completely mastered the 2-color domineering a few months ago and used it to perfection. The most important thing about the training in the past 2 years was, of course, the improvement in physical fitness. He knew what was most important in the world of pirates. The development of fruit abilities was certainly important, but there were also people who stood at the top with physical skills alone, such as Garp. During this period, he also achieved a lot of achievements, saving up a full 10 draws and preparing for a one-time draw. To achieve his ideal, the draw alone was far from enough, and he would not slack off just because there was a draw system. Hancock often came to the island to visit him. Quinn had said that he would go to see her, but because of the training, he was delayed, and finally she had to come in person. In the past 2 years, he also witnessed her transformation. Her character gradually matured, and she did a good job in the development and application of the fruit. His strength had improved, and it was time to leave. Hearing that Hancock would be officially crowned as the Queen of 9 Snakes soon, Quinn was also thinking about going to take a look. "Open the lottery panel." The lottery panel opened, and a turntable appeared in front of Quinn. It was still the small turntable, which he had not touched since the last time he drew the physical enhancement card. Looking down, the number of draws was 10. An option at the bottom attracted Quinn's attention. The number of draws on the 5 small turntables can be combined into the number of draws on the large turntable. Do you want to combine them? There is also a large turntable? Quinn didn't study the lottery rules much, and he didn't expect there was such an option. With a thought, the interface slid to the right, and a larger and more luxurious turntable appeared. Different from the small turntable, the large turntable has a total of 8 grids. Quinn looked carefully at the item rewards. 21 Great Swords, Karasu, Bailey, 500 million, Random Natural Devil Fruit X1, Conqueror Hockey, Armament Hockey, Ryusakura, Physical Enhancement Card Large, Special Medicine, 10 times of Strength increased after taking, Lucky Cube Unknown. Quinn was surprised. The things in the big wheel were not only slightly inferior to the small wheel, but also completely different. This reward was enough to justify the fusion of 5 lottery opportunities. He now had 10 small wheel lottery opportunities, which meant he could draw the big wheel twice. System: combine the big wheel lottery opportunities. Seeing the reward, he no longer hesitated and directly combined the number of big wheels. Consume the number of small wheel lottery times x10 and combine the number of big wheel lottery times x2. Quinn looked at the number of Big Wheel Lottery, suppressed his excitement, and clicked on the lottery. Ding! The wheel began to rotate, and the speed gradually slowed down. The wheel gradually landed on 500 million Baileys. No way? Quinn panicked. 500 million Baileys were the last thing he wanted. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. This time, the wheel did not give him face and landed steadily on 500 million Baileys. It's better than nothing. 500 million is not a small amount. Quinn sighed and comforted himself. The strange thing is that after the 500 million Baileys were drawn, they did not appear gray. Damn it! Quinn patted his head and knew that there were not so many good things. If his luck was worse, he might get all 500 million Baileys in the future. After hesitating for a long time, Quinn still clicked the draw. Take a gamble. Ding! The wheel started to turn again, from fast to slow. During this process, Quinn almost forgot to breathe. The pointer landed on 500 million Baileys again, and Quinn's eyelids jumped. Seeing that the lottery opportunity he had saved with great difficulty was about to be wasted, he felt an irrepressible disappointment. Just when he was desperate, the pointer jumped one step again and slowly landed on the random natural devil fruit. Nice! Quinn exclaimed. This stimulating feeling made his heart beat faster. In his expectation, the natural devil fruit was not high in the ranking. He wanted more physical enhancement cards, armed color flow cherry and overlord color. Although it did not go as he wished, it was much better than 500 million berries. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the thunder fruit. The sense of gap just now disappeared instantly, and Quinn's face was revealed. The thunder fruit. It turned out to be the famous thunder fruit. He originally thought it was some kind of swamp fruit, so it would be better not to have it. Unexpectedly, he would draw the thunder fruit. How could he have any complaints? Taking out the thunder fruit from his backpack, Quinn hesitated again. Should he give up the freedom to go to the sea for the power of the fruit? Although he is a landlubber, he also has a heart that yearns for the sea. A bird flew across the sky, and the sound of its wings flapping was very rhythmic. If I can't swim in the sea, I can fly in the sky. It's just this little restriction. Thinking of this, Quinn bit down the fruit fiercely. Even though the taste was extremely disgusting, he didn't frown. After being enslaved by the celestial dragons for 4 years, he truly felt the pain of the slaves no longer separated by a screen. They, like himself, also yearn for freedom, but they never have the chance again. Strength is the root of resistance. There are many people in this world fighting for this, and Quinn has made up his mind to join this group. ZZ. Electric arcs were transmitted from his arms, and the surrounding birds and beasts scattered. Boom! Under the clear sky, several terrifying thunders exploded on the island. Whether it was giant beasts or birds, they all surrendered to it at this moment. What a violent power! Quinn clenched his fists to suppress the terrifying power on them. He could clearly feel the endless energy in his body. That energy was like a tiger out of a cage, with ferocious teeth ready to tear everything in front of it. The power of the devil fruit comes from the strength of the eater himself. With Quinn's current physical strength, he is much stronger than Enel on Sky Island. A few days later, Quinn's Thunderfruit ability can receive radio waves, which greatly enhances the ability of observation. As soon as someone entered the sea, he heard a sound, a lot of chirping. Who else but the warriors of Nine Snake Island? The warriors of Nine Snake Island just docked the ship and saw Quinn waiting at the port. Lord Quinn! The female warriors greeted him when they saw him. They were in awe of the strong and were very respectful to Quinn, the ruler of the fierce island. Did Hancock send you to pick me up? Quinn said. Yes. Today is the coronation ceremony of Lady Snake Princess. Please be sure to attend, a leading female warrior said respectfully. Quinn nodded and walked directly onto the ship. Goodbye, Ruskina. Nine Snake Island is also known as the Amazon Lily. It is a place with abundant military power and is extremely repulsive to men. However, today, Nine Snake Island welcomed a man. Entering Nine Snake City, one of the rivers runs across it, and the surrounding buildings are all the same. It is ancient and charming. Quinn followed the female warriors on the main road in the city, and people along the way looked at him with curious eyes. They walked all the way to the front of the castle. The building standing on the cliff was very spectacular. Snake Lady, please go up. Someone came down to greet Quinn. I know. Quinn didn't wait for them to say anything and jumped into the door. As soon as he entered the main door, he saw people standing on both sides, all standing respectfully. Quinn came all the way to the main hall, and there were several people in the center. Quinn! The girl ran up and hugged him, unable to hide her excitement. 2 years later, Hancock has become much whiter. Although she is not as world famous as she will be in the future, she is still very beautiful. Hancock and Sonia and Mary. Quinn smiled and greeted the three sisters. Brother Quinn. The two sisters also greeted happily. They have been together for 4 years and have a very good relationship. Granny New next to them raised her eyebrows when she saw this. She knew Hancock's feelings for Quinn very well. She was still young now, and when she reached a certain age, she would naturally understand the pain. It's great that you can come. Hancock was very happy. His appearance made her feel much more at ease on this most important day of hers. Ahem, Granny New coughed lightly. Snake Princess, it's time to prepare for the meeting ceremony. Yes. Hancock obediently said yes. Now she has mastered and understood the ability of her fruit, but under the influence of Quinn, her personality has become introverted. Several people walked out of the door, and Hancock went on stage to be crowned. Quinn stood quietly behind them, watching Hancock's appearance that attracted much attention, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. When he first met Hancock, he had already been physically and mentally devastated by reality, and no longer had any expectations for the so-called beautiful future. It was the girl's kindness and sincerity that touched him and made him truly realize that this was an extremely real world. Everything he had experienced, the suffering of the people around him, was no longer spread through pictures, but he experienced it personally. The cruel reality aroused his desire to survive and also aroused his thirst for power. The girl now broke free from the darkness and was standing in the sun, enjoying the admiration of thousands of people. Just today, Boa Hancock officially became the Emperor of the Nine Snakes. In order to celebrate the birth of the new emperor, the whole city of Nine Snake Island held a banquet. The bright lights illuminated the night sky. Hancock sat in the first seat, and Quinn sat next to him. Surrounded by the future Nine Snake pirates, they were the most elite warriors of the Nine Snakes Island. Hancock had thought about going to sea long before. In addition to fulfilling her own dream, she also had the idea of demonstrating the strength of the Nine Snakes Nation. Everything was moving in a good direction, which made her full of expectations for the future. Everyone, let's spend a wonderful and pleasant night. Hancock raised her glass and said loudly, Yes! The cheerful banquet began. Quinn was rarely so happy. Seeing people's cheerful smiles, she also drank a lot of wine and finally fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Quinn opened her eyes again, and it was already bright outside. Awake? Hancock's face appeared above, and he was resting on her legs. Sorry, I drank too much. Quinn sat up with his head covered. The feeling of a hangover was really uncomfortable. Hancock smiled gently, very gentle. Lady, Snake, Lady Quinn, it's time to eat. A woman came forward with a plate. Step down, Hancock said lightly. You are becoming more and more like an empress. Quinn smiled. New mother-in-law said that people in high positions cannot be approachable. Hancock can now restrain her emotions. At least she won't make unreasonable troubles. After lunch, Quinn suggested going out for a walk, and Hancock naturally agreed. Unknowingly, the two came to a remote place in the village. There was a building embedded in the hanging wall above. This is the residence of Granny New. She occasionally appears in the village on weekdays, and the rest of the time she stays here. Entering the sky loft, Granny New was leisurely drinking tea and reading the newspaper. You are here. Sit down. Granny New did not even turn her head. Quinn came to Granny New's side and sat down cross-legged. Can I borrow it to read? Granny New handed over the newspaper. All recent news. Taking the newspaper, the recent hot news about the sea is all on it. Magfruit ability user. Vice Admiral Akainu destroyed the great pirate group again, and he has made many achievements in battle. The Red Hair Pirate Group is stationed in the East China Sea. The Sun Pirates, headed by Fisher Tiger, are rampant all over the world, destroying the slave market. Looking at the last piece of news, Quinn fell into deep thought. Is it Mr. Tiger? Hancock came over. Ah, he's been fighting. Quinn nodded. Looking into the distance, it was a world he didn't know. He thought the outside world must be very exciting. Young man, do you want to go to sea? Granny New said beside her. She suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking back, Hancock's expression was very dangerous. Ahem, just pretend I didn't say anything. Quinn didn't say anything, just quietly reading the newspaper. At night, Quinn sat on the top of the attic blowing the sea breeze. Da-da! The footsteps came, and he knew who it was without looking at him. Why don't you go with everyone? Hancock sat next to him, a little boring. Hancock smiled lightly. You have always been like this. Have you thought it through? Do you have to go to sea? Quinn asked. The girl nodded. I must. I am leaving too, Quinn said softly. Hancock lowered his eyes. I know you can't stay with me. The girl once made a bold promise that after escaping from prison, she must work hard to become stronger and protect everyone around her. Perhaps her stubborn character is innate, and she always keeps her word. It feels so good, just like before. Quinn supported herself with her hands and looked up at the sky. When they were in Marijoa, they always stared at the night sky and yearned for the outside world. Don't talk about this. Hancock didn't like this topic very much, and her face turned a little bad. Hatred can accelerate your growth, but it can also destroy you. You should learn to let it go. You only talk about me, so why do you have to go to sea? Hancock looked over and said aggressively, I have something I must complete. Quinn said seriously, You are different from me. I know you will definitely want to cause trouble for them. Hancock crossed her arms and trembled a little. But I just want to escape from that devil's cave and never want to mention it again. Quinn took the girl in his arms. That's why I have to go to sea. As long as the celestial dragons exist, there will be people who are oppressed. There are still countless slaves imprisoned there. It's useless to just rescue them. They will never be truly free unless the root cause is eliminated. Take care of yourself. The girl gently nestled in Quinn's arms, and the two figures gradually lengthened under the moonlight. Everything is ready. Today is the day Quinn will go to sea and leave Nine Snake Island. I wish you a smooth trip. At the Nine Snake port, Quinn said to Hancock in front of him. Hancock smiled. You too. Be careful about everything. Then, Quinn was about to say something when the girl suddenly threw herself into his arms. You must live and die after me. What nonsense are you talking about? I won't die. Quinn held the girl's face. You won't die either. Take care. Hancock's eyes were red. Quinn was reluctant and slowly lowered his head. Oh! The surrounding female warriors screamed in unison, full of shyness. Granny New also covered her face and stole a glance from time to time. This is the feeling of love. Well, goodbye. Quinn waved and turned to get on the boat. Hancock's face was red as blood, and she waved goodbye to him. Be sure to pay attention to safety. The boat gradually sailed away, and Hancock still stood there. Sister, go back, Sonia advised softly. Granny New came to the three sisters. In this era, he will always go to sea. Granny New, I feel a little uncomfortable. Hancock stroked her, lips gently, recalling the feeling just now. Granny New sighed. There's nothing we can do about it now. Let's just let it go. The Sabaody archipelago is made up of 79 trees on the world's largest mangrove, the Algiers. The roots of the trees are the ground, and each tree has a number and a building. The ship was docked in Area 13, and countless bubbles were floating in the air. There was no crowd here like in the central area. Quinn walked up the long stairs and came to Xiaqi's bar. Entering the house, Xiaqi was wiping the wine glasses, and the store was still deserted. Opening a bar in such an area is not the right way, but it is estimated that no one dares to mess with her. Long time no see, Aunt Xiao. Quinn walked into the bar. Xiaqi looked at him with a puzzled look. Quinn has changed a lot in this year. He has grown to 1.9 meters tall and has a much stronger physique. He has flowing black hair, a neat body, a sharp face, and is quite handsome. You are little Quinn? Xiaqi was a little surprised. She could faintly sense the powerful aura from him. The last time she visited him on the island, he didn't have such a strong aura. Yeah, it's been so long since we last met. Haha, you really change every few days. You've become more handsome again. Xiaqi wanted to pour him a drink. Juice is fine, thank you. Why can't you drink at this age? Xiaqi was surprised. Of course, but juice is more to my taste. Quinn smiled. It's really rare. I thought that little girl Hancock wouldn't let you go. Xiaqi's words were playful. Quinn smiled bitterly and drank the juice. The juice tasted very sweet. By the way, why don't you see Teacher Rayleigh? It's been a month since I came back. I wonder where he's been. Xiaqi said lightly. Quinn shook his head and laughed. He should be the most playful old man in the world. Don't look at him like this. He runs faster than anyone else when he meets those world nobles. Xiaqi sneered. She wouldn't say this in front of Hancock, but she was very frank in front of Quinn. Quinn could understand Rayleigh's behavior. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that his quiet life would be disturbed. Are you going to sea this time? Xiaqi leaned on the bar and smoked. Quinn nodded gently. The world is so big, I want to see it. Hey? Xiaqi couldn't help laughing after hearing this. The world outside is very dangerous. No matter what, you have to go out and see it. It's always boring to stay in one place. Hey, if Hancock hears this, she will probably be sad. Xiaqi raised her eyebrows. So I only dare to tell you. Quinn sat in Chachi's bar for a long time, chatted for a while, and then said goodbye and left. He hadn't really visited the Chabauti archipelago yet, so he wanted to take this opportunity to go and have a look. Island number 1 is the slave exchange, or the human auction. Entering the exchange, he was surrounded by wealthy nobles, and everyone had a proud look on their faces. Quinn walked to a secluded corner and sat down, waiting quietly. This strong old man can be used as a laborer. The auctioneer's introduction attracted Quinn's attention. Looking up, a familiar figure came into view. It's really him. Looking at Rayleigh, who was calm and quietly lowering his head, Quinn felt amused. Starting price, 50,000 Baileys. 100,000. Someone called out a price. Rayleigh heard the voice and looked over in surprise. Quinn smiled and shook the bidding board in his hand. 100,000 Baileys 3 times! Deal! As the auctioneer's hammer fell, Rayleigh was successfully sold. Somewhere in a quiet place on the 16th, Quinn and Rayleigh were sitting on the ground. I didn't expect that you, teacher, have such a hobby, Quinn joked. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and smiled freely. It's really a helpless act. He is like a blind uncle who loves gambling but always loses everything. When did you come? Today. Rayleigh looked at him carefully for a while and nodded with satisfaction. Your strength has improved a lot. Quinn raised his finger and an arc flashed on it. Rayleigh frowned. What is this? Thunderfruit, Quinn said truthfully. Ha, what a lucky boy. You can encounter such a treasure just after going out to sea. Quinn did not refute. He was indeed very lucky. But having a fruit may not be a good thing. This will also distract you and prevent you from focusing on physical training. Rayleigh suddenly said. Quinn naturally knew that the ability of the fruit must be mastered and developed by himself. Although he knew some moves, he still needed time to master them. Rayleigh always kept his wine pot with him and took a sip from time to time. What is your purpose for going to sea this time? Quinn looked into the distance. My goal is a long way to go. You are self-aware, but it's not bad. At least your strength is enough to venture into the new world. Rayleigh praised. I have a lot of things to do. First of all, I have to find him, Quinn said in a low voice. You want to join the Sun Pirates? Rayleigh was a little confused. Quinn pondered for a long time. I just want to say thank you to him in person, and I also want to meet him. Rayleigh nodded. He would accept Quinn as his apprentice because of this. By the way, Quinn picked up a bag and handed it to Rayleigh. Teacher, please help me buy a ship. Rayleigh opened it and frowned slightly. Too much. Just 100 million. Buy a good ship at most 3 million. Just treat it as a filial piety to you. Don't let it be caught and sold again. Quinn smiled. Rayleigh smiled slightly and didn't refuse. Thanks to your care, I can enjoy myself for a while. The next day, Quinn wore loose clothes and hid himself tightly. Rayleigh had bought the boat yesterday, and after a meal, Quinn said goodbye to him. Quinn's boat was parked on the nearby coast, and sufficient supplies had been bought on the boat. I almost forgot. Quinn slapped his forehead. Without a crew, he had to do all the big and small things on the boat himself. Shopping Street number 30, like Bubble Park No. 33, is a popular area in the Chabauti archipelago. At this time, there are crowds of people and it is very noisy. When Quinn passed by Bubble Park, he stopped and watched for a moment. Seeing the people inside having fun, he felt novel. Pirates were rampant during this period. Even in the areas where nobles played, they could be seen. After arriving at the location, Quinn searched for a long time before buying the record pointer. He was about to go to the illegal area, but the keen perception given by the thunderfruit heard a noise in the distance. After jumping to a roof, he saw that everyone around him was kneeling on the ground, as if to greet someone. Quinn could figure it out with his toes. Only the conceited idiots of the Tianlong people would make such a scene. What a disgusting group of guys. Looking over there coldly, he saw a fat Tianlong sitting on a seat carried by a slave, holding something in his hand. A woman's neck was locked by an iron ring, and the rope extended to the hand of the Tianlong. The people around dared not breathe, for fear that any action would make the other party unhappy, and there would be no place to complain even if they died. Suddenly, a little girl ran through the crowd and rushed to a woman opposite. Mom? The little girl hid in her mother's arms and shouted softly. The woman was startled and hurriedly covered the girl's mouth, looking panicked and trying to retreat. The fat Tianlong frowned. The girl who seemed innocent to others was provoking him in his eyes. He stepped on the head of the slave in front of him, and the slave stopped in pain. The Tianlong raised the gun in his hand, as if aiming. The woman's face was filled with fear, but she dared not hide due to the oppression, and could only protect her daughter. Quinn could see clearly from above that no one around wanted to help. What they feared was not the enslavers, but the enslaved people who dared not resist. In this situation, people without ability could only protect themselves. Just as the celestial dragon aimed and wanted to shoot, a blue arc of electricity came from a distance. Before he could react, his arm was pierced by the sharp arc of electricity. The 6 styles combined with the thunder fruit had a good effect. The power of this finger gun was far greater than before. The sharp electricity was compressed and condensed to shoot out with the finger gun, and the penetrating power was extremely strong. People who were not good at armed color could not resist his attack at all. There was silence on the field for a moment, followed by the celestial dragon's pig-like scream. "Ah! Doctor, come quickly, the celestial dragon's attendant was horrified and hurriedly called for a doctor. The people around the celestial dragon were not mediocre people, and they helped him treat his wounds in a few seconds. Who did it? After receiving treatment, the celestial dragon was furious and shouted to all around. Swish! Blood splattered everywhere. Quinn's move hit accurately. This time, it was his right hand. The celestial dragon held his hand and screamed. The doctor just relaxed for a moment and saw this and broke out in a cold sweat again. Quinn pressed the mask and jumped off the roof. This was specially bought by him to conceal his identity. It would not be fun if he attracted the generals to hunt him down. He would not let the celestial dragons do whatever they wanted in front of him. If they could do whatever they wanted, why couldn't he do the same? But the target was the celestial dragons. Catch this lowly guy for me. I'm gonna chop him up and feed him to the dogs. The fat, celestial dragon pointed at Quinn tremblingly, his tone full of anger. The surrounding navy had surrounded him and raised their guns to aim at him. Quinn walked towards the celestial dragon as if nothing had happened, and he was not afraid of the black muzzle of the gun. Shoot! Bang, bang, bang! A burst of gunfire rang out, and all hit Quinn. What was shocking was that the bullet passed through his body, but he himself was completely unharmed. All the Marines were shocked. As Marines from the headquarters, they could tell at a glance that this man had the same natural ability as several vice admirals. A Marine had already requested support through Den Den Mushi. Natural abilities were simply not something they could deal with. Quinn slowly came to the celestial dragon and stepped hard on his head. All the civilians around had already run away, and the brave ones were also stunned by this scene. The Marines looked panicked, but they did not dare to move, fearing that Quinn would do something shocking. You bastard! How dare you touch me? The celestial dragon's voice was shrill and sharp. Isn't that how you treated others just now? Quinn exerted a little force, and the hood on the celestial dragon's head broke open. Breathe some fresh air, idiot! You! Bang! The celestial dragon was halfway through his words when he was kicked out by Quinn. He didn't use too much force in this attack, but he still kicked the other person unconscious. Patting his trouser legs, Quinn looked at the celestial dragon with disdain. Your blood is dirtier to me. Da! There was silence all around, and Quinn's footsteps were like a ghost demanding his life, tightly grasping the hearts of the Marines. They all stepped back to make way. If they didn't protect the celestial dragon, they might die. But if they dared to provoke this man now, they would die immediately. Stop him! Vice Admiral Kizaru is coming soon. A non-commissioned officer shouted. Quinn raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Kizaru? Make way! I don't want to get entangled with him. Although several Marines were afraid, they still stood in front. Thunderstorm. With just a few words, Quinn's body exploded instantly. Blue and white electric lights splashed everywhere, and the surroundings were immediately covered with flying sand and rocks. The non-commissioned officer was the first to be hit. After being hit by the electric light, his whole body immediately turned black and fell to the ground, and his life or death was unknown. The natural devil fruit has one good thing. It is very useful to open AoE to clear small soldiers, and it looks very gorgeous. Oh my, I haven't seen such a courageous person for a long time. A lazy voice came from behind. Quinn's expression moved, and he turned around and looked. As expected of a user of the Pidgeot fruit, you are really fast. How can I not be fast? I was scared to death when I heard that someone dared to fight a celestial dragon. Kizaru said it was scary, but his expression was very calm. Quinn twisted his arm. Since you can't avoid it, then I'll use you to test the results of my training. As soon as Quinn finished speaking, a golden light flashed in front of his eyes, and a voice came from behind him. Have you been kicked at the speed of light? Quinn had already been prepared, and his fist hardened his armed color, and he blasted it hard to the side. Boom! The hit, bringing a thunderous sound, and Kizaru was hit hard and flew away. Don't be careless even if you are fast. Quinn clapped his hands. The opponent was caught off guard by this attack, and Kizaru didn't expect Quinn to be so fast. Although the speed of radio waves is not as fast as that of light waves, there is not much difference at a short distance. Quinn moved his hand, and the surroundings turned into an invisible magnetic field. In the magnetic field created by the thunder fruit, he could teleport. I see. You have hockey? Kizaru stood up. The opponent's strength was much stronger than that of ordinary pirates who mastered hockey. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Quinn disappeared again. With his observation hockey, he sensed the danger next to him. Just as he was about to dodge, he was hit by a thunderous whip kick from Quinn. The field was instantly filled with electric current. If an ordinary person approached, he would be immediately electrocuted into charcoal. The Navy did not care about being surprised and hurriedly retreated far away. Kizaru flashed away from the magnetic field and avoided Quinn's attack. He covered his waist, where he was feeling pain, which surprised him a little. This guy was not only incredibly fast but also extremely powerful. With the power of the fruit of armament hockey, even he did not dare to take it head-on. Photon laser! After Kizaru released this move, he patted his head in annoyance. With the opponent's speed, the long-range attack could not hit him at all. But Quinn did not dodge but stood still. Lightning. The lightning flashed, gathered together, and emitted amazing power. In a sense, photons are also affected by electromagnetic waves. After Kizaru's photon laser hit the lightning, it quickly dissipated and merged into it. Huh? It's completely controlled. Kizaru rubbed his chin, then opened his mouth slightly. It's really scary. Scratching his head in distress, Kizaru took a step forward. At this time, in addition to the black hardening on his legs, there was a layer of flowing domineering around the outside. Entangle? Quinn saw the domineering on the opponent's legs and understood. His domineering cultivation is now advanced, but he has not yet cultivated to entanglement. Armament hockey entanglement can entangle a circle of invisible fluid around the hardened armament hockey, and the user's attack and defense can be further improved. Armament hockey Ryusakura in the big turntable is armament hockey entanglement, which is a high-level domineering application technique. As expected of a future admiral, it seems that he cannot be appointed with the power of the fruit alone. Don't be distracted during the battle. Kizaru's voice came from far away, and Quinn was kicked in the abdomen before he could dodge. Since the power of the fruit has no effect, let's use physical skills to decide the outcome. Ahem! Quinn felt his stomach churning. Even though he was covered with armed defense and used electrical armor, he was still knocked unconscious by this blow. 30 million volts Thunderbird! Quinn, who had recovered his movement, immediately fought back. Lightning gathered into a divine bird and fell from the sky. Under the violent electric energy, even Kizaru's body turned into light was affected, and its elementalization was cancelled. What a powerful ability! Kizaru looked down and saw that his clothes had been torn a lot. Quinn stretched out his hand and released the magnetic field here. I won't fight you in your magnetic field. Kizaru chuckled and jumped out of the magnetic field. As expected of the strongest vice admirals, the Navy is really a group of monsters. Quinn wiped the dust off his face. He didn't know how to describe how he encountered such a monster-level opponent when he just started out. What a troublesome guy! The long-range attack is ineffective, and the close combat can't absolutely hit. Kizaru scratched his cheek in some distress, with a strong uncle vibe. Are you going to waste time with me like this? Quinn said to Kizaru. I'm not in a hurry. Kizaru simply put his trousers in his pockets. I just don't know if you need physical strength to release the magnetic field. You figured it out, Quinn smiled helplessly. Since passive defense is useless, I have to take the initiative to attack. Magnetic field expands. Electric light flashed around Quinn, and the magnetic field was like a substance, expanding rapidly around. Oh? Kizaru raised his eyebrows. Swoosh! Quinn attacked with an attack. Kizaru easily dodged it and fought back with a whip kick, but failed to hit Quinn. The two figures on the field intertwined, and all the bubbles on the island exploded as the electric energy surged. Boom! Another powerful attack with electric energy was avoided, and Quinn dodged and flew into the air. Discharge! The electric energy in the magnetic field was suddenly agitated, and powerful lightning struck from all directions. Kizaru's figure flashed and flew to where Quinn was. I'm waiting for you! Quinn suddenly blasted out with his right hand. Discharge! Boom! Quinn could clearly feel that this time it hit. Sure enough, a figure fell to the ground. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Kizaru coughed twice, and his clothes were torn. A layer of flowing domineering was attached to the place where he was hit, but judging from the torn clothes, he was still hurt. What a quick reaction! Kizaru waved away the smoke and dust in front of him. You dare to attack the celestial dragons now. What will happen if you are allowed to grow up? Don't bother you to worry about what I will do in the future. Now you should think about how to defeat me. Quinn pouted. You seem very confident? Kizaru raised his slender eyes. Quinn was floating in the air, looking down at the sky. Of course I know I'm no match for you, but that's not why I'm afraid. He retracted his magnetic field, and the electric light in his hand began to surge. Zzz! Thunder suddenly erupted on the field, and a huge thunderball emerged from his hand, rapidly growing larger. How about trying this trick? Quinn's mouth curled up, his arms bulged with blue veins, and he was increasing the power output. A huge thunderball suddenly appeared in the sky above the Sabality archipelago. People screamed and hurriedly looked for a place to take shelter. 100 million volts! Thunder welcome! His electrical energy is not as strong as Enelu's. The power of 100 million volts is enough to destroy an island. Hey, you don't want to blow this place up, do you? Kizaru changed his calm expression just now, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. He himself didn't care, but there were many Navy and Celestial dragons on the island. Whether to blow it up depends on your ability. Quinn shouted, and the thunderball descended. He had already gathered the electric energy in the center, and the most powerful area was on the side where they were fighting, and the impact on other islands was limited. Kizaru was obviously intimidated by him, and the electric ball was so powerful that he jumped into the air after struggling for a while. Yashikani no Magatama! Kizaru crossed his arms, and the photons in his hands began to gather. Once the electric ball exploded, the electric energy in it would be enough to destroy the island, so he didn't dare to neglect it. Of course, this was just Kizaru's idea. Quinn knew in his heart that only those who faced it head-on would suffer the greatest damage. Sorry, Vice Admiral Kizaru, I tricked you. Quinn grinned, and his body turned into electric light and flew towards the coast. Kizaru naturally saw his figure, but he didn't care so much at the moment. The terrifying electric energy and Kizaru's laser light collided with each other and exploded. For a time, the sky above the island was covered with dark clouds like a 9-day thunder tribulation. On the 13th, Shiachi knocked on the bamboo pole bar outside. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and quietly looked at the dust and smoke in the distance. This kid is really messing around. Shiachi exhaled a puff of smoke. Yeah, he did something big. Haha, Kizaru personally sent him out to sea. This kid must be very proud. Rayleigh laughed out loud. Haha, Shiachi couldn't help laughing. Shopping street number 30. Kizaru fell to the ground. His body and face were burned by lightning, bleeding. Quinn had already run away. Sly boy, I will remember you. Kizaru wiped his face. This little injury was not difficult for him, and there was not much emotion in his tone. The 7 Water Islands, people are more accustomed to calling it the Water City, is a special city island located in the Grand Line, famous for shipbuilding. As the name suggests, the Water City is a city built on water, where waterways are accessible, and people use blue as a means of transportation. Quinn moored the ship at the cape outside the city. There were many other ships parked here. Probably all of them belonged to pirates. It's really hard. Quinn was harassed by pirates along the way, and it took more than 10 days to reach the place where he stayed. The supplies on the ship were basically exhausted. After finally getting to the island, he had to purchase some supplies. After crossing the land in front of the cape, he came to a door. After entering the door, it was the place to rent blue. The familiar uncle said with a kind smile, "If you want to enter from here, you need to rent blue." "1 person is fine," Quinn said. 500 Baileys. The boss gestured with his palms. Quinn happened to have a bunch of 500 Baileys in his pocket that he didn't use, so he took out one and threw it over. "Thank you for your patronage." The boss smiled indifferently. "Where are you from, sir?" Chatterboxing seems to be a common problem for every businessman. Sabaody Archipelago. "I see." The boss smiled and had already prepared blue. "Then please have a good trip. Thank you." Quinn sat on blue and operated it for a while and found that this little guy was very obedient. Blue was moving very fast in the water, aiming directly at the commercial street in the center of the Water City. This Blue seemed to have an adventurous spirit and ran straight for the shortcut. Quinn seemed to be on a roller coaster and finally fell from the sky into the water. The people around him were not surprised. It's quite interesting. Quinn was splashed with water, but he found it very interesting. The commercial street of Water City is divided into two sides by the river. There are vendors on both sides, and it is very lively. It's really a long-lost downtown. Quinn felt nostalgic. He was drifting on the sea for more than 10 days, and sometimes he felt lonely. He could neither sail nor understand meteorology. Apart from his strength, he was basically a useless sailor. At this time, the importance of partners was reflected. If he couldn't do it, there would be others. Now he wanted to find a companion. He could only take it one step at a time. Quinn jumped onto the ground and happened to come to a food store with all kinds of things. He put a lot of ingredients back to blue, and the simple shopping process ended. Taking this opportunity, Quinn wanted to take a good look at Water City. Dock number 1 is the best dock with the best shipbuilders. His boat is enough for now. Although it doesn't look very gorgeous, he has no intention of changing it. A blond young man was busy in the distance, and Quinn knew who it was at a glance. Barry, one of the shipbuilders in Water City in the original work, is also the future vice president of Carrera Company. With his current appearance, he should still be an apprentice, running around behind his master. It's a pity that I can't see the CP9 group. That group went undercover in Water City in 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, which is still a long time from now. Thinking of all kinds of things in the future, Quinn couldn't help but sigh. By the time Luffy went to sea, he was nearly 30 years old, and children had to call him uncle when they saw him. Well, at least I'm still young now. Come to think of it, living in this world and still entangled with age, it would be too unfair to one's own strength. After purchasing the supplies, Quinn did not stop. Goodbye, beautiful city. Quinn looked back at the Water City. This unique place was very attractive. He believed that he would come back one day. The waves hit the shore, and the breeze blew through the coconut trees, making a rustling sound. On an isolated island, Quinn was sitting by the fire, reading a newspaper. The Kingdom of Women on 9 Snake Island? A mysterious holy place you don't know. How beautiful is the new 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress Boa Hancock? Sorrow! Victoria Sindoli died in a stage accident. Recently, the news is all about that girl. Who is this Sindoli? Quinn nibbled the wild fruit in his hand, and the meat on the grill sizzled. This fruit is really sweet. Quinn was amazed by the sweet juice of the fruit, and finished the fruit in 2 bites. If his backpack could only store system props, he would definitely take all these fruits away. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Time has come to the second half of 1510 in the Hyuan calendar. Quinn's height was fixed at 2 meters, which was not considered tall in this world. His physique was the same as before, with even muscles and full of strength. He wandered around this year, looking for his goal, and focused on the fruit. With his focused practice, he has basically mastered the thunder fruit, and the development effect is also very good. After filling his stomach, it's time to move on to the next goal. In the Sabaudi archipelago, in the 13th Shaki's Knocking Bamboo Bar, a red-haired young man was sitting in the middle, and Rayleigh was sitting next to him. Xia Qi poured wine and looked at the red-haired man's broken arm in surprise. "It's really shocking, Shanks. Who can cut off one of your arms?" Shanks smiled and shook his head. "I volunteered," Rayleigh raised his eyebrows. "Voluntary?" "Yes, I blocked him in the new era." Shanks touched the broken arm and chuckled. "Uncle Rayleigh, I met a very interesting kid in the East China Sea. He said the same thing as Captain Roger." Shanks recalled Luffy while talking, and he was full of smiles. "It seems that you are serious. He should be a very special kid," Rayleigh said. Shanks nodded. "Well, I'm waiting for him to go out to sea." Speaking of this, Rayleigh took out a bounty from the side and handed it to the other party, saying, "I also met a good kid. Someone that Uncle Rayleigh values?" Shanks was curious and took the bounty. There was a profile face printed on the bounty with a smile on the corner of his mouth, giving people the first impression that he was harmless to humans and animals. Dead or alive, regardless of life and death. Title, Thunder Beast Queen. Bounty, 300 million. Natural thunder fruit user, good at using various animal forms to attack, dangerous element. In addition to the name and bounty, there is also a brief introduction. Rayleigh smiled and said, "I guess Kizaru must have helped print this bounty." Thunder fruit? Shanks was a little surprised when he saw the information. "I've never heard of anyone having this fruit. I don't know where he came from, but he is really strong. Kizaru has suffered at his hands," Rayleigh said. "To be valued by Uncle Rayleigh, it's not just because of his strength." Shanks's expression became serious. Rayleigh smiled slightly, as if he was reminiscing. "His identity is very special. He was once a slave of the celestial dragons." This guy's attitude is more determined than ordinary people. Maybe the world in the future will be overturned because of him. It seems that he is indeed an interesting guy. I must have a drink with him when I meet him in the future." Shanks raised the corner of his mouth and became interested in the man on the bounty. "You should drink more than me first." Rayleigh raised his glass with a smile. Uncle Rayleigh is still strong despite his old age. Shanks also smiled and clinked his glass with his. Somewhere in the Grand Line, Quinn finally got the pointer to Foreshat Island after much effort. Since he couldn't find it, he would go there and wait. Whether it was out of gratitude or obsession, he had to meet Tiger. The conflict between races could not be resolved, and it was unknown how many people would work hard for it. This respectable man was once a slave, but he always hoped that the two races could coexist peacefully. Although Quinn's ideals were different from his, they had the same aspirations. A few days later, the ship sailed to an island, and the unique scenery of the island could be seen from a distance. This was Kurla's hometown, Foreshat Island. Quinn docked the ship and did not get off the ship. If the time was correct, it should be nearby. In this way, Quinn waited for half a month. On this day, Quinn was sitting at the bow eating barbecue. Although the simple kitchen utensils in the kitchen can be used for cooking, he is more used to simple frying and grilling. His observation, Hockey has already detected the breath in the distance. Looking around, his heart net seems to penetrate everything. Soon a large ship with the appearance of a fish came to the shore, and the fishman on top also verified Quinn's guess. A fishman man with a red body and a height of 4 or 5 meters came to the front of the ship and looked in the direction of the ship in front. Obviously, they also noticed Quinn. Seeing this, Quinn flashed and came to the fishman's boat. A whale shark man with black and blonde hair came up from behind. Dangerous person. But Quinn took off his hat and saluted deeply. "Mr. Tiger, I finally meet you. Who are you?" The sturdy fishman was naturally Fisher Tiger. At this time, he looked at the person in front of him with confusion. "My name is Quinn, and I escaped from Marjoa 2 years ago," Quinn said. Tiger suddenly realized that he was the one who escaped that time, so it was not surprising that he knew him. The whale shark behind him was naturally Jinbei. Seeing Quinn's attitude, he knew he was not an enemy, so he put away his guard. Not far away, Aaron, whose nose was as long as a sawtooth, looked at Quinn with cold eyes. "Another damn human. Why are you here?" Tiger was puzzled by Quinn's appearance. "I have wanted to find you since I went out to sea and thank you in person," Quinn said seriously. Tiger wanted to say something, but Aaron behind him walked over with his hands folded. Humans always love these face-saving skills, and they are essentially hypocritical creatures. He looked at Quinn with contempt. "I think you are plotting something bad, right?" Tiger frowned and scolded. "Aaron, shut up!" Quinn didn't care much. "Your name is Aaron, right?" "Huh?" Aaron raised his eyes. "I know what you're thinking, but I must say that humans and fishmen don't have a natural hatred." Quinn looked at him calmly. "If you get irritated by something and go to extremes, your behavior will drive humans to extremes as well." "That's right," Tiger nodded, agreeing with his point of view. "In the end, both sides are tracing who made the mistake first, which won't work. You, a human, are standing on our ship to teach me. Isn't it because of your inner pride?" Aaron sneered. "You're hopeless." Quinn looked at him calmly. "Let's forget what happened just now." Aaron was irritated by Quinn's attitude, and the other's hypocritical face greatly stimulated him. "Damn it!" The fist came, but Quinn didn't dodge or evade. Aaron only felt that the fist passed through the other's body without any substantial contact. Natural devil fruit! Everyone was shocked. Aaron retracted his hand and tried to remain calm. Quinn grabbed his arm and said, "I'm not interested in racial discrimination. My contempt for you is just the strong for the weak. Understand?" Aaron's arm was pinched so hard that he didn't dare to resist. "That's enough, Thunder Beast Quinn," Jinbei chuckled. "What on earth do you want to see us for?" Quinn let go of Aaron. "Didn't I say that I just wanted to thank Mr. Tiger in person? Now that you've thanked him, it's time to go, right?" A dark-skinned fishman came over. His name was Aladdin. Quinn smiled gently. "As far as I know, there is a little human girl on your ship." "I said he had intentions," Aaron said dissatisfiedly as he stepped aside. Tiger looked at him with a puzzled look, but still admitted, "There is one. I promised her that I would send her back to her hometown, which is here." A cute girl with short orange hair came out timidly. Quinn's heart moved when he saw the newcomer. He was called the bridge between the two tribes, the future acting master of fishman karate, and also an intelligence officer of the Revolutionary Army. Kurla is still just an ignorant little girl. She only has a vague understanding of the current situation, and has no hope for the future. Quinn retracted his gaze and looked at Tiger again. Thank you again for your rescue. Please let me escort you to the island this time. Tiger heard this and raised his hand to refuse. No, I am enough. Kurla looked at him blankly, not knowing what to say in the current situation. I have already investigated. There is an ambush of the Navy on this island. Just consider it as a return of favor. Please let me accompany you. Quinn said sincerely. You must repay both kindness and hatred. This is the truth he learned since he was a child. What? The fishmen on the boat were all surprised when they heard this. Ha! Aaron suddenly laughed out loud. Look, the humans you trust have already informed the Navy, just waiting to catch us all in one fell swoop. Jinbei glanced at him and said nothing. Tiger's face was gloomy, and he remained silent. Quinn looked at Aaron and said calmly, Your whereabouts have been exposed. The Navy has been waiting for you on the island. Jinbei stepped forward and said, Brother Tiger, I'll go with you. Let's go too, the fishmen said in unison. We have gone through so much hardship to send little Kurla home. We will not give up easily. Everyone! Kurla's eyes were blurred with tears, and her little body was trembling slightly. Tiger raised his hand to stop everyone from speaking. I want to see for myself how they treat me. Brother! Jinbei was a smart man, and naturally understood the pros and cons. Aaron turned around and could not hide his anger. As he said, what's the use of someone saying that fishmen are good? Racial discrimination will never disappear. What he has to do is to win the battle with humans and trample on their proud dignity. Tiger had made up his mind. He scolded his brothers and took Kurla off the boat. He still had hope in his heart. He didn't want to ask about the past. At least there was hope for the future. Only when the next generation forgets hatred can they truly live in peace with each other. This is why he values Kurla. Quinn followed quietly in the distance, and he could immediately support him if something happened. Little Kurla wanted to pull Tiger's hand, but was thrown away by the other party. She was not discouraged and continued to reach out to grab the corner of his clothes, and after being thrown away, she stuck to him again. This was her way of expressing her closeness to Tiger, who had no choice but to hold her hand. The two slowly walked to the entrance of the village, and the residents of the island ran to tell each other. At this time in Quinn's vision, he could hear that someone had already started to contact the Navy. Maybe in their eyes, anyone who is a fishman is a bad person. The evil fishman risked his life to save the slaves, but the righteous Navy wanted to use Kurla, which belonged to the celestial dragons, to exchange Tiger's life. What a irony! Kurla hugged and cried with her mother, whom she had not seen for many years. The way she tried her best to speak well of the fishmen made Tiger smile with relief. No matter how much or how little, as long as there is one person willing to put aside prejudice, his actions will not be in vain. Tiger was about to turn around and leave, and the little girl behind him waved and shouted, Uncle Tiger, thank you for keeping your promise. Thank you all. Kurla was already in tears, but she still waved her hands hard. Tiger smiled and did not stop, but walked back. He left with full expectations, looking forward to the day when she grew up, and the fishmen and humans could reach a reconciliation. Kaka! A group of Navy officers with guns suddenly rushed out from all sides and surrounded him tightly. A gloomy man with hair that was much taller than his head came out. I am Rear Admiral Stolleberry. Stolleberry said lightly, The people here exchanged your information with us for the things owned by the celestial dragons. Tiger was stunned, and the panic in his heart was about the attitude towards humans, not about his own dangerous situation. Captain Fisher Tiger of the Sun Pirates, your sins can only be eliminated by death, Stolleberry said, waving his big hand. Tiger's forehead was bulging with veins, and he stood there in a daze, neither dodging nor evading. Bang! Bang! The Navy opened fire. Whoosh! A figure flashed by. Tiger disappeared on the spot, and the bullets he fired also missed. Quinn saved Tiger and turned to look at the Navy. Thunder Beast Queberry recognized Quinn immediately. Your justice doesn't seem to be so right. Quinn took off his hat and looked at the Navy. When the running dogs of the Tianlong people are ready to die, since you dare to come, then stay. Stolleberry shouted loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? A voice sounded beside him. What? Stolleberry was startled and tried to block. Boom! Thunder suddenly sounded, and Stolleberry was hit hard and flew out. He sat up with difficulty, and his mouth was full of blood. Damn! Damn! Such a fast speed! He was surprised at Quinn's speed, and his body was also seriously injured. Big brother! Jinbei and others rushed over after hearing the gunshots. Seeing that Tiger was fine, the fishmen were relieved. Jinbei's eyes were solemn. As Quinn said, there were marine ambushes here. Quinn stood in the wind and sand and said, "Take him away. I will deal with them." "Can he do it alone?" Shoba said worriedly. Jinbei pulled Tiger over and said, "If he can't do it, no one can do it. Let's go." "Don't let them go," Strawberry shouted loudly. "Take care of yourself first," Quinn said lightly, and an arc of electricity gathered in his hand. Seeing this, surrounding Navy officers raised their guns and shot at them. Trash. 10 million volts, thunderstorm. With a loud explosion, the place where the Navy officers were was turned into a charred black. Strawberry used all his strength to gather the armament hockey, but he was not well trained and could not stop Quinn's attack. The lightning dissipated, and the Navy officers with guns had turned into charcoal, leaving Strawberry kneeling on the ground, looking very embarrassed. "You are still lucky? It seems that you need to increase your output." Quinn was just talking when he heard an explosion behind him. Bang! Quinn was confused and didn't care about Strawberry. He flashed over there. "Brother Tiger!" As soon as he approached the fishman, he heard Jinbei's figure. A closer look showed that Tiger was covered in blood and was seriously injured. "It's a human! It's a human!" Arlong was extremely angry and rushed to the surrounding Navy officers. Quinn frowned. This the shackles of fate? He came in front of the fishman, and many people cast hateful eyes at him. "Mr. Tiger." Tiger coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Is Kurla okay?" Quinn closed his eyes and shook his head. "Brother Tiger, you are still thinking about those despicable humans at this time. I'm going to kill them. You all, shut up." Tiger was very weak when he spoke. His ability was not weak. If he was willing to defend, he would not be hurt by a few bullets and shells, but he was already discouraged at the moment. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. Maybe this is the reason. Blood flowed from Tiger's mouth, and he stared at the sky quietly. "Listen, brother," Jinbei held Tiger's hand. "Even though we know that discrimination in this world will never be eradicated, there are still people willing to pay for it. The mutual hatred between races is ultimately a prejudice that is difficult to abandon. Only when our next generation forgets all hatred can we truly achieve harmonious coexistence." Tiger had tears in his eyes. "I know it very well in my heart, but my body is rejecting it on its own. I won't love humans anymore." "Don't say anymore, brother." Jinbei had tears in his eyes. "There should be human blood here that matches you. Let's go find it now." "Jinbei." Tiger held Jinbei tightly. I won't accept their favors." "Brother Tiger." All the fishmen burst into tears. Jinbei held Tiger in his arms. "Please, big brother, give me a blood transfusion first. Aladdin, go find some blood. Aladdin." Tiger shouted, "Listen to me. Our reckless behavior has destroyed Princess Otohime's efforts." Thinking of what Princess Otohime had done, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Only peaceful demands can achieve our goals, and our ideas run counter to hers. She's right, we can't go wrong anymore. Promise me not to tell anyone about what happened today." Tiger looked at the sky with tears in his eyes, with indescribable emotions in his heart. There was hatred, regret, and helplessness. Slowly, the hand raised in the air fell down. "Brother Tiger," the fishman cried out, resounding through the sky. Quinn put his hat on his chest and bowed deeply. "He is a hero, in every sense. Fisher Tiger has done enough. He is using his actions to resist discrimination and oppression. The Navy, who only knows how to be loyal, killed him and also killed the integrity of mankind." Quinn knew that more people would work hard for it in the future, including the Navy itself. Arlong glared at Quinn fiercely, his chest full of anger. "He insisted on dying because of your hypocrisy and cruelty. I've said it before, fishmen can't coexist peacefully with humans." He didn't take Tiger's teaching seriously at all. Arlong's nature was not much different from those hooligans in Fishman Street. His paranoid hatred of humans seemed to be innate. "Aaron, let Brother Tiger go quietly." Jinbei looked sad and had no intention of arguing. Arlong didn't say anything else, and his clenched fists expressed his emotions. He went from an innocent child who yearned for the ground to a racist who hated humans. He had experienced countless changes during this period. He was a microcosm of the conflict between the two races in an era. Quinn walked to the front, his clothes rustling in the sea breeze. "You leave here first. I'll take care of the rest." Jinbei looked at Quinn deeply, hugged Tiger, and jumped onto a ship. The warship slowly sailed away from the island. In the distance, a small figure in yellow clothes stood there, shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, Kurla's worldview had collapsed. Tears were in her eyes, and a variety of emotions were mixed, impacting her young heart. Quinn came to Kurla and squatted down. Gently wiping away the girl's tears, Quinn said softly, "It's all just as you see." "Why did they kill Uncle Tiger?" Kurla's big eyes were filled with tears. and she choked with sobs. Because in their eyes, he is a bad guy. Quinn whispered. Uncle Tiger is not a bad guy, and no one on the ship is a bad guy. Kurla was a little emotional. In the environment where she lives, fishmen have always been evil creatures. But since she got along with the fishmen of the Sun Pirates, she realized that all races are divided into good and bad. I know, and you know it too. Quinn stroked her head, but others don't know. That's why he found you. You will become a bridge between the two races in the future. Only those who have experienced all this can understand the reason. In other words, people who don't understand the truth will always look at people with prejudice. I am a bridge? Kurla looked at him blankly. I am a fishman and a bridge to humans. Quinn said gently. Kurla, you have seen the cruelty of humans, and you have also seen the kindness of fishmen. You should be well aware of the contradictions between the two sides. Only by breaking the slavery at the top can the relationship between the two sides be truly improved. Kurla looked at him in a daze. Quinn shook his head and smiled bitterly. I am talking to a child of a few years old. In short, you must remember that fishmen are not all bad guys, and humans are not all good people. You will understand these truths when you grow up. Quinn looked serious. Promise me that you will be a person worthy of people's respect in the future, no matter what method you use, Quinn said, taking off the hat on his head and putting it on the other's head. Most hats in One Piece have special meanings, and he is no exception. He is a human, but he is enslaved by the celestial dragons, who are also human. Tiger is a fishman, but he dares to challenge the celestial dragons and frees slaves of different races. And the Kurla in front of him, Tiger has high hopes for him, and his future path has been set. I'm sorry to put constraints on you at such a young age, but please follow this path and become someone that everyone is proud of. Quinn slowly picked up Kurla and walked quickly towards the center of the village. Kurla returned to her mother, holding her hat tightly and saying nothing. She raised her head and stared at Quinn's departing back, and sadness surged from the depths of her young heart. Island port. Quinn waited quietly in the same place. Oh my, you're still waiting for me here. A familiar figure slowly walked towards him. I wanted to catch those fishmen first, but it seems that the big fish is here. Kizaru habitually spoke in a casual tone. Vice Admiral Kizaru, nice to see you again. Quinn greeted him without fear. Just now, his observation haki had already detected Kizaru's arrival. Still so calm, it's scary. Kizaru always spoke in a lazy way, which was also his characteristic. But I have to get rid of you as soon as possible. I still have to chase them. Do you have to kill them all? Quinn's tone was puzzled but very calm. This is my job as a navy, Kizaru said lightly. Then come on, get past me first, Quinn said, straightening his body. As an elder, of course, let the young people do it first. Kizaru put his hands in his trouser pockets and was very polite. Thank you for your care. Let me tell you in advance I have good physical strength, and I'm afraid you can't hold on if we have a protracted battle. Quinn smiled. Well, it's really difficult. Kizaru held his chin. Then I can only do my best. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, his legs were already covered with armed color entanglement, without any delay. Electromagnetic field, Quinn chuckled. The surroundings were immediately covered with invisible electromagnetic waves. Quinn moved freely in the magnetic field as if he were an arm. The two figures crossed and hit each other when they collided. Quinn fell to the ground. Sure enough, I still suffered a little. As he said, his arm began to harden, and a layer of light streamer wrapped around the hardened domineering. Entanglement? Kizaru was shocked. He didn't expect that he could use armed color entanglement. Quinn grinned, showing his white teeth. You didn't expect it. I have a cheat. Not long ago, he completed the achievement and won 5 draws. With his luck, he actually drew armed color Ryusakura at once. Originally thought that he still needed to practice for a few years, but he didn't expect the system to directly issue a leapfrog reward, allowing him to master the domineering skills. After using armament haki Ryusakura, Haki skipped the hardening and covering stage and began to wrap around his body with flowing haki, which was more powerful than before. Back to the topic. Kizaru stopped when he saw Quinn using armament haki. What a scary guy! You have achieved such a level in just 1 year. He habitually stroked his chin. How should I deal with you now? While Quinn was developing his fruit ability, he also did not neglect physical training. Now his physical strength is not a problem, even if he fights with the opponent for 3 days and 3 nights. But Kizaru is a future general after all. His strength was already very strong when he was in his prime. Although not as terrifying as he will be in the future, he is still a tough opponent. Quinn dare not say that he is on par with him, but at least he can retreat unscathed. It's really troublesome to fight a protracted war. Why don't we each take a step back? That won't work. If that happens, I'll have made a wasted trip. Kizaru touched his head, feeling helpless. Why don't you surrender and go back with me? You're so tough even though you pretend to be weak. You're really a tough guy, you Navy uncle. Quinn's fists met. Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. How scary, Kizaru said so, but his body had already moved. Swoosh! Quinn's body turned into lightning and rushed directly towards him. Under the condition of equal speed and strength, the power of the flash fruit is not as strong as the thunder fruit. Bang! Kizaru was knocked away by his powerful blow. Kizaru stood up straight, with a faint flash of lightning. Attract thunder! Ah! He raised his head in confusion, but saw a giant python-like lightning falling from the sky. Boom! Quinn controlled the domineering power to attach to the fruit effect, which could greatly increase the power of the thunder fruit. Kizaru's sparkle fruit has top speed, but its power and burst are not as good as his thunder fruit. The thunder fruit can not only generate heat and light with electricity, but also electrolyze oxygen and control electromagnetic fields. When people are affected by magnetism, their endocrine system will be disturbed, and their emotions will become irritable and out of control. Putting all this aside, electromagnetic force is one of the 4 basic forces in nature, which is enough to prove the power of the thunder fruit. As for the development of the thunder fruit, Quinn admits that he has not done enough, at least not enough for now. On the other side, Kizaru was hit by Quinn's lightning and fell heavily to the ground. The magic of Quinn's ability lies in his unexpectedness. As long as there is electromagnetic force around, he can launch an attack at any time. Kizaru stood up and patted the dust off his body. After the last battle, he was a little afraid of Quinn's ability. What a powerful fruit ability. If you can't transform it into your own, you must get rid of it. Quinn seemed to hear what he was thinking and smiled. Do you think you can kill me? Amino Kurasakumo's sword. Kizaru called out softly, and a sword with golden light appeared in his hand. It's serious now. Quinn curled his lips and turned back. Kizaru didn't give in for a moment and rushed up with a sword. Swish! Swoosh! Others' fights were intertwined, but these two fought like 2 invisible people, and only the golden and blue lights collided and separated. The two fought for dozens of rounds, and Quinn's arms and legs were attached to electric armor. During the fist fight, he and Kizaru fought hard. Bang! After another intertwined, Quinn and Kizaru stopped. Quinn knew very well that he could not compare to Kizaru in terms of domineering skills or physical skills. If it was a protracted battle, he would not be the opponent at all, and could only rely on the special nature of the fruit. Yellow Monkey's haki is very high. He is always at a disadvantage when fighting with him. The opponent is worthy of being a future general, not just relying on the power of the devil fruit. Yellow Monkey's ability is always attached with haki. The collision between the sword of Amino Kume and his thunder armor caused his arm to hurt. In the field, the two stood opposite each other. You'd better evacuate the residents on the island. Quinn looked at Yellow Monkey and whispered, You don't need to teach me this. Yellow Monkey said lightly, I am determined to catch you this time. Then stop talking nonsense. Boom! The armed color haki wrapped around Quinn's hand, and the power of the thunder fruit was added to it. What a terrible momentum. Yellow Monkey's tone was calm, and his body gradually turned into golden light. The figures intertwined and then attacked together. The field was like the sky before a rainstorm, with bursts of muffled thunder. Raikiri, the huge blue arc blade with electric light, quickly hit out. This was a move that Quinn used his ability combined with the storm kick. Its terrifying, penetrating power instantly split the ground in half. Kizaru dodged the attack with incredible speed and was at his side in a blink of an eye. Lightspeed kick! Quinn did not dodge or evade. His fist was filled with domineering energy, and he punched out with a thunderbolt punch. Bang! Quinn was kicked hard, and Kizaru fell from the air. Both sides gathered their domineering energy and entangled it at one point, which showed their attack power. Quinn shook his body hard and stood up first. Young people are good, their fists are hard enough. Kizaru touched his head and stood up. There was some blood on his forehead. On the surface, it seemed that Kizaru suffered a loss in this attack, but in fact, Quinn paid a greater price. Quinn endured the pain in his waist, clenched his palm slightly, and the surrounding magnetic field spread. The gravel in the field floated in the air, all flashing with arcs. Electromagnetic cannon! The gravel was faster than bullets and turned into electric lights and shot towards Kizaru. 8-foot mirror. Kizaru muttered silently, reflecting the light mirror in his hand, and he himself turned into light and disappeared. A few hundred meters away, Kizaru appeared. At such a distance, it only took a moment. "Attract lightning!" Quinn shouted loudly, and dozens of blue lightning bolts fell from the sky above Kizaru. His observation haki and the special nature of his fruit ability gave him excellent predictive ability. If there is anything he is better than Kizaru at the moment, it is only in terms of perception. In a flash, the lightning bolts fell in a flash. Kizaru was caught off guard and was struck directly. After a moment, the smoke and dust dissipated. Kizaru stood upright in the field. "What a strong body, it seems that I still underestimated him." Quinn was surprised. Kizaru frowned. The power of the previous attack made his body stiff, and his internal organs were somewhat overloaded. But in a moment, he broke through the paralysis. "Your power is strong, but you lack time to settle." Kizaru spoke in a low voice. "It's a pity that your power is not included in the Navy. If you can join, maybe you can strive for the next admiral." "Sorry, I have no interest in the Navy." Quinn raised his mouth. "Because what I want to do is contrary to you. That's why it's a pity." Kizaru's energy fluctuated, and a faint golden light was attached to the surface of his body. "Swoosh! So fast!" Quinn was shocked, and he couldn't react with his observation haki. His right shoulder was kicked hard, and Quinn quickly dodged to the side. "Lightning barrier!" Boom! Kizaru's leg attack came, and his lightning barrier was shattered with one blow. Quinn was shocked but did not give in. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would fight him hard. Boom! Kizaru tapped his fingers continuously, and countless laser beams with external armament haki shot out. Quinn wrapped his whole body with hardened armament haki, and his body gradually turned black, easily blocking the bombardment. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon! Kizaru leaped up, flashed with golden light, and kicked directly on the Thunder Dragon. Affected by the tyrannical chi, the Thunder Dragon split apart. Lightning Cage! Quinn put his hands together, and the electric energy that spread around him turned into a cage, surrounding Kizaru. Kizaru let out a light exclamation and was about to dodge away. 100 million volts, Thunder Punishment! Quinn roared, his body carrying a violent momentum and madly outputting electric energy to the cage in the air. Kizaru felt like he was in a sea of fire and icebergs, and the severe pain he had not experienced for a long time made him gasp. "Ha!" Quinn's forehead was bulging with veins, and he increased the output power. Boom! The lightning cage exploded. There was an explosion in the sky, and a dark figure fell to the ground. Quinn's energy was consumed a lot, and he felt a little weak. He was not proud, because he knew that this kind of damage could not seriously injure the opponent. Sure enough, Kizaru on the ground slowly got up. His clothes were all burnt, and his skin was mostly covered with wounds. He looked like a demon from hell, bathed in blood. "Ah!" He exhaled heavily, no longer as calm as before. "I didn't expect your fruit to have developed to this extent. You are such a tough kid." Kizaru was recovering, and so was Quinn. "Keep going!" As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, the two figures intersected again, making a sound of power collision. Boom! Swish! The sword of Amasakumo slashed down, and Quinn met it with Thunder Kai. "Yashikani no Magatama!" Lightning! Night fell and turned to day. The originally beautiful and peaceful island port was now destroyed beyond recognition. Only a few good places were preserved. Quinn sat on the ground, panting with exhaustion. Kizaru stood in the distance, his breath disordered. "Your physique is really terrifying, kid. No matter how you hit him, he won't die." He was surprised at Quinn's defense and physique. He always gained the upper hand in the battle and hit the opponent, but he failed to seriously injure the opponent. "Same here. I didn't expect that you look so weak, but your physical skills are so strong." Quinn's mouth was dry and his stomach was hungry. He hadn't eaten for 2 days. "Who told me that my fruit ability is useless in front of you?" Kizaru curled his lips. "Continue after you have rested enough." Quinn stood up. "Do you have to go against the Navy?" Kizaru couldn't help asking. "I'm not a bad person. I just happen to be on the opposite side of the Navy." Quinn said, "If I give you time, I may not be your opponent." Kizaru was very honest. The talent shown by the other party was not ordinary. After only 1 year of not seeing each other, the other party was several times stronger than when they met in Shampoo Land. "I think so too," Quinn said confidently. "It depends on whether you have the ability to leave here." Kizaru shouted and attacked again. Bang! The figures crossed again. Time passed quietly in the fierce battle between the two, and it was night again in a blink of an eye. 30 million volts. Thunderstorm. Lightning fell from the sky like raindrops. Swoosh! Several laser beams hit Quinn. Boom! The ground was shattered by the laser beams. The island was affected by the battle between the two, and a corner had been sunk. Thunder drum! Boom, boom, boom! The thunder exploded like a drum, and the sound waves disturbed people's thinking while transmitting. Go down! Yellow Monkey fell from the sky and kicked him on the head. 80 million volts lightning gun. Swish! Both of them were hit by a single blow. Ho! Ho! Quinn was covered with wounds and roared like a beast. One of his arms was broken. His leg couldn't stop bleeding, which was caused by Yellow Monkey's laser beam. Yellow Monkey was not much better. He also had many wounds all over his body, and there was an obvious wound on his abdomen, and the bleeding could not be stopped for a while. Quinn sat slumped on the ground. He hadn't eaten or drunk for 2 or 3 days, and his energy was almost exhausted. At this moment, he felt weak all over and didn't want to move for a moment. Kizaru's legs trembled slightly, and his bones collided with Quinn's thunder armor again and again, causing piercing pain. Are you finally out of strength? Kizaru pretended to be calm and said to Quinn indifferently, How good are you? Your wound is bigger than mine. Quinn sneered. He was telling the truth. Although Kizaru surpassed him in all aspects, his fruit attack ability was not as good as his. After several collisions, his thunder spear successfully hit the opponent, causing the current wound. You underestimate me too much. Kizaru walked over slowly. Get it clear, you are the one who has no physical strength now. Kizaru endured the severe pain of the wound, raised his hand, again, and condensed light in his hand. Quinn licked his dry lips and slowly got up. He was already at the end of his strength, but the opponent still had a lot of physical strength left, and he was no match for him if he fought again. He looked up at the sky, which was covered with dark clouds. May God help me! He muttered to himself, forcing out a little strength. Zizi! Zizi! The lightning elements in the air of the island gathered, and the dark clouds in the sky formed a vortex, as if they were about to fall down. Lightning storm! Boom, boom, boom! Kizaru wanted to dodge, but his body was already surrounded by layers of lightning. The island was covered with dark clouds, and thunderclouds like a tornado swept in. Kizaru's tall body was shrouded in it. Zizi! Zizi! A move combined with weather? He tried his best to activate his ability, trying to get out of the center of the storm. However, the tornado was getting bigger and bigger, and the range was gradually spreading in front of him. After an unknown amount of time, the sky became brighter. The lightning storm had dissipated, and a figure was lying on the ground. Kizaru supported himself and sat up tremblingly. Quinn's figure had long disappeared. He seemed to have relaxed a lot, and fell straight to the ground. Quinn's fruit ability is too abnormal, as if everything around him is under his control, and Kizaru was tricked several times because of this. Looking at the sky quietly, he never thought that his most tragic battle in recent years would be with a little devil. Koa. The waves hit the boat and made a gurgling sound. Quinn's moves not only affected Kizaru, but also damaged his own boat. Fortunately, the food and water on the boat were still there. Quinn wolfed them down and recovered his body. It feels so good to be alive. He lay on the deck, enjoying the gentle breeze of the sea. The powerful body function is repairing the scars, and the wounds no longer bleed after a simple bandage. The pain in his arm is not stopping. It seems that he needs to find a doctor to check it out. He doesn't know where he is, and he will drift to wherever he wants. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In an office room, an old man with half-white hair is chewing senbei, very happy. Ha ha ha, what are you looking at so happily? The serious-looking black-haired old man next to him asked in confusion. These two were Sengoku, the then-admiral of the Navy, and Vice Admiral Garp. Look at this. Garp handed over a newspaper. Sengoku took it. Thunderbeast Quinn has been in the limelight recently. Haha, even Borsalino was defeated by him. It's really not simple. Garp laughed heartlessly. Another tough guy, but it seems that there is no clear camp. Sengoku stroked his chin and thought carefully. In an elegant attic. This is where Vice Admiral Kizaru and Akainu often stay. Really? What do you mean by escaping after seriously injuring me? It's obvious that I have the upper hand. Kizaru looked at the news in the newspaper with dissatisfaction and didn't know which unscrupulous newspaper wrote the news. So you were defeated by him? Akainu concentrated on cutting potted plants. Yellow Monkey scratched his head. Well, I was seriously injured by him. Young people nowadays are really amazing. Even I almost couldn't beat him. You are too careless, Akainu said lightly. Yellow Monkey shrugged. I used all my strength. This guy's fruit ability completely restrains me. Akainu frowned when he heard it. Another trouble, a small island on the Grand Line. The Red Hair Pirates temporarily rested here. Red Hair Shanks has become famous in recent years. The pirate group he leads is extremely powerful and will definitely have a place in the new world in the future. Everyone gathered around the campfire, and Shanks held the bounty order. Dead or alive title, Thunder Beast Queen Bounty 500 million. Quinn, Uncle Rayleigh's vision is really sharp. He is really an amazing guy. Shanks looked at the man on the bounty order and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Little ones, after resting, we must hurry to the new world. Oh, the pirates answered in unison. 9 Snake Island. Quinn drifted on the sea for a long time, and finally returned to the 9 Snake Island with the help of the record pointer. Quinn on the couch was about to wake up. Hancock was still sleeping soundly. After not seeing him for a long time, this girl kept pestering him. Quinn sat up and stretched his body. The leisurely life is not bad. In the past few years he has been diligent in practicing and dared not delay for a moment. Even with a system, it could not resist his enthusiasm for practice. Under Hancock's governance, the 9 Snake Island has become much more prosperous, and the residents are doing their own things and are happy. Every time the 9 Snake Pirates go out to sea, they can bring back a lot of supplies, which invisibly raises the economy of the 9 Snake Island. It must be said that Hancock has a lot of leadership talent. Not only can he make his subordinates absolutely obedient, but he can also issue correct orders on big and small decisions. Standing on the attic balcony and blowing the sea breeze, the weather here is basically sunny every day. The temperature came from behind, and a pair of white hands were wrapped around his chest. Awake? Quinn turned around, and it was indeed Hancock. Yeah, Hancock's face was rosy, which was a sign of a healthy body. Before he knew it, Hancock had grown into a beautiful woman, and her behavior had become much more mature. He had been accompanying her recently, and even his most important practice had been delayed. Aren't you going out to sea these days? Hancock didn't say anything, just breathed into his neck. Quinn's body stiffened. What's wrong? Don't I know? Quinn was helpless. He was used to the hard days of practice, and it was a little strange to live this kind of life suddenly. But it's not bad. Time flies, and in the relaxed life, more than a year has passed in a blink of an eye. Time came to the year 1512 of the Hyuan calendar. Quinn had been with Hancock all the time, and he did not fall behind in practice while being in a gentle place. This day, Quinn was practicing domineering on a cliff. He felt Hancock calling him with his observation hockey, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. What's wrong? Hancock was wearing a long dress, which was something she rarely wore. Chi and Rayleigh are coming over. Hancock took Quinn's hand, very happy. At this moment, she looked like a girl, not like an empress at all. Having a home and him by her side, this kind of life was what she had always dreamed of. Did they say when they would come? Quinn asked. Well, it should be soon. Shachi just said she was on the ship. Hancock thought for a while and said, seeing that Quinn seemed to be about to do something, Hancock hurriedly pulled him back. Don't worry, I have already arranged it, and we will go directly to the port to pick them up later. That's fine. Quinn nodded. I haven't left 9 Snake Island for a long time, and I was thinking about going to see the teacher and Aunt Shao, but I didn't expect them to come by themselves. In the afternoon, 9 Snake Port. Allah, the relationship is really close. Shiachi walked in front and saw Hancock holding Quinn's arm and couldn't help but joked. Rayleigh also came over. Boy, you came back and didn't come to see me. No way, I can't leave. Quinn scratched his head. It's the land of tenderness that you can't leave. Ha ha, Rayleigh laughed. Rayleigh-san? Hancock glared at him, but couldn't stop smiling. Rayleigh shrugged and put his arm around Quinn's shoulders. Entertain the guests, boy. Of course, teacher, I've already prepared it. Quinn laughed. Looking at the backs of the two, Hancock had a smile on her face. Shiachi nudged her shoulder. Not bad, you have him under control. Aunt Shao, don't joke. Hancock was a little shy and pulled Shiachi to follow Quinn and the others onto the boat. The boat sailed into the city and residents greeted them along the way. It's a rare gathering today. I'll drink first. Quinn stood up and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Rayleigh directly took the wine pot and gestured, and then began to pour it into his mouth. The wine produced by the 9 Snakes Island tastes really good. Just like the women here, they are weak on the surface but strong in reality. Rayleigh couldn't help but admire. The wine I bought from a small town last year was also good, but it was a pity that I didn't buy the stock. Quinn said. Haha, I was the same when I was at sea. I couldn't live without wine all day. I would definitely buy the special wine when I saw it. Rayleigh laughed heroically. Seeing that the two men couldn't stop talking about wine, Shiachi and Hancock smiled at each other and started chatting. I may have to stay at your place for a few days this time. Rayleigh talked about this topic during the meal. What's wrong? Quinn was puzzled. Xia blew out a smoke ring. The celestial dragons have booked the island for fun, and I dare not offend them. Hancock looked a little unhappy, and Quinn gently held her hand. These guys are always like this. I won't tolerate them if I meet them. Don't be arrogant just because you have a little ability. You have made an enemy of him this time, Rayleigh said. Yellow Monkey will probably be promoted to admiral in a few years, so Quinn is in big trouble. Who told me that I have bad luck? I have met him several times. Quinn smiled helplessly. Your current strength is not what it used to be. How do you compare with him? Rayleigh asked with a smile. My cultivation in all aspects is not as good as his. I just have an advantage in fruit and have gained the upper hand. Quinn said truthfully. Those who can become admirals are not ordinary people. The 3 admirals in the original book are all top combat forces in the pirate world. It would be strange if I could beat him. This guy is a candidate for admiral. Rayleigh smiled. As long as I have time to practice, I may definitely surpass him. Quinn is very confident. Are you blaming me? Hancock pouted. Why do you interrupt a man's conversation? Quinn raised his eyebrows and scolded. Hancock's eyes were tender, and he felt that the other party was so handsome at the moment. Rayleigh and Xia rolled their eyes at the same time and were very speechless about the way these two people get along. Dinner ended in a pleasant atmosphere. Quinn and Rayleigh came to the top of the wall of Nine Snake Island. Quinn looked into the distance quietly, his eyes full of longing. What, can't you hold it back? Rayleigh said with a smile. Quinn smiled bitterly. He said toughly, how could he talk to Hancock? I want to go to the New World. Rayleigh also looked into the distance. The seaman yearns for freedom. How can you be considered a strong man if you haven't been to the New World? Alas, stay with her for a while. Quinn sighed. Rayleigh patted his shoulder. You are the most cowardly young man I have ever seen. I will speak for you. Really? Thank you, teacher. Quinn was delighted to hear that. After a long time, Rayleigh came to him with his red and swollen left eye. Young man, men's affairs should not be troubled by others blindly. The sun was high in the sky, and the birds and beasts in the mountains were singing. The natural environment of Nine Snake Island is unique, and it is a good place for a picnic. Hancock and Xia were preparing food, while Quinn and Rayleigh were fishing. After a failed persuasion, Quinn decided to wait for a while. In Rayleigh's words, he was reluctant to leave Hancock, otherwise he would have run away long ago. Quinn had thought many times that it would be nice to spend the rest of his life with Hancock, but thinking about the turbulent world in the future, he was a little unwilling. If God gave him this opportunity and a system, it would be a bit unreasonable for him to just use it as a salted fish. The leading figures in the future are competing to appear. How can he, Quinn, be missing? Hook it! Rayleigh exclaimed, and Quinn hurriedly pulled the fishing rod. After working for a long time, the two brought back a few small fish and were ridiculed by Xia. No matter what you fish, I like it. Hancock comforted considerately. Quinn shook his head helplessly, and the more the other party was like this, the more entangled he was in his heart. This silly girl's feelings for him are always so selfless. Even in Mary Joa's prison, the 4 of them were cooking over a fire, but they attracted a person. Granny New came over from a distance, holding her snake staff in anger. Hancock, you've been too lax recently. Granny New, you're here. Hancock just glanced at her lightly, with a cold attitude. She had respect for this old woman who was strict with her, but she was more impatient, because the other party always asked her to do what she said, which made her very disgusted. You are now the Emperor of the 9 Snakes. You don't think about how to govern the country, but you think about having love with men all day long. Granny New coughed lightly. Although love is good, it must not be overly obsessed. Hancock frowned slightly, a little impatient. Granny New, if you have nothing to do, please go back first. Granny New, sit down and eat together. Quinn invited. Didn't he hear you come and sit down? Hancock looked at Granny New and said lightly, Look at you. You obey him all day long. What kind of emperor are you? Granny New's tone was a little helpless. Hancock was about to say something, but Quinn stopped her. Say less. Hancock turned her head away and ignored her. Granny New glanced at her, sighed and left. Xia winked at Rayleigh, and the 2 of them retreated far away. Actually, she is right. You should take this responsibility. Quinn said softly. You are just looking for an excuse to leave. Hancock was sulking alone. Quinn pursed his lips. I didn't tell you all this time, just because I was afraid you would worry. Quinn, do you think I am too controlling? Hancock stared at the fire in a daze. Maybe you love me too much. Can you be more serious? I mean it, Hancock said unhappily. Want to tell the truth? Of course, a little bit. After Quinn finished speaking, he saw Hancock pouting and said with a smile, Actually, you are not controlling. You just lack a sense of security. You were like this in prison? Always liked to hide behind me, even sleeping next to me. He looked at Hancock. To be honest, what do you think of me? What do I think of you? Well. Hancock raised her beautiful eyes and pretended to think, then suddenly pulled his collar and kissed him with her red lips. The meaning was already very clear. Well? No matter what you say, I just don't want you to leave. Quinn exhaled. You know my ambition. Hancock looked a little disappointed. You said that, which means you are serious. The girl quietly snuggled in his arms. In fact, as long as you ask, how can I bear to refuse? Quinn was moved and hugged her tightly. Rayleigh and Shiachi looked at her with a sour tooth and felt that the two were extremely disgusting. This kid is always good at saying nice things. I think he is born to be a playboy. You are not qualified to say others. Ahem! The sea surface beat against the scorched stones, and the two figures stood facing each other. I will come back to see you, Quinn said softly. Hancock forced a smile and nodded. In fact, she knew very well that the journey to the New World could not be short. She was afraid that she would miss him too much after he left. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid that she would not see him before she died. I will manage Nine Snake Islands seriously and wait for you to come back. After the intimacy, Quinn walked towards the ship. Rayleigh and Shiachi were also on the ship. This time he was going to Shampoo Land. Hancock gently lifted her messy hair, standing in the wind with a thin figure. At this moment, she looked like a wife who was looking forward to her husband's return home, with a look of reluctance. Quinn turned around. He didn't want to waver. He tightly grasped the handkerchief, which was embroidered by Hancock himself, implying longing. Alas! Quinn felt sympathetic and sighed unconsciously. Rayleigh came over and patted his shoulder. Since you are afraid of her, control yourself and don't be fickle. What are you talking about? Shiachi grabbed Rayleigh's ear and whispered to Quinn. Don't be sad. She will come back in the future. Quinn smiled helplessly. Thank you for your concern. A few days later, the Chabaoti Archipelago. The boat has been coded for you. I think I should accompany you on a trip. This kid sails without relying on oars and relies on the waves. Rayleigh is really a little worried. No need, teacher. I have learned a lot of knowledge about sailing, so nothing will happen, Quinn said. I still suggest you find some companions. You can't do anything big alone. Quinn nodded. I am also worried about this, but it is better to go with the flow. Rayleigh nodded. Then I wish you a safe journey. Goodbye, teacher. Help me report safety to Hancock. Got it. Rayleigh waved goodbye to him. There are two ways to cross the Red Earth continent to reach the New World. 1. Go directly to obtain the consent of the world government. Quinn naturally does not consider this aspect. The rest is to dive to Fishman Island by coding. Although dangerous, it is much simpler than the previous condition. The coded ship has the ability to reduce the pressure of seawater. As long as the buoyancy bag at the bottom is removed, the hull will naturally sink into the sea. Set sail, the ocean current will replace the wind and send him and the ship to the destination. As the hull sank to the bottom of the sea, he couldn't help but feel a little empty. It would be great if there was a companion at this time. At least he could talk. The ship had to go down with the current and still dive for several thousand meters. Passing through the rhizomes of the giant mangrove tree, Quinn felt the greatness of nature. The ship passed through the light-receiving layer and the thin light layer, and it became darker and darker. The dark depths were exactly where countless pirates yearned for. Passing through here was the New World. In the deep sea, Quinn took out the notes given by Rayleigh, which had various precautions written on them. The coated bubbles were very special. Even if there were holes, they would not break unless they were under multiple pressure points at the same time. The rock walls in the deep sea would not pose a threat to ships on the sailing route. Most of the pirates who failed to reach the New World were because of those huge sea beasts. Passing through the surface current to the deep current, Quinn saw the vertical current like a waterfall at a glance. The speed of the descending water was extremely fast, and it was not as gentle as the surface. Can people be saved if they are rushed down by this current? Looking at the dark ocean current, Quinn had a headache. In this deep sea, there is no distinction between people with special abilities and ordinary people. It is a foolish dream to want to go up. Since we have come here, there is no way back. Quinn was about to turn the rudder and go to the current, but a huge figure blocked his way. Several extremely huge sea beasts were swimming towards him, and it seemed that they were not friendly. I thought it was so quiet along the way, so they were waiting here. Quinn smiled calmly, and the electric energy in his hand surged. 50 million volts, thunder gun! A blue electric light as thick as his arm appeared in his hand. Different from the usual violent attributes, the power of the thunder gun was suppressed by him. He stretched out his arm and threw the thunder gun out like a javelin. The sharp thunder gun pierced the coating layer with a mild electric current. Quinn's power control was very successful, and the coating returned to its original state. The thunder gun was out of his control and became violent as soon as it entered the seawater. The thunder gun, which was very gentle just now, instantly released a huge electric current, which quickly spread to the surroundings. The surrounding sea area of thousands of meters was affected, and the sea creatures were either dead or injured. Several giant beasts that were approaching were electrocuted and lost their ability to move. The lightning gun, with its terrifying penetrating power, pierced through the sea beasts' bodies fiercely. Bang! A dull thunder sounded, and the deep sea was surging with lightning, which was extremely terrifying. The huge sea beast was vulnerable and was killed by the lightning gun. The residual power of the electricity spread to the surroundings, and the creatures did not dare to approach. The guy who is in the way is gone, and it's time to set off. Quinn came to the rudder and turned it hard. The hull entered the descending current, and the huge impact force squeezed the hull. Fortunately, he had foresight and spent money to buy a boat with superior materials, otherwise it might have been unable to withstand the pressure and shattered. Quinn stood straight in front of the rudder and steered the ship, trying his best to prevent the hull from hitting the scorched rocks. As the hull descended, it finally passed through the turbulent current and broke through the first line of defense. Next was the 7,000-meter deep sea, a paradise for countless terrifying creatures. Quinn's ability affected the ship and spread to the seabed, and all the fishes were scared and dared not approach. Traveling through the deep seabed and appreciating the wonders that could not be seen on land, Quinn was both afraid and excited. Can a person's power really surpass nature? As strong as Whitebeard may be, but it is also limited. After passing through the submarine volcano, Quinn successfully came to an abyss. Below was Fishman Island. His efforts along the way were not in vain. Quinn steered the rudder towards the trench, and the ship slowly fell down. After an unknown amount of time, there was a faint light. After staying in the dark seabed for a long time, it was still a little uncomfortable to be exposed to the light for the first time. There is light at the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters. It's really amazing. Quinn looked around, and there was only amazement in his heart. The huge rhizome named Yangshu Eve can not only transmit sunlight to the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters deep, but also spread the breathable air to Fishman Island. Looking up, the spherical island is just above. Fishman Island is surrounded by seawater on one side and land on the other side. At the top is a sphere surrounded by Ryugu City. In order to avoid the trouble of various immigration inspections, Quinn prepared to rush in directly. He rushed to a high place with the help of the power of the ship. The thunder fruit attached to the metal of the ship, and the huge power carried the ship to Fishman Island. Gurgle, gurgle! The ship passed through the first layer of protection of Fishman Island. The coating automatically dissipated, and the power did not decrease, rushing towards the bottom of Fishman Island. Quinn felt weak all over when he touched the seawater, but fortunately the remaining power of the ship was carrying him to the sea surface. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Why not go straight? When he opened his eyes again, Quinn was lying on the ground. He shook his head and got up, and he felt that the sky was bright. Looking back, his ship had disappeared. He was a little confused and looked around. After searching for a while without any results, Quinn had to give up. At worst, he would get another ship when the time came. Where to get it? Quinn was thinking, and someone made a sound in the distance. Looking over there, many beautiful mermaids were looking at him in surprise. Quinn Maifa walked over. The mermaids who were still playing around fled away, looking a little scared of him. Looking at the beautiful backs of the mermaids, Quinn couldn't help scratching his head. Was he that scary? Sorry to bother you, mermaids. If you don't mind, can you tell me where I can eat? It's a pirate. Really? It looks pretty good. It looks so amazing. The mermaids chatted happily, completely forgetting that there was someone in front of them. These mermaids were all beautiful women. Even Granny Kokoro was a great beauty when she was young. Pirate brother, if you want to eat, you have to go to Coral Hill, a mermaid said. Can you point me in a direction? Quinn said, then shook his head. No thanks. His observation hockey had already sensed the noise of a busy area somewhere. Well, everyone, goodbye. Quinn bent over and greeted, and his figure flashed and disappeared. It's different from other pirates. My mom said that handsome people are not bad. Is there such a saying? With Quinn's speed, he could quickly circle Fishman Island, but he didn't do it. It's a rare opportunity to appreciate the unique scenery, and he doesn't want to miss it. Several water road pipes are erected in the air, and many mermaids and creatures are walking through them. What a wonderful place. Quinn looked around as if he had never seen the world. Looking into the distance, a small town full of corals came into view. Coral Hill is located in the southeast of Fishman Island and is a prosperous port town. I saved so much food on the ship, but it was all gone in an instant. Quinn jumped off the Coral Hill helplessly and entered the street to find a place to eat. What he didn't expect was that there would be so many humans here. As Quinn walked along, many pirates were also walking on the street, and their purpose was unknown. In the early days of the Age of Discovery, countless pirates successfully crossed the Grand Route and headed towards the New World. Very few people can reach Fishman Island, apart from the lucky ones. Only the strong ones are left, which is a large group. Quinn searched the streets for a long time but didn't find any food stores. Finally, he came to a building. Mermaid Cafe? As he stepped into the cafe, a mermaid came to greet him. Welcome, please sit down. People here are not surprised by humans. Excuse me, is there anything to eat? Quinn asked. There are underwater fruits, kelp, and seaweed food. The mermaid smiled. No meat? There are shellfish. The mermaid smiled brightly. Quinn made a bitter face and waved his hand helplessly. Please help me get more shellfish meat. He was so hungry that he was exhausted. Quinn leaned on the table and waited quietly for the waiter to serve the food. Hey! Someone's voice came from the side. Looking around, it was a group of pirates, about a dozen people. Miss Mermaid, can you pour me some wine? A sturdy pirate said with a smile. All the fishmen and mermaids around looked over, but didn't say anything. Although Fishman Island was protected by Whitebeard, there were still some brave and fearless people, and it was not surprising for pirates to do such things. The mermaid waiter was obviously a little scared, and waved her hand and said, I'm sorry, sir. I have something to do. Don't be so quick to refuse. Sit down and have a drink together. The pirate said frivolously. Hey, don't go too far. A fishman stood up. Huh? The pirate looked over with a gloomy face and said unhappily, How dare a mere fishman disturb my interest? Jeng! The pirates around all drew their knives, full of threats. Most of the fishmen sat down, and those who wanted to speak were persuaded by the people next to them. This group of pirates is lawless, and provoking them will lead to endless revenge. Seeing this, the pirates became even more rampant, holding the mermaid waiter's hand and not letting go. Ha! Let her dance for a bit. I say. Quinn came to the pirates, without knowing when. The pirate leader looked over and saw that he was just a pretty boy, so he looked down on him. Why, you want to join in too? The pirate said, and laughed. Ha ha, boss, you are really humorous. Zizzy? A flash of lightning flashed and hit the pirate, who laughed the most wildly. A bloody hole appeared on his chest, and he slowly fell to the ground. A person with special abilities? The pirates were shocked. You guys, you acted recklessly up there, and you still do the same here. Don't do these things that embarrass humans anymore. Quinn looked very ugly, and his tone was full of suppressed anger. The pirate leader stood up with anger, and the big knife in his hand had already been swung out. You little bastard! Take care of yourself! Bang! With a thunderous sound, the pirate leader's 3-meter-tall strong body was knocked away by Quinn. The pirates looked at the miserable captain in the distance in horror, and were so frightened that they could not speak. You dare to make trouble in Whitebeard's territory. It seems that you are ready to die, Quinn said, tapping his hands repeatedly. Bang! The last figure fell to the ground, and after a silence, screams rang out. The fishmen ran outside one after another, shouting as they ran. Quinn looked at the pirates on the ground with disgust. A bunch of scum, disturbing my mood. After dealing with the pirates, Quinn turned to the waiter. Excuse me, Miss Mermaid, please help me to rush the shellfish meat. The contrast of this moment made the mermaid stunned in place. Okay. The mermaid was stunned for a moment and hurried to the backstage. What's the matter with so much noise? Huh? A surprised voice came from outside the store. A huge mermaid wearing a blue hoodie was walking into the store. Looking closely, the mermaid had short black hair and blue pupils and was very beautiful. Who did this? The mermaid's voice was very attractive, and she was confused at this moment. The miserable state of the ground was really not very good. She looked around, and there was only one figure in the corner of the entire cafe. "Sea Beast Quinn?" the woman spoke. Quinn looked up and said helplessly, "Although I don't like this title very much, my name is Thunder Beast Quinn. Sorry, it's easy to call." The mermaid said, sitting opposite him, "You are really violent, which makes it difficult for me. If anything happens, just let them come to me. Anyway, my bounty is attractive enough." Quinn was very indifferent, the corners of the mermaid's mouth raised. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Xia Li, and I am the owner of this cafe." "Quinn, you should know me too." Quinn smiled. "Of course, the famous sea beast Quinn, a monster with a bounty of 500 million. Xia Li looked at him with an inexplicable meaning in her eyes. "You are a big shot." "Am I a big shot?" Quinn was a little embarrassed and didn't care about the other party's address. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Kizaru. This guy has repeatedly helped him to improve his reputation. He is so considerate. "Sorry for the long wait, sir. Here is your scallop meat." The mermaid clerk brought over a few plates of scallop meat and looked at Quinn with fear and curiosity in her eyes. "Let him eat for free," Xia Li said. "You are really generous." Quinn ate and gave a thumbs up. "Well, after all, if I ask a pirate like you for money, my store will probably be in trouble. I'm not that bad." After finishing the underwater feast, Quinn stretched lazily. Although it was just scallop meat, it could barely fill his stomach. Xia Li sat opposite him without saying anything. "Miss Xia Li, you have something to talk to me about, right? Come with me." After Xia Li finished speaking, she got up and went out first, and Quinn naturally followed. The guards of Ryugu Castle rushed into the Mermaid Cafe to deal with trivial matters in the store. Shirley's fortune-telling room is also where she usually lives. Shirley sat on top while Quinn looked around. The room was simply furnished with a strong underwater charm. "Can you tell fortunes?" Quinn touched the crystal ball and felt it was smooth and transparent. "A little bit, and I have a good reputation," Shirley said lightly. "Lei Ji, can you tell fortunes for me in the future?" Quinn asked. Shirley held the pipe in her hand and exhaled a puff of smoke. "I don't tell fortunes for anyone in particular." "Is that so?" Quinn understood, but didn't care too much. "But you are very special." "I am very special?" Quinn was a little confused. "Then will I overthrow the hegemony of the celestial dragons in the future?" "Ahem." Shirley was choked by the smoke. "Please don't say such terrible things casually." "Sorry, I said it." Quinn shrugged. "In my prophecy?" "When did you predict it?" "Shut up," Shirley continued. "You can change the future of Fishman Island." "Maybe?" There was still some uncertainty in Shirley's words. Quinn crossed his arms and thought, "It seems uncertain, but I think it should be developing in a good direction." He did not discriminate against fishmen, perhaps because of the world he lived in before. Equality for all is the most basic concept. Whether it can be realized is another matter. "Speaking of which, I came here for a purpose." "Oh?" Shirley looked at him with interest. "You should know Jinbei, right?" Quinn asked. "Boss Jinbei, almost everyone in Fishman Island knows him," Shirley said lightly. "I want him to be my partner." Puff! Shirley spit out the hot tea she had just drunk and then wiped her lips elegantly. "Boss Jinbei is now a Shichibukai and has no time to sail with you." "Tsk! Has he become a Shichibukai?" Quinn was a little annoyed. If he had known, he would have come earlier. "We should be able to find a few fishmen," Shirley said. Quinn shook his head decisively without even thinking about it. Shirley glanced at him with a certain meaning. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not discriminating against you. I just think that fishmen don't meet my requirements." Quinn explained quickly. "You are discriminating against me," Xia Li pouted. "Well, after all, I also like good-looking people. I would be happy to be a mermaid." "Then why did you invite Boss Jinbei?" Xia Li was a little puzzled. "Because he is very strong." Quinn answered truthfully. "You just don't think highly of the strength of those fishmen." "Almost, but to be honest, mermaids are indeed better looking than fishmen." "Why are you saying these nice things?" Xia Li glanced at him. "Are you trying to get me to join?" "You look very weak. I'm still considering it," Quinn said. "You came at the right time. Boss Jinbei happened to be on Fishman Island." Xia Li looked outside. "As for where he is, I don't know." Looking back, she saw Quinn had already walked out the door, waving at her. "Thanks, Xia Li." "My name is Xia Li." Xia Li smoked her pipe helplessly. "Strange man. Hey, Princess Otohime is collecting signatures in the square. Everyone hurry up." A male fishman ran on the street to tell others. Quinn stopped the man, and the other party was obviously a little scared when he saw that he was a human. "Hey, young man, where is the Princess Otohime you just mentioned?" Quinn's attitude was very good and his tone was very gentle. Seeing that he had no ill intentions, the fishman pointed in a direction and said, "Princess Otohime is giving a speech in Geelong Court Square. Thank you." Quinn thanked him and disappeared in a flash. In the wide square, a woman with golden hair and palace clothes was speaking on the podium. This person was Princess Otohime. Quinn squeezed into the crowd and looked up. "Everyone, please listen to me. This time I went to the ground and successfully got the autograph of the highest noble of mankind." Princess Otohime took a piece of signature paper in her hand. "This means that your signature will be more influential in the future World Conference. The migration of fishmen to the ground is no longer a dream, but a reality within reach. Now we need more signatures." Most of the surrounding fishmen lowered their heads and did not move. Fishman Island has always suffered from discrimination and bullying by human pirates. This situation reached its peak after the Great Pirate Age. When the Great Pirate Age began, pirates continued to pour in here, burning, killing, looting, and capturing mermaids and selling them on land. It was not until later that the Whitebeard pirates officially declared that they would protect Fishman Island that the tense situation was eased. Even so, there are still many pirates with bad behavior. A human kidnapping and robbery incident occurred on the island not long ago, and the fishermen complained about it. Princess Otohime has always advocated peace, and she is using her own methods to strive for hope for the future of Fishman Island. This is obviously not accepted by most fishermen, and more people choose to wait and see. In their minds, it is the ordinary fishermen civilians who are oppressed, but the high-ranking princess wants to persuade them to let go of hatred and coexist peacefully with humans. This is too self-centered. If it were not for the oppression of humans, how could they harbor hatred? Human greed has brought about a wave of racial hatred. Under the chain reaction, extreme fishmen blinded by hatred came to the ground and regarded humans as targets of hatred. This cycle will only deepen the contradiction between the two sides. Although Tiger and Princess Otohime have different ideas, they have a common point of view. That is, the next generation should not be blinded by hatred. For example, the group of fishermen Street Hody is a natural racist who has shown extreme ideas since childhood. If the next generation of the two races are all such people, there will be no hope of peaceful coexistence. Quinn looked at the woman on the podium and suddenly began to understand her. A small beam of sunlight and thin air feed 5 million fishmen. It is her dream for all the fishmen to move to the ground. When this opportunity is right in front of her, she will fight for it without hesitation. The impulsive behavior of the Sun Pirates caused Fishman Island to lose the qualification to participate in the World Conference, which made her very depressed. It was not until Jinbei agreed to join the 7 warlords of the sea and the world government pardoned the slavery of most fishmen that the relationship between the two sides was eased. This also made Otohime regain her spirits. Her idea was right. The weak Fishman Island had no ability to compete with humans. At present, only peaceful appeals were feasible. Everyone, Otohime saw that. The people around her were silent and became a little anxious. "What are you still hesitating about? As long as you sign, we can make appeals at the World Conference. We want to express our willingness to coexist with humans to the outside world, and we also want to propose the idea of relocation. Humans will not agree. After all, they have always hated us," a fishman whispered. Princess Otohime explained, "That's just a small group of radical humans. There are also very kind civilians among humans." The fishmen fell silent. The humans they met were not very kind. Can a small beam of sunlight satisfy you? The land on the ground is vast, with scenery that we can never appreciate. Otohime's eyes were filled with hope. The children yearn for the free sky, and why do they look at the amusement park and shampoo with envy when they float out of the sea? The fishmen had different expressions, yearning for the ground. Maybe fishmen should only live in the water. In the silent square, the footsteps of children rang out. Several signed papers were put into the collection box. Otohime wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said helplessly, "Are the children here to comfort me again?" "No, it's my parents who want autographs," the young fishman said innocently. Otohime looked up and saw that one by one the fishmen squeezed out of the crowd and came to the collection box. "Princess, of course we support you." A fishman smiled. "No matter what, your words are always right." Perhaps because they were afraid of disappointing Otohime, or perhaps because they were moved by her words, more people flocked to the podium. "Princess, the collection box is full. Everyone." Otohime covered her mouth. Tears could not stop flowing from her eyes. Quinn also saw this scene. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he walked to a tall blue fishman and sat down. She did it. Maybe it was really Brother Tiger who was wrong. Jinbei blew out a smoke ring, his eyes deep. Looking at Otohime, who was happy like a child on the podium, Quinn whispered, "There is no right or wrong in this world. It depends on how people understand it. Mr. Tiger did nothing wrong. He was just born at the wrong time." In a bar in Coral Hill, Quinn and Jinbei sat in front of the bar, with the special wine of Fishman Island in front of them. "I didn't expect you to be a pirate." Jinbei smoked his pipe as usual. Quinn smiled, "I don't know what I am either. Maybe I was destined to be a pirate since the day I attacked the celestial dragons. It's been more than a year since we parted hastily that day." Jinbei took a sip of wine. "Although we are not familiar with each other, I can find common ground with you. I heard that you became a Shichibukai?" Jinbei nodded. "Yes, in exchange for pardoning the pirates of the Sun Pirates." Because of this, he was often secretly ridiculed by the fishmen on the island. It was obviously the famous boss Jinbei, but he was willing to be a running dog of humans. "You are going to the New World this time?" Jinbei suddenly asked. "Well, I want to see the strong people in the New World," Quinn replied. "With your strength, you should be able to occupy a place in the New World." Quinn shook his head. "I am not interested in competing for those for the time being. Maybe experiencing some things will help my future." "Your ideals are more terrifying than the ambitions of those big pirates." Jinbei looked at him solemnly. Quinn leaned back in his chair and stretched. "Who knows, maybe there will be such a day. In Ryugu Castle." The huge Neptune looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction. His wife was hugging 4 children together. The scene was very warm. "We have made great progress." Princess Otohime looked up and was very happy. "Yes, everyone is very enthusiastic. I think it won't take long to collect all the signatures. But it's a pity that some people are still unwilling to sign." "Those people are no longer in the way," Neptune comforted. "Yeah," Otohime smiled and nodded. A few days later, in Shirley's fortune-telling house, Shirley sat on the sofa, while Quinn and Jinbei sat on the other side. The 3 were discussing the problem between the 2 races. "I have a hunch that this time it won't be so simple." "Talking about this," Shirley said, "where does your hunch come from?" Jinbei was a little confused. "Those people in Fishman Street will not let Princess Otohime have such a smooth journey," Shirley whispered. Jinbei closed his eyes as usual, speaking calmly. "They still know their limits in the face of such a big event." A noise was heard outside the house. "Hurry up! What's wrong?" a fishman asked. "It seems that something happened in the square." Quinn glanced at the 2 and stood up. "I'll go over and take a look." With a flash of his figure, Quinn disappeared from the spot. At this time, a raging fire was burning on the podium in Geelong Court Square. "Princess Otohime!" Otohime pushed aside the guards who were blocking the way, poured a bucket of water on herself, and rushed to the burning collection box. "We can't let everyone's expectations go to waste. This concerns the fate of Fishman Island." In the distance, a sturdy fishman was holding a gun and aiming. Otohime was so anxious to put out the fire that she had no time to care about her own safety. Bang! The sound of a gun rang out. In the blink of an eye, Quinn flashed in front of Princess Otohime, and the bullet was blocked by his hardened armed color. Tsk! The fishman on the high ground snorted and raised his gun again. Otohime stared at the figure in front of her in a daze. Her observation hockey was a little out of control just now. "There's an assassin!" The guards and civilians around reacted and exclaimed. Jinbei also chased over, and when he saw Quinn at the scene, he was relieved. Bang! The gunshot rang out again, and the people around screamed. Quinn grabbed the bullet with his big hand casually. "Mother!" Otohime's children ran over, and the young Shirahoshi looked at her mother worriedly. "There's someone shooting on the roof over there." A guard noticed something was wrong and shouted, "Hurry up and chase him!" A human pirate ran out in a panic from the coral reef, and the fishman behind him shot him dead. Before the guards arrived, the tall fishman had already dragged the pirate's body to a high place. Holding the human corpse in the air, he looked around expressionlessly, then shouted, "It's a human! It's this human who wants to assassinate Princess Otohime." "What?" The fishmen looked over and were very surprised to see the pirates in the hands of the other party. "Damn human! It's a human who wants to assassinate the princess! Asshole! We have already made concessions!" The fishmen were excited and wanted to whip the pirate's corpse to vent their anger. Otohime came to her senses and shouted to the people around, "Don't be provoked, I'm still alive. Just because this person is a pirate doesn't mean that all humans are like this." "Princess Otohime, You were almost killed by him, and you still say such things. Please forgive us for not agreeing with your point of view. I will never coexist peacefully with humans, the fishman shouted. Everyone! Otohime looked panicked and extremely anxious. She was only one step away, only one last step. Why did it happen at this time? Jinbei looked at the fishman holding the pirate's corpse high, his expression solemn. Hody, why on earth did you do this? The tall fishman was named Hody Jones, and he was currently a palace guard. At this moment, he was holding the pirate in his hand high and said to the fishman below, Listen, humans will never look us in the face. Wake up and stop being naive, asshole! Jinbei cursed. Otohime fell to the ground helplessly, and all her previous efforts were ruined. The shadow leaned over in the sun, and she suddenly looked up at Quinn next to her, her expression happy. Everyone! The fishman looked over, and Otohime took Quinn's hand. Everyone, look, he is also a human! Just now, he risked his life to save me. Everyone looked at Quinn with doubtful eyes. They didn't know the situation at that time. It's true! The left minister next to him saw everything and said, Just now this human blocked the bullet and saved Princess Otohime's life. Otohime took this opportunity to say loudly, Look, this guy saved me at the risk of his life, which shows that there are good and bad humans. We can't understand the outside world if we stay in the sea. It's too arbitrary to conclude that all humans are villains just by seeing a group of pirates. The fishmen were speechless for a while. Quinn was stared at by so many people, scratching his head, not knowing what to say. Did he really save the princess? He looks kinder than many pirates, the fishman whispered. It was him. At this time, a fishman exclaimed, Not long ago, there were pirates making trouble in the coffee shop, and he calmed it down. What happened? Tell me in detail, someone asked curiously. At that time, the pirates bullied the store clerk, and this guy couldn't stand it and killed them. The fishman explained. Kill pirates? Will humans kill their own kind? Someone was puzzled. Of course not. Those human pirates will do anything for their own benefit, the fishman next to him retorted. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the square. Hody, who was on the high ground, was completely ignored, and his face suddenly became gloomy. In the palace of Ryugu Castle, Neptune sat at the top, accompanied by Otohime. Quinn and Jinbei sat on the side. That's great. This time, thanks to the help of this human. Neptune's beard covered most of his face, but you can see from his curved eyes that he was very happy. Yeah, if it weren't for him, I can't imagine what the outcome would be this time. Otohime was grateful in her heart, and she still felt a little scared when she thought about it. Neptune looked at Quinn and said, Young man, what's your name? My name is Quinn. Quinn? Neptune was a little confused. It's that sea beast Quinn. Quinn forced a smile. It's the thunder beast Quinn. Oh, what a powerful character. No wonder even guns can't do anything to you. Neptune nodded in appreciation. By the way, how did you get into Fishman Island? Why didn't we know? Your Majesty, he entered illegally. The right minister whispered. Oh, hey, it doesn't matter. Neptune looked at Quinn. Since you are our benefactor, we must repay you well. What do you want? Just ask. Everyone looked at Quinn with a smile. Quinn looked around and said, Is there any meat? I mean meat, not shellfish. Neptune was stunned for a moment, looked at Otohime and smiled. You are really interesting, but it's too simple to just say that. I just want to eat meat now. After not seeing meat for a long time, Quinn felt that he was about to faint. Ha! I'll order someone to prepare it right away. Neptune smiled and waved his hand. Hurry up and prepare the food and treat our friends well. Yes, the waiters all responded. Thank you, uncle, you helped me a lot. No, in the crowd, a fishman with a gloomy look stared at the two people who were chatting happily in the field. After this, Hody remembered Quinn completely and wanted to cut him into pieces. Wait, damn human! The side hall of the palace. Quinn, who had eaten a full meal, sat on the ground without any image, and the 4 white stars were surrounding him. Hey, is there really an amusement park in Shampoo Land? The 6-year-old little white star propped up his chin and looked at Quinn with curiosity in his eyes. Although I haven't played it, it is true, Quinn replied. It must be fun. The scene appeared in the little white star's mind, and his big eyes curved with laughter, which was extremely cute. Hey, brother Quinn, what does snow look like? The tipping star beside him asked curiously. Well, Quinn thought for a moment, it's white. It will melt when it falls on people, and it will be very cold when it snows. I really want to go and see, Huangxing said with longing. Tell me more about what's happening outside. Several children kept pestering Quinn about things on the ground, and Quinn smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll tell you some interesting things about the outside. The mature shark star didn't say much, but just listened to Quinn's story seriously, with curiosity and expectation in his eyes. Maybe in the near future, they can also live on land. Yiji looked at this scene with relief, stroking Shirahoshi's hand, her eyes full of tenderness. Children are all yearning for the outside world. I have to work harder. Mermaid Bay. Quinn was dressed casually, sitting quietly on the shallow seashore watching the mermaids playing. Xia Li, wearing a swimsuit, swam over, crouched on the scorched stone, and tidied her hair that was wet by the seawater. As they swayed, the mermaid's special beauty was fully displayed. I haven't been here for a long time. I used to love coming here. Charlie sat on the scorched stone next to Quinn, looking at the mermaids playing in the bay, and seemed to recall the past. Why do you talk so old-fashioned? You always have a cold face and talk in a pretentious manner, but you are younger than me. Quinn smiled. From the conversation between the mermaids just now, Charlie is only 20 years old this year, and Quinn is 6 or 7 months older than Hancock, so she is already 21 years old. Thinking of how Shirley always smoked a pipe and looked old, people always misunderstood her age. We mermaids are not like you humans. We mature earlier, Shirley said lightly. Shirley, come and be my partner. Quinn looked at Shirley and suddenly invited her. Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Shirley was stunned for a moment and said lightly, I refuse. Why? Quinn was a little confused. He talked about this with Jinbei a few days ago and was also rejected by the other party. I think Fishman Island is pretty good. Compared with the outside world, I like it here more. Shirley didn't know whether it was influenced by her brother Arlong or related to her own experience. She didn't care about coexisting peacefully with humans. Originally, I thought it would be interesting to have a fortune teller on the ship. Quinn said, a little disappointed. So this is why you invited me on board? Shirley raised her eyebrows, her tone a little helpless. That's about right, but you're so beautiful. If you can be my vice captain, we will definitely be world famous, Quinn said. You're already world famous. Shirley helplessly held her forehead. Forget it, since you don't agree. Quinn stood up and patted the gravel. Are you leaving? Shirley asked in confusion. Yes. Where to? Of course, back to Coral Hill. Shirley swung her body and followed him. I thought you were going out to sea. It's still early. My ship was damaged when it drifted to the sea forest. It's still under repair, Quinn explained. 2 days ago, he and Jinbei found his ship in the sea forest. There were collisions and holes in some parts of the hull. It needed to be repaired before it could be coated. Fortunately, a fisherman named Dan was willing to help him repair and coat, saving him a lot of trouble. By the way, why are you so concerned about my going out to sea? I'm just curious. Shirley folded her hands and walked slowly in front. You really want to be my companion, don't you? Quinn caught up with her. Charlie turned her head away. Don't say that. As the first person to board the ship, you can enjoy various privileges. I told you I didn't. The two figures walked side by side, making a lot of noise. People around them were no longer surprised. Ryugu Castle. Quinn took a piece of paper from Neptune. There were a few lines written on it. It looked like a love letter. Who is this Vanderdecken? My daughter is only 6 years old. Neptune held his forehead, having a headache. Shirahoshi curled up behind Quinn, very scared of the stranger who delivered the message. I forgot about this guy. Quinn looked at the signature on it, and an image emerged in his mind. Vanderdecken took advantage of the chaos last time to touch Shirahoshi, and his target fruit began to take effect. At first, he only threw some love letters and harassment letters, but after being wanted by Ryugu Castle, he turned to attack and retaliate against Shirahoshi. As a result, Xiao Shirahoshi has been hiding in the hard shell tower for the next 10 years and dared not go out. Neptune pondered for a while and said, notify them immediately to arrest this man named Vanderdecken. Yes, Quinn stroked his chin. Vanderdecken has lived in the deep sea for many years. Due to the special nature of the fruit, he can attack from a very long distance. If you want to arrest him, you may have to wait until he can't bear it and lands on the island. In a sense, Quinn's thunder fruit has the same ability as the target fruit. Enel in the Sky Island cooperates with the Heart Network to listen to people's voices, and those who dare to say bad things about him will be punished by God immediately. Quinn is not interested in prying into other people's privacy, but if he can lock Vanderdecken, it would be good to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Geelong Court Square, as usual, is very lively here. The last incident made many fishermen give up the idea of signing. Princess Otohime took a lot of effort to get them back. Now they are about to move to the next step. As long as there are enough signatures, even if only half, They can make demands at the World Conference. Quinn's ship has not been repaired yet. These days, he has been guarding near the square. Jinbei also silently guarded nearby. With the death of Tiger, his philosophy gradually turned to Princess Otohime. Bang! 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 Gunshots were heard not far away, and the crowd was in commotion. Quinn and Jinbei raised their heads at the same time, and the fishmen who signed in the center of the square were also a little panicked. "What's going on?" Otohime asked the guards outside. "Princess! There are human pirates causing trouble," the guard reported. "Ah!" A rough laugh sounded, and a pirate who was 3 or 4 meters tall led his men to the square. "I am Uluba, the captain of the Red Wolf Pirates. Get out of my way, fishmen! Let me see what the mermaid princess and the queen look like." The pirate laughed wantonly, not taking the thousands of fishmen in the field seriously. "Damn you, I'll teach you a lesson. Don't be impulsive. This guy is very strong. Didn't you see the guards were easily defeated by him?" The surrounding fishmen were a little afraid of this pirate gang. The pirate swaggered to the center of the square, looking at the trembling Shirahoshi in the distance with surprise in his eyes. "What a big mermaid. I'll definitely sell it for a good price if I catch it. Leave here immediately." The fishman guards surrounded the pirate. "Ha ha!" Uluba laughed disdainfully, and his body began to swell and grow, gradually turning into an orc form. "I am the user of the animal-type Red Wolf fruit ability. Come if you're not afraid of death." As Uluba transformed into an animal, his voice became deep and attractive. Uluba was a sturdy man and even more gigantic in his beast form, with a horrifying roar from his grinning mouth. Surrounding fishmen were frightened and fled in all directions. The originally tall fishman guards were like ants in front of him. Uruba walked towards Princess Otohime with heavy steps, and his eyes were filled with greed. The 3 brothers of Sharkstar protected their mother and Shirahoshi, and their larger bodies than ordinary people did not look so impressive at this time. "Ha ha ha, mermaid princess? She will definitely sell for a good price." Uruba grabbed Otohime with a strange smile. Boom! Sharkstar and others were about to defend, but they heard a loud noise in the sky. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and a huge python-like electric current hit Uruba's body. "Woo!" Uruba cried out in pain, but his body stood firmly, and the amazing defensive power of the animal-type devil fruit was undoubtedly revealed. Bang! Quinn's figure flashed in front of him, punching him in the chest, and Uruba fell to the ground. "Captain!" the pirates behind him exclaimed. The captain, who was invincible like a god in the past, was defeated by a single blow. Quinn flashed to the podium. His voice was like thunder, steady and powerful. "Don't panic. I will be responsible for expelling them." Quinn said this from the standpoint of a human, not only to calm the anger of the fish people, but also to not let Otohime's efforts go to waste. Humans' repeated persecution has planted the seeds of hatred in Mermaid Island. If he has the ability, he will never let this continue. Out of respect for the late Tiger, or perhaps because he was moved by Otohime, he temporarily acted as a bridge between humans and fish people. When the fish people heard his words, most of them calmed down, and many of them responded with an attitude of peaceful coexistence, and only a few were more extreme. "It's not good. There are a lot of pirates making trouble over at the Marine Shopping Center." The voice of a fishman broke the silence. Quinn's expression changed, and he exchanged glances with Jinbei not far away. It was definitely a conspiracy. He flashed to Jinbei's side. "I'll go there first because I'm faster. You escort Princess Otohime to a safe place." Jinbei nodded and passed by Quinn. Quinn turned into lightning and flew towards the Marin Shopping Center. He was very fast, and it took him only 7 or 8 seconds to reach the Marin Shopping Center. There were indeed many human pirates here, and they seemed to be smashing and destroying buildings in a planned manner. 30 million volts, thunderstorm! A thunderstorm fell from the sky, and countless pirates were hit by lightning and screamed. As the pirates fell one by one, the field became much quieter. Bang! The bullet passed through Quinn's chest, but he was unharmed. On the rooftop not far away, a pirate was shocked when he saw this, put away his gun and retreated. The pirates who could come to Fishman Island had some experience, and of course, they knew that the other party was a natural fruit ability user. He had just taken a few steps when a figure came in front of him. The 6-style shaving can be used by the user of the Thunder Fruit at a speed comparable to teleportation. Quinn grabbed the pirate and asked sternly, "Who ordered you to do this?" I don't know. I just followed orders." The pirate had no ability to resist, and his tone was full of panic. A flash of lightning flashed in Quinn's hand, and the pirate was frightened and trembled. We were ordered by the captain to destroy the buildings on the island everywhere, and I don't know anything else. Who is your captain? Quinn asked. Jacob. Our captain is Jacob. The pirate was very sensible and revealed the details of his captain. Jacob, the captain of the origami pirates, the user of the paper fruit, with a bounty of more than 300 million. Quinn left the pirate and rushed in the direction he pointed. Mermaid Bay, a quiet and peaceful place on weekdays, now gathers countless pirates. Captain, the people at the Marlin Shopping Center have been dealt with. A thin man with a sinister look opened his eyes. This man was the captain of the origami pirates, Jacob. How could 500 people be dealt with in an instant? It seems there is a powerful character. There are still masters in such a place? Jacob snorted lightly, his tone full of disdain. Where are the fishmen? They all went to Gironcourt Square. Jacob nodded and waved his hand. Follow me and kill towards the central street. Yes! The pirates raised their knives. Damn it! I should have known that I was deceived. Quinn came to Shuichi Town and didn't see anyone. He didn't expect that guy would dare to deceive himself even after being threatened with death. Suppressing his irritability, Quinn closed his eyes and activated his observation hockey. People everywhere. Where are they? Quinn couldn't feel that anyone had the intention to kill him, but he could tell who had higher strength. Got it. As the thunder sounded, Quinn disappeared from the spot. Coral Hill. Shirley arranged for a group of mermaids to hide back in the sea and not leave the coral apartment in the near future. She herself stayed on the ground. Although she had little combat power, she could analyze the situation with her flexible mind. Why is this happening? She retracted her hand, and the crystal ball in front of her was dim. Why didn't this happen in the divination? Why on earth? There was a noise outside the house, and the pirates had already rushed into the town. Ah! Someone's house was smashed, and they screamed. The residents who could escape had already fled to the square, and now the kingdom guards were concentrated there. Bang, bang, bang! The door was about to be knocked down by the pirates, but Shirley was indifferent and remained calm. He will save me. Shirley looked at the crystal quietly, her tone calm. Bang! With a loud bang, Shirley's door was smashed open. Samua Genkwan! Jinbei's hand shot out an invisible shockwave, hitting the pirates. The pirate was shocked by the shockwave and vomited blood and flew backwards. I am here. I will not let you hurt the princess. The surrounding kingdom guards were also fighting with the pirates. Although the fishmen had a natural advantage, they could not withstand the enemy's large numbers and were beaten back step by step. Retreat, Boss Jinbei. The guard next to him whispered. What is going on? Jinbei knocked away another group of pirates and retreated to the side of the guard. It seems that several pirate groups are attacking together, the guard said. This is my father's territory. How dare they do this? Jinbei's expression became solemn. With so many pirates, including some with special abilities, he could not guarantee the safety of Princess Otohime and others. In the shadow of the Coral Hill, several fishmen were watching the chaos in the square. Ha ha! These pirates are so presumptuous that they dare to cause trouble in Whitebeard's territory. Humph! Humans are like this. They can do anything for the sake of profit. But Hody, you are really amazing. This way the fantasy of Otohime will be shattered. The people of the future new Fishman pirate group are watching here without caring about anything. Hody folded his hands and looked coldly at Otohime and others who were retreating. What a bunch of hopeless idiots. They actually want to coexist peacefully with humans. Heh! There will be a good show to watch. The fishmen below were in chaos, running around being chased by pirates. Fire! Fire! Otohime, who was forcibly escorted away by Jinbei, saw this and pushed the people around her away and was about to step forward. Mother, be careful! Shark Star hurriedly stopped Otohime and stopped her from not stepping forward. Go and put out the fire quickly. That's what everyone collected with great difficulty. It must not be destroyed. Otohime was very anxious, but was stopped by Shark Star and others. Mother, it's very dangerous over there now. We will never let you go. Jinbei turned away the pirates who were chasing him and shouted, Don't worry about the signatures. Their goal is Ryugu Castle. I'll guard here. You guys take the princess back to Ryugu Castle. Otohime was forcibly taken to the carriage by the guards and headed for Ryugu Castle in the air. The three Sharkstar brothers protected Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi shrank his hands in fear and kept muttering Quinn's name. On the other side, Quinn caught up with the pirate group in front at the fastest speed. According to his observation hockey, he could feel that there was a powerful character among them. Shirley had been tied up by a group of pirates and was sitting quietly on the ground. What a beautiful mermaid, and she's so big. It will definitely sell for a good price. What are you talking about? It's a pity to sell such a beautiful mermaid. The pirates surrounded Shirley and talked non-stop. Jacob saw that the mermaid was very calm and curious. Just as he was about to ask, he felt a dangerous breath coming towards him. Soon, Quinn appeared in the air. Raikiri! A huge blue arc blade cut through the air and flew towards the crowd below. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the ground hit by the attack split in half. The surrounding pirates all fell to the ground, and the ground was covered with blood. Quinn fell beside Xiali and tore off the rope on her body. I was right! Xiali regained her freedom with a smile on her face. Stay away! Xiali had seen Quinn's ability and did not hesitate to hear it and stepped aside. The mermaid ran away. Go chase her! Mind yourselves! Quinn threw out a lightning gun in his hand and quickly shot at the pirates. What is that? Run! The pirates' movements were naturally not as fast as Quinn's ability, and the lightning gun accurately smashed into the crowd. The power was no less than that of the previous attack. In just a moment, thousands of pirates were defeated in one move. Paper knife! Quinn's neck tilted and dodged the attack. Jacob rolled back a few times to distance himself with a smile on his face. It seems that I have met an interesting opponent. His hand turned into a thin piece of paper, seemingly weak, but no one would doubt the cutting power of this thing. Quinn saw the black domineering attached to the opponent. This was a person with the ability to cultivate domineering. No wonder he dared to cause trouble in Whitebeard's territory. He really has some skills. But it ends here, Quinn shouted, and his body quickly disappeared. What? Jacob was shocked to see Quinn's speed. Puff! Before he could react, he felt that his right waist was hit hard and the whole person flew backwards. Quinn retracted his leg with the armed color attached, and there was a faint electric light on it. Jacob only felt that he was hit by a huge force of 10,000 pounds, and the pain from his waist made him sweat coldly. What kind of terrible power is this? He wanted to get up, but found that he couldn't move at all and was immediately shocked. Tell me what you are planning. Quinn stepped on his neck, and the electric light on it seemed to devour people. I thought you would have some skills, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Jacob was angry, but he didn't dare to say it. The opponent was too fast, and he couldn't dodge in time. Otherwise, with his ability, he might be able to hurt him. It was a fishman. He told us that the defense of Fishman Island is weak now, and there are countless treasures in the treasure house, so we broke in. How many pirate groups do you have? Quinn continued to ask. 4. Jacob answered decisively. Quinn asked some questions one after another, and then he learned the whole story. Jacob and his group met Hody and others when they arrived at the bottom of Fishman Island. They originally wanted to go directly to Fishman Street, but Hody tempted them with higher benefits. Hody said that the defense of Fishman Island is now empty and the Whitebeard pirates have no stationed troops. The pirates were already somewhat tempted. After hearing that there was a priceless treasure and countless treasures in the treasury of Ryug Castle, they decided to jointly invade Fishman Island. Among them, there were 4 pirate groups led by the Origami Pirates, the Red Wolf Pirates, the Great Axe Pirates, and the temporarily recruited War Soldier Pirates. The captains of these pirate groups are not ordinary people. The lowest bounty is more than 200 million, which is considered a supernova of this period. They all have great ambitions to go to the New World and want to gain a foothold in the second half. Now that the benefits are in front of them, there is no reason not to grab them. As for Whitebeard, in their eyes, he is just a person who seeks fame. They are like a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. After asking the questions, Quinn kicked Jacob away mercilessly. He was not interested in fighting with such an opponent. The pirates who were still able to fight were so scared that they dared not move, fearing that Quinn would vent his anger on them. Shirley floated over on a bubble and whispered, "They are going to Ryugu Castle, and they should all be gathering in the square now." Quinn closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then took Shirley's body and quickly flew towards the square. Jacob looked at the direction where Quinn left, thought for a moment and chased after him. 5,000 watts straight punch! Jinbei panted heavily. He had to use skills frequently to repel the enemy. Even with his strong physical strength, it was difficult for him to maintain a good condition. Hans, the captain of the Silver Axe Pirates, was tall, 5 or 6 meters tall, and his every move was full of power. The silver giant axe fell, smashing the kingdom guards and injuring many of his own people. "Hey, Hans, don't hurt my crew." The man who spoke was a rough man with a beard as long as a needle and a big sword in his hand. He was very imposing. This man was Holman, the leader of the Senbai pirates. His behavior was very restrained, and he didn't hurt the guards. Fighting, ha ha ha! There is no one who can fight! Hans waved his axe and rushed over madly, regardless of whether it was a friendly army or an enemy army. Enough! Let me deal with you! Jinbei came up and grabbed Hans's axe. Fishman karate rough shark! A faint armed color attached to his hand, and he instantly crushed the silver axe into pieces. Huh? Hans was stunned, and then he exerted force in his hand, and the huge force threw Jinbei away. He was a little surprised that the power of this fishman could suppress him just now. Get out of my way! Uruba transformed into a werewolf and rushed into the crowd with a huge figure. Many fishmen who could fight also joined the battle, but none of them were the opponents of this group of pirates, and the strength of both sides was very different. In the sky! Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the three brothers of Shark Star hurriedly stood in front of their mother and sister. The fish vehicle was moving slowly and did not escape the danger range. Hody in the distance smiled sinisterly and aimed again. Princess Otohime, I let you escape last time, but this time it won't be so easy. Bang! Hody put away the gun and looked at the place where the sound came from. His expression changed. This damn guy is here to make trouble again. What should we do? Hody raised his head and saw that the vehicle had floated high, so he no longer hesitated. Retreat first. The fight below was so fierce that no one noticed the few people on the high ground. Find a place to hide. Quinn passed a house and threw Charlie down. 3 figures in the crowd attracted attention. One held a huge axe, one held a big sword, and the other turned into a werewolf. The 3 people were besieging Jinbei, who struggled to parry and barely fought back and forth with the 3 people. Stormbird. Seeing Jinbei being beaten back, Quinn began to accumulate power in his hands. A huge thunderbird with violent electric current gradually formed, with an imposing manner. Quinn exerted force with his palm, and the thunderbird attacked with violent electric energy, exploding in the air with thunder. The tall Hans was the first to notice something was wrong and looked back. Before the other 2 could react, a huge lightning flash had already lit up on the field. Jinbei hurriedly retreated. He didn't want to be affected by this power. The stormbird was like the strong wind in a storm, and like the heavy rain falling from the sky, the electricity was very violent, burning the surrounding ground black. The fishmen, guards, and the people retreated wisely. Quinn's ability was too terrifying. The thunder resounded through the sky, covering the screams of the pirates. The lightning dissipated, and 3 charred figures appeared. Hans barely supported himself on the floor and stood up. His body was full of broken wounds, and he looked extremely miserable. The other 2 were not much better off and were both seriously injured by this attack. Damn, who is attacking me? The red wolf Uluba said angrily. After transforming into a beast, his defense was amazing and he took the attack. Who attacked me? Get out if you are capable. Hans was irritable, and he raised his giant axe and shouted at the people around him. Where are you looking at? Quinn's voice sounded, and a whip kick with lightning kicked towards his cheek. Hans was surprised by the opponent's speed and had no time to react. Bang! Under this attack, he felt that his neck was about to break, and he screamed in pain. Before the bearded Holman could react, he was punched in the back by Quinn and flew far away. All the captains were defeated? Who is this guy, and why is he so strong? The pirates were shocked to see their captains being defeated, and lost their will to fight. In the distance, a figure was hiding behind a coral hill and observing secretly. He was Jacob, who followed. Seeing Quinn easily deal with the other 3, he immediately gave up the idea of joining forces with the 3 to deal with him. He looked up at the sky, and the figure on the vehicle was vaguely visible. Wow! A pair of white wings suddenly spread out from behind Jacob, and a closer look showed that they were made of paper. The paper wings were like real wings, flexible to use, and allowed him to control them. With a flap of his wings, Jacob's figure quickly rushed into the sky. As long as he controlled these people, there was still a chance. In the sky of Fishman Island on the huge fish vehicle, Shark Star was telling the guards inside, "Open the communication channel quickly and notify the guards to fully arm themselves." "Yes, open the channel quickly," the guard replied. "Don't even think about running." Shark Star was startled, and when he looked around, he saw a figure flapping its wings and flying quickly. Jacob had already caught up. Oops! Shark Star felt something was wrong and hurriedly stood up to defend himself. Paper arrows! Jacob flapped his wings in the air, and countless feather-like pieces of paper flew out, cutting through the air with a cracking sound. Yiji was weak to begin with, and her hands would bleed when she slapped someone. Now that she was tormented like this, she seemed a little powerless and could only hide behind the children. Swish! Pieces of paper passed through, and the 3 people of Shark Star were all scratched, but they still stood firmly in front of their mother. Little White Star, curled up in fear, holding back tears. Shark Star's body was already covered with wounds, and he was very anxious. The passage takes time, and he must hold on. It only takes a little time. Jacob didn't give him a chance, and his body flashed, passing by the 3 people of Shark Star. It's you! He stared at Yiji and swooped down quickly. Jacob grabbed Yiji with his palm accurately, but was met with strong resistance from the other party. Yiji struggled hard, and her palm kept slapping on the other party's body. Although doing so would hurt herself more, she would never give in with her strong character. Jacob was not angry. He grabbed him and was about to fly away. Shark Star was quick-witted and grabbed his leg to stop him from escaping. Get out of here! Jacob's right leg turned into a piece of paper and kicked towards Shark Star's chest. Shark Star was startled and quickly leaned back to avoid it, still holding Jacob tightly in his hand. Jacob's expression was cold. One hand was freed and aimed at Shark Star. Yiji was caught by his arm and floated in the air. Although she was afraid, she was also worried that he would hurt her child. The delicate palm hit Jacob's face without any pain, but it also angered him. You stinky woman, you are looking for death! Jacob's wings behind him flapped fiercely, and a huge force hit Yiji's body, and he also let go of her hand. Mother! The 4 people behind him exclaimed. Puff! Yiji was hit by this blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and her body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Swish! Lightning flashed. Jacob frowned and looked down. A through wound appeared on his abdomen, which was constantly oozing blood. When? Quinn in the air retracted his finger and quickly flew towards the falling Otohime, catching her steadily and landing on the ground. The surrounding pirates had not yet dispersed, but they did not dare to approach due to Quinn's strength. At this time, Otohime's face was pale, blood was constantly oozing out of her mouth, and her body had many fractures and could not move. Princess Otohime! At this time, Jinbei and others rushed over. Seeing Otohime in such a state, they were all shocked. Take her to treatment. I will take care of the rest. Quinn handed Otohime to Jinbei and whispered. Jinbei nodded solemnly. Take care of yourself. After that, he rushed out of the crowd with Princess Otohime. Quinn stood up, and the 3 figures not far away also climbed up. Hans carried the axe and stood with Holman, and Aruba next to him also stood up with his head covered. 3 powerful pirates officially confronted Quinn. Hans's axe was covered with armament hockey, and the other 2 were also like him, using armament hockey skillfully. Just now I was just ambushed by you. Now I'm serious. Let me see how strong you are. Quinn's fists collided with his palms, and his tone was calm. I will let you know the price of stupidity. Boom! The figure flashed, and Quinn and the 3 fought together. For a while, the field was full of lightning, and the sound of collision continued. Quinn swung his arm and dispersed the electricity on it. Several people fell on the ground in front of him, obviously losing their ability to fight. As expected of people with a bounty of more than 200 million, each of them can use hockey, and their fighting power is indeed not to be underestimated. Now is the era of the biggest wave of pirates, and those who can stand out are the best among them. Unfortunately, they met Quinn. The guards brought chains and locked up all 3 people, including the seriously injured Jacob. After seeing Quinn's overwhelming strength, the other pirates also gave up resistance and were tied up obediently. The crisis of Fishman Island was resolved, and the people spontaneously told each other about it. For a time, it was very lively. In the main hall of Ryugu Castle, Neptune looked worried. What's wrong? The fishman doctor adjusted his glasses and said in a low voice, The princess is weak, I'm afraid. How could this happen? You must be capable, right? Neptune put his big hand on the doctor's shoulder and was very excited. Your Majesty, don't get excited first. The ministers on both sides hurriedly persuaded him. The doctor sighed and said helplessly, I will try my best. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Neptune sat back decadently, with tears in the corners of his eyes. It's all my fault. I should have been with her. Everyone in the palace understood the king's temper and didn't say anything. Everyone was silent, waiting for the result. In the bedroom, little White Star slept soundly, with tears in the corners of her eyes. Her mother was so seriously injured, she was also very sad, and cried for a long time before falling asleep. Quinn stood quietly by the side, and spent a lot of energy to coax the child to sleep. He propped up his chin and looked over. Shirahoshi bit her finger in a naive manner. The development of the matter deviated greatly from his expectations and was completely different from the original trajectory. He originally thought that saving Princess Otohime would change her fate, but unexpectedly, things went against her will, and this incident almost cost her life. Just yesterday, Quinn used the heart net to find Hode's group and defeated and captured several people with overwhelming strength. It must be said that Hode, the fishman, is indeed very smart and resourceful, but his personality is too extreme. Now there is another trouble, that Vanderdecken, who has recently given up harassing letters and started throwing weapons. Little Shirahoshi had no choice but to hide in the hard shell tower. If Quinn wants to take action, he must wait for the other party to land on the island by himself. At that time, with his ability, he can easily capture the other party. Shirahoshi's little face is flushed, and there are snot bubbles in her nose, which looks very cute. He couldn't bear to let this little girl get hurt, and now he can only wait for that guy to land on the island. A few days later, in the center of Gironcourt Square, the prisoner Hode Jones has admitted his crime. As the mastermind of this incident, he must be sentenced. The Right Minister stood on the podium holding a document, and the people below were all fishmen. Due to the seriousness of the case, the prisoner Hode Jones and his accomplices will be immediately imprisoned in the prison tower after being sentenced to life imprisonment. The rest of the human pirates involved will be expelled from the country and will not be allowed to violate the country again. Hode and the other 6 fishmen were tied to the ground, lowering their heads and having no expression. Ha! Hode suddenly laughed out loud, his eyes swept across the fishmen below with cold eyes. The humans who killed fishmen indiscriminately were only expelled from the country, but we as fishmen are being punished and imprisoned? What a pathetic race! Ha ha! The rampant laughter echoed in the field, piercing the hearts of the fishmen present. Shut up, take them all away! The Right Minister shouted, stopping Hode's laughter. He acted according to the king's will and must not let Hode mess around. Look, these people have their displeasure written on their faces, but they dare not say it out loud. Hode's tone was very sarcastic, and the fishmen below were speechless. Only I can save this cowardly race. Hode bared his fangs, his expression fierce. Come on, say whatever you are dissatisfied with. The fishmen were silent. The Right Minister waved his hand, signaling the guards to take him away quickly. Wait! A fishman in the crowd raised his hand. I object! The fishman shouted, Our compatriots died at the hands of those pirates. I firmly oppose this verdict, and I demand that Ryugu City execute the pirates. Yes, why should we let go of the humans who hurt us? You have no evidence to prove that Hode is the mastermind. These words are just your one-sided words. The crowd objected and was very dissatisfied with Ryugu City's verdict. The Right Minister and the Left Minister looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Kill the pirates. Hode is just a scapegoat, don't be fooled easily. The people in Ryugu City are all liars, running dogs of humans. The hatred of the fishmen in the square was aroused, causing chaos for a while. Hode laughed and laughed wildly. Ha ha, that's it, wake up! What should we do? The Left Minister asked. The Right Minister was sweating coldly, and the fishmen below were so aggressive that he couldn't force them. Calm down first. Please listen to me. The mastermind this time is definitely Hode, although it is humans who hurt us. Bang! Before he finished speaking, gunshots were heard on the field. It's the people from Fishman Street. The Right Minister was startled and hurriedly ordered the guards to defend. Release Hode! Kill the pirates! Kill! Kill! The fishmen were excited, and those who didn't want to participate retreated. Wow! The sky was shrouded in a black shadow, and a huge figure fell. Neptune jumped off his pet Hawaii and came to the center of the square. Everyone, please listen to me. The mastermind this time is Hode and 4 human pirates. They should all be punished. I am now sentencing as the Great Knight of the Sea. The pirates Jacob, Hans, Holman, Aruba, and Hode's gang will be permanently expelled from the country. The following people will never set foot on Fishman Island again in their lives. The 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei and Thunder Beast Quinn, will guarantee it. Jinbei and Quinn stood on both sides. As the highest fighting force representatives on the island today, they were very intimidating. If anyone still has opinions, then come and compete with us to see who is more determined. Neptune raised his trident, and the majesty of the Great Knight of the Sea was immediately apparent. Seeing this, several fishmen silently withdrew from the crowd. Their goal had been achieved. Without the people who encouraged them, the emotions of the fishmen cooled down over time. Hode was escorted forward by the kingdom guards, looking at Neptune and others with hatred and resentment. Since then, Hody and his gang and the 4 pirate groups were all expelled from Fishman Island. Deep in the sea forest. A few days ago, Quinn successfully captured Vanderdecken, who landed on the island. After putting this threat in the prison city, he finally settled down and prepared to set off for the New World. Today is the day for him to set sail, and Neptune and his group came to see him off. The meat you want is all ready, and it will definitely support you to enter the New World. Thank you, Uncle. I was just worried about having no food. Quinn thanked him sincerely. Ha ha ha, you helped me so much, but you only want this little reward. I have to thank you. Neptune laughed heartily. Can't Princess Otohime come? Neptune sighed, his voice low. The injury this time is too severe. Although she saved her life, her internal organs were injured. It will be difficult for her to move in the short term. I'm afraid it will be much more difficult to collect autographs after this time. Jinbei next to him said, I will always remember their spirit. The they Quinn was talking about were Tiger and Otohime. Jinbei nodded gently and stretched out his hand. I was right about you. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely have a drink with you. Quinn grinned and showed his white teeth and shook hands with the other party. Of course, I am looking forward to meeting you again. Brother Quinn? At this time, Shirahoshi swam over with his tail swinging, and his big body was much taller than Quinn. You have to listen to everyone. Quinn stretched out his hand, and Shirahoshi lowered his head obediently. Quinn laughed dumbly. We will see each other again in the future, and you have to work hard. Shirahoshi's eyes were shining with tears, and the reluctance to part filled his heart. After spending these days together, she and Quinn have become very close, and she likes this gentle big brother very much. After a short time together, they are about to part. The young Baixing only knows that she will be very sad if she can't see him in the future. Don't cry. I will come back later. Quinn smiled helplessly and comforted her softly. Brother Quinn, take care. Star walked forward with a smile. You should take care too. By the way, this is for you. Quinn took out a gold coin with his name engraved on it and threw it to the other party. When I make a name for myself in the New World in the future, this thing may be useful to you. Shark Star was very smart. He put away the gold coin solemnly. Thank you. I will definitely keep it well. Shark Star did not doubt his words. Quinn looked around at everyone. Then everyone. I'm leaving. Please say hello to Charlie for me. Her coffee-making skills need to be improved. It's not good to say bad things about people behind their backs. A figure swam over. Charlie was wearing casual clothes and holding a familiar pipe in her hand. I thought you were not coming. Quinn looked at her. How is it? I was delayed by dealing with some things. Charlie said lightly and passed by him. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Charlie didn't say anything and got on the boat first with her backpack. Quinn smiled and said loudly, Well, everyone, we are setting sail. Take care. Brother Quinn, you must come back to see me. Goodbye. With a farewell, the ship floated up and sailed away. Deep in the sea, Fishman Street, it was as dark as usual. After being expelled, Hody and his group returned here to camp. What should I do, Hody? Jinbei is still on the island and the kingdom's soldiers are already on guard. With our current strength, we can't compete with them at all. Hody closed his eyes expressionless. Of course, I have to go back to Fishman Island, but not now. What do you mean? Hody suddenly stood up. Contact Bao Zhang. Let's go to the sea. What do you want? Hody showed his sharp teeth. Go to find Boss Arlong and form a new Fishman Pirates. Little ones, let's turn the human world upside down. Oh, seabirds flew across the blue sky and the breeze blew over, bringing bursts of natural fragrance. Quinn's boat was parked on the beach, and he and Xiali came to the shore. The two of them spent a lot of effort to float the boat to the surface of the sea and drifted in the vast sea for a long time, but they couldn't find the location. Hey Xiali, do you know where this is? Quinn put his hands on the pergola and looked into the distance and found that he was on an island. I don't know either. Why don't you tell the route? Do you think I can tell the divination anytime and anywhere? Xiali said unhappily. Didn't His Majesty Neptune give you a record pointer? Why don't you take it out and look at the route? Quinn slapped his forehead when he heard that. He actually forgot such an important thing. He took out the record pointer given by Neptune. Unlike ordinary pointers, this one has 3 pointers. The sea area in the second half is much more dangerous than the first half. Only with this pointer can you find the route accurately. His observation hockey covers a large area of the surrounding sea, but he only found some life forms under the sea. The middle pointer pointed to one side. Quinn looked over and saw that it was an endless sea area. No matter what, let's go there. Have you decided? Charlie asked softly. Well, let's go there. Quinn pointed in a direction. Electric grilled eel, it tastes really good. Quinn looked at his masterpiece and was very pleased. The aroma from the grilled skewers was entangled with his nose, which aroused all his appetite. Charlie, do you want to eat it? We mermaids don't eat fish, Charlie said lightly. What a pity, it tastes pretty good. There was no chef on the ship, so he could only use his ability to heat up the ingredients for food. The taste was not that good, but Quinn had never been very demanding about food. As long as he could eat it, he would definitely gobble it up. Charlie looked very big, but her appetite was surprisingly small. She only ate a small amount of food a day. Huh? Quinn, who was eating eel meat, stood up with a bright look in his eyes. There is an island ahead. Charlie leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. Where did you see it from? She had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Why the other party could always accurately determine the location. It has something to do with my ability. You will understand it later, Quinn explained. Charlie did not ask any more questions, but returned to the deck and waited quietly. After a long time, an island appeared in the distance, and a prosperous town could be seen faintly. Quinn and his partner had been drifting on the sea for a long time and had long deviated from the route. It was unknown where they were drifting to. Looking around, the island was very spectacular, as the rock wall was eroded by the sea. A circle of mushroom-shaped rocks formed on the surrounding coast, which was out of tune with the lush greenery on the island. Why do I feel a little familiar? Quinn stroked his chin, just feeling that this place was very familiar. Shirley came to Quinn with a bubble ring on her body. It looks very prosperous. It was also her first time to the sea, and she was full of curiosity about the outside world. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. Quinn hadn't landed on the ground for a long time and seemed very excited. Shirley smiled slightly and followed him off the boat. The two entered the town, and the first thing they saw was prosperity, with people all around, and it was very lively. A figure in the distance attracted Quinn's attention. It was a toy that was walking and talking. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Quinn looked around and then found the picture from the depths of his memory. This, brother. He stopped a toy man and asked, "Excuse me, is this Dressrosa?" The toy man looked at him, nodded, and left. The toys have no expression, but they have their own emotions and behaviors. Everything here is like a dream kingdom. Stop looking. Let's go, Charlie said and walked forward. Quinn followed Charlie. He just wanted to have a good meal now. In the palace at the highest point of the Dressrosa kingdom, a tall man with blonde hair and sunglasses was sitting in the first seat, and below him were several people dressed in strange clothes. I'm telling you, there are quite a few pirates pouring into the kingdom recently. Don't you plan to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune? A man wearing a quilt and with sticky stuff on his nose said. This man is Torabol, an important cadre of Don Quixote. The blonde man in the first place is Don Quixote do Flamingo. Do Flamingo raised his eyes. They are all a mob, just selling some weapons. He was not interested in these pirates who came to the New World by chance. If you have money, do business. If you don't have money, be honest and don't make trouble. Because the Don Quixote family conspired to replace the Riku family, the surrounding countries were at war, and the underground black market was full of mixed goods. The Don Quixote family made a fortune by selling devil fruits and arms. As long as you choose this route, you will definitely pass through Dressrosa. The equipment needs of the pirates also benefited the Don Quixote family a lot. Under the rule of Doflamingo, the kingdom became very prosperous on the surface. Many people only know that this is a romantic and passionate country, and they don't know the darkness in it. How are things going? Treble always cracked his big mouth and looked optimistic. Hearing this, he replied, The factory is progressing smoothly, and there is no obstacle on the sugar side. Ming raised the corner of his mouth, and the pleasure after the conspiracy succeeded filled his heart. A mere power at your fingertips. Let them deal with the matter as soon as possible, and don't let some trash ruin the good things. Understood, Treble replied. Quinn and Charlie walked along the street for a long time and finally found a tavern that also provided food. Entering the tavern, they saw a group of rough men of different appearances. When the people in the tavern saw Quinn and his partner, they all looked at them with strange eyes, focusing on Charlie. Is it a mermaid? It looks like it. It's much bigger than an ordinary mermaid. Quinn looked around and found an empty table and walked over with Charlie. Pa! A pirate with a fierce look slapped the table and smiled at Quinn. I saw this first. Don't you have a seat next to you? Quinn asked in confusion. The pirate looked at his companion and turned his head. I want to sit at a table by myself. Is that not okay? That's too domineering. Charlie next to him raised his eyebrows, not used to this behavior. Hey! The pirate laughed evilly. Miss Mermaid, if you don't mind, have a drink with us. The surrounding pirates all had bad looks, and in their opinion, these two people were not threatening at all. Crack! Quinn had a blank expression and cracked his knuckles. Charlie glanced at the pirate and quietly stepped aside. Ah! The pedestrians outside the tavern looked over curiously, not knowing what had happened inside. Back in the tavern, a burnt man fell to the ground with smoke coming out of his mouth. Quinn sat down and snapped his fingers at the waiter. Please bring us some food. Okay. The waiter next to him broke out in a cold sweat and left. The pirate next to him dragged his companion, who was not sure whether he was dead or alive, looked at each other, and did not speak tacitly. The terrifying ability that Quinn had just displayed was enough to intimidate everyone present. After a long time, the food Quinn wanted was served on the table. Looking at the food in front of him, Quinn's mouth was watering, and he felt hungry and began to eat like crazy. Charlie cut the food elegantly and watched Quinn eat with a smile. This guy eats 3 meals a day. 1 meal is equivalent to 3 meals for others, and even so, he often complains of hunger. Quinn had completely lost the fierce look he had during the battle. His eyes were shining, and he did not forget to praise the delicious food in the tavern while eating. Hey! Shelley propped up her chin, as if she could watch him eat for a whole day. Bang! The door of the tavern was kicked open, and everyone looked back. A big bearded pirate walked in carrying a big sword, followed by many people. These people were a little embarrassed, obviously pirates who had just entered the New World. The big bearded pirate looked around and saw a few empty tables not far away and walked straight over. Quinn felt that he was patted and looked up. Huh? 2 voices spoke at the same time. Quinn was confused, and the big bearded pirate was surprised. Why is it you? Me? Quinn was puzzled. Siali flicked his forehead. Those pirates who caused trouble on Fishman Island. Quinn said, Oh, and then his eyes widened. It's you! You're too slow to react, everyone complained. You are that Aruba, right? Quinn tried to recall. My name is Holman. The bearded pirate slammed the table and shouted, I didn't accept it last time. Let's compete again. Why do you have to accept it? Quinn asked, puzzled. I was too careless last time. You just got lucky. Holman snorted. Does luck mean that you are beaten 3 against 1 and have no power to fight back? Charlie silently inserted the knife. Captain? The pirates only knew that their captain was defeated and captured, and they didn't know the reason. Now, after hearing this, they immediately looked at him with suspicion. Ahem! Holman coughed lightly. The strength of this captain has not been fully exerted. Don't listen to him easily. Holman said, raising the big sword in his hand and pointing it at Quinn. I challenge you again today. Do you dare to accept it? Xiaoli took out her pipe at some point, looked at Holman and said lightly, I advise you not to mess around when he is eating. Tsk! Holman curled his lips in disdain and chopped the big sword in front of Quinn's food with a bang. Quinn raised his head, with oil stains on the corners of his mouth and a kind look in his eyes. What are you looking at? If you don't fight me today, don't think about eating. Holman glared. Bang! A muffled sound came from the tavern. The people outside heard the sound, dared not be curious, and hurried away. Inside the tavern, Holman foamed at the mouth and lay straight on the ground. The pirate brothers widened their eyes. The captain lost. So weak. Holman raised one hand. This was his last stubbornness. After leaving the tavern, Quinn patted his slightly bulging belly and felt very satisfied. Back in prison, not to mention being full, being able to eat 1 meal a day was already a good thing, and delicious food was just a fantasy. For him, having someone he likes, having delicious food, and living in a quiet place is happiness. Along the way, Charlie looked around curiously. It was her first time in the human kingdom, and she wanted to experience the local customs and practices here. Wait a minute. The two were walking on the street when a familiar voice came from behind. It turned out that Holman caught up with them. Quinn turned around and frowned slightly. Why are you here again? Are you still not convinced? But Holman suddenly knelt on the ground and said loudly, I am convinced. I just want to recognize you as my boss. Huh? Quinn approached Holman and asked uncertainly, What did you say? You are very strong. I want to be your little brother. Holman raised his voice, attracting the attention of the people around him. Quinn stood up with a frown on his face and said calmly, I won't be the boss of someone like you. Quinn didn't like the guy who invaded Fishman Island. He was just an arrogant and greedy guy. Holman was smart and knew what the other party was worried about. He quickly said, "In fact, there was a reason for invading Fishman Island." "I don't want to hear your explanation." Quinn turned around and walked away. Holman chased after him and said, "At that time, that Fishman wanted us to break into Fishman Island, saying that there were countless gold and silver treasures inside. Actually, I'm not very interested in treasures because I have a lot on my ship." "Oh." Quinn turned around with a broken interest after hearing this. "Then what was your reason?" Holman looked around and scratched his head and said, I made a bet with Hans and I lost. As a bet, I had to promise him something, so I accompanied him to invade Fishman Island." Quinn squinted at him as if asking, "Do you think I will believe it?" "It's true, and we didn't hurt the Fishman residents," Holman said hurriedly. "Captain, you seem to have injured a lot of guards." The pirate next to him was disrespecting his captain. "I'm talking about the residents, the residents." Holman slapped his younger brother's head in annoyance. The pirate held his head. "The residents are also injured. Get out of the way." Holman kicked the man on the butt, turned his head and looked at Quinn and said embarrassedly, "I was injured a little, but only a little. Although it's true that many people were injured, I also left a lot of Bailey to make up for them." Holman said, pointing at Charlie, "You can ask this mermaid." Charlie raised his eyebrows. "Don't ask me. I don't remember." "Why is that? I obviously left a lot of money." Holman regretted it a little. "I really didn't mean it. I wouldn't agree to Hans's conditions if I had known." "I don't know whether you did it, intentionally or unintentionally, but it's a fact that you hurt them. I won't accept you as my younger brother," Quinn said lightly. Holman was a little disappointed after hearing this, but then he cheered up and patted his chest and said, "I will prove it to Big Brother. Little ones, let's go. Don't disturb Big Brother's fun." "Yes." Before Quinn finished speaking, the group of people had already run away, and there was something strange in his eyes when he looked at Holman's back. A warship was parked on a coast of Dressrosa. "Da-da!" Footsteps sounded, and a woman walked down the board. "Brew, brew, brew. Moshi, moshi? Hey, it's me, Borsellino." A lazy voice came from the other end of the Den Mushi. "It's Vice Admiral Kizaru. Momo Rabbit, you must pay attention to safety. Just do what you can." "I understand." "Kacha." The woman took back the Den Mushi, lifted the hair on her forehead, and said to the Navy behind her, "You are all waiting for orders on the ship." "Yes," the Navy responded in unison. "Marine Headquarters, Marineford." Kizaru put down the Den Mushi and leaned back in his chair, looking very relaxed. "You are really lazy." Akainu pushed the door open and walked in, holding a wanted poster in his hand. "When you get older, you should enjoy life." Kizaru maintained his usual attitude, looking nonchalant. Akainu sat on the sofa, crossing his legs out of habit. He unfolded the wanted poster in his hand, which had Quinn's head printed on it. "The Celestial Dragons got the news that he went to the New World and asked us to arrest him as soon as possible. It seems that it's not that easy now." Akainu looked at the face on the wanted poster and frowned. "The Celestial Dragons really hold grudges, and they make such a big fuss when they get news about him." Kizaru pouted. "His fruit ability has been judged as a first-level hazard, and we must not let him do whatever he wants." Akainu said in a low voice, "Momosaki is no match for him." Kizaru spread his hands. This time she volunteered, and even if I go to catch him, I can't stop him if he wants to escape. Just show the right attitude. It doesn't matter whether you can catch him or not. It's for them to see. Akainu looked at Kizaru, a little dissatisfied with his attitude. "Borsellino, your attitude is not right." "Sorry, I always do this." Kizaru simply half lay on the recliner. "Or you can go and persuade that old man Garp to chase him." Akainu calmed down. He also knew that what the other party said was true. Thunderfruit, if this fruit ability was in the Navy, it would definitely be another top combat force. Akainu stared at the face on the bounty for a moment, crushed it and threw it into the trash can. "If necessary, I will go and hunt them down in person." In a tavern in Dressrosa, Momotsugi Jion, now a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, was dressed in a sexy outfit that matched the local costumes. Her long legs were slightly bent with a conspicuous spider tattoo on her thigh and a knife hanging on her waist, which looked very extraordinary. "You said he left not long ago?" The tavern owner nodded. "Yes, those two left the tavern not long ago, and I don't know where they went." "Two?" Momotsugi raised her eyebrows. "There is also a mermaid who is very beautiful," the tavern owner said truthfully. "I understand. Thank you." Momotsugi drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, paid the bill and went out. The pirates reluctantly withdrew their gazes and began to discuss. This beauty looks like she's not easy to mess with. She's related to that guy just now, so don't mess with her. That's right, let's have a drink. Tautu left the tavern and walked straight along the street, trying to find out about Quinn along the way. The bullfighting arena is located in the center of Dressrosa. It used to be a place for swordsmen to practice their skills and perform. After being controlled by Doflamingo, it became a bloody killing zone as if to cater to his personality. Today, the bullfighting arena is very popular with outsiders and has become a major attraction in Dressrosa. The Don Quixote family often holds gladiatorial contests here, and the winners can receive rewards arranged by them. On the surface, it is a major event in Dressrosa, but in reality, it is an undercurrent. Everything in the arena is controlled by Doflamingo, and the rules are set by him. Whether it is an underground opening or an illegal business, it is controlled by the Don Quixote family. Most winners either obey or die, and few people can survive to resist their hegemony. Quinn and Shirley came to the outside of the bullfighting arena and were about to go in through the passage to join in the fun, but were stopped by someone. "Hey, young man!" A man stopped Quinn's steps and said with a smile, "I wonder if you are interested in signing up for this competition?" "Me?" Quinn looked around and pointed at himself and asked in confusion, "What to sign up for?" The man took out a flyer with text and pictures on it. "The bullfighting arena is holding a competition recently, and the winner can get a reward." Quinn took a closer look and glanced at the reward. "Devil fruit, it doesn't look like a natural type." Quinn stroked his chin and considered whether to participate. Shirley came over, looked at the reward, and nodded at him. "Let's participate." Quinn thought about it, then shrugged. "Well, it's free anyway." The man next to him looked left and right. Why did these two people look like they had a sure win? But he didn't think much about it. There were many people who were confident before participating, but few could stand up. "Then please sign here." Quinn took the paper and signed it quickly. "Kratos, please follow me in." The man read out the name written by Quinn and walked to the iron gate first. "You go to the audience and wait. I'll go in first." Quinn waved goodbye to Charlie. As long as the other party was still on the island, he could sense it with his observation hockey, so he was not very worried. Quinn followed the man into the iron gate, walked through the ancient stone brick wall, and walked towards the preparation room. The bullfighting arena is divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, D, and each group will have a preliminaries. The man turned around and saw Quinn looking around, not listening carefully at all, and said helplessly, "Kratos-san, please understand the rules here carefully." "I know the rules. I don't need you to tell me," Quinn said. "Is that so? Then okay." The two walked through the spacious corridor and came to an aisle, which was full of weapons and equipment. "You can choose weapons and armor from here to assist in the battle, but you can't bring too many." Quinn immediately spotted a helmet and felt it fit him perfectly when he put it on. "Let's choose this one." The contestants participating in the gladiatorial contest all looked at him. Some of them were pirates and some were from neighboring countries. There were also veterans who had been in the duel arena for many years. Everyone was preparing for the next preliminaries, but no one came to pick a fight with Quinn. Quinn stretched his muscles. The only person on the island that caught his eye was Doflamingo. In his eyes, these gladiators were just appetizers. "Group D players, get ready!" Someone outside the arena shouted loudly. Quinn looked at his number plate. It was definitely Zone D. The arena was in the center, surrounded by water, and in the water were fighting fish waiting to eat at any time. People poured out from all directions, and the arena was soon filled with people. Quinn also walked through the corridor and followed the crowd to the arena. His height was not very noticeable among the crowd, and he seemed a bit out of place. They all looked strong. Quinn walked through the crowd and looked around under everyone's strange gaze. "Come on, Quinn!" Shirley appeared in front of the audience and waved to cheer him on. Quinn responded with a smile, looking very relaxed. "The 120 contestants on the field are ready. The survival competition is about to begin." The commentator on the high platform held a den mushi and shouted loudly, "Ring the bell!" Boom! As the battle bell rang, the audience on the field also boiled. On the ring, some people had already started fighting. Quinn ducked his head to avoid a sword and punched out, and the person facing him fell to the ground. Many sword fighters surged around. These people have been competing in the arena for many years, and their actual combat experience is very high. Unfortunately, the gap in strength is here, and Quinn didn't even need to use the fruit ability to solve dozens of people. Oh! A big dark horse appeared in Area D, and Kratos has defeated dozens of people in a row. The commentator shouted excitedly. Go to hell! A giant with a scar on his forehead rushed towards Quinn carrying a big sword. Quinn swung his arms and hit back and forth. Sure enough, the fruit ability was the most direct. Slowly raised his hand and a faint electric light appeared on it. 30 million volts. Thunderstorm. The giant who was running wildly was hit by the electric current, and his face changed. Before he could react, the field was already wrapped in a violent electric current. Boom! The violent thunder sounded throughout the field, and the smoke and dust rolled on the ring, making it unclear. This! The commentator and the audience opened their mouths and couldn't say a word. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the only person still standing on the field was Quinn. There were hundreds of strange people lying on the ground. No matter how strong or weak they were knocked to the ground by Quinn's blow. Win! Win! The commentator exclaimed. Kratos' one strike sealed the victory. Dark horse among dark horses. Oh! The audience cheered, captivated by Quinn's violent show. In front of the high platform window, a man looked at Quinn on the field with a serious expression. Why is he here? In the audience not far behind Shirley, Taudu raised the corner of her mouth. I found you. Dressrosa King's Highland. Doflamingo held a den mushi, and veins on his forehead were faintly popping out. Are you sure it's him? The person on the other end of the phone reported. I'm sure it's that Quinn. When he debuted, he was hunted by the Navy for attacking the Celestial Dragons. He fought with Kizaru twice, and in the second fight, he seriously injured Kizaru and escaped. In the recent pirate invasion of Fishman Island, it was he who single-handedly quelled the joint attack of several major pirates. I'm not wrong. It's that guy. Why is he here? Doflamingo's tone did not fluctuate too much, but his frown showed his mood. Others may not understand Kizaru, but he knows him very well. One of the future candidates for the Quasi-Admiral, he is also a natural fruit ability user like a Kainu, and is also recognized as the fastest person. Being able to seriously injure Kizaru and escape, this Quinn's strength is probably not weaker than the other party. Do you know why he came here? It should be just to get the reward from the bullfighting arena. Maybe? The person on the other end of the phone didn't seem very sure. Watch him. Don't miss any of his moves. Yes! Kacha! Doflamingo hung up the phone holding his forehead with his hand. Do you want to get a piece of the pie, or for what? In the bullfighting arena, the battle has entered its final stage. The 4 winners of the 4 groups ABCD are fighting a decisive battle, and 2 of them have already fallen. Quinn stood in the middle of the field, facing a strange-looking giant. Ah! The giant raised his huge fist and smashed it at him mercilessly. Quinn did not dodge or evade, but caught the opponent's fist steadily, with lightning crackling in his hand. 30 million volts, electric shock. The simple skills and moves are powerful. Electric currents spread from Quinn's arms to the giant's body. Under the terrifying current, the giant fell to the ground and lost consciousness before long. The silence on the field lasted for a long time and was broken by the commentator. Winner! Kratos from Group D dominated the arena with overwhelming power. The commentator shouted excitedly. After a short silence, the audience also burst into warm applause and cheers. Quinn walked to the center of the arena, where a devil fruit was placed on the platform. The pattern on it was strange, and it was hard to tell what kind of fruit it was. Since there is no need to challenge any cadres, I will accept this fruit with pleasure. Quinn raised the fruit in his hand and gestured to the crowd. Oh! The audience also cheered enthusiastically and sent Quinn away from the arena. In this way, Quinn won easily with overwhelming strength. To his disappointment, no cadres came to trouble him, so he had to leave the arena in disappointment. At night, Quinn accompanied Charlie to go shopping and prepared to find a hotel to stay in. If he couldn't find one, he would have to go back to the ship to stay. He didn't know what kind of devil fruit he had in his hand. Quinn had no use for it for the time being and planned to keep it for later. Walking down the street, most people around were talking about today's game. The name Kratos spread throughout Dressrosa in a short time. Is that a hotel in front? Quinn looked at a building in front of him. The name seemed to be Rose House. That's an entertainment venue. A female voice next to him answered. Looking over, he saw a tall and beautiful woman walking to his side. Thank you. Quinn thanked him and was about to leave with Charlie. Swish! Quinn's neck tilted and dodged a sword. The woman put away her sword and said lightly, A thank you is not enough. Touching the cold neck, Quinn was a little annoyed. What do you mean by cutting people without knowing right or wrong? The woman stood opposite him with a sword. I am the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Tautu Jiwan, and I have been ordered to hunt you. Thunder Beast Quinn. I see. You guys are really fast. Quinn was a little helpless. Not long after he went out to sea again, his whereabouts were discovered by the Navy. Sometimes I really have to admire their intelligence capabilities. Looking up and down at Tautu, he felt that she had a great figure and a gentle appearance. She was a great beauty. Her beauty did not affect her strength. This woman could be one of the candidates for generals in the future. But, for now, she was far from that level. You want to catch me? You don't look good enough, do you? Quinn rubbed his wrist, looking a little casual. Just want to learn from you. Tautu disappeared from the spot as soon as he finished speaking. Swish! A figure flashed, and a quick slash came. Quinn's hand was attached with armament hockey, and he accurately grasped the sword blade that was slashing. Tautu's figure appeared, and he exerted force in his hand to break free from his restraints. One slash wind pressure. A diffused sword energy flew out, carrying a strong air pressure. Quinn did not move, and his body was covered with armament hockey. Wow! All the sword energy hit Quinn's body, and was instantly offset and dissolved. What a strong armament hockey! Tautu retracted his sword in surprise. She clearly felt that the opponent's hockey was very profound. Rain kick. Tautu took a step back, kicked with her long legs, and attacked Quinn with an arc blade. It's useless. The attack was extremely fast in the eyes of others, but it was like slow motion in Quinn's eyes. This kind of attack can't hurt me at all. Quinn threw a punch casually, and the storm kick was actually broken by the punch. You are really strong. Tautu tidied up her clothes that were messy because of the action, and whispered, The test is over. Let's officially start. Quinn smiled and stretched out a hand. I'll give you one hand. Tautu was stunned, and then scolded, Don't be so proud. Swish! The famous sword Kinpira in her hand flashed with cold light, and it was wrapped in armed color. Every vice admiral of the Navy can skillfully use two-color hockey. Although Tautu is only a major general of the headquarters, her strength is stronger than most vice admirals. This can be seen from her skillful use of hockey. In order to avoid trouble, Quinn did not use her ability, but just attached hardened hockey on her hands and fought with the opponent. Seeing someone fighting, the people around retreated 3 feet away, fearing that they would be affected. Second cut, swift! Swish! A burst of energy came at an astonishing speed. Quinn tilted his head and dodged the attack. He felt a slight pain on his face, and found a small wound on his face when he touched it with his hand. As expected of a future candidate for admiral, your strength is indeed good. Quinn smiled, but it's not good enough now. Bang! His fist, with domineering aura, hit the sword that Tautu chopped. Tautu felt her arm go numb, and her hand loosened uncontrollably. As the blade fell to the ground, she was also shocked and took a few steps back. Quinn picked up the Kinpira and held it in his hand to observe for a moment. It was much better than the chingui in his backpack, but he was not interested in this knife. Quinn casually threw Kinpira to Tautu and said, You can't beat me. If you want to catch me, call Kazuru. Tautu's forehead was covered with sweat, and her crystal nose moved. She was trying to calm down. Why don't you use your full strength? She shouted at Quinn's back. Quinn smiled at her and spread his hands. Your swordsmanship is good, but your domineering cultivation is too low. I'm afraid you can't resist it if I use your full strength. Don't look down on me, Tautu shouted and rushed over again. Really? Quinn had no choice but to hold his forehead, and his body flashed, and he didn't fight with her. Ha! With a cry, a woman kept swinging her sword at a man, but she couldn't hit him. Why don't you fight back? Tautu was angry at Quinn's dodging behavior and questioned. In the Navy with strict hierarchy, she stood to her current position as a woman, relying on hard work and dedication. Therefore, her self-esteem is very strong. Even if it is an unattainable position of admiral, she will fight for it. She is a gentle and intellectual woman on weekdays, but once in battle, she is a warrior with the goal of winning. Peach Blossom Spring Random Slash. The sword flashed and the light pink sword energy swept the whole place. The strong wind blew up the dust and the sharp energy smashed the ground. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Quinn was covered with armor hardening. He just stood there unscathed. The armor hardening, as the coverage area expands, the defense also decreases. Tautu's domineering aura obviously can't penetrate his defense, which is why Quinn said that her domineering aura is not enough. Tautu took 2 steps back with the sword, stepped out with her jade legs, and took a forward posture. 3 slashes punch kill. The wind whistled, and in just a moment, Tautu's figure came in front of Quinn. You are so annoying. Quinn's observation color was beyond ordinary people, and he accurately caught Tautu, who attacked him. With his slender waist, Quinn easily cracked the opponent's killing move. Without caring about taking advantage, Quinn threw away Taudu and said helplessly, "You can't beat me at all. Even if you can beat me, you can't catch me. Why bother fighting?" Taudu stood up again, but this time he didn't rush over directly. "I have always been curious about what a man who dares to fight a celestial dragon looks like. Today I see that he is indeed extraordinary." She sheathed her sword, smoothed her messy hair, and looked at Quinn quietly. "I am indeed not your opponent now, but I will never give up. That's it for today." The slender figure walked away, and Tautu's voice floated over, "I will definitely catch you with my own hands." Quinn didn't know what to say. He had inexplicably provoked a future candidate for the general, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad. "I'm entangled." Xia Li, who had been watching the show, came over. She was very confident in Quinn's strength, and was happy to watch the fun. "Women are very scary when they are persistent," Quinn glanced at her. "Don't say sarcastic words. You can't escape even if I am caught." "I don't care. Let's find a hotel first," Quinn said helplessly. "Navy warship, on the deck. Tautu is holding a den mushi and talking to someone." "Yes, I lost. That man is really not simple. You should retreat first and let those guys go." The voice on the other side is a woman's. Tautu did not respond to the other party's words, but said, "Sister Crane, please help me inform them." "What do you want to say?" The so-called Sister Crane is the Crane staff officer of the Navy headquarters. At this time, she was a little confused. "I want to apply for a long-term mission to hunt down Quinn." "No." Crane immediately refused. "You are the backbone of the Navy now. You must not mess around." Tautu opened her mouth slightly. "I am not messing around. I am also doing things for the Navy, right? That thunder beast Quinn has the strength of a quasi-admiral. You can't be his opponent now." Crane said solemnly, "I have heard from Borsellino that you took the initiative to ask for it this time. You are simply overestimating your own abilities. Put these things aside. Return to the headquarters immediately. There are other tasks to be arranged." "Sorry, Sister Crane. I have decided." "Kacha? Hello? Hello?" Crane put down the den mushi and gently rubbed his temple. "This girl is too outrageous." Tautu stood up and walked to the plywood, looking deeply in the direction of Dressrosa. Dressrosa, a residential area somewhere on the island. There are dilapidated and abandoned houses everywhere. Quinn sat on a stone and watched Xia Li distribute candy to the children quietly. Dressrosa is now in ruins. The new king Doflamingo relies on violence to rule the country, and the focus is not on reconstruction. Shirley plans to record the scenery and culture here, and Quinn accompanies her. The two came to this abandoned area this morning and found that there were many unattended children here. The kind-hearted Shirley took out food and candy and began to distribute them. Quinn's memory before the time travel was a little vague, and he only vaguely remembered some general things. Therefore, he often feels very familiar with certain things and people. The toys around seem to have special meanings to the children, and they have been silently guarding by the side. "Da-da!" The sound of brisk footsteps came, and a little girl in a hoodie ran to Quinn's side and looked up at him curiously. Quinn looked down and saw that it was a little girl with pink hair, who looked very cute. He smiled gently, took out a few candies from his arms and handed them to the other party. "Want some candy?" The pink-haired girl happily took it, not afraid of strangers at all, and thanked Quinn cheerfully. "So cute!" Quinn was so touched by the other person's cute look that he couldn't help but reach out and touch her little head. "Rebecca!" A voice came from behind, and a one-legged toy soldier chased up. "Don't run around, Mr. Soldier!" The little girl named Rebecca smiled and waved at the toy. Quinn looked over in surprise, and a picture suddenly flashed in his mind. "Rebecca?" The toy soldier pulled the little girl named Rebecca over and thanked Quinn. "Thank you for the candy. This child is ignorant. No, she is very cute." After seeing Rebecca, Charlie also came over. "New kid, do you want candy?" Rebecca stuffed candy in her mouth, her cheeks puffed up, and stretched out her little hand to show Charlie. "This brother gave me more." Greediness is the nature of every child. Although Rebecca likes candy, she doesn't want too much. "So cute?" Charlie smiled slightly and gently rubbed the little girl's head. "Are all the children here orphans?" Charlie was very curious about the children in the neighborhood, so she asked the toy soldier. The toy soldier had no expression on his face, but his tone was a little low. "Not orphans, kind of." "What does that mean?" Charlie asked with some confusion. The toy soldier said helplessly, "Please forgive me for not being able to speak directly." Rebecca was wearing a thin hoodie, and the cold wind blew over her, and the girl couldn't help but start to shiver. Quinn took off his coat and put it on her, and the girl smiled. which made people feel pity. The toy soldier pulled the girl over and said to Quinn and the others, "It's a bit cold outside, let's go inside and talk." He pointed to a dilapidated house not far away. "That's where we live." Following the toy soldier into the house, there was only a simple bed and a table inside with nothing on it. "Please sit down. There's nothing to treat you, please don't mind," the toy soldier said. "It's okay, this is good," Charlie said softly. Quinn looked around. "Is Rebecca the only one living here?" The toy soldier nodded. "There is a curfew here at toys and humans must live separately, and no activities are allowed after 12 o'clock. Out of helplessness, I can only let her live here alone. It's too much. How can there be such a rule?" Charlie stroked the girl's cold face with some pity, looked around and said, "The bed is so thin, and there is no water or food. How can such a young child endure it?" Quinn frowned, and anger rose in his heart. "Doflamingo, how many people have you harmed?" The toy soldier lowered his head in frustration. "I have been working hard, and I can only maintain the status quo for the time being. The employment positions in Dressrosa have basically been occupied, and some people and toys who are not covered by the regulations can only find other ways. They do thankless and hard work, and they get much less money than others. I will buy her some clothes when I get my wages in a few days." The toy soldier touched Rebecca, and he couldn't make an expression even if he wanted to, and he felt very melancholy. Charlie hugged Rebecca and said, "I'll take her to buy it and bring some food for the other children." "How can that be?" The toy soldier wanted to say something else, but after seeing Rebecca's surprised eyes, he held back his words. "Can I wear new clothes?" The little girl's happy look was heartbreaking. "Thank you for your trouble. I will definitely pay you back when I get my wages." The toy soldier bowed solemnly. "You don't have to worry about this. This guy doesn't have much other things but a lot of money." Charlie pointed at Quinn and said, Charlie was right. Quinn was really poor and only had money left in his backpack. During the more than 1 year on Nine Snake Island, he won a lot of lottery draws through various means such as training, hunting, eating, and sleeping. As a result, he drew Bailey in 3 big roulettes. Now he has at least more than 1 billion Bailey in his backpack. "You go, I'll talk to him about something," Quinn said to Charlie. Charlie glanced at him. She knew that Quinn must have something important to tell her that he was so serious. "Okay, let's go." "Rebecca, let's go." "Great." Rebecca jumped into Charlie's arms excitedly and was carried out of the door by her. Only the toy soldier and Quinn were left in the room. "Can you tell me what happened to you?" After seeing the two of them leave, Quinn spoke softly. "What is it?" The toy soldier seemed a little puzzled. "Don't worry, I'm not Doflamingo's man, and you should know me." The toy soldier stared at Quinn for a long time without saying anything. "I just want to understand the reason. Even if you don't tell me, I will go to Doflamingo for trouble," Quinn said calmly. The toy soldier stared at him for a moment and suddenly stood up excitedly. "Sir Quinn, please help us." This is what happened. Half a year ago, a riot broke out in Dressrosa. The shocking cleansing operation of King Riku's army became an indelible pain in the hearts of the people of this country. King Riku slaughtered soldiers and civilians wantonly and set fire to countless houses, leaving some citizens homeless. This series of actions made the people hate him endlessly, and only a few people knew that all this was Doflamingo's conspiracy. The toy soldier was named Cyrus. He once became the captain of the kingdom's army with his outstanding record in the bullfighting arena, and married King Riku's daughter and gave birth to Rebecca. Half a year ago, Doflamingo planned the conspiracy and kidnapped King Riku. In order to save King Riku, Cyrus was willing to cut off his legs and fight with Mendover, but in the end he was hit by the fruit ability of his subordinate Sugar and turned into a toy soldier. Once hit by the ability of the childlike fruit, everyone who knows him will lose his memory of him, including his wife Scarlet and daughter Rebecca. After that, Doflamingo began to eliminate dissidents, ordered Sugar to turn those who resisted into toys, and set rules between toys and humans, making those who became toys miserable. Rebecca's mother was killed on her way to the city to find food, but I was powerless. Later, I wandered around with Rebecca and finally settled here. Because of Doflamingo's ban, I couldn't always be with her. I don't know how she spent every night. Cyrus raised his toy tin hand to the corner of his eyes, but no tears fell. She is a strong child, always pretending to be cheerful. In fact, I know that she has been suffering in her heart. There are many orphans like her here, all of whom are the children of those who resisted Doflamingo. They were turned into toys and couldn't recognize the children, just like me. Quinn listened to the other party quietly. "So please help us. Only by defeating Doflamingo can Dressrosa have a bright future. Cyrus pulled Quinn excitedly. If it were him, he would definitely be able to defeat Doflamingo. Quinn patted his shoulder and didn't say anything. Cyrus looked at him in a daze and was about to ask again. Quinn stopped him and whispered, "Although I have no obligation to help anyone, I am also a flesh and blood person. I will definitely help you with this matter." Cyrus was overjoyed when he heard this, and was about to thank him on the spot, but was stopped by Quinn. "The one who turned us into toys is Don Quixote family carve Sugar." Seeing Quinn agreed, he talked about his own ideas. "As long as she is defeated, the others will recover their memories of us then. Then I will deal with the Don Quixote family," Quinn said. "When I recover, I will immediately gather people and follow you to the palace," Cyrus whispered. "I know, wait for my news." King's Highland. Doflamingo was receiving a man at this time. This man was strong and very fat. "Joker, how is the factory going?" the man asked. Doflamingo smiled and said, "It's going very smoothly. The goods you want should be delivered soon." Not long ago, Doflamingo reached a cooperation with a scientist named Caesar Coulong, who used animal bloodline factors to produce the raw material sad, and after completion, sent it to the Smile factory in Dressrosa for cultivation. Doflamingo forced the Tontada clan, who were good at planting, to work for him and take care of the plants that absorbed the sad liquid. When the plants that absorbed the sad liquid matured, they would produce fruits with strange patterns, which were the Smile fruits. Doflamingo used this fruit to trade with the famous Beast's pirates to gain benefits, and the person he received this time was the plague of the Beast's pirates, Quinn. "Better hurry up. I don't want to see Kaido lose his temper." "Heh." Mingy laughed in a unique way. "The big boss of the Beast's pirates is actually afraid." Quinn sneered. "I wonder what your attitude is when facing Kaido. Let me go. I don't want to get along with him." Doflamingo grinned. "Dover!" There was a shout outside the door. "Dover! It's bad!" "Huh?" Doflamingo raised his eyes and looked over. Treble walked in, his tone a little anxious. "Someone is destroying the factory." "What?" Doflamingo was furious when he heard this, slammed the table and stood up. "Are you here to eat for free? Why don't you stop it?" "The opponent is very strong. Gladius and the others have been defeated." Doflamingo's forehead veins popped. "Who did it?" Treble's eyes were erratic. It was Thunder Beast Quinn. He was no match for the opponent and barely escaped. At this time, he felt a little guilty when reporting. "Asshole!" As soon as Doflamingo finished speaking, his pink feathers fluttered and he rushed out. Quinn narrowed his eyes at Doflamingo's back and stood up to follow him. Doflamingo used the power of the fruit to move forward quickly, his face very gloomy. In the underground trading port, inside the Smile factory. Electric shock. The current passed through, and a group of soldiers fell to the ground instantly. The Don Quixote family cadres who were already in the factory and heard the news came with great momentum, but after encountering Quinn, they were no match for him and were all knocked to the ground. Quinn kicked away Lao Ji in front of him, without any idea of respecting the elderly and loving the young. "Those who are still alive, please speak. Where is that guy called Sugar?" A black-haired girl about 10 years old was shivering in the corner, and she was obviously frightened when she felt Quinn's eyes. "You, come here." Quinn hooked his finger. The girl did not move. The electric current crackled, and the girl was startled and hurried over. Looking closer, the other person had black hair and was very beautiful, about 14 or 15 years old. "You should be a combat member too?" Facing a person who posed no threat, Quinn slowed down his tone a little. The girl curled up her hands and said hesitantly, My name is Baby 5. I am a combat member of the family." "Is that so? You should know the whereabouts of Sugar?" Quinn raised the girl's chin with his finger and questioned. I don't know." Baby 5 took a step back. Quinn had left a deep impression on her just now. "Huh?" Quinn raised his eyebrows. "I really don't know." The girl was a little scared. "Sir." Quinn heard the voice and looked back. It was a beautiful girl with brown hair and a pair of light brown pupils. "I may know where Sugar is," the girl said. "Maybe it means something." Quinn looked at the girl in front of him. "Are you trying to lead me away?" "No." The girl hurriedly shook her hands, fearing that Quinn would misunderstand. "I'm sincere, please believe me." "Where do you say she is?" Quinn asked, crossing his arms. "She's not here now. She should be in the King's Highlands." "King's Highlands?" Quinn was puzzled. "I can take you there." Quinn thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Let's go." When Quinn came, he broke in directly from the east gate of the toy house. It was even easier to get out. Anyone who dared to stop him would be beaten up. Quinn hugged the girl and rushed out of the city gate in a flash, just about to go in the direction she pointed. Swish! Suddenly a force came. Quinn pulled the girl into his arms and a silk thread just passed through and almost hit her. Violet, where are you going? Doflamingo's figure landed on the roof not far away, looking at the girl behind Quinn with a smile. Quinn protected him behind him and cracked Mingy's joints. Flamingo man, you came just in time! Mingy's forehead was bulging with veins. What did you call me just now? I called you Birdman. Didn't you hear me? Quinn pushed Violet aside and began to gather electricity in his hands. Violet, who was behind him, was sweating coldly and looked at Quinn's direction with some worry. She knew how scary Ming was. "Ha, so you must fight?" Mingy half-crouched on the roof, his tone calm. Quinn thought of Rebecca and those orphans who were having fun in misery, and thought of what he had seen and heard in Dressrosa these days, and suddenly he felt angry. The behavior of the Don Quixote family is no different from those celestial dragons. They are all bastards who oppress, exploit, and treat human life as worthless. You should have thought that what you did will be punished one day. Quinn's fists met. I'm the one who will punish you. Ha! Doflamingo laughed and laughed wildly. Another self-righteous guy. There are many people like you in this world. How many of them have a good ending? Boy, leave here before I get angry, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Hearing this, Quinn said disdainfully, I'd like to see what the consequences are. Hehe, then let me see how capable the Thunder Beast Quinn is. Mingy waved his arm, and a wall behind Quinn cracked. Pretentious. As soon as the voice fell, Quinn had turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot. Mingy's expression moved, and he wanted to dodge Quinn's attack, but he didn't expect the other party to be very fast, and a kick had already accurately kicked his abdomen. Ugh! Mingy made a dull sound, flew backwards, and hit the house. Quinn stood at the place where Mingy had just fought, looking down at the ruins. Come on, let me see how strong the 7 warlords are. Violet covered her mouth in surprise. This man was so confident. Mingy pushed the stone away and patted the dust off his body. What a terrible guy. As the news said, your fruit ability is indeed very strong. But I wonder if you are confident against the 2 of us? Boom! A huge black shadow fell and smashed the place where Quinn was. The stone fragments flew around and dust and smoke rolled around. Quinn fell to the ground with a cigar in his mouth. Who is so blind that dares to ruin our beast's pirates? 30 million volts, Thunderbird. An attack answered his words. Quinn did not dodge and took the attack. The lightning dissipated, and Quinn stood in the field unscathed, strengthening his armed color domineering around him. Nice power, but it's a pity that it can't hurt me. Quinn appeared in the distance and said calmly, You're pretty strong. How about this? 60 million volt thunder dragon. Roar! The violent electric current hit Quinn again, and his body shook noticeably in the lightning. The light faded again, and Quinn was no longer as calm as before. The armament color could not completely resist the strong electric current, and even his internal organs felt numb at this moment. I thought he was so strong, but it turns out he was just a show-off. Quinn's fat body trembled slightly and veins popped out of his head. Boy, don't be too proud. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to expand rapidly, and his clothes were torn apart. In just a moment, his body was full of muscles, and he turned into a huge dragon-shaped creature. I am an ancient animal-type Brachiosaurus ability user. Now you come and see who is the one with nothing but appearance. Quinn was already huge in height, and now that he had turned into a Brachiosaurus, he suddenly felt very oppressive. I'm not afraid of you. Quinn dodged and flew in front of the orange Brachiosaurus. Storm Kick's Thunder! The enhanced version of Storm Kicks brought dozens of slashes, and the terrifying electric energy swept over, but Quinn didn't dodge or evade, but rushed up with his neck stiff. Swish! 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 Storm Kicks combined with the penetrating power of lightning. If it were someone else, he would have been cut into pieces long ago. Unfortunately, his target of attack was one of the big names of the Beast Pirates, who was known for their defense. Quinn stood up with only a few bloodstains on his neck, and only suffered some minor injuries. You have good strength. You can actually hurt me. Ha! Mingy flashed to the roof behind Quinn without knowing when, and said, as expected of a member of the Beast Pirates, your defense is just like a monster. Quinn looked at him coldly. Joker, this is your own business. I have no obligation to help you solve it. Mingy grinned. Don't be like this. If the factory is destroyed by him, I can't deliver the goods in a short time. Humph? Quinn snorted and looked at Quinn. Just treat it as a warm-up. Leave this kid to me. That won't do. Mingy's fingers were slightly bent. Doing things should be quick and decisive. The key is to quickly deal with him. Whatever you want, Quinn said and rushed towards Quinn. Swish! Quinn dodged and escaped from the spot, not forgetting to taunt, "Big stupid dragon, you are too slow." Parasitic line. Dozens of thin lines that were difficult to see fell from the sky and inserted into Quinn's body. Mingay showed his figure, and his fingers were slightly bent to control the thin lines. Skull impact. The huge figure attacked, and the hard skull of the Brachiosaurus hit Quinn's abdomen fiercely. Quinn only felt his stomach churning and his chest was dull. He was hit by this blow and flew backwards. Standing up, Quinn sighed lightly. These two people are really a bit troublesome. The opposite is the vice chairman of the Emperor and the Shichibukai. They are both capable people. If they really fight seriously, it will be very difficult. Quinn's fruit ability is well developed. His defense and attack power are very strong. He can easily hurt him who has used the physical enhancement card. What, you don't want to show off anymore? Quinn and Mingy appeared in front of him. The huge Brachiosaurus looked fierce, as if it was choosing someone to eat. Quinn glanced at him. "People from the beasts, pirates, you must intervene?" Quinn grinned. "Who do we need your approval to help?" "Who do you think you are?" "Then be prepared to pay the price." Quinn suddenly shouted and soared into the air. 80 million volt Kirin! Huh? Quinn looked up at the sky. The terrifying power seemed to be able to tear even the air. With a move of his leg muscles, Quinn's body burst into the sky and met the Thunder Kirin head-on. The Thunder Kirin was like a living being, opening its big mouth and biting Quinn fiercely. For a moment, the sky was flashing with lightning and crackling. Discharge! Mingy was shattered by the electric current, but his body became thin lines and surrounded Quinn. This move is a bit like Quinn's Thunder Cage, but Mingy's fruit ability is still not as fast as his. Quinn dodged out of the thin wire and kicked Mingy's real body with a whip kick. Lower the rogue line. Thunder Aurora. Quinn quickly threw a blow and broke Mingy's moves. Roar! The huge Brachiosaurus smashed to the ground with a terrifying momentum. The Thunder Kirin had been dispersed by his brute force, and he was also injured by the electric shock. Wiping the blood on his face, Quinn's arms were bulging with veins. Joker, get out of my way! Let me deal with him! Mingy used a 5-color line to repel Quinn. He had never been able to gain any advantage in a head-on confrontation with the opponent, so he decisively gave up his position. As you wish. He always knew how to protect himself, unless it was absolutely necessary. Come on! Quinn's head was hardened. Although he had a huge body, his speed was not slow. He rushed in front of Quinn with a flash. The armament hockey condensed on Quinn's fist, and the blue electric lights surged and began to compress madly, smashing towards the opponent's head. Electric charge! The fist carrying terrifying pressure touched Quinn's head, like a spark hitting gunpowder, and it exploded instantly, and the sky suddenly changed color. Ugh! Quinn only felt a strong pressure coming from above, and his neck was actually bent down a little bit. Get down! Quinn's forehead veins bulged, and his hands increased the strength again. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky, and the shock waves spread to the surroundings, carrying a terrifying electric current. Quinn's body in the air was like a kite with a broken string, falling uncontrollably and smashing through the ground. He transformed into a Brachiosaurus form, and his defense and attack power were greatly improved. After being covered with armament hockey hardened, it was like a fortress, which was daunting. Most of the skills developed by Quinn were developed towards the top power, using electrical energy to gather to enhance the impact and current, which was enough to break the high-level armament hockey defense. Ming-Ji waved his hand to clear the dust in front of him. Although his expression was calm, beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. What kind of monster is this guy? Why does a natural type have such a strong body? After Quinn used the physical enhancement card, his body became much stronger than before. After the enhancement, his physical training was also twice as effective with half the effort, so that he could fight against the animal-type fruit ability users with his flesh body. Hey! You shouldn't be defeated so easily. Get up quickly. Ming-Ge looked at the ruins and shouted. His long-range attack with domineering power hit Quinn without any pain, and the opponent was fast, so he could not be the opponent in a one-on-one fight. As long as he was in Quinn's magnetic field, his skills could not be accurate attacks, and all his moves seemed to be predicted by him. This tricky ability made him unable to use his hands and feet, and he could only hope to fight against the beating Quinn. As long as someone could exhaust the opponent's physical strength, he could use his ability to attack, and then he would not be afraid of not being able to penetrate his defense. There was a sound from the ruins, and Quinn's huge body stood up. Ha! A dull sound came from the throat of the giant Brachiosaurus, and its muscles bulged exaggeratedly. The air seemed to be torn apart during the roar. "Boy, you pissed me off!" In his rage, Quinn's body began to be covered with a dark armor color and hardened, and his muscles also swelled. 80 million volts Thunder Dragon. Quinn would not miss any opportunity to attack, and directly used a Thunder Dragon move. Bang! Quinn's huge arms swung out and collided fiercely with the violent Thunder Dragon. The electric light seemed to be unable to cause any harm to him and was gradually disintegrated by his power. Useless? Quinn was surprised, and the opponent's defense seemed to be strengthened again. Brachiosaurus Bomb! Before Quinn was surprised, the huge figure had already hit him, and the speed was amazing. Quinn wanted to dodge, but unexpectedly his foot was tripped by something. Looking down, he saw that several silk threads were tied around his calves, making him unable to move. When? Mingy was controlling the thin wire not far away, smiling sinisterly. Since he couldn't hide, he would have to fight hard. Thunder Body! Electricity surged around him, and waves of electricity wrapped around his body, protecting him like armor. Different from the Thunder Armor, the Thunder Body not only greatly enhanced the defense, but also accurately controlled the electricity within a certain range, and had the ability to counterattack. Theoretically, as long as he had enough physical strength, he could attach hundreds of layers of Thunder Body to his body to resist all attacks. Boom! The powerful Brachiosaurus Bomb was launched by Quinn himself. The huge impact force came with strong pressure, and the surrounding buildings were crushed by the air pressure. After being hit by this huge impact, the armor around Quinn began to dissipate layer by layer, and finally turned into electricity to wrap around the Brachiosaurus. The defense of the Thunder Body has not been cracked yet, but Quinn has already taken the initiative. Thunder Hand! His hand condensed a terrifying power, and the electric current turned from blue to gray. With a flash of lightning, Quinn's palm struck out. Ahem! Quinn, in the Brachiosaurus state, he was hit by this attack. His hard body was smashed into the ground, and his neck was torn. After dispersing the white thunder in his hand, Quinn jumped far away to prevent Mingy from attacking him again. In order to increase the attack and penetration of lightning, he worked hard to develop the Kang Lei, whose characteristic is to compress and condense electrical energy to the extreme, which requires strong control and physical strength. Although Kang Lei consumes more physical strength, it has stronger attack and penetration. If it is combined with some powerful skills, its power is self-evident. Now he can't use Kang Lei excessively. This terrifying electrical energy consumes too much physical strength. Just this one attack consumed a lot of his energy. Mingy's smile faded, and he looked at Quinn with some disbelief. Before he could be surprised for long, the huge stone had been pushed away by Quinn. Quinn, in the Brachiosaurus form, received this move, and he felt dizzy, and the piercing pain in his neck was real. Quinn's defense is top-notch even in the beast's pirates, and there are only a few who can compare with him. Now this guy can easily break his defense, which makes him shocked and angry. What he doesn't know is that Quinn is not easy. With his physical strength, he can't support the use of Kang Lei for a long time. Let's go together and take him down first. Regardless of the pain, Quinn intends to defeat the opponent in one go. He shouted at Mingy and rushed up again. Quinn aroused his warlike blood. Not giving up until the end, this seems to be the beast instinct of every animal. Seeing the two attacking, Quinn didn't dare to be arrogant, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps, and electrical energy began to gather around his body. Foot shaving line! Boom! Quinn kicked Mingy away, turned around and blasted with Quinn, and the two sides fought fiercely. Violent fluctuations broke out on the field, and the battle between the three people spread to the surroundings, and waves of air shot out. Violet, who was not far away, looked at the anxious battle, and was a little anxious, not knowing what to do. She wanted to help Quinn, but she knew her own abilities, and intervening would only lead to death. For now, she could only watch from a distance. Dressrosa, near the toy house, this place has become a ruin, and the huge buildings around it are already in danger. Quinn once again blocked Mingy's attack, and rolled out of the encirclement of the two. Huh? Among the three people present, only Quinn's breath was relatively stable. The ability of the animal system was superior in physical strength. If he could not kill with one blow, the opponent could rely on the strong recovery ability to restore his body functions. Mingy dispersed the silk thread in his hand, and there were some beads of sweat on his forehead. Seeing that his hard work was destroyed, he was extremely anxious, but helpless. His attack was countered by Quinn's Thunder Fruit and could not effectively hurt the opponent. Quinn twisted his huge body and walked over. Although he was afraid of the opponent's Kang Lei, he also knew that he could not release it many times, which was why he dared to bite the bullet and meet it. His physical strength won't last long. You attack head-on and I'll be responsible for holding him back. Quinn was dismissive of Minga's words. If you don't want to fight, get out of the way. I'll deal with him alone. Don't chat when you're fighting. 90 million volts Stormbird. The violent electric energy rushed over and Quinn's figure disappeared on the spot. The target was Doflamingo. Mingi was stunned. The opponent's attack was too fast and he could only defend desperately. White shield! Bang! The violent electric current hit Mingi's silk thread defense. Before the latter could react, a force rushed out by itself. Quinn's figure appeared, and gray-white Kang Lei appeared in his hand. Thunder Hand! The violent electric energy gathered at one point, and the sharpness of it instantly tore the air. Minge felt his breathing stagnate, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Ugh! The dust cleared, and a figure fell to the ground. Minge's body twitched slightly and blood gushed out of his chest. Quinn's figure appeared on the other side, a little out of breath. Quinn, who had turned into a giant brachiosaurus, looked at the scene in surprise. He didn't react at all. This guy used his skills to hide his body, and then rushed out from the violent electric energy to launch a fatal attack. Even he couldn't defend against this move. Without caring about so much, Quinn swung out a tail attack and mercilessly knocked Mingji away. At this time, Mingji was in pain. There was a faint flash of silk thread in his hand, and the wound on his chest was slowly healing. His thread fruit can even suture internal injuries, let alone external injuries. Unfortunately, Quinn's attack burned his body, greatly reducing his ability to move. Even if he was repaired, his combat power was much worse than before. Swish! Quinn's figure appeared in the sky, with violent electricity surging from his legs, and he smashed towards the giant dragon below. Roar! Quinn was no less powerful. The dragon Roar had a real attack, shaking the surrounding ground and mountains, and facing the attack from the air head-on. The two figures intersected, and a terrifying power erupted. This was a collision between physical skills, and also a test of the strength of the fruit ability user. Minge finally sutured his wounds, barely supported his body, and retreated. These two damn bastards didn't consider the surrounding situation at all. If this continues, this place will probably be razed to the ground, and then he will really work in vain. What? Don't you use your trick? This can't hurt me. Ha-ma-ha-ha! Quinn shook his body and laughed sarcastically. The figures of the two sides intersected again, and there was no winner, and they confronted each other again. Quinn stopped and shook his arms. You are the strongest physique among the ability users I have seen, but this can't stop me. I don't have the patience to entangle with you. You are lucky to be able to take this move. Stinky boy, you are so arrogant! Quinn's giant body was covered with blue veins, and his teeth were covered with armed color and were about to bite. But Quinn suddenly stretched out a hand and pointed it at the sky. With white lightning in his hand, the electric light rushed into the sky. 100 million volts! 10,000 thunders! The voice dissipated in the air, and the sky was suddenly filled with thunderclouds, and the entire sky of Dressrosa fell into darkness. Quinn looked up at the sky, and even he couldn't help but tremble at the terrifying power above. It's too late to hide. This was the only thought in his mind. He stayed in place, his muscles bulged, and a faint black hardened armor color covered his whole body. He was ready to take this move, relying on his physical strength. Countless lightning in the sky was summoned and quickly gathered at one point. For a moment, the sound of electric current crashing resounded through the sky, and the electric current column with a faint blue thunder fell from the sky. Hell! Thunder! Divine punishment! Ah! Violet no longer cared about watching the battle and hurriedly ran away. Affected by this power, she felt pain in her body. Even at such a distance, she would be hurt, not to mention Quinn, who was at the center. The thunder struck down, and wherever it passed, both buildings and plants were instantly reduced to ashes. Roar! The roar of the Brachiosaurus sounded, and from his cry, we can know how painful he was at this time. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the current still remained in the air. Crack! Crack! The entire area around the toy house was reduced to ashes, and the current covered the entire place and refused to dissipate. A huge deep pit appeared in front of us, with a charred black area. A figure was lying in the pit. Quinn had turned back to human form. At this time, his whole body was black and was emitting electric light. He was like a devil walking out of purgatory, with wounds all over his body and blood constantly pouring out. Who? Quinn fell to the ground. The power output of the electric energy was too large, and he was a little weak for a while. If he didn't succeed, he would die. He used all his strength to make this attack, and he must pursue a one-shot kill. Obviously, he succeeded. Quinn had lost his ability to fight and was even in danger of his life. Minga's figure appeared not far away, looking at the scene in the deep pit with a solemn expression. This is a member of the Beast's pirates. If that madman Kaido knew that his little brother was in trouble in his own territory, I don't know what kind of madness he would go crazy. But now he can't afford to worry so much, because there is still a killer star in front of him that has not been dealt with. Quinn stood up on his knees, swung his big hand, and a lightning gun appeared in his hand. Come on, Doflamingo. It's time for us to decide the winner. Mingy gritted his teeth, secretly accumulating strength in his hands, and could only fight him. Bang! Huh? Mingy looked over in surprise, but saw that Quinn was hit hard and flew backwards. A tall and huge figure appeared in the field. The man was dressed in black clothes, with a team of feather wings on his back, and his head was tightly surrounded, so his face could not be seen clearly. Mingy grinned, revealing his white teeth. You came at the right time, Jin. The person who came was Jin, codenamed Flame Disaster, one of the big bosses of the Beast Pirates. Jin ignored Mingo, but looked at the figure standing up in the smoke in the distance, and said lightly, You almost succeeded. But we can't destroy the things of our Beast's pirates just like that. Thank you all for your monthly tickets and recommendation votes. The author will continue to work hard. Hey, why are you here? Are you worried about us? Mingy walked over with an arrogant step and stood with Jin. Jin crossed his arms. This batch of goods is very important to us. Of course I have to come. Mingy smiled and spread his hands. It's a pity that something has happened. I can see that too. Jin rubbed his wrist and looked at Quinn in the distance. You are very good to be able to beat their combined forces, but this is the end. Quinn recovered from the pain caused by the attack just now and looked at Jin coldly. One after another, endless. Heh? Jin sneered. You should have been prepared to die to ruin our good things. 30 million volts Thunder Beast. Quinn answered him with action. During the year on Nine Snake Island, he focused on physical training and endurance. The short rest has restored a lot of energy for him, which is a characteristic of every strong man. Facing the attack, Jin did not dodge or evade, but punched out with a punch, dispersing the violent electrical energy. Not bad strength, but I'm afraid it's not enough. Quinn's probing ended, and he didn't think of answering the other party's question. His hands were already wrapped with domineering aura. I didn't expect you to be a warmonger, so I'll accompany you to the end, Jin said, and his body began to transform. Not long after, a huge pterosaur appeared in the field. Jin was not as arrogant as Quinn. He only needed to observe the situation to correctly judge the opponent's strength. He was able to gain the upper hand under the siege of Quinn and Mingy. Although it might be because Quinn looked down on him, his strength should not be underestimated. Jin, who turned into a pterosaur, flew into the sky. In the beast state, his attack power and speed increased greatly. He had the upper hand in defeating the enemy from the air. Flame Emperor! A raging flame burned on its surface, and Jin's huge body hit it. Quinn dodged Mingy's attack while fighting Jin. Mingy's thin line looked powerless, but it was extremely sharp. Although his heart net covered the whole area, he could not avoid every attack. After several rounds of fighting, he had several wounds on his body. You bastard! Quinn shouted angrily, and his figure flashed, rushing towards Mingy. Heh! Seeing Mingy's expression, Quinn thought it was not good. Sure enough, as his attack hit, Mingy's body turned into silk threads and scattered. Shadow Rider line. Foot shaving line. Mingy's voice came from behind. Feeling the sound of the wind, Quinn turned around and hit Mingy's leg hard, but he was not prepared for the attack from the side and was hit hard by the attacking Jin. While flying out of the air, Quinn's hand surged with electricity and several lightning spears were thrown out. Mingy moved his fingers and the domineering aura in front of him emerged, and the white lines scattered the lightning spears. Storm Kick Razor. Quinn kicked out several slashes, hitting Jin's sharp beak. Hit by the sharp slash, Jin's speed did not slow down, and he rushed straight towards Quinn. Bang! Like the sound of metal colliding, Jin's sharp beak pierced Quinn's Thunder Warrior, making it difficult to move forward. Quinn's legs began to gather terrifying power and kicked out at a tricky angle. Bang! Jin's body in the air could not withstand the pressure and was kicked away. Lower the rogue line! Swish! Quinn's hand was covered with domineering power, blocking Mingy's attack from the top of his head. Get out of my way! White lightning began to appear around Quinn, and Mingi was hit in the abdomen by him and fell to the ground hard. Electric charge! Gah! The huge body of the pterosaur rushed over and collided fiercely with Quinn's fist. What? Jin was shocked. He could have blocked this attack by himself, but he didn't want to suffer pain and was knocked away by Quinn again. Who will save you now? Quinn lowered his head and stomped hard on Mingi on the ground. Heh! Mingi laughed strangely, manipulating the thin wire in his hand. Quinn noticed the black shadow on the ground illuminated by the light, and his arm was already in pain. Bang! Seeing Jin coming again, he flashed and turned into lightning and flew to the side. Mingi fell to the ground, his fingers slightly bent, as if he was controlling Quinn invisibly. Is your common problem arrogance? You will suffer if you don't use your full strength. Jin snorted coldly. I know it without you saying it. As soon as the voice fell, his body changed and turned into an orc form. This state is different from full beast transformation. It can freely exert its own strength and has stronger power. Pulling out the giant sword from his waist, Jin looked at Quinn coldly. Boy, I will personally capture you and bring you back to Wano country and hand you over to Mr. Kaido for punishment. The white thunder in Quinn's hand flashed, ready to meet the enemy at any time. Jin's speed was extremely fast and he came in front of Quinn in an instant, swinging the giant sword in his hand with unparalleled power. Quinn didn't dare to confront him head-on, so he could only dodge. Swish! Brother Ming controlled the white line to attack, distracting his attention. Figures intertwined on the field, and the aftermath of the collision of power swept around mercilessly, bringing up layers of airwaves. Charge and hit! Bang, bang, bang! Quinn jumped behind Jin and swung his fists quickly, leaving only afterimages. Jin only felt pain in his back, and the white lightning pierced his skin like a sharp blade. He suddenly turned around and swung his sword. The huge sword energy cut the ground in half, but did not hit Quinn. Quinn dodged the attack and immediately retaliated with a whip kick, hitting Jin's head. Jin was hit by the attack and his body fell uncontrollably. Quinn felt the crisis behind him and wanted to defend himself, but his body had been pierced by Brother Ming's white line. He only felt a pain in his waist, and when he looked down, he saw several more torn wounds there. Super Strike Whip! Dozens of silk threads flew out of Mingi's hand, merging into a huge thick thread to strike. Quinn dodged and the building behind him was split in two. Ha! Jin's fire knife attacked and almost cut Quinn's arm. Quinn knew that this was not a solution, so he could only temporarily break away from the two people's encirclement. Mingi's thin thread attack was sometimes impossible to detect, and if you were not careful, you would be hit by the opponent. Swoosh! Seeing Jin rushing over again, Quinn gritted his teeth and began to accumulate power in his hands. For a moment, white lightning filled the entire field. Jin's expression in the air froze, but he did not stop. Go! The lightning in Quinn's hand turned into a chain, surrounding Jin, who was attacking. Quinn exerted force on his palm, and the white lightning began to shrink infinitely. Ah! Jin struggled to break free, but was entangled by the white-blue thunder, and the electrical energy on it passed through his body, and he was immediately in great pain. Hell Thunder Extreme Punishment! Countless lightning bolts surged and gathered, and a huge ball of white light floated into the air. Jin in the air felt trembling with fear, but could not break free from the opponent's restraints. The white light flashed, and it seemed as if a second sun appeared in the sky above Dressrosa. The huge electric field covered a large area, and there was no grass around. Everyone on the island had experienced the great changes of the 10,000 Thunders just now, and now seeing the white electric ball rising in the sky, they were all shocked. Oh my God, what happened? Someone exclaimed. Heavenly punishment! This must be heavenly punishment. Someone should be doing an experiment, right? Someone said uncertainly. Faced with such a scene, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. That is, fear. Under the white light, a beautiful and tall figure stopped to watch. Tautu has been tracking Quinn these days, and has a general understanding of the situation on the island, and seems to know what kind of person he is. As soon as she saw this scene, she knew that it was Quinn's doing, and she felt a huge pressure in her heart. Outside a residential area, Charlie was holding Rebecca, and she also saw this series of changes. This guy is really messing around, trying to destroy this place. Rebecca had never seen such a scene before, and seeing that the light was so beautiful, she couldn't help but look over there curiously. The center of the battlefield. As the white thunder struck, everything in the field turned into ashes, and the huge pit was like a natural moat, and the ground was pierced. Not only the terrain was hit by the electric energy, but also Mingi and Quinn, who were innocently affected. The smoke and dust did not dissipate completely, and it took a long time before the situation in the field could be barely seen clearly. A huge body knelt on the ground, and Jin had no time to dodge the attack and was hit head-on. His chest broke open, and blood gushed out unstoppably. Jin wanted to stop it, but he was powerless. His body took the blow head-on, and as strong as his flesh was, it could not withstand such a huge pressure. It seemed that there were thousands of insects and ants gnawing at his internal organs, and Jin felt powerless at this moment. Ha! Ha! Rough panting sounded in the silent field. Jin was trying to prop himself up. In the distance, Quinn's expression froze, a little surprised. He didn't expect that he couldn't completely defeat the opponent after attacking with all his strength. "Joker!" Jin shouted towards the sky. "What?" Quinn subconsciously wanted to dodge, and pain came from his chest. Puff! The thin thread like a steel needle pierced his chest, and blood flowed along the thin thread, which was so miserable. Minga's forehead was bleeding, and he was obviously holding on. The corners of his mouth had a smile after success. "If I hadn't run fast, I'm afraid I would have died, huh?" Quinn fell to the ground weakly. His body was controlled by the thin thread, and he felt severe pain from the inside out when he moved. "What are you waiting for?" Minga struggled to control the thin thread. He was hit by the aftermath and was also seriously injured, and he couldn't hold on for long. Jin stepped slowly with heavy steps, raised the knife in his hand high. "You are strong, but you are still too young." Seeing the big knife coming down, Quinn's neck veins popped up, and his body began to burst out with strong electrical energy. Electric shock to the heart! With the characteristics of the thunder fruit, Quinn stimulated his own potential power and successfully broke free from Minga's restraints. Bang! The fist with thunder and strong pressure hit Jin's chest. Jin's huge body was hit by this blow, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably, spilling blood in the air. Quinn succeeded in his attack and stared fiercely at Minga next to him. "Go to hell!" The figure flashed, and Quinn's leg kicked Minga with terrifying power. Bang! A laser came and interrupted his attack. Quinn felt pain for a moment, and was hit in the soft spot by this blow without warning. A huge figure slowly crawled out. Quinn, who had lost his ability to fight, transformed into a brachiosaur again, and used his special attack. The terrifying recovery power of the animal system was revealed. Jin from the distance also came again with flames on his huge body. Quinn bared his teeth and turned over. There was already a dent in his ribs. The piercing pain made it impossible for him to concentrate on analyzing the situation. Minga didn't give him a chance to breathe. He threw out a white line and pierced his arm. Quinn trembled slightly, and electric currents began to appear on the surface of his body. The body of thunder covered him. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain all over his body. He must not show weakness to others at this time. Seeing this, Minga's expression changed slightly. Even though the opponent was so seriously injured, he still had physical strength left, but he was barely holding on. He looked at Jin and Quinn and found that their conditions were not much better than his. Being hit directly by Quinn's killing move, the injuries in their bodies were beyond the load. If they continued to fight, it would only damage their internal organs. Quinn's ability is special. The gray-white lightning is powerful. The lethality of a single blow is comparable to that of a high-level domineering aura. If the opponent still has enough energy to fight and use a killing move, I'm afraid no one in the field will be spared. The three stood in a triangle, surrounding Quinn in the middle. The latter endured the pain and used the heart net to guard against the opponent. For a while, the field was deadlocked, and no one dared to take the first step. Swish! In the end, Minga took the initiative and shot a white line, breaking the place where Quinn was originally standing. Quinn himself appeared on the other side and punched Jin. Bang! Bang! The interweaving of blood and blood, the tragic fight made the sky change color. The sharp energy swept the whole field, and the whole Dressrosa began to tremble. The night was charming, and the sky was full of stars. At this time, people on the island of Dressrosa were attracted by the battle at the toy house. The brave people went to watch, but were blocked by the huge natural chasm. What kind of battle is this to have such power? In the ruins of the battlefield, a figure barely supported himself and stood up. There were 3 people lying on the ground. Quinn had already canceled his beast transformation and was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Minga's strange clothes had been completely shattered, with only a few remnants left hanging on his body. At this time, he was lying on the ground covered in blood, his fingers twitching weakly. Jin supported his tall body and stood in the field. There was a wound on Quinn's chest in front of him, and blood was constantly flowing out. Quinn ended up losing in the 1-on-3 battle. The terrifying guy in front of him finally stopped. Jin also relaxed his body. The knife in his hand fell to the ground, and the whole person fell down. Who? In the silent field, there was only his heavy breathing. He was seriously injured and didn't want to move at this moment. Half a month later, in the Dressrosa Palace, Doflamingo was wrapped in gauze and looked very weak. It had been a long time since the battle that day, and he barely survived a day. Disaster. You said his accomplice is missing? Yes, the mermaid who was with him went somewhere and we can't find him. A subordinate reported tremblingly. Minga's eyes were sinister, and his joints were cracking. Jin wanted to take Quinn to Wano country, but he was helpless. Originally wanted to capture his accomplice to vent his anger, but was told that it was fruitless. Mingi, who suffered a great loss, felt very upset. In a remote house in Dressrosa. After learning that Quinn was defeated, Shiali originally wanted to rescue him, but was stopped by Cyrus. The other party brought her here to avoid the pursuit of the Don Quixote family. At this time, Shiali frowned slightly, smoking a pipe irritably, and her heart was full of worry about Quinn. Cyrus sat next to her, quietly coaxing Rebecca to sleep. No one would have thought that those people would intervene. Now we can only endure it temporarily. Cyrus spoke in a low voice. Quinn's strength is unquestionable, but he was unlucky and met two big bosses of Kaido's pirate group. Maybe this is the fate of Dressrosa, destined to go to darkness. Shirley didn't say anything, and no one knew what she was thinking. Bang! The door was pushed open fiercely, and a figure rushed in. Cyrus turned around and looked at the person nervously. Why is it you? Shirley was surprised to see the person. Big sister! Holman, who had a signature big beard, shouted when he saw Shirley. Charlie didn't refute his address, but looked at him strangely. How do you know I'm here? I've heard about Big Brother. Holman's tone was a little excited. This Doflamingo is really abominable. He actually teamed up with those guys to deal with Big Brother. But Big Brother is still powerful. He almost beat the three of them on his own. Holman said indignantly. It must be their sneak attack. Otherwise, Big Brother would not have failed. Charlie held her forehead helplessly. What on earth are you doing here? Holman came back to his senses from admiration and yearning, scratched his head. We heard that the people of the Don Quixote family are hunting down Big Sister, so we came here to protect her. Fortunately, we made it in time, and the people searching outside the house have been dealt with by us. Big Sister, please come with us. Charlie closed her eyes when she heard this. You can leave by yourselves. I won't leave. Holman was stunned for a moment and began to move himself. What a deep friendship. Big Sister actually did so much for Big Brother. What an admirable attitude. Holman muttered something, then waved his hand. Little ones, follow me to charge into the palace and rescue Big Brother. Bang! A crisp sound. Shiali knocked his head with a pipe. Quinn can't do anything. Are you going to die? Holman scratched his head anxiously. What should I do? You'd better not get involved. Cyrus stepped forward. Doflamingo is a cruel man, and there are people from the Beast's pirates here. Those who go against them will only die. Shiali frowned slightly, looking into the distance with deep eyes. He won't die so easily. After all, this guy has a long life. The port of Tokushima was already crowded at this time. The Beast's pirates reached a deal with Doflamingo, and both parties successfully delivered the first batch of goods. The underground port has not been completed yet, so it can only be transported from the front. The people in the port are busy loading and unloading goods. On a ship, Jin was watching his men carrying goods. In order to expand his power, Kaido found Mingo. At first, the two sides were just simple transactions. Later, Mingo gradually became the distributor of Kaido's pirate group, responsible for the transfer and sale of goods to countries around the world. Kaido is ambitious. After conspiring with Kurozumi Orochi to seize Wano country, he began to expand his power, frantically. The smile fruit in Mingo's hand is highly valued and has become the focus of his attention. Jin knows Kaido's temper very well. The other party advocates recruiting talents. For people with strength like Quinn, the order issued is to capture them alive. If the results of this battle are reported back to Wano country, I don't know what Kaido will think. His two trump cards joined forces with Mingo to barely capture Quinn alive. I am afraid that the other party will kill this guy after losing face. Although he had the highest command power under Kaido, he did not dare to act on his own. It would be better for Kaido to deal with such a terrifying guy personally. Boxes of weapons and equipment were unloaded, and the smile fruit brought by Minge was also sent to the transport ship. Jin was responsible for guarding Quinn. Lord Jin, The things have been unloaded. Notify Joker, we are leaving. Yes! The ship turned the rudder, gradually moving away from the port and slowly sailed towards the sea ahead. Under the deck, in a cabin with an iron gate, Quinn's chest was wrapped in gauze and his hands and feet were tied with seastone chains. At this time, he was imprisoned in a cabin alone. When he opened his eyes, it was dark as if he was back in the familiar prison. You are pretending to be big. With the seastone in his hand, he was powerless to escape from prison. Da! Heavy footsteps came, and Jin's figure appeared outside the iron bars. Are you awake? Quinn ignored him and just looked at the light quietly. Mr. Kaido has said that you must be brought back alive, so please cooperate and eat well. Jin waved his hand, and a figure walked into the prison with food in his hand. Feed him until he finishes eating. Yes. Jin did not stop and walked away. The subordinate was masked, so his face could not be seen clearly, but his figure was very slender, and he looked like a woman. The higher-ups have said so, so you should eat quickly. Why are you here? Quinn opened his mouth and asked lightly. The woman smiled lightly and pulled off her mask. I was discovered by you. Tao-Tu tidied up her messy hair and complained, It's really not easy to get on the ship of the beast pirates. I don't even dare to bring a knife. So what do you want to do? Of course, to save you. Tao-Tu said as a matter of course. You are a navy. Why would you think of saving me? Quinn said with a smile. Tao-Tu smiled faintly. As my target, how can I let you die? Quinn raised his eyebrows. Where does your sudden obsession come from? Don't worry about it. I will find a way to rescue you anyway. Tao-Tu was very confident. I will defeat you personally then. She didn't know why she was so obsessed with this man. Maybe it was because of her admiration for his behavior, or because she was overwhelmed by his strength, or maybe it was just her spontaneous feeling. She only had one thought now, that is, she couldn't let him die. This was contrary to her purpose, but Tao-Tu didn't notice it at all. Quinn ate the food in big mouthfuls. He was not a tough guy. He could endure being beaten and insulted, but he couldn't accept not eating anything. Tao-Tu studied the structure of sea stone for a long time and subconsciously reached for her waist, but found that her knife had been given to her subordinates for safekeeping. We have to find a knife. Before she got up, a voice came from behind her. No need to look for it. Quinn's fat body came over. As smart as he was, he had already noticed the person who sneaked onto the ship. Tao-Tu was startled. Before she could react, the iron door was closed by Quinn. Haha, this is the stone door of the sea tower. If you have the ability, try to break it with your bare hands. Quinn grinned wildly. The situation changed in an instant. Tao-Tu instantly went from being an intruder to being Quinn's cellmate. The woman's face turned pink, and she dodged Quinn's strange eyes. Da-da-da! The footsteps passed by. In the dark alley, several figures walked out after hearing the footsteps. Shelly held Rebecca in her arms, and her expression did not fluctuate too much. Cyrus held his toy gun. Without a pair of legs, he became a toy. His fighting power was limited, and he could only barely take Shelly and the other two to dodge. As Quinn was escorted to Wano country, Dressrosa began to blockade the entire territory and wanted Quinn's crew. Anyone related to him would be attacked indiscriminately. Shirley's news and whereabouts had long been known to the Don Quixote family, and she was wanted along with Cyrus and Rebecca. In desperation, the three of them could only disguise and lurk all the way to the port. Shirley's figure was larger than that of an average person, so her whereabouts were discovered many times. Fortunately, she was escorted by the Senbei pirates along the way, so she was able to reach her destination safely. At the port, there were several ships parked here, and Quinn's was among them. Miss Shirley! Cyrus jumped to Shirley on one leg, and please help me take care of Rebecca. I will stay to stop them. Rebecca's big eyes were full of doubts. She grabbed Cyrus' hand and asked curiously, Mr. Soldier, won't you go with us? Cyrus touched her head and said, You and Sister Charlie go first. I will come later. Why? Because... Cyrus was silent for a moment. Because I have a reason why I can't leave. This is his country. Here is his dead wife, and here are the persecuted citizens. Even if this operation fails, he will not give up easily. Charlie picked up Rebecca and whispered, Holman has occupied an island nearby. Why don't you go there with us first, accumulate strength, and then seek revenge? Seeing that Cyrus was still hesitating, Charlie said helplessly, I can't guarantee that I can take good care of Rebecca. Cyrus raised his head and nodded. I understand. In this case, we will temporarily hide there for a while. Charlie smiled slightly. She had long seen that this toy soldier was different. Combined with what Quinn said to her, she also guessed the relationship between him and Rebecca. Big sister, please get on board. A pirate on the boat behind them shouted, "Let's go!" Shirley held Rebecca and walked towards the boat. "Please wait a moment." Everyone looked over and saw a girl in a dancer's costume. The girl chased after them with her skirt lifted up, her forehead full of sweat. "Violet?" Cyrus saw the person coming and spoke softly. Controlled by Sugar's ability, the other party had no memory related to him at all. Please let me get on board too." Violet trotted behind Shirley and said breathlessly, "You are?" Shirley was a little confused. She didn't know the other party at all. My name is Violet, and I'm Doflamingo's subordinate." Violet said truthfully. The surrounding pirates heard this and immediately became alert. Cyrus waved his hands hurriedly. "She has no ill intentions. Don't do it." Violet looked at the toy soldier defending her and felt grateful. The last time Quinn took her away, he was stopped by Mingo. Afterwards, the other party did not embarrass her, perhaps because he had not had time to deal with it. "Please let me go with you. I will do my best to assist you until I have the ability to fight against Doflamingo." Violet's eyes were firm. Her country was destroyed, her family was dead, and her father was missing. She had been suppressing herself. Mingo was insidious and cunning, and his methods were cruel. People were powerless to resist, or simply could not resist. After experiencing despair, someone finally stood up to resist, and that person fell in front of her. She was full of guilt. She chose to endure in the past, but now she chose to fight against fate. Relying on others blindly cannot change the status quo. "You are that person's companion. You should have the same idea, right?" Charlie looked at the girl's expression and said lightly, "We don't have the ability to fight against Doflamingo now. Are you sure you want to follow us?" "Please let me follow you." The girl nodded solemnly. "Let's go," Charlie said, turned around and got on the boat. Violet was overjoyed, excitedly bowed to everyone, and followed Charlie onto the ship. No one expected that this trip would be a glorious journey. Time flies, like a white horse passing by. In the New World Sea, there is an island called Umar. There are several prosperous ports on the island, and its area is comparable to that of Fishman Island. In the high-rise building in the center of the island, Charlie was sitting in the first seat. "Sister, there is news about Big Brother." Holman rushed in with a newspaper in his hand. Charlie put down his pipe, took the newspaper, and started reading. "A bounty of 700 million, the deputy of the beasts. Thunder Beast Quinn may become the fourth disaster of the beast's pirates." Rain Beast Queen, the user of the Thunder Fruit, attempted to seize the throne of Dressrosa half a year ago, but was desperately resisted by Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the end, he was defeated by the combined efforts of Flame Disaster King, Plague Disaster Queen, and Doflamingo himself. The special report is as follows. Q. Has Queen's strength surpassed the 3 disasters? A. According to eyewitnesses, Plague Disaster Queen and Doflamingo were both seriously injured, and only King was barely holding on. This shows that Queen's strength is above the 3. Is it possible for Queen to join the Beast's pirates, and what changes will it bring to the New World after joining? A. Judging from the news released by the Beast's pirates, Thunder Beast Queen is highly valued by Kaido. The natural Thunder Fruit is currently recognized as one of the most lethal abilities, and Queen himself is incredibly powerful. We will continue to follow up on the specific developments in the future. The above is an exclusive report by the World Economic News Agency. Xia Li looked at the newspaper and fell into memories. Half a year ago, Holman led his pirate group to occupy this island and expanded outward in the name of the Thunder Beast Pirates, absorbing many new forces. After Xia Li landed on the island, she took over the command. With her extraordinary ability, she quickly integrated and incorporated the forces on the island, planned a huge military organization, and actively communicated with the surrounding islands, boosting the island's economy. Cyrus has rich combat experience, and she was assigned to train the island's combat power, which greatly improved the combat quality of the pirates on the island. Holman was responsible for external affairs. With his extraordinary strength, he quickly made a name for himself in the nearby waters, and the bounty successfully exceeded 300 million. Xia Li also wants to develop a commercial area and tourism projects here in the future, so as to drive the surrounding industrial economy. At present, her plan is very successful. The slender white palm flipped and slapped the newspaper on the table. "I thought our opponent was Doflamingo, but I didn't expect him to be Kaido's subordinate." Holman scratched his head. "Aren't we the Thunder Beast Pirates? How could we be Kaido's subordinates?" Charlie smoked her pipe and exhaled a puff of smoke. "If it's true as the newspaper said, he has joined the Beast Pirates, then we are Kaido's pirate group." This guy is really a troublemaker. The flower capital at the foot of Fujiyama is the most prosperous area in Wano country and the residence of the supreme ruler. On the bustling streets, pedestrians come and go, each doing their own thing. And without exception, all wear unique kimonos. A man with black hair walked into the street and attracted everyone's attention. It's him. Keep your voice down, don't provoke this adult. The people around saw the person coming and began to whisper. Half a year ago, Quinn was taken to Onigashima by Jin and others and handed over to Kaido for punishment. As Jin expected, Kaido wanted to close in after learning the truth. Under his tough tactics, Quinn fought back, and a fierce battle broke out between the two belligerents. Thunder flashed over Onigashima, and a giant dragon passed through it, standing still despite Quinn's lightning. The clouds rolled away and the whole world changed color, and the earth shook. The changes in the world stopped, and Quinn was defeated. After this battle, Quinn's name resounded throughout Wano country, just because he injured the invincible Kaido in this battle. After that, Kaido publicized that he had recruited a new capable general. The news that Quinn joined the Beast's pirates quickly spread across the sea, causing an uproar. Back to the present, Quinn bought some things and went straight back to his mansion, which was a house he bought with his own money, and of course, Kaido's help. Kaido is not afraid of enemies who may threaten him in the future. His confidence is supported by enough strength, and he deserves the title of the strongest creature in the world. Quinn has fought with him many times since then, but all ended in failure. However, his strength has also been strengthened in the challenge. The armed color domineering cultivation under the blessing of Ryu Sakura has been increasing day by day, and its power is far greater than before. Even in the battle with Kaido, he can use his domineering to injure the opponent from the inside. Half a year ago, Tautu and Quinn were sent to Onigashima together. After Quinn and Kaido clashed, she also participated in the battle and was eventually defeated by Jin and imprisoned. Kaido put forward a condition that Tautu could regain her freedom if she defeated him or surrendered to him. Quinn was naturally unwilling to give in, and constantly issuing challenges was his attitude. Walking into the mansion, he was greeted by the decoration in the style of the He family. Even though he had lived here for a long time, he was still a little uncomfortable. "My lord, you are back," a charming voice sounded, and a beautiful girl with emerald hair was trying to make a charming expression. "I have said it many times, there is no need to do this." Quinn sat down cross-legged, and the girl began to help him undress. "Here are the cakes for you." Quinn handed a bag of cakes to the girl, with an expression that would not allow rejection. The girl took the cakes and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This was her favorite tricolor dumpling. The girl named Kozuki was a famous courtesan in the flower capital corridor and was deeply loved by men. After Quinn and Kaido's first battle, the other party took the initiative to find him and asked for asylum. Quinn didn't quite understand what she was thinking, but out of his heart, he agreed. Later, he learned that it was General Orochi who had taken a fancy to Kozuki. The girl seemed to think he was more reliable, so she turned to him, which brought him a lot of trouble. Orochi brought people to make trouble after being drunk, and under the threat of Quinn's force, he had no choice but to give in. Quinn's power is obvious to all. In the battle with Kaido, if that terrifying power was released in the territory, I'm afraid the entire Flower City would be razed to the ground in an instant. This is the terrifying part of the Thunder Fruit. The high pressure and high temperature overlap and the large-scale thunder impact alone is enough to destroy a city. It's also thanks to Kaido's thick skin and flesh. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare to take such a move casually. Now is the 13th year of the Haiwan calendar. Xiaozi is 18 years old. She is already very beautiful and looks very beautiful. No wonder Orochi is worried about it. The girl gave up her career as an oiran and joined Quinn. The boss behind her didn't seem to have any complaints. "Are you going to see that person today too?" Xiaozi asked with a smile while pouring wine. "Well, I've almost recovered." Quinn nodded in response. "Also, I don't drink." "What?" Xiaozi tilted her head cutely. "Did I say I poured it for you?" Quinn pouted helplessly and ate his meal by himself. Seeing his frustrated look, Xiaozi couldn't help but chuckle. She parted her red lips and bit the three-colored dumplings that the other party brought. The atmosphere of lunch was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves outside. The sun shone through the window, and the breeze gently blew through the girl's hair, wafting bursts of fragrance. Quinn was lying on the tatami at this time. In his words, this was to conserve his energy. Xiaozi supported her chin and looked at the other party's sleeping face quietly, with an inexplicable look in her eyes. When she first approached Quinn, her idea was very simple, that is, to rely on a strong person, preferably to make the other party surrender at her feet. Her original target was Kurozumi Orochi, but after contact, she found that the other party was not as powerful as rumored, but just a cowardly and insidious villain. It was not until Quinn appeared later that she had her ultimate goal, and she specially created conflicts for this purpose to test Quinn's ability. As she expected, Quinn was indeed qualified to be used by her. He was very strong, so strong that Kurozumi Orochi was afraid. After being accepted by Quinn, she used the skills she had learned over the years. Unlike the plan to deal with the snake, she used a girlish offensive against Quinn. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. Maybe it was because her skills were shallow, or maybe the other party was too dull, and her methods were useless against this guy. After a long time of contact, she gradually discovered the other party's specialness. He didn't have a strange temper. He said irritating words, but he often showed concern for her and even remembered her little habits clearly. Occasionally, he bought snacks and said that he brought them by the way. The strange look when he blushed and pretended to be calm when he saw some of her behaviors, or the side face when he looked up at the sky and smiled, everything about him was so special. Unconsciously, she had lost the desire to use Quinn. This guy has a completely different personality from when he was fighting. He is a fool who cares about people, but always rejects others with a hard appearance. Xiaozi can ignore all his rejections, get in touch with him more closely, and truly understand his heart. He has no defense against himself. The girl slowly pressed against the man's chest, feeling his heartbeat, her eyes drifting into the distance. Maybe it would be nice to abandon hatred and live like this for the rest of my life. At this moment, she had the urge to escape from the bondage of hatred and live a free life. How did mother and father meet and fall in love? It must be beautiful, right? Unfettered love. It's really desirable. Onigashima is located in the south of Wano country and can only be reached by ferry. Quinn can come and go freely with the power of his fruit. He flew over the waterfall and entered Onigashima, where he saw ancient buildings with carved beams and painted rafters. The guards around him only saw a flash of lightning passing through the sky, and they knew that the guy was coming again, and they did not dare to speak out to stop him. The buildings on the island are similar to those in Wano country, and a huge samurai sword building attracts attention. The entire island is almost covered by skeletons in front of him, with yellow light in the empty eyes. Climbing the long steps and passing through countless torii, Quinn came to the upper floor. "Master Quinn, you are here." A Viking-dressed guard saw Quinn and hurriedly came up to greet him. "Where is Kaido?" Quinn glanced at the man and asked. "Master Kaido is upstairs." The guard pointed to the building behind him, and he was used to him calling Kaido's name directly. Hearing this, Quinn flew straight to the tall building. Tautu was imprisoned here, guarded by Kaido and the three calamities. As for Quinn, Kaido only wanted to conquer him. As an ambitious man, his fruit ability was highly valued. If a person who can use the ability of the thunder fruit that can shake the world is taken under his command, it will be no problem for him to rule the sea one day. The other party seemed to value the female navy very much, and Kaido made full use of this. He will personally guard her. Don't even think about rescuing that woman unless you defeat him. In the tall building, Kaido held a huge wine gourd in his hand and poured wine into his mouth. Next to him, a beautiful woman of the same height as him was kneeling. "He's here again." The woman spoke softly. Kaido made a low voice and looked outside. Not long after, Quinn walked in. "Boy, I'm not in the mood to fight with you today. Get out of here." Kaido lazily half lying on the recliner, shouting, "I'll leave if you beat me." Quinn's fists and palms met, full of fighting spirit. "Pah!" Kaido slammed the wine gourd to the ground, his eyes wide open. "You always stir up trouble and ruin the beautiful scenery of my ghost island." "Don't you really think I dare not kill you?" Quinn snorted. "If you don't want to fight, let that woman go." "Ha ha!" Kaido raised his head and laughed. "Didn't I say that if you win, I will let her go? Make the rules. I fight when I want to, and I don't fight when I don't want to. Do you understand?" Kaido stood up, feeling oppressive. Quinn was fearless. He was about to try a new move. "You are not afraid, are you? Heh. Provocation doesn't work on me. If you want to save that woman, you have to wait for the next life." Swoosh! Quinn's figure flashed and appeared in the air. A large white hand attacked and stopped Quinn. The tall blonde woman stretched out her hand to block Quinn. "Lord Kaido doesn't want to fight, so you'd better not get involved." How about letting your sister play with you? Quinn looked at the woman and narrowed his eyes. Black Maria, one of Kaido's strongest fighters, is an ancient animal species, rose wolf spider. She is usually friendly to others and has a maternal side towards animals and children. Although she is huge, she is still beautiful. It's boring to fight with you. Black Maria covered her red lips, looked at Kaido and chuckled. You are really a warmonger, always thinking about fighting. But sister, I don't want to fight with you. Why don't you sit on my veranda? I promise you will relax. Kaido laughed strangely. Come on, Maria, a man with an Oiran at home will not be interested in your mediocre women. That's true. Quinn frowned slightly. The two of them talked in a relaxed and contented manner, completely ignoring his purpose. What do you want to say? Kaido stopped laughing, suddenly bent down and looked at Quinn. You can save that woman. As long as you agree to one condition, I will release her to you. How about it? Quinn sneered. What's the difference between this and surrendering to him? And he knew Kaido very well. I still think it's easier to beat you, and you don't have any credibility. Kaido grinned, not angered by his words, and said in a dull voice, It's true that I don't want to let you go, but don't take yourself too seriously. You should know, Julie, the town where the loser governed. Quinn didn't answer, just quietly waiting for his next words. Kaido stretched out his finger. I'll give you 1 year to govern Julie back to its original appearance. If you can meet this condition, I will release the woman and cancel the industrial development there. But if you don't, you must be willing to be under my account and work for me. Didn't I say that I just want to beat you? Quinn said coldly. Wano country has been destroyed by Shogun Orochi and Kaido. Except for the flower capital, all the villages are polluted by industry. If Kuri, which was governed by Odin, could be saved, it is now a ruin. It is not easy to restore it to its original state. Boy, it's too early for you to defeat me. You must seize the opportunity I give you. Kaido said, laughing. Will you choose to leave her cruelly, or choose to rely on me? Of course I will choose to beat you up, you bastard. Quinn cursed without any hesitation. Kaido grinned. Do you hate me too? Hate me for oppressing civilians and destroying the environment? In fact, everyone here hates me, but they can't do anything about it. Kaido stretched out his fist, veins popping out on it. In this era of strength, it's useless to just talk. Either defeat me, or surrender to me. This is the path I set for you. Kaido's domineering aura was like substance, and the black air wave hurt Quinn's skin. I'm just playing a game with you now. You have no right to resist. Kill me, or agree to my conditions. Choose one. No matter what the result, my ultimate goal is to defeat you. Quinn's hand flashed with white lightning, and he punched out. Boy, you're still far away. Kaido roared, and the pressure of the black mace was like a mountain, and the power poured down. Thunder and lightning in Quinn's hands surged violently, merging with the red and black domineering aura. Bang! The two forces collided, and the surrounding houses were shattered, and for a moment it was difficult to separate them. You kid, your strength has increased again. So what? Kaido growled, and his body was covered with dragon scales, transforming into a half-beast form. Thunder Bagua! Boom! The surrounding buildings collapsed, and a figure flew out and fell into the ruins. Kaido canceled the transformation, put away his mace, and sat back in his seat. Send him to Kuri. I want to see how he governs there. Yes, Kaido, who is already over 50 years old, has reached the peak of his strength, and his physical strength has already exceeded the human limit. Quinn may be able to compete with him in terms of strength, but he cannot penetrate his defense. His 10 moves are not as good as his opponent's 1 move. This is the physique of the strongest creature on the surface. Wano Country, Kuri Township. After Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido took control of Wano Country, they focused on developing industry and turned all areas except the flower capital into weapons factories. Today, some water resources in Kuri have been polluted, causing complaints from the people. Due to the shortage of food and water, many capable people choose to go to the flower capital, and more are exiled to various places, living a miserable life. Julie, which was once prosperous, is now dilapidated and polluted by the weapons industry. In the village of Shilu outside Boro Town, people are gray-faced and walk slowly between the roads, running for their livelihoods. Boro Town is where the officials of Wano Country and members of Kaido's pirate group live. The people of the village of Shielu survive by buying and selling the garbage they don't need. Quinn walked straight into Boro Town with Xiaozi, followed by Black Maria. The samurai and Kaido's men along the way gave way after seeing Quinn. They didn't dare to mess with this guy. Manager, notify them. Black Maria stepped forward with an elegant pace. Although I was assigned by Lord Kaido to take charge of the handover, it is too rude to call me that. Quinn looked around and said, "Go back and tell Kaido that I will act according to his requirements and help me take good care of Tautu." "Ah la la, sister, I am not your subordinate." Maria held a pipe in her hand and said in a playful tone, "She is well fed and clothed on Ghost Island, which is much better than your life here in the future." Quinn stroked the clean house, which was in sharp contrast to the picking-up village outside. "I not only want to govern this place, but also govern it well. Sooner or later, I will defeat that bastard Kaido." Maria raised her eyebrows slightly. "Is it really okay to say that in front of me? I am Lord Kaido's confidant. It doesn't matter if you tell him," Quinn said lightly and suddenly raised his hand, attracting everyone's attention. "From today on, I will be responsible for everything here. If you don't agree, just come to me. I will investigate corruption and confiscate all the extra money. Don't expect Orochi to vent your anger. I will beat him up if he comes." Some people swallowed nervously. This man dared to challenge Kaido. Even General Orochi didn't dare to offend him easily. Even if they had complaints, they didn't dare to say anything. After Quinn finished speaking, he took Xiaozi away. He didn't need too many words. Time and behavior will prove everything. Black Maria exhaled smoke from her mouth and looked at the man's back thoughtfully. Since then, Quinn officially took over Kuri. The first thing he did after having the power of execution was to thoroughly investigate Boro Town and empty the assets of Kurozumi Orochi's subordinates, which also caused jealousy. Under his tough suppression, the armed forces composed of officials and pirates were quickly defeated. Quinn's behavior seemed to be tacitly approved by Kaido. Without a backer, this group of people had to scatter. After that, Quinn won over the people everywhere and collected money everywhere. For this reason, he took out his own small treasury to go to the Flower City to exchange for gold and silver. With money, he first incorporated the peripheral leak-picking village, invited craftsmen to be responsible for the house repair work, and integrated the abandoned Uchian Castle, Boro Town, and the leak-picking village, collectively known as Julie City. Taoyuan Farm, which originally belonged to officials, was also completely open to the outside world, and the farmland was expanded, water was diverted into the canal, and agricultural planting was increased. Fortunately, Kaido's weapons factory has not completely poisoned Julie. At least with Quinn's efforts, effective resources have been opened up to provide for the survival of local people. For a prosperous region or even a country, manpower is an indispensable and important part. The news that Quinn ruled Julie Township soon spread throughout the area, and people from the surrounding areas and even other townships came to surrender. Julie City has also become more prosperous with the addition of manpower. The original Shielu village had been planned within Julie City. The villagers were moved by his behavior and spontaneously participated in the labor. With the concerted efforts of all, the place was completely renewed and gradually became lively. The torii that originally stood between Boluo Town and Shielo village was also smashed by Quinn, and there was no gap between the two. Crossing a road, you can reach the center of Julie City, which was once Boluo Town. After Quinn drove all the officials of the Snake back to the Flower Capital, he arranged the vacant houses for civilians. He himself and Xiaozi lived in the Shielo village outside Julie City. After everyone's efforts, the houses here have been completely renovated, and people have regained their enthusiasm for life. Whenever they see Quinn, they always have admiration in their eyes. It was this person who brought hope to their gloomy lives and gave the next generation room to grow. In a house in the Shielu village, the beautiful figure is sitting cross-legged on the ground, brewing tea gently in her hands. In the courtyard, Quinn retracted the armament haki in his hand. With the basic skills and techniques of Ryusakura, his haki cultivation became more and more advanced. Daily basic training is necessary. The system lottery rate is not good, so he can only use stupid methods to improve his strength. Now he has to govern Julie and can no longer challenge Kaido. Without the assistance of this teacher, his practice can only progress slowly. "Look at you sweating all over." Xiaozi saw that Quinn had finished his exercise and hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Quinn grabbed the handkerchief and wiped it himself. He was not used to this way of getting along. After persuading, the other party seemed to not listen at all. "You have worked hard these days. I heard that you have also helped everyone." Xiaozi opened the corner of her mouth slightly, smiling like a flower. "It's not hard. As long as I am with you, I won't be tired." Quinn sipped his tea, looking into the distance, and didn't respond to her. "Is that woman important to you?" The girl suddenly spoke in a gentle tone. Why do you say that? For her, you are willing to fight against Kaido and Orochi. With your strength, you can definitely choose a better life. Hearing this, Quinn shrugged and smiled. That may be a reason, but more importantly, I want to help them. Xiaozi knew that they were referring to the civilians of Wano country. If no one dares to stand up, this place may never change. Giving up resistance because the opponent is strong sounds reasonable, but in fact it is an excuse for most people to choose to escape. People have become accustomed to oppression and will not think in a good direction, but will only hope that things will not get worse. When you choose to tolerate, your cowardice will turn into the confidence of others, and double oppression will follow. I have a problem, that is, I like to meddle in other people's business. Whether it is for her or for these innocent people, just think of me meddling in other people's business. Let me show them a clear way. Xiaozi stared at the man in a daze, and tenderness gradually appeared in her eyes, and her arms slowly wrapped around his waist. Xiaozi, don't talk, just stay like this. The girl's emerald green hair fluttered in the breeze, and she was quietly feeling the warmth of the man. Flower Capital Shogun's Mansion. Kurozumi Orochi had a gloomy face, and the letter in his hand had been crumpled into a ball. Throwing the waste paper away fiercely, he said in a shrill voice, "Let him come for the interview in person." Jin folded his hands and sat cross-legged opposite. "General, Mr. Kaido is not someone you can meet whenever you want. Know your identity." Kurozumi Orochi's expression froze, and then he said angrily, "What's the point of naming that bastard the name of Julie? Isn't this letting him openly oppose me? Julie has become increasingly prosperous under Quinn's governance, and now it has completely escaped from Orochi's control. Orochi saw everything. Quinn managed Julie to its current state, which meant that he was competing with him. Kaido's attitude was ambiguous and he never intervened. He was helpless with Quinn. Even so, you are still the general and he is just your subordinate," Jin said lightly. "Subordinates? Would that guy be willing to be my subordinate?" Kurozumi Orochi was furious. "He would like to find an opportunity to kill me one day. Not only did you not help me, but you made trouble for me. You also know how powerful he is. After all, the three of you were." Jin looked over with a sharp gaze. This topic became a taboo for him. Kurozumi Orochi's expression changed, and he said hurriedly, I mean that guy is ambitious and will definitely be bad for us in the future. Of course we know this. Mr. Kaido took great pains to recruit him because he values his ability. No matter what happens in the future, the ability of the Thunder Fruit can play a big role. Don't worry, we are still allies. As long as Mr. Kaido subdues him, we will all be our own people. Then you will always be one step ahead of him," Jin comforted. Jin is much more tactful than Quinn and Jack, which is why Kaido often gives him important tasks. Jin's kind words worked, and Kurozumi Orochi calmed down. He exhaled a breath of alcohol and said harshly, "He'd better not mess with me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Julie Township, Idaport. Unload all the goods and count them one by one." Quinn was directing the people on the boat to transport supplies down. Today, Julie City has formed a virtuous cycle. The civilians can eat and wear warm clothes, and the industrial chain has gradually recovered. The village of Bianli in the south is responsible for craftsmanship and assists in purchasing agricultural tools and daily necessities. Julie City unconditionally assists Bianli village and surrounding refugees. Quinn ordered people to vigorously develop and actively repair fortifications. Today, Julie City has become huge in scale, with a stable population of more than 50,000. The currency circulation has been restored in Julie City, and all shops have been repaired and started business. Farmers and fisheries and planting have developed together, not only to supply their own people, but also to form an industrial chain with the flower capital. Today, people in Julie Township call themselves Julie people and rarely interact with the flower capital. Quinn did not implement the shogunate system. Whether it was scholars, farmers, merchants, or workers, they were all people of Kuri. They helped each other and performed their duties. The original population of Wano country was about 1 million. Now, excluding factories and non-staff personnel in various places, it is probably less than half. Most of them are in and around the flower capital. After Quinn took in the population of Kuri and other places, the manpower was enough to support the development of the industry. The once cheap labor force finally stopped working hard for others, but worked hard for the future of themselves and their families. Today's Kuri has a different atmosphere from the drunken life and dream of the flower capital, and is full of vitality. Walking through the streets, people had bright smiles on their faces, and they stopped and greeted Quinn when they saw him. Master Quinn, you are back! Master, my husband caught this big fish, please be sure to accept it. Yes, you have worked so hard for Curry, so don't refuse our humble thanks. Master, come in and have a cup of tea first. Quinn responded with a smile, one by one. He couldn't refuse everyone's kindness, otherwise it would seem that they were distant from each other. Crossing the street, Quinn's hands were already full of things, and he looked more like he was here to purchase. Not long ago, a letter came from the flower capital, officially conferring Quinn the title of the Lord of Curry. This title may be useful to others, but to him, it is just a title. The surrounding civilians suffered from oppression, and Quinn stood up. Without him speaking, people followed him spontaneously. Compared with power and status, the people of Curry were more willing to regard him as a benefactor. They had the same idea as Quinn about the identity of the daimyo. Some people have begun to gather their strength in secret, preparing to assist Quinn in conquering the flower capital in the future. In their eyes, Kurozumi Orochi is not worthy of the position of general, and only Quinn can be competent for that position. No one, including Kaido, would have thought that the people of Curry would love Quinn so much. They didn't mind Quinn's identity as an outsider at all. All of this stems from Quinn's open-minded concept. As he said, only by leaving Wano country can you appreciate the scenery of the world. Perhaps in the future only he can lead everyone to the light. Orochi was surprised by the speed of Curry's development and kept sending people to cause trouble. The two sides fought openly and secretly, and the two forces gradually formed an opposition. Kaido seemed to be very happy to see such a result. Orochi has been entrenched for many years, and his sphere of influence covers Wano country. There are also many loyal people under his command. He almost controls the lifeline of Wano country. Maybe Kaido can replace him to control Wano country, but he is unwilling to see his years of hard work destroyed by turmoil. He used this method to see if Quinn has the ability to shake Orochi's position. If the other party can replace Orochi and become the new core of Wano country, it can be regarded as saving himself trouble. At that time, whether to kill or keep is all up to him. His weapons business will not be affected, and his status will not be affected. It is the best of both worlds. As for whether Quinn will resist at that time, he will always have only one answer. Come if you are not afraid of death. Above Julie City, the former Utian castle has also been renovated, abandoning its luxury and becoming more simple. This is Quinn's current office, and the person in charge often works here. When the staff saw Quinn, they all saluted respectfully. Quinn sat in the upper seat and listened to the reports below. The fiscal revenue has increased steadily during this period, and many people from the Flower City have immigrated here. The city is short of cloth, and we need more ships to transport goods to various places. The central city is expected to expand several miles outward. After listening to the reports below, Quinn stood up and came to the crowd, saying, "Speed up the repair and construction of ships and postpone the cloth problem for a few days. At present, the direction of fiscal output in the city should focus on infrastructure construction. Don't forget to build public facilities while expanding houses. The roads, sewage outlets, and farmland reclamation along the way must be completed as soon as possible. Roads are the most important cornerstone of an open civilization. If they are well repaired, they can greatly save time for travel between places. Sewage discharge has a great impact on the surrounding sanitation and environment. With the increase in the flow of people, this problem must be taken seriously. The same is true for farmland reclamation. Food is the foundation for human beings to live and work in peace and contentment. An increase in population also means an increase in food demand, which is particularly important. Wow, you are really good at it. You have managed this place so well. The woman walked briskly through Julie City, attracted by the prosperity around her. The dilapidated Janlu town and Boluo town were merged, and houses and roads were repaired in the middle. Several new villages were also added nearby, and people were everywhere. Not long ago, Kaido seemed to see Quinn's determination and took the initiative to release Taotu and let her come to find Quinn on her own. Although Kaido is conceited, he is also very smart. He understands that Quinn's shackles have changed from this female navy to Julie Township. He can't leave Julie, which he has rebuilt with great effort, and he doesn't want to disappoint the people there. Today, Quinn's prestige is high enough. Many people compare him with Orochi, and the conclusions are consistent. In all aspects, Orochi is not as good as him. However, due to Quinn's identity as an outsider and his admiration for Oden, the former daimyo of Curry, people in various regions are hesitant. Kaido has seen all this, and he knows that time will change everything. Kaido needs the weapons factory in Wano country to make profits for him, and he also needs a ruler to help him maintain law and order. Violent suppression will not only lose manpower, but also affect the mood of the masses. In his view, the crusades of countless samurai over the years are harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself. It is a complete waste of manpower and the interests of Wano country. What he wants is a stable rear to provide resources for his expansion of power on the sea. The previous violent means were his usual style of doing things. Now he needs a highly respected person like Quinn to govern Wano country. In his view, there is no difference between Quinn and Orochi, but they are both tools used, and the difference is who is better. As long as Quinn's power is formed and accepted by the people of Wano, he can naturally and completely control Wano and make them willingly work for him. Time passed quickly, and half a year had passed. Although Momotosai, who had been imprisoned for a long time, had good food and drink, he had also lost his freedom. The first thing he did after coming out was to inform the Navy and report his safety. "That's how it is. I hope the Navy can send warships to help," Momotosai said to the other end of the Den Mushi. Den Mushi was silent for a moment, and a female voice said, "Wano country has been closed to the outside world for many years. The people are governed by rulers, and it is not easy for us to intervene. But, Gion, Kaido is not someone you can deal with. Besides, Wano country has a dangerous terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The Navy is unlikely to intervene at present." Momotosai's expression moved. "I now have some information about Kaido and know the internal situation of Wano country. You just need to cooperate with me from inside and outside." The other end of the phone was silent again. "Moshi Moshi? Momotu, it's me." A deep male voice sounded. "General Sengoku?" Momotu was surprised. "Can you consider what I said? Before that, I want to ask you a question." Sengoku whispered. "What question? Did Quinn really join the Beast's pirates?" Momotu looked at Quinn, who was standing next to him, and said truthfully, "No, he is now the leader of a region in Wano country. The goal is to overthrow Kaido's rule." "You said you know the internal situation of Wano country?" Sengoku asked again. Momotu was stunned. "You know a little bit. Do you know how many troops the Beast pirates have, how many samurai there are in Wano country, and how their terrain is distributed?" Sengoku's questions came one after another, and Momotu was overwhelmed and couldn't answer them. "You should know that the Navy will not take risks before they are absolutely sure. There are many forces in the sea now, and we don't have the ability to gather all our forces to attack Wano country." Sengoku said at this point, and said in a low voice, "You continue to follow Quinn and find out the situation around him. If there is any news, report it to us immediately. If possible, try to gain his trust and remember not to alert the enemy." Tautu hung up the Den Mushi and looked a little embarrassed when facing Quinn's strange eyes. "You are really good at plotting loudly in front of others. Why, you want to be an undercover beside me?" Quinn said with a smile. Tautu sat back in her original position helplessly. "In fact, I also guessed that they would not send troops to help. Sister Tsuru must want me to go back, but I can't do it for the time being." She stared blankly outside. "Kaido's behavior has hurt the civilians here. As a Navy, I can't stand idly by. Have you thought about what to do?" Quinn sat down next to her and asked. "I've made up my mind. I'll give up chasing you for now." Tautu looked at Quinn seriously. "If you want to challenge Kaido in the future, I can help." "Subjugation." Quinn smiled inexplicably. "Even if you are included now, we don't have many combat forces. Do you know how many powerful characters Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi have under his command? Then what should we do?" Quinn stood up and thought for a moment. "Kaido has countless subordinates, and there are the three calamities in charge. It's not easy to defeat him. There are many people who can fight in Kuri, but most of them are of low level and can't play any practical role against them. Compared to subjugating Kaido, the most important thing now is to get rid of Kurozumi Orochi." "You want to?" Tautu was a little surprised. "I'm not interested in the position of general, but as long as we integrate Wano country, we will naturally have the military strength to fight Kaido." Quinn turned around and faced Tautu. "Since you said you are willing to assist me, let's make a deal. Before these things are completely resolved, you must first forget your identity as a Navy and stay with me." Tautu was silent for a while, then smiled and stretched out her hand. "I'll listen to you." Quinn smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hers. There were footsteps outside the door, and the two hurriedly let go of each other's hands. "Ah, they really have a good relationship." Xiaozi came in with tea sets. "You must be thirsty for talking about things." Miss Xiaozi, Tao bowed politely. Thank you for your care. No. By the way, Xiaozi, she will live at home from now on. You can arrange it, Quinn said. Xiaozi smiled when she heard this, and when she sat down next to Quinn, her little feet accidentally stepped on his soft flesh. I see. I'll arrange it later. Xiaozi handed over the tea with a smile. Please drink the tea first. Tao took it and thanked him politely, taking a sip. Quinn touched the painful part of his thigh and saw another cup of tea on the tray. He stretched out his hand and waited for the other party to pass it to him. Xiaozi picked up the other cup of tea as if nothing had happened and drank it by herself. Isn't it for me? Pour it yourself, Xiaozi said casually and changed the topic with Tao. No matter what type of woman, they can't escape the gossip attribute. The two chatted happily and left Quinn aside. Flower capital Shogun's mansion. Kurozumi Orochi was listening to his subordinate's reports with a serious face. You said that guy personally participated in the battle? Yes, Lord Quinn personally went to Baiwu to inspect a few days ago and took action. A subordinate warrior replied. I know everything. The snake suddenly sat up, drew a sword from the side, and slashed the neck of the man in front of him. Remember, don't call him sir in front of me. The samurai covered his neck, blood gushed out, and fell down with unwilling eyes. The snake threw away the samurai sword and slapped the maid next to him in the face. Damn bitch, are you scared? No, sir. The maid covered her face with grievances, but she still pretended that nothing happened. Get out! Everyone in the hall didn't dare to stay for a moment, and hurriedly bowed and left. This bastard, he doesn't care about the lives of the residents in the surrounding towns, and he doesn't let Lord Quinn take care of it. Shh, keep your voice down. Are you going to die? I'm telling the truth. I was originally from Julie. Now my parents are living a healthy life under the governance of Lord Quinn, but we are living worse than dogs. Stop talking. Be careful of being heard. In the hall, Kurozumi Orochi looked at the corpse on the ground coldly, his eyes full of anger. Quinn's reputation is rising, and his reputation has spread throughout the country of Wano, and even the flower capital has been affected by him. Recently, there are quite a few people who have moved to Flower City, and privately they have been praising Quinn endlessly. Orochi has always been very repulsive to those who have submitted to him against their will, and now he is acting like this, which makes him even more angry. These bastards have long been rebellious against him, and now that Wano country has a so-called benevolent monarch, they can't wait to show their mouths, which is really hateful. What makes him most angry is Kaido's inaction. On the surface, he regards him as a partner, but in fact, he doesn't take him seriously. If it weren't for his intertwined forces and the other party's difficulty in taking action, I'm afraid they would have turned their faces against him long ago. Asshole! A bunch of bastards. The angry shouting and smashing of Orochi came from the house. Regardless of how angry Orochi was, Quinn's side was indeed calm. At this time, the village of Picking Up Leaks was gradually becoming the center of Julie City because Quinn's nominal daimyo's mansion was located here. In a tea house with chic decoration, Quinn and Xiaozi sat at the table, and a woman with a gentle face was pouring tea for them. This is Ahi, the owner of the tea house. Quinn didn't have a deep impression of her, but thought she was a very good person, so he often came to take care of the business. Xiaozi sat next to Quinn, helping him to arrange the tea sets without saying a word, showing the attitude of a virtuous wife. Seeing that he liked to come here, Quinn and other staff often followed him, and gradually used this tea house as a meeting room. Baiwu is currently under the jurisdiction of Kaido's pirates. If we completely break up, the person who spoke was one of his subordinates, named Aoki Tetsu. He was the most valued by Quinn and was responsible for managing all matters in Julie, which was considered a manager. Aoki Tetsu was about 40 years old with a decent appearance. He used to be the owner of a bank in the Flower Capital. He was shrewd, kind, and had a lot of integrity. After Kaido and Orochi occupied Wano country, Aoki Tetsu's family was also affected, and they had no choice but to be displaced and came to Julie. Until Quinn governed Julie, his family still lived a miserable life. Because they admired Quinn's behavior, they took the initiative to come and serve, and were valued for their extraordinary talents. Quinn waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about him. Kaido just wants to use me to get rid of Orochi. If I do nothing, he will despise me." Quinn thought for a while and said, "You take the supplies to Baiwu first and solve the food problem of the local people. If they don't care, I will take care of it. As for the problem over there, I believe it will be solved soon. My lord is kind and righteous." Aoki Tetsu nodded solemnly, knelt down and saluted. Then I will take my leave now. He is a very practical person. If he has a goal, he will work hard to achieve it. After Aoki Tetsu left, other people also took their leave and went to do their own things. Quinn sighed. He was busy dealing with Baiwu's affairs recently and had a lot of dealings with Kaido. There are many people who are dissatisfied with the other party, and Quinn has to deal with them personally. There is also the power of the flower capital, which is also a troublesome matter. Uncle Aoki should be able to handle it so you don't have to worry about it. Xiaozi gently massaged his shoulders and said in a warm voice, Orochi and Kaido have a lot of power in Baiwu. If I don't go there in person, I'm afraid I can't suppress them. Quinn whispered. Tautu is now mainly responsible for the security of Julie capital. He is also busy practicing on weekdays and has no time to take care of Baiwu's security. And he himself not only has to take care of all matters, but also has to improve his strength to cope with possible future battles. The workload is not small. At present, the only high-end combat forces he can use are Tautu and himself, and there are only some samurai. There are indeed many masters among these people, but they are not of high quality and have limited strength. Tautu aims to defeat the three calamities and is preparing for future battles, while Quinn has to face Kaido, which is even more of a headache. After fighting Kaido for dozens of times, the opponent's defense was so strong that it was despairing. Before drawing the power of the Conqueror's Haki or the Shojin fruit, there was no way to defeat Kaido. You should also take a proper rest. Leave the rest to your subordinates. Xiaozi's eyes were full of distress. Quinn, as an outsider, was wholeheartedly thinking about the people here, which was in sharp contrast with some people. Are you worried that you don't have anyone under you? A he, who had been silent, asked. Quinn smiled helplessly. Am I showing it so obviously? Your Excellency has worked so hard for us, but we have no place to use our skills. I feel ashamed. A he looked serious. I heard that there is a group of thieves in Tushen not far away. The leader Shutenmaru is very powerful. Maybe you can take him in. Oh? Quinn stroked his chin with interest. Strong? Yes, it is said that he has more than 200 thieves under his command, all of whom are brave. If we can subdue him, we will have the candidate to guard Baiwu. He said. I understand, Quinn nodded. I will go to Toyama in person some other day to meet this Shutenmaru. Nowadays, Flower Capital and Curry Castle are in opposition, fighting each other openly and secretly, and have completely cut off economic exchanges with each other. Orochi has occupied most of the resources and is in an advantageous position, while Quinn has caught up with him with his extraordinary ability. Quinn has strength and means, and is benevolent, which is exactly what the people want, and this is also what Orochi fears the most. If Odin had not lost the support of the people, how could he have failed so easily? Orochi's violent suppression has aroused public resentment, and now that he has lost Kaido's protection, his fear of Quinn has reached its peak. Therefore, both sides have the intention to compete for the surrounding towns, such as Baiwu Linghao. Quinn and Orochi tacitly put the point of contention in Baiwu, and the two sides have been in constant conflict of varying sizes, and neither side is willing to give in. The difference is that there are many experts stationed in Baiwu from the Flower Capital, while Quinn only has him and Tautu. Because of this, he now needs capable men to do things for him. Julie Township, Tushen. This is a relatively remote area in Julie, with few people. Only a group of thieves live here on the mountain. A figure landed on the top of the mountain, attracting the attention of the guard. Who is it? The thief raised his samurai sword and looked at the person vigilantly. Quinn patted the non-existent dust on his body and said to the thief, Call your boss out and tell him that Quinn is looking for him. Quinn? The thief was startled. How dare you pretend to be Lord Quinn? Quinn raised his eyebrows. My reputation is so high that even thieves call me Lord. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. The thief raised his knife and threatened. Quinn smiled lightly. An electric current gathered in his hand and hit it in the air. A thunder frightened the thief in front of him and also alarmed the people inside. A group of thieves rushed out, led by a fat man. He had fluffy pink curly hair, a broad body, a samurai, sword on his waist, and a puzzled look in his eyes. Who is here to make trouble? Quinn raised his hand as if to say hello. Huh? Shutenmaru looked at Quinn, his eyes full of confusion. You are Shutenmaru, right? Quinn asked. It's me. How about it? Shutenmaru folded his hands and said lightly, How about going down the mountain to do things for me? Quinn's words caused a commotion, and then a burst of laughter broke out in the crowd. Shutenmaru stretched out his big hand to stop his men from laughing. The famous Lord Quinn, are you here just to invite me down the mountain? All the thieves were shocked when they heard this. The person in front of them was actually Quinn. Quinn's fame has spread throughout Wano country. Not only the civilians, but even the thieves in the mountains admire him very much. Sorry, I won't go down the mountain. Quinn frowned. Why? Shutenmaru closed his eyes and whispered, No reason, please leave. After experiencing the failure of the samurai's crusade against Kaido and seeing too many companions die in front of him, he has been completely disappointed with all this, and it is difficult to bring up his former ambitions. Back then, Odin defeated the villains in Quinn and made this place a prosperous place. Quinn clenched his fists. Today I want to imitate him and see who is more worthy of respect, me or him. Upon hearing this, Shutenmaru's expression was faintly nostalgic, and then turned into anger. You are still far from it. If you want to surpass Lord Odin, you must first pass me. The fat body rushed at an astonishing speed, and the cold light of the samurai sword in his hand flashed, slashing towards Quinn. The blue thunder in Quinn's hand flashed, and in a flash of lightning, the two crossed each other. Quinn resisted the blow, but Shutenmaru was hit on the shoulder by his fist. He would not fall down because of this blow, and immediately turned around and ran over. Quinn moved his body and went up to meet it. Bang! Thunder flashed in the sky, and the dull sound of impact continued. The flying birds were startled and scattered, and the thieves shouted loudly. The sun was about to set, and the slanting sun shone through the shade of the trees onto a fat body on the ground. Shutenmaru barely supported himself and tried to get up, but his body was already seriously injured, and it was difficult to move. Quinn stood by, his breath a little disordered. You are indeed quite capable, and you deserve to be praised. He squatted down and said to Shutenmaru on the ground, Since you are holding back, it means you still have some humanity. How about following me down the mountain? Shutenmaru did not speak, but just lay quietly on the ground. Quinn shook his head helplessly. I won't force you to help, but I have to say something. I am an outsider, and I have paid so much for you. Why do you choose to escape? Or are the men of Wano country all cowards? As Quinn's tone became heavier, Shutenmaru's fists gradually clenched. I think you have also seen the miserable life of the people before. Quinn stood up and looked down at Shutenmaru. I don't know what you have been through, but I know you can't be indifferent. It was Odin's wish to defeat Orochi and Kaido. Now I take over. If you still have blood, come to Kuri Castle to find me. Quinn looked at the thieves around him. That's all. Think about it yourself. Lightning flashed, and Quinn disappeared. Shutenmaru lay on the ground, and his clenched fists slowly relaxed. Kuri Castle, Quinn's mansion. Quinn and Kazuki sat in the first seat, and a man with light blue hair and narrow eyes was sitting cross-legged below. This was Kyoshiro, who once took in Kazuki. He lived in Sakyo and was responsible for the gold exchange work. He was also the direct guard of Kurozumi Orochi. I wonder what you want to see me about? Quinn took a sip of wine and asked, below. Kyoshiro always had a smile on his face, his narrow eyes raised high, giving people a cynical feeling. Lord Quinn has been making a lot of trouble recently, and Orochi is very angry. You call the master by his name? Don't you have other plans? Quinn looked at him with a smile. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of it. Kyoshiro smiled and clapped his hands. As you can see, I came to you for help. Not long ago, Orochi accidentally discovered that Kyoshiro often interacted with people from Kuri City. After a thorough investigation, he found that this guy had been trading with Kuri City behind his back. He bought up items and food from the flower capital and sold them to Kuri City at a low price. This behavior of provoking the enemy was known to Orochi, and he was furious and ordered people to arrest Kyoshiro immediately. Unexpectedly, Kyoshiro was well prepared. After hearing the news, he immediately fled to Kuri City with his property, leaving the exasperated Orochi staring blankly. Xiaozi leaned against Quinn and explained, It was a deal I made with him. I just wanted to help you share some of your troubles. Quinn raised her delicate chin. How could I blame you? You helped me a lot. Xiaozi lowered her head with a pink face and said nothing. Since you are willing to serve me, I won't be too suspicious. Quinn became serious. From now on, you will be responsible for commanding my warriors and training them to fight. Mr. Kyoshiro, you should have no objection, right? Kyoshiro frowned frivolously, then smiled heartily. Very thorough, I really didn't make a mistake about you. Then I will do my best to repay your kindness. You're welcome. In the courtyard, Kyoshiro changed his wild attitude and sat face to face with Xiaozi. Miss Hiyori, it seems that you have successfully gained his trust. Xiaozi lowered her eyebrows and carefully trimmed the flowers and plants in the potted plants. You must concentrate on working for him in the future. Kyoshiro nodded and whispered, I will do my best. Miss Hiyori, you should also be careful. It's best to keep him with you. Xiaozi raised her pretty face and stopped him from speaking. It's not about trying your best, but about you treating him as your real master. Kyoshiro was stunned. We just need to get close to him to deal with Kaido. His expression suddenly changed. Is it you? Xiaozi smiled faintly and sat up. I'm going to send the potted plants to him. Mr. Denjiro, please remember to treat him the same as me. New World Sea, Umar Island. This has become a famous island in the New World. The residents of the island live and work in peace and contentment, and often have business dealings with neighboring countries. Umar Island, which was originally bullied by pirates, became a pure land after the Thunder Beast pirates announced their stationing and Homan's military deterrence. I didn't expect you to build up power in Wano country, Shiali said as they walked on the path. Quinn beside him smiled and said, I didn't expect you to do so many things in the name of the Thunder Beast pirates. I heard a lot of your stories when I came out. Who told the captain to just walk away? Shiali's tone was helpless. Even the strongest women would have a temper. Quinn didn't come to see them for so long, and she didn't even contact them once. She was naturally angry. Wano country has a closed-door policy. I have no choice. I'm busy with things there recently and can't get away. Quinn was telling the truth. Before the power was fully formed, he couldn't leave Wano country without permission. If Kaido and Orochi heard the news, Kuri might be implicated. What's up? Do you want to talk to me about something? Xiali asked with her pipe in her hand. Nothing. Just came to see you. Quinn smiled. Charlie looked at him with a strange look. You're being too obvious. Quinn touched his nose. Actually, I want you to go to Wano country to help me. Huh? Charlie smiled playfully. I didn't expect that Lord Quinn would have a hard time. Quinn spread his hands helplessly. I'm sorry, I can't do anything, so I asked Miss Charlie to help me. Charlie pretended to think and said, Well, no. Huh? Quinn was stunned, then relieved. That's right, you should have things to do here too. Charlie poked his chest unhappily. This is your business. Quinn scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sorry? Forget it anyway, I'm helping wherever I go. I don't care. Charlie pouted and turned to walk forward. Seeing this, Quinn smiled. This guy with a hard mouth and a soft heart, his temper has never changed. Quinn caught up with Charlie and walked side by side with her. How have you been recently? It's okay, Charlie said lightly. What do you mean by okay? Okay means it's okay? Charlie pouted. Is that so? Quinn looked around. The scenery here is pretty good. Sk, Charlie smiled. You're not going to say anything nice again. This guy likes to say nice things to cheer himself up when he encounters an awkward atmosphere. Sometimes when I think about it, he really looks like a fool. Quinn was stunned and smiled. I'm just worried that our relationship will be neglected after not seeing each other for a long time. Since I chose to go to sea, I have determined that I am yours, so please don't worry about this kind of problem. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Isn't what you said too strange? It depends on how you interpret it. I am a member of the Thunder Beast Pirates. You bastard! Quinn was deeply moved and grabbed Shirley. I've decided you will be the vice captain in the future. Shirley was strangled and slapped him on the back. Get lost, you are so unruly. It's normal for you to be a little fierce. Idiot! The two of them played and fought, just like the time when they were on Fishman Island, free and unrestrained. In the high-rise residential building on the island. The hall was full of people at this time. The bearded Holman was standing in front of Quinn. Seeing him again after a long time, he didn't change much. Holman was very excited when he saw Quinn, and he saluted respectfully, brother. After that, he waved to the pirates behind him. This is Boss Quinn, brother! The pirates shouted in unison. Quinn and Shirley looked at each other and smiled helplessly. I didn't realize you were really capable. I've heard about it along the way. Holman, you did a great job. This is what I should do. Holman looked solemn, but he couldn't hide his pride. Quinn was the strongest opponent he had encountered since he went to sea. Whether it was in Fishman Island or Dressrosa, the other party's actions had deeply influenced him. It was for this reason that he admired Quinn so much. Out of his obsession, he vowed to carry forward the Thunder Beast Pirates. He is now the main external combat force of the Thunder Beast Pirates. Don't look at him like this. The bounty is more than 400 million. Shirley said beside him. Quinn looked at him for a moment, nodded and said, the strength has indeed improved, and he can stand on his own. Holman smiled innocently, and was very happy to be recognized by Quinn. You are going to develop your power in Wano country now, so you must be lacking in combat power. Holman immediately became alert when he heard what Charlie said. "Brother, please take me with you." But Quinn patted him on the shoulder. "You have a more important task. I will take Charlie to Wano country, and your most important task now is to guard here. The only base of the Thunder Beast pirates is yours to protect." Holman was stunned for a moment and waved his hand hurriedly. "But I am so stupid, and without Sister Charlie's command, there will definitely be problems." After learning about Quinn's idea, Charlie quickly came up with a plan to deal with it. "Don't worry about it. Violet will cooperate with you when the time comes." Violet followed Charlie and assisted in handling major and minor affairs on weekdays. She also contributed to the island's current situation. "Violet?" Quinn was puzzled. A beautiful woman came out from the side. She was graceful and wore a floral dress, which was very beautiful. "Master Quinn, long time no see," Violet greeted with a smile. "Ah, it's you." Quinn suddenly realized that the girl he brought up had grown into an adult, which could be seen from her figure. Violet looked at Quinn with bright eyes, and her heart was slightly moved. The back figure at that time was deeply engraved in her heart. "Don't underestimate her. She handles all external combat affairs." Charlie smiled. Quinn nodded, looked at her for a moment and said, "She looks very smart." Violet felt his gaze and lowered her head timidly. "By the way, Cyrus and the others, I'm here." Just as Quinn was about to ask, a voice came. Cyrus was still the toy soldier he used to be, but the difference was that he was gradually becoming more lively now. "Master Instructor!" The pirates greeted in unison. They dared not underestimate this toy instructor. He was experienced and had amazing combat skills. He trained them into an elite team in just 1 year. Little Rebecca huddled behind him, trembling as she looked at the man in front of her. Quinn chuckled, squatted down and touched her little head. "You've grown up too. I have some candy here. Want some?" The girl finally let go of her restraint and smiled. Quinn and his group walked in the main town, which was bustling with people and full of all kinds of goods. People along the way greeted Charlie, Holman, and others respectfully, and were a little curious about Quinn, a stranger. This group of people was vaguely led by Quinn, and there were many curious people in the crowd who had already started to talk about it. "Who is this person? I haven't heard of him, but he seems to be very powerful. Yes, even Lord Holman is so respectful. Let's not talk about it." Quinn looked around the surrounding landscape. In the open environment of the outside world, this place is indeed much better developed than Wano country, with cafes and clothing stores. Quinn originally wanted to open these stores in Wano country, but unfortunately, his major was not suitable. Now that he brought Charlie back, he should be able to solve these problems. The island now has trade relations with several surrounding countries. We mainly rely on tourism and special products to improve the economy. Xia Li began to introduce the situation here. Holman has also contacted the Don Quixote family, and they are the ones who are supplying us with weapons now. The weapons are exported from Kaido and sold to various places by Mingo to make a profit. If Quinn wants to intervene, he must get rid of Orochi and confront Kaido. He now has the support of Umar, and he only needs time to settle down, and he may not be unable to compete with Kaido. Kaido wants to use his mind. Quinn is very clear. That guy talks about destroying the world all day long, and he's a very dangerous person. Now it seems that if you want to expand your power, you have to start from Wano country. A group of people walked through the busy residential areas and accompanied Quinn to understand the situation on the island. "Someone should have approached you, right?" "Indeed," Charlie responded. "Recently, Fun Street sent a request to stay on the island, and I rejected it on the grounds that I couldn't make the decision without you." "Fun Street? Is it that woman named Stussy?" Charlie nodded. "She wants to set up entertainment clubs and casinos on our island. I think she has seen the future market here. I think we should open these things ourselves, but I don't think you will agree." Quinn said disdainfully, "These people in the underground world will do anything for the sake of profit. Today there are casinos and clubs, and tomorrow there will be slave trading markets. We must not let them get involved. These things must be fully controlled by our own people." "Sure enough." Charlie guessed that Quinn would say so, and said with relief, "Although there will be less huge profits, it's not bad like now." She is always used to accommodating Quinn. Quinn has seen too many tragedies: the civilians of Wano country, the pirates of Shampoo, and the slaves of Marioa. All of this cannot escape the interests. Many people hate the evil and omnipotent money, but they can't let it go. Charlie and I will leave for Wano country in a few days. Violet will take care of the affairs here for the time being," Quinn said. Violet on the side was a little surprised. She just wanted to help Holman, but she didn't expect Quinn to say so. Quinn patted her shoulder gently. "You will have to work hard in the future. I believe you can do it." The man smiled warmly, and his black hair swayed gently in the wind, just like the first time he met. I can do it." Violet seemed to be encouraged and said firmly, "Very good." A smile appeared on the corner of Quinn's mouth, and he looked around at the people around him. "Remember, our code of conduct is to be an upright pirate group. When the time is right, I will give you a task." Holman's eyes lit up. "Brother, do you want to attack Dressrosa? Make sure I am the vanguard." Cyrus also became cautious after hearing this. Quinn shook his head slightly. "The person I want you to deal with is much stronger than Doflamingo." Everyone, including the top executives, hesitated. They only knew that they would go to Dressrosa to attack Mingo in the future, and they didn't know who their captain's target was. "I have expectations for each of you." Quinn glanced at everyone. "I hope you won't let me down." "Yes!" The pirates led by Holman shouted excitedly with passion. Violet looked excited and full of hope. Cyrus clenched his weapon. He felt the pressure and had to hurry up to train the pirates. Shiali smoked her pipe calmly, looking at Quinn's back with a strange look in her eyes. He seemed to have changed. There was a faint sense of domineering. Half a month later, Quinn's ship sailed back to Ida Port smoothly, and the people who received the notice came to greet him. Quinn brought back many local specialty fruit seeds from Umar. If they can be planted in Julie, it will also increase the income of the locals. He ordered people to start unloading, and he took Shiali off the boat and came to the crowd. Xiaozi, Taotu. Quinn saw two beautiful figures in the crowd at a glance. Taotu was wearing a kimono and had a graceful figure. She had the blue ghost given to her by Quinn on her waist. Her red lips were smiling softly, and a mole on her lips made her more charming. If Taotu's figure is the most beautiful, then Xiaozi's face is the most eye-catching. She is wearing formal clothes with her hands folded in front of her, quietly waiting for Quinn to approach. Quinn walked over with Shiali. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my crew member Shiali. Hello." Shiali is taller than everyone present, and her movements are slightly restrained because she has specially changed into a kimono for this occasion. At this time, she took off her mature makeup and put on simple and elegant light makeup, which makes her look very pure. Taotu looked at Quinn with a playful smile. She often practiced with Quinn, and their relationship had progressed to a certain extent. Seeing Xiaozi and Shiali at this time, she felt inexplicably happy. This guy is doing a good job. Xiaozi smiled lightly, bowed politely, and greeted. "My name is Xiaozi. Please take care of me in the future." Li raised her eyebrows. She was used to being free and unrestrained, and was not used to these cumbersome etiquette. Meeting Shirley's gaze, Quinn quickly stopped laughing. "Is it funny?" "No, I just thought of something happy." Xiaozi took the initiative to reach out and pull Shirley over. "Let's go back home first. I've arranged for a banquet." Shirley was stunned as Xiaozi pulled her away. Kiyoshiro walked to Quinn and stroked his chin. "So this is a mermaid, much better looking than a fishman. It's also quite big. You haven't seen one this big before." Quinn gestured. "Bigger than a ship, right?" "Huh? How is that possible?" Kiyoshiro said in disbelief. "So what Odin said is right. You people from Wano country should really go out for a walk." After Quinn finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back and walked forward. A flash of sadness flashed across Kiyoshiro's eyes, and he came back to his senses and chased after Quinn. "My lord, please take me out next time." "Don't worry, I will definitely take you out in the future." The group talked and laughed, and walked towards Quinn's mansion in a mighty manner. It has been several months since Shiali came to Wano country. On this day, everyone in the hall was discussing matters, and a guard came in to report. "My lord, there is someone outside the door asking to see you." "Who is it?" Quinn was puzzled and waved his hand. "Please come in." Not long after, a fat figure walked in with conspicuous tattoos on his shoulders and pink hair slightly curled into a bun. It was Shutenmaru on the mountain. Quinn smiled with relief when he saw him. "You are here after all." "I am here." Shutenmaru saluted and whispered, "I was wrong that day. From now on, if you have any orders, just ask." Kiyoshiro, who was in the second position, changed his expression when he saw Shutenmaru, and then returned to calm. "Okay, I'm just short of manpower. You're here just in time." Quinn smiled heartily and immediately arranged for Shutenmaru to sit down. "Everyone present is our own. I won't hide it from you. A few days ago, Kaido released news that only two rulers are allowed to exist in Wano country. One is naturally him, and the other is one of me and Orochi. As for how to do it, it's up to us." Everyone was surprised to hear this. Tetsuaoki said solemnly, "Kaido is forcing us to take action against Orochi. He sees that we are developing too fast and is worried that it will be beyond his control." Quinn shook his head. "Kaido is choosing between us. He wants to see who is qualified to be his puppet." Kiyoshiro rubbed his chin. "Kaido left Onigashima with the 3 disasters a few days ago. Could it be that he has already tacitly agreed that we will go to war?" Quinn frowned and was also troubled by this matter. He originally wanted to delay for a while, improve his strength, and then fight Kaido. Now Kaido has issued the final order. Either he fights Orochi or he and Orochi destroy him. Although Quinn has made Kuri a prosperous area, the deadline set by Kaido has come. Kaido's behavior is nothing more than forcing him to make a choice. There are only 2 ways to go now: destroy Orochi and make Kaido a vassal, or destroy Kaido directly. The former is not his original intention, and the latter is even more difficult. But even if he defeats Orochi, he is only Kaido's subordinate. When the time comes, he will say that he wants to turn Kuri into a factory, and he will have no way to stop him. Thinking of this, Quinn slammed the table and stood up. "I'm afraid it's useless. Everyone, get ready to attack the flower capital." "Oh!" the samurai below shouted, which was exactly the result they expected. "My lord, please let me be the vanguard." Shudenmaru was also very excited and said loudly. Kiyoshiro smiled faintly and folded his arms. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Taudu stood behind Quinn and clenched the aoki in her hand. It is foreseeable that this is the most dangerous battle since she joined the Navy, and her heart is a little throbbing. "Kiyoshiro! Here!" "You immediately integrate the Kuri warriors and make sure they all arrive at the port within a week," Quinn ordered. "What do you want to do, sir?" Quinn snorted. "Kaido thinks we dare not go against him, so we will show him. Our first goal is the Rabbit Bowl Quarry and liberate the prisoners there." "Yes!" Kaido's idea is very simple. After Quinn killed Orochi, he obeyed his orders obediently. He observed Quinn's various actions and thought that the other party had no intention of resisting. Originally, he thought that as long as Quinn killed Orochi, he would also incorporate its remaining forces, and with Quinn's assistance, his hegemony would be able to advance 1 level. Kaido would never have thought that Quinn would not only dare to resist him, but also act so quickly. At night, all the subordinates had dispersed. After Xiaoli arrived on the island, she has been in charge of business issues, integrating all the unplanned areas, which has greatly boosted the vitality of Julie City. Quinn sat in his seat, holding his forehead with a headache. He didn't know if his behavior was right. Julie City can now live and work in peace and contentment, all thanks to Kaido's tacit approval. If he obeyed him, Julie might continue to prosper, but if he tried to attack him, failure would mean that all this would come to nothing. A fragrant breeze blew over, and the soft and warm fragrance of jade entered his arms. Xiaozi raised her bright eyes and looked at Quinn. "Are you worried about this?" Quinn looked down at her. "What do you think we should do, obey him or—" "Haven't you made a decision?" Quinn sighed. "I don't know if this decision is good or bad. Julie has just been stable for a short time, and it is about to be in turmoil again. I'm afraid that this is not what everyone wants to see. In fact, your most fundamental goal is to make the people here live a good life. We all understand this." Xiaozi stroked his chest with a gentle tone. "To achieve your goal at all costs, isn't that you? If we defeat Orochi this time, Kaido will definitely let me move into the flower capital, and Julie will be harmed again." Quinn hugged the girl and inhaled the fragrance in his arms. "Kaido is cruel and unreasonable. Julie is the weapons factory he planned, but it was temporarily broken by my appearance. I also had no choice. Only by defeating him can I have no worries." "Actually," Xiaozi wanted to say something but stopped talking. Quinn held her face. "You have been hiding something from me." His tone was firm, and a man's intuition was sometimes very accurate. Xiaozi lowered her eyes and fell silent. "You shouldn't be called Xiaozi." Xiaozi in his arms trembled and raised her head. "You." She suddenly hugged Quinn tightly. "Please forgive me." Quinn gently stroked her back. "If I want to blame you, can you still stay by my side for so long?" Feeling the wet heat of tears in his arms, Xiaozi trembled slightly and sobbed. "My name is Kozuki Hiyori, the biological daughter of Kozuki Oden who was boiled with an axe. My brother and them are all gone. I am really scared. I have to choose to depend on you as a last resort. You always use a strong appearance to cover up your inner fragility. In fact, a person can't hide what's going on in his heart. Don't you blame me?" Quinn looked at the other's beautiful face, and for some reason he thought of another woman. "Of course not. I understand your difficulties." Suddenly, a warm touch came, and the red lips slowly left. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Quinn with a daze, a pair of jade hands wrapped around his neck, and the hot breath hit him again. Quinn subconsciously shrank back, but it made the girl complain. "You really still care?" Quinn didn't know how to explain. The figure in his mind stood in the wind, smiling softly. "I just didn't know what to do for a while. Don't mind." "We?" Before he finished speaking, his mouth was blocked by warmth. The figures in the curtain intertwined, and the birdsong outside the house became gentle and moving. A week later, we went to the port of Rabbit Bowl Quarry. At this time, there were already many people gathered here, and they went to the ship in batches. A few days ago, the news of Quinn reached Umar, and Holman immediately brought the fighters to help. Now Quinn has many high-powered people under his command. In addition to himself, there are Holman, Chuanjiro, and Ashuraduji who confess their identities, and Tautu. This time, their goal is to liberate the prison in the Rabbit Bowl Quarry, release the people inside, and assist them in the battle. According to Chuanjiro, there is another partner of theirs in the quarry, who is strong and a great fighting force. Everyone boarded the ship one by one, and Quinn also boarded the main ship. The rear was under the full command of Shiali and Aoki Tetsu. The main function of the Rabbit Bowl Quarry adjacent to Kuri is to detain prisoners. On weekdays, they are responsible for quarrying. Some people that Kaido values will also be imprisoned here to wear down their will with labor. When Quinn and his men boarded the Rabbit Bowl with their warships, they saw nothing in sight, only the center was lined with stone forests. The guards were frightened by the sight of such a scene, and hurriedly shouted inside that the enemy was attacking. Not long after, all the pirates of the Beast Group dressed in Viking costumes rushed out, one by one, fierce and ferocious. Quick fight, quick decision. Quinn, who hadn't fought for a long time, led the way and rushed into the enemy group with a flash. The two figures behind him followed closely. Ashura boy screamed, waving the samurai sword in his hand and killing the enemies like cutting melons and vegetables. "You guy leave a few for me," Denjiro grinned. After enduring for so long, he finally got an explosion. The two were almost crazy. Holman didn't want them to steal the limelight. His strength has now increased by leaps and bounds. He swung the big sword in his hand and chopped down a group of enemies with amazing power. Peach Blossom Spring Cut. A graceful figure walked out of the crowd slowly. Countless sword lights flashed, and the enemies behind him fell to the ground in the blood. Tautu wiped the blood on his face. As a navy, he would never show mercy when killing pirates. The sky suddenly brightened, countless lightning struck, and screams continued. This guy is really violent. At this time in the quarry, the chief warden of the Endower was charred all over, and there were pirates lying around. Quinn pinched his wrist. These minions and soldiers were like playing a game. One AoE could clear them all. Quinn often went to Udon to inspect. His absence now meant that it was true that he went to sea with Kaido. Ashura, Duji, and Denjiro had opened the prison and released many people. A figure nearly 3 meters tall came out, wearing a bamboo hat on his head, which was very eye-catching. "Kawamatsu, is it Kawamatsu?" Denjiro asked excitedly when he saw this person. The man raised his head. The unique appearance of the green-skinned fishman was no different from his impression. "Who are you? I don't recognize you." Kawamatsu looked at Denjiro in confusion. He didn't recognize the person in front of him. Ashura Duji also came over and said, "I didn't believe it at first, but he is indeed Denjiro." "Asura?" Kawamatsu naturally recognized the person who came. Ashura Duji, who was once called the 9 Red Scabbards with him. He turned to look at Chuanjiro in surprise, with an expression of disbelief. You are Chuanjiro. How did you become like this?" Chuanjiro smiled bitterly. "It's a long story. Let me take you to see Lord Quinn first." "Lord Quinn? What Lord Quinn?" Kawamatsu was a little puzzled. A figure had already approached. Quinn looked at Kawamatsu. "Are you the Kawamatsu they are talking about?" "Yes, I am. Who are you?" Kawamatsu's eyes were alert. He felt the danger from the person who came. Quinn signaled with his eyes. Chuanjiro understood, pulled Kawamatsu aside and told the whole story. After a long time, Kawamatsu came with doubts. "So you are the current Julie Daimyo. Please forgive me for being rude just now." "Kawamatsu, come with us." Ashura boy made an invitation. Kawamatsu hesitated for a long time and did not answer. Denjiro patted him and said, "I know what you are worried about, but there is a reason for all this. Hiyori-sama, she and..." Denjiro looked at Quinn, feeling a little awkward. "What happened to the princess?" Kawamatsu asked nervously. "Anyway, Master Quinn is now our head of the family, at least until Master Momonosuke showed up," Denjiro said and whispered in Kawamatsu's ear. Kawamatsu looked at Quinn strangely, then scratched his face. I know, I will go with you. Denjiro and Ashuraduji heard this, hugged him affectionately and talked. The three hadn't seen each other for a long time, and after telling each other their identities, the grudges were much relieved. Quinn ordered people to clean up the battlefield, and sent an order down. Those who were willing to go to the flower capital with them should be prepared, and those who were unwilling should immediately take a boat to Kuri Castle behind. Many people here were those who had fought against Kaido and Orochi, and were imprisoned here by Kaido after the failure. Unlike the future when their wills were worn out, now they all had hatred for Kaido in their hearts. Now with Quinn leading the way, they all followed suit, gathered together, and were excited to charge into the flower capital. A short old man in the crowd looked at Quinn. His tattoos and hair were very unique. If you want to defeat Kaido, count me in. Quinn only heard the voice, and when he looked down, he saw a short old man slowly walking towards him. Huh? Quinn squatted down with interest. Old man, you said you also want to join the battle? I am Hana no Hyogoro, also known as Leopard Goro. I am honored. The old man introduced himself. You are Bingye? Denjiro was surprised to hear the old man's self-introduction. He turned around and saw that the person in front of him had the same reaction as Kawamatsu just now. Who are you? I am Denjiro. I met you when I followed Lord Odin to your house, Denjiro explained. I see. Hyogoro touched his head. Is there such a person? Denjiro's expression froze, and Quinn beside him patted him, signaling him to move aside. Sir, I know about your situation. Quinn looked at the old man. You used to be a gangster boss, a righteous man, and you were imprisoned here for resisting Orochi. I have absolutely no objection to you wanting to join the battle, but... Hyogoro grinned, and muscles appeared on his thin body. Don't underestimate me. Although I am old, I still have strength to drive. Boss Bao has spoken, so we have no objection. Let us join the battle too. Many people who were captured with Hyogoro also came over. Quinn stood on a high place and looked around at the scene below. Thousands of people were excited, and Denjiro and others looked at him firmly. Is that so? Quinn smiled slightly. I'm really surprised that you are so determined. He waved his hand, and Ashura Boy understood and cut off the flag of Kaido's pirate group with a knife. So what if Kaido? Let's defeat him and show it to the world. Oh! The shouts from Rabbit Bowl Prison resounded through the sky, and this momentum could overwhelm everything. Flower Capital's Shogun's Mansion. Kurozumi Orochi held a banquet as usual once a week, with delicacies from mountains and seas on the wine table, and he was drunk and dreaming, completely ignoring the lives of civilians outside. He didn't know that he was about to experience a crisis. Orochi was holding a maid in his arms and was taking advantage of her. It was a great regret for him that he had never gotten Shaozi, so that drinking was less delicious. Looking at the lowly people drinking happily, he felt a little proud in his heart. This whole Wano country was driven by him. Of course, he was the only one who thought so. Looking at the second seat, he remembered that it was Kyoshiro's seat in the past, and suddenly a surge of anger rose in his heart. He smashed the wine bowl to the ground, picked up the wine pot and stood up, saying loudly, Men, those idiots have to live a hard life, so we will show them how cool they are. Eat and drink as much as you can. Whoever dares not eat, I will kill him immediately. Ha! Lord Orochi, you really like to joke. We will naturally drink with you. Drink. The Flower City's high-ranking officials were drinking to the point of forgetting themselves, with only happiness in their hearts. So how could they understand the outside world? At this time, the Flower City was surrounded by thousands of people led by Hagoro. High-level fighters such as Denjiro were dispersed and went to guard every corner. Quinn stepped into the Flower City, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and thunder. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying power and looked at Quinn in awe. Every step this lord took was like a divine punishment, foreshadowing the future of the Flower City and Kurozumi Orochi. General! General! The snake raised his head, his ugly face full of confusion. What's the matter with the panic? It's the people from Julie who are coming to kill us, the man exclaimed. What? Everyone in the hall was shocked, and Kurozumi Orochi exclaimed, Who took the lead? Boom! Before the man could report, there was a loud noise from the roof, and wood chips flew down. The blue electric light swept the entire general's mansion with terrifying power, and the weaker people were turned into charcoal. Quinn fell from the completely destroyed roof. The surroundings had turned into ruins, and only the ground was barely supported. A huge black shadow emerged from the smoke and dust, and the ugly big head attacked. It was the transformation of the snake fruit ability. The black charcoal snake in the state of Yamata no Orochi had very high vitality and attack, but it was a pity that it fell into the hands of such a person and lost the strength of the fruit itself. Quinn kicked sideways, and the blue thunder on his leg hit back. The snake usually seeks pleasure, and its fruit development ability is extremely weak. Its strength depends entirely on the power of the Yamata no Orochi itself. This attack was so powerful that even the three disasters would not dare to take it, not to mention that the opponent was the snake. The huge and ugly snake head was kicked, and a dull sound erupted. The electric energy even passed through the snake's body and spread across the sky. After the daybreak, the huge body of Yamata no Orochi fell down, and the exquisitely shaped Shogun's mansion was also nearly half damaged. Kawamatsu and others could see this scene from every corner, and they were immediately delighted. The Lord succeeded. Before the serpent fell to the ground and had time to catch its breath, a lightning column had already fallen from the sky, and Quinn was in it. Bang! The knee hit the chest of the serpent hard, and it could not bear the pressure and broke into several holes. With the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, the serpent also turned back into human form. Quinn fell to the ground and was about to approach the dying serpent. Suddenly, several figures rushed out and attacked him. Swish! With a flash of sword light, Kawamatsu Denjiro and the other two rushed out from three directions and blocked the attack of the newcomers. Oniwabanshu, if you want to touch Lord Quinn, you have to get through us first. Denjiro flicked his sleeves and grinned. Oniwabanshu and others, led by Fukurokuju, showed cautious expressions. Everyone, come on! Save Lord Orochi! Fukurokuju gave the order, and the other few people flew up in an instant and fought with the former three of the 9 red scabbards. Quinn walked towards Orochi as if no one was around. Orochi, with his special fruit ability, was almost immortal in a sense. If he had a physique like Kaido and 8 lives, I'm afraid even gods and ghosts would be unable to defeat him. He grabbed Orochi's tall body, and the expression on his huge head was dull. He had been seriously injured and unconscious by Quinn's blow. Lightning flashed and rushed around, and the Orochi in Quinn's hand was directly hit. The terrifying electric energy passed through the body of the Orochi, and his neck was broken, and blood gushed out like a spring. Even the strongest people would find it difficult to survive such an injury, and it was obvious that Orochi could not withstand such damage. I want to see how many lives you have. Quinn threw down the Orochi, who was not sure whether he was dead or alive, and Denjiro and the other two also repelled the Oniwabanshu. Hyogoro and others also came over and surrounded Orochi's staff. Seeing that things were hopeless, the Oniwabanshu had no choice but to lay down their weapons and surrender. Notify everyone to arrest all the officials of the flower capital. Yes! The Orochibanshu used to be so arrogant and powerful, all thanks to Kaido's protection. Now without Kaido's military support, they seem so vulnerable. Everyone knows that the real enemy of Wano country is Kaido. Only by defeating him can Wano country be truly liberated. Go to the port of Onigashima. The expeditionary army is holding weapons and is aggressive. Quinn ordered Tetsu Aoki to stay behind to deal with the affairs of the flower capital, and he himself led a group of combat forces to prepare to go to Onigashima. Exhaling a breath, Quinn suppressed the tension in his heart and faced Kaido again. The difference is that there are many people around him. Thinking of the previous failures, he did not feel depressed, but even more restless. Let's go to Onigashima. The atmosphere was solemn. Everyone was ready to die and stepped onto the warship. Onigashima. Black Maria's tall body was leaning on Kaido's arms, quietly listening to the report below. Kaido clenched the wine gourd in his hand, with an unsightly expression on his face. He released the news that he and others left the island, just to let Quinn get rid of Orochi without any scruples. Who would have thought that this kid was so bold, not only destroyed the rabbit bowl quarry, but also threatened to attack him? If it was Quinn's challenge in the past few times, he could regard it as fun and treat the other party as a tool for entertainment. Now Quinn came to Onigashima with Oden's former followers under the banner of attack, which undoubtedly touched his bottom line. Bang! The wine gourd was smashed to the ground, and Kaido shouted in a muffled voice, "Asshole!" He clenched his big hand and swung the mace with an invincible momentum. Little ones, there is a group of fools who overestimate their own abilities and want to overthrow me. Do you think they can do it? Kaido's questioning words were full of confidence. The 3 calamities stood beside him, without saying a word. The group of real fighters below laughed out loud when they heard it. Lord Kaido, why do you need to do anything to deal with this kind of garbage? Leave it to us. We guarantee that they will never come back. Crossing the water, the huge samurai sword pierced directly into the ground, which was very unique. The eyes of the skeleton with two horns emitted yellow light, and the huge mouth opened as if it was choosing someone to devour. Quinn did not split up the troops, but ordered everyone to sail directly into the front entrance. He knew very well that Kaido and his men must be on the island now, and dispersing would only cause unnecessary loss of troops. The nearly 10,000-strong expeditionary force was like a swarm of carp crossing the river, and the warships occupied all the waters at the entrance of Onigashima. The guards only felt the ground shaking. Looking around, there were so many people at the entrance. They forgot to move in fear. Kawamatsu and others flashed and quickly dealt with the remaining soldiers. They continued to move forward without stopping. The entrance to the skull was in front of them, but they saw several people of different shapes blocking the way. "Stop!" A man wearing a half-head horned mask shouted at everyone. The people in front of them were the strongest real fighters under Kaido. There were dozens of real fighters behind them. Their strength was amazing. The person who spoke was named Fu. Before joining Kaido's camp, he was one of the strongest agents of CP9, an agency under the world government. He was imprisoned because of the failure of the mission to escort the rubber fruit. After that, he escaped from prison and formed his own pirate group. He joined the Beast's pirates in the past 2 years. In a short period of time, his prestige has surpassed most of Kaido's men. He, Black Maria, and another man named Sasaki were promoted by Kaido as an exception. Their status in the Beast's pirates is second only to the Three Disasters. Quinn walked to the front of the crowd and was not surprised to see the people blocking the road. "What's the use of you guys?" Fuzver and others looked ugly when they heard this. If this guy joined the Beast's pirates, his status would probably be above the Three Calamities. That's why they respected him before. Now that he openly declared to fight Kaido, they also had a legitimate reason to attack him. "Don't get too proud of yourself. Don't think we are afraid of you." Sasaki's sharp teeth seemed to want to eat people while he was talking, which looked very weird. Boom! Quinn didn't say anything else. His figure flashed by, and the remaining electric current hurt everyone. Fuzver and others didn't dare to be careless, and quickly changed their forms and turned into animal forms. Fuzver was in the form of an ancient saber-toothed tiger of the animal system, and Sasaki was in the form of an ancient triceratops. The reason why these people can reach a high position is also related to their fruit abilities. Quinn punched Fuzver's attack with a punch, and Sasaki attacked from the side, and Quinn fought back with his ability. Denjiro and others also joined the battle and fought with other Shintachi. Thunder roared in the field. Quinn used his ability very well. With his observation, haki, and his own control, he managed to find the enemy in the chaotic crowd and hit him. Before long, only a few people with slightly stronger combat power, such as Fuzfu, were left on the field. Quinn kicked away Sasaki in front of him. The opponent's animal-type super defense was no different from that of an ordinary person in front of his blue thunder. Boom! Flames suddenly floated on the island, and a giant blue dragon rose into the sky. Everyone's eyelids jumped. It seemed that Kaido didn't have the patience to wait for them to get in. "Just in time!" Quinn shouted loudly, and his body also rose into the air, turning into lightning and flying towards the giant dragon of Tianlong. Kaido saw the newcomer with anger in his eyes. "You bastard! I think you are tired of living." Kaido, who turned into a giant dragon, spoke with great power, and his domineering aura was everywhere. The pirates below could not bear the pressure and fainted. "Kaido, let's decide the winner today." Quinn's figure spread across the sky, and the sky over the entire Onigashima was filled with thunderclouds. Lightning struck down, but it had no effect on Kaido. 100 million volts, storm bird, hot breath. The white lightning and the high temperature and scorching breath collided, and a shock wave suddenly fell from the sky, shocking the blood of the people below. Denjiro and others saw Quinn fighting with Kaido and were about to rush into the interior of Onigashima. Boom! A huge figure with flames all over his body attacked and kicked Ashura-doji hard with his big feet, kicking him away. Everyone was shocked and looked around. The Three Disasters gathered and blocked the entrance tightly. Fuzfu and other real fights also recovered their strength and fought with the three people in a row. Kaido's strongest fighting force has gathered. Jin looked at everyone with a gloomy face. "You guys are really ignorant of life and death, daring to approach the island of demons. If you come, stay here," Denjiro snorted coldly, and Kawamatsu and Ashuraduji came forward. Momosuke and Holman also stood aside and confronted the people of the Beast's pirates. Let me try and see how powerful the Beast's pirates are. Ah! With Holman's shout, the battle started. Kawamatsu and the other two rushed straight to the three disasters, while Momosuke and Holman faced a group of real fighters. For a while, the scene was in chaos, and the buzzing sound resounded throughout the venue. In the sky. Quinn and Kaido fought for several moves, but neither was better. Boy, it is undeniable that you are indeed a powerful character, Kaido said in a low voice. If you are willing to join the Beast's pirates, we will definitely have the ability to destroy the world. Quinn smiled indifferently. It's a pity that this world is so beautiful. I don't want to destroy it. Roar. Kaido's dragon roar shook the four directions. I will tear you apart and let you repent in hell. Then let's see whether you kill me or I kill you, the dragon. Quinn will never admit defeat when facing a strong man. Even if it is a fight to the death, he must decide the winner. Kaido said nothing, and a hot breath came again. Quinn, wrapped in the body of thunder, actually rushed directly towards the hot breath. Hell Thunder Divine Punishment. Kaido did not give in either. The force in his mouth increased, and the power of the hot breath became stronger. The two forces intertwined again, causing strange phenomena in the world, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart. Boom! Quinn and Kaido did not give in to each other, and bombarded each other with extreme power. The aftermath of the battle was enough to destroy a town. If you want to fight like this, I'll fight you. Quinn's figure flashed to the other side, and thunder began to gather around his body. 200 million volts Thor. The huge figure covered the sky, and the giant form formed by countless thunder and lightning was like a god. Tens of meters tall, occupied a corner of the sky, and the body was full of terrifying power. What is that? Everyone fighting below was shocked by this power, and tacitly turned the scene to one side. Quinn, who turned into the incarnation of Thor, had greatly reduced his ability to move, but he saw that his Thor body was covered with a layer of thunder armor, and the spear in his hand was even more terrifying. Kaido was surprised for a moment, with surprise in his eyes. This power! That's the power! Come on, let me see if you have the ability to kill me! Thor's huge body pressed forward, and the thunder spear in his hand stabbed Kaido fiercely. The latter did not dodge or evade, and the flames around him floated, fighting with Quinn. Ha! Denjiro stood in the field, his hand holding the sword trembling slightly. Opposite him was Jin, one of the three big names. Jin turned into a half-beast, holding a samurai sword that matched his body shape. Compared with Denjiro opposite, he seemed much calmer. I didn't expect you to be Odin's former subordinate. The matter of invading Onigashima has not been settled yet, and you dare to come? Denjiro sneered, and Ashuraduji and the other two also came back to each other. The three of them were obviously at a disadvantage when facing the three disasters. The three disasters were all ancient species of animals, and their defense was much stronger than that of ordinary people with special abilities. Ordinary swordsmanship could no longer hurt them. Hey, you two can't slack off. You are, grinned. Although we can't deal with Kaido, we can't cause trouble to Lord Quinn. Go! Swish! Jack turned into a huge mammoth, and his tall body was very conspicuous in the field. Ashura Boy had already rushed over, with two swords overlapping in his hands, and his figure flashed past quickly. Odin's two-sword style, Taoyuan 10 punch. Swish! Jack was stunned. Blood flashed across his chest and it broke apart. Go to hell! Even though he was injured, he was not afraid, and threw out two hooks in his hands, hitting Ashura Boy. Sand and rocks flew in the field, and several people were so powerful that it was difficult to tell who was stronger for a while. The Thor incarnation of Quinn and the dragon incarnation of Kaido were entangled in the air. Flames and lightning intertwined, and power collided with power. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge figure fell from the sky, and Quinn and Kaido were beaten back to the ground. Roar! Kaido's hot breath shattered Quinn's defense, and he also canceled his dragon transformation. A tall figure climbed up again from the ruins. Kaido's muscles were knotted, veins were twisted, and he felt full of oppression. Warm-up is done. Are you ready to die? Kaido said in a low voice, and the breath he exhaled from his chest seemed to burn everything. He changed his body shape. Half of his body was covered with dragon scales. This was his strongest half-dragon posture. Quinn stretched his muscles and bones, and gray-white lightning accumulated in his hands. His momentum was no less than Kaido's. The two looked at each other, and a momentum burst out from their bodies. Kaido's body was filled with black and red power like lightning, rushing towards Quinn. Quinn did not give in, and the same power surged in his body. The two momentums did not give in to each other. shaking the field. Huh? Kaido frowned. Hyakushin? Shh! He suddenly increased his domineering power, and Quinn did not give in either. The two momentums collided and crackled. What's going on? What happened over there? The people outside only saw the dust and smoke rolling here. The flying sand and rocks, and the pressure made them breathless. Quinn was at a disadvantage in the field, but he was still persisting. Not long ago, he gathered the number of draws again and made up his mind to take a gamble. The result made him very happy. The turntable turned to Conqueror's Hockey. Before that, he had drawn 5 or 6 prizes, all of which were 500 million Baileys. Unfortunately, although he could compete with Kaido for a while, he could not compare with him who had accumulated it for many years, and soon fell into a disadvantage. The power of Conqueror's Hockey not only depends on one's own courage, but also requires long-term improvement and use. Kaido has undoubtedly achieved the ultimate in this. Boom! The ground erupted with a loud noise, the stone slabs shattered, and the terrifying momentum in the field finally dissipated. I didn't expect you to hide this trick. Kaido walked slowly with the 8 precepts in his hand, but unfortunately, I am stronger than you. Quinn did not answer, and lightning flashed around his body, and the thunder body began to cover him. Divine punishment! Vajra Dysphoros! Kaido jumped over. Boom! The two forces collided, and the momentum soared into the sky. 1/wind pressure. Tautu slashed out and repelled the joint efforts of Fusfu and Sasaki. Not far away, Holman was fighting with Black Maria and was firmly in the upper hand. The battle on her side was also coming to an end. Fusfu and Sasaki had been seriously injured, and it was difficult for them to hold on for much longer. Peach Blossom Spring Sanhua. Before Fusfu and the other two had time to react, dozens of sword lights had already attacked again. The accuracy of this move is questionable, but the power is real, which can be seen from Fusfu and the other two lying on the ground. Tautu put the sword back into the sheath and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, 2 people were eliminated. On Holman's side, Black Maria was beaten back by him. This fool fought without caring whether he was injured or not. He opened and closed the big sword in his hand, relying entirely on brute force, and there was no move at all. Maria, in the form of a human spider, swung the wheel in her hand and met his attack. Ah! Holman's blow was so powerful that Maria and her weapon were knocked flying. When the smoke and dust cleared, the tall woman had turned into a human form and lost consciousness. Go help them! Tautu flashed by and ordered. Okay! Holman hurriedly followed, and the two ran towards the place where Denjiro and the other two were fighting. On the other side, Denjiro's strike was fruitless, and he was kicked over by Jin. Ahem! Kawamatsu covered his chest and stood up. He was hit by Quinn's head just now, and he felt a dull pain in his chest. The 3 gathered together again, all looking a little embarrassed. You two haven't made any progress in these years. Heh, you only care about managing thieves. Although I am not strong, I have a heart that is not afraid of life and death. Denjiro's expression was solemn. How can the glory of the Kozuki retainer be damaged in our hands? I will share the pressure for Master Quinn even if I die. Is there any need to say that? Ashura boy shouted and rushed forward first. You don't know how to live or die. Jin was also injured. Although it was not serious, it also angered him. Bang! The 2 swords collided, and the 2 took a step back. If you give up as soon as possible, I can consider not killing you. Ha! Chuanjiro sneered. You may not be able to kill us even if you don't give up. You are stubborn, and you 3 can't do anything to us. Quinn said in a muffled voice, How about us? Tautu and Holman arrived and stood with Chuanjiro and the other 2. Jin saw Tautu with a strange look in his eyes. This woman's strength did not match her appearance. She almost seriously injured him in the previous battle. Therefore, when he saw Tautu coming, he was more cautious. Jack was not afraid at all and shouted, This is fun! Just come over! Go to hell! Holman didn't care who his opponent was. He rushed forward with a big sword, which surprised Jin and others. Here comes a fearless person, just what I want. Jack laughed strangely and rushed to Holman with his huge body. Bang! Jin, he aimed at Tautu and prepared to get rid of this woman first. Momotogi is no pushover. She didn't lose too much energy in the previous battle. She was very agile and easily dodged the attack. Denjiro and the other 2 also joined in. It was 5 against 3 and the battle started again. Thunderous Bagua! Ugh! Quinn took the blow and felt his whole body trembling and his internal organs surging. He tightly grasped the Hachisai mace, and the lightning in his hand surged and conducted it to Kaido. Hachisai had been eroded by Kaido's domineering aura for many years, and had become extremely hard. It was not something Quinn could destroy with his bare hands. Boom! Quinn punched out with a punch, knocking Kaido back, and was also thrown out by his attack. He did not stop in the air, and several thunders rushed out and attacked the opposite side. Kaido did not have time to react and was hit by the attack. Even if it was a head-on hit, the damage it could cause was minimal. "Annoying guy, come at me head-on if you want to fight me." "I'm not afraid of you." Quinn simply tore off his clothes, revealing his muscular upper body like Kaido. Kaido smiled calmly and thrust the mace into the soil with force, squeezing it with his hands. "I haven't fought in a long time, so let's have a good fight today." Dark red power appeared in his hand, colliding with Quinn's fist. Boom! Thunder roared, and the crackling sound of electricity continued in the field. Bawe! Under Kaido's violent power, Quinn's body retreated uncontrollably. Electric charge! He accumulated power in his hand, and a powerful blow collided with Kaido's fist again. Ahem! Quinn felt a sweetness in his chest and was about to vomit blood, so he quickly stabilized his blood and chi. Kaido retracted his fist, and a terrifying aura like hell emanated from his body. "Are you scared?" Quinn calmed down and gathered his strength. "It's not that easy." Kaido picked up the mace again. "You have a good physique. You don't seem to rely on the devil fruit. I'm curious about how you did it." Seeing that Quinn didn't answer, Kaido smiled calmly. "Forget it. When I defeat you, you will tell me naturally." His tone was always confident. "It's too early to say it." Quinn's voice appeared above his head. Kaido didn't dodge and swung the mace upward, fiercely, but only hit an afterimage. Quinn appeared on the other side with sharp electric energy condensed in his hand, and the surrounding air seemed to be pierced. "Huh?" Kaido sensed the danger and turned around to strike like a beast's instinct. "Ending bayonet!" The refined white lightning on Quinn's palm became a sharp knife shape with terrifying power on it. Swish! A slight sound came and Kaido's waist was cut open by Quinn's blow. A huge gap. At this time, Kaido's attack also came, and Quinn urgently used the Thunder Body defense to barely withstand the attack. Puff. Even Kaido's defense was penetrated by Quinn's attack. Kaido was surprised at this time, and he felt a long-lost pain in his waist, and blood was flowing out uncontrollably. Quinn used the penetrating power of the fruit ability and his own use of advanced armed color to combine this move, which was enough to break all defenses. Kaido's forehead was sweating, and the pain from his body made him tremble unconsciously, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's a long-lost feeling. You make me excited." Boom! Kaido's mace in his hand slammed into the ground, and the ground began to shatter, and the surrounding buildings collapsed into ruins. This is his way of venting his emotions. Only endless destruction can erase the restlessness in his heart. A figure rushed out from the smoke and dust, and Kaido was swept by dark red power, attacking like a cannonball. Quinn dodged, and Kaido chased again, punching out with terrifying power. Roar! The roar of a beast resounded through the sky, and Kaido went completely crazy. Before I knew it, the sky was bright again. The expeditionary army, led by Hyogoro, fought against the pirates under Kaido. The number of people on both sides was very different, but under the pressure of momentum, the expeditionary army could barely compete with Kaido's army. No one knew how long the battles in various places lasted, but it was clear that the battles were very tragic. The entire Onigashima Island turned into a sea of blood, and corpses were scattered all over the ground, including the expeditionary army and Kaido's army. The two sides fought and killed each other, mercilessly, turning this place into a purgatory on Earth. Above the Onigashima skull, the buzzing sound of the two figures fighting resounded through the sky, and everyone in the field was paying attention to the situation there. Quinn's hand condensed into a bayonet shape again, and Kaido had been prepared and did not dare to take it hard. After the attack failed, Quinn was not discouraged. His figure flashed and entangled with Kaido again. The two fought hard. It was difficult for Quinn to cause too much damage to Kaido, who was physically strong, and it was difficult for Kaido to hit Quinn, who was extremely fast. In the stalemate, both sides were seriously injured. Although Quinn did not have any physical injuries on the surface, he was seriously injured inside. The bone of his right leg had been broken by Kaido, which made it difficult for him to move. The bleeding on Kaido's waist had stopped, but it was still bleeding because of the tearing. In addition, there were wounds on his chest and back, all of which were caused by Quinn's ability. The two separated again. Quinn's legs were still shaking, and Kaido's breath was disordered, and his eyes were red. He did not expect that Quinn would have such a strong physique. He took so many of his moves and still seemed so calm. Quinn's calmness was of course fake, Several killing moves could not do anything to the opponent. If it was a protracted battle, he would definitely not be the opponent's opponent. Now he could only find the right time to strike at the vital point. Only by seriously injuring Kaido would he have a chance to win. Quinn and Kaido looked at each other, and they saw suspicion in each other's eyes, and neither of them took the first step. Kaido's ability of the animal fruit not only has super physical strength and endurance, but also has excellent recovery ability. If it were not for Quinn's high domineering and ability, he would not be able to hurt Kaido at all. Electromagnetic gun! The magnetic field began to vibrate, and Quinn's hand flashed, taking the lead in attacking. Boom! Dozens of thunders were struck, and the pebbles were faster than bullets, hitting Kaido with terrifying electric energy. Thunder Bagua! Kaido said nothing and attacked with a killing move. Kaido's speed was not slow, and his movements were completely inconsistent with his body shape. His hands were wrapped with domineering, and the attack range almost covered the entire field, and the air was frozen by the shock. Affected by the Conqueror's haki, Quinn's body slowed down a lot. He dodged the attack but was also shocked by the aftermath. It is indeed Kaido's ultimate move. It is so terrifying that even the aftermath has such power. Quinn flew into the sky and rushed into the flame cloud. Kaido chased him closely and turned into a blue dragon and rushed into the sky. The whole Onigashima was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and there were thunder and lightning in the sky, and dragon roars. Roar! Kaido's hot breath rushed out of the dark clouds and smashed down, and a building shattered. Boom, boom! The thick white thunder flashed, and the people fighting below hurriedly separated the battle line and retreated. It is just as the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Below the country of Wano, dozens of warships were parked at the entrance. A tall man in a red suit on the main ship was looking up at the distance. "Admiral Akainu, all ships are ready. You can land on the island." One of his petty officers came to report. Akainu, wearing a cloak of justice, stood tall and straight, and immediately issued an order. "All troops, prepare to enter Wano country." "Yes!" The huge warship climbed up along the waterfall, aiming directly at Wano country. Wano country's flower capital. After Aoki Tetsu cleaned up the mess, he led more than 1,000 samurai under his command to suppress Orochi's original subordinates, but was desperately resisted by his opponent, and a battle broke out in the city. The two sides were fighting back and forth, but suddenly the sky was covered by dark clouds, and thunder and lightning sounded. The giant dragon soared into the sky, and the flames were mixed with white lightning, which was very majestic. Several lightning bolts hit it, and a figure was entangled with it. Aoki Tetsu, who was in charge of commanding the battle below, saw the person at a glance and quickly gave the order to retreat. "Sir," a samurai from the back reported. "Sir, there are many ships coming from Haikou." Aoki Tetsu was startled. "Did you see who they were?" "Not sure. Their fleets are all the same, and the people on top can't see their appearance clearly." Aoki Tetsu looked up at the battle above, thought for a moment, and ordered, "Temporarily retreat to the rear. We can't stay here for long." He knew very well that if he and others stayed here, they would only be killed by the battle. "Yes!" After receiving the order, everyone began to move the line to the rear. The fighting figures in the sky separated again, and the dragon also smashed down. Boom! Building debris flew everywhere. Kaido regained his human form, and his body was already covered in blood. Quinn landed not far away, his legs trembling slightly. "I have to go drink after the fight, but I don't have time to play with you." Kaido shouted angrily and attacked Quinn. The battlefield of the two moved from Onigashima to the flower capital, and the situation was tragic. Quinn relied on his ability, and even Kaido didn't dare to take the terrifying power in his palm. But he saw dark red energy appearing around him, and a breath came out of his mouth. Quinn also exuded momentum and resisted it back. The strength of both sides was equal, and what they were competing for was endurance and physical strength. Boom! Another plan of bombardment was fruitless, and the two separated again. Kaido looked at the man opposite him, and his eyes were rarely cautious. As strong as his physique was, he was also seriously injured by the opponent. Now he completely relied on his super-strong recovery ability to suppress the opponent. No one knew how long the battle between the two lasted. During this period, they fought for hundreds of rounds, and it was a clash of strength and strength. The two sides were about to fight again, but they saw a little fire in the distance. A huge stream of magma hit the two. Quinn condensed a thunder body around his body and easily resisted the attack. Kaido swung a stick and dispersed the attacking magma. A figure walked out of the smoke and dust, and Akainu looked at the two of them solemnly. Kaido the Beast, Quinn the Thunder Beast, I will arrest both of you today. Kaido snorted coldly when he saw the newcomers. Why do you think you have that ability? Quinn was a little confused. Why did the Navy come here? Akainu raised his fist that was emitting lava and said in a low voice, Wake up! Stop talking to yourself. Kaido's voice was like thunder, and a momentum pressed over. 100 million volts, thunder punishment. Quinn didn't say anything and took action directly. Dog bites Red Lotus. Akainu's arm melted, and a lava-vicious dog shot out, biting forward. Thunder punishment hit Akainu accurately, but was mostly blocked by the opponent's lava armor. Thunder Bagua! Kaido shouted, waving the mace in his hand with an invincible spirit, smashing the magma and hitting Akainu. Akainu was hit by the thunder punishment first, which was already a bit overloaded. Now he was hit by Kaido's powerful blow. He could not withstand the pressure and flew backwards. Seeing this, Kaido did not hesitate to hit Quinn again. Even if it was 1 against 2, there was no need to be afraid. Too careless. Quinn's figure flashed to his side, and the thunder blade in his hand passed through, splashing blood. Kaido didn't care and swung out with a stick, hitting Quinn accurately. He was just exchanging injuries for others, and he wanted to see who could hold on to the end. The two fought again, and the dark red momentum broke out in the field. Akainu crawled out of the ruins, with a lot of dirt on his body. Hell dog! I saw his arms suddenly extend, turning into lava and attacking the two people in the field. Quinn was fighting with Kaido, and was caught off guard by this move. Kaido is not a moral person. Seeing that there is a chance to take advantage of, he immediately punched out and knocked Quinn to the ground. He was about to step on him, but Quinn flipped over and left the spot. At this time, Akainu's fist with super high heat also attacked. Kaido countered with a mace, and the hot magma was immediately scattered. 100 million volts divine punishment! Boom! Without waiting for the two people in the field to calm down, Quinn's attack fell indiscriminately, and the ground was immediately cracked. The three people reached an agreement and regarded each other as opponents. There was no alliance at all. Boom! Thunder and fire were heard in the field from time to time, and waves of dark red momentum were surging. No one dared to approach within 10 miles. Seeing the tense situation in the field, the Navy was a little at a loss for a moment, and could only look at the two major generals next to them. Accompanying Akainu were the major generals of the Navy headquarters, Spider Demon and Doberman. Spider Demon was holding a Den Mushi and talking to someone at this time. What Major General, Momosabushi said is true. A battle has indeed broken out in Wano country. Where is Sakazuki? On Den Mushi's side is the current Marshal Sengoku. After hearing that the incident is true, he immediately became cautious. Admiral Akainu. He participated in the duel between Kaido and Quinn. Ghost Spider hesitated for a moment and spoke. Why did he participate in the battle? Let him come back immediately and wait for Quinn and Kaido to fight out the result before taking action, Sengoku said anxiously. Ghost Spider looked at the battlefield in the distance with a helpless expression. I'm afraid there is no chance. Sengoku in the marshal's office held his forehead with a headache, thinking about countermeasures. A few days ago, Momosabushi sent a message that a battle was about to break out in Wano country and requested naval support. After Akainu learned about it, he took the initiative to volunteer, and he also agreed with a try-it attitude. Now the situation in Wano country is true, and Akainu has also joined the battle, which is completely beyond his expectation. Don't worry about Sakazuki. Take your men to capture Kaido's men first. Yes. After receiving the order from the marshal, the two major generals no longer hesitated and led their navy to the direction of Onigashima, somewhere in the New World. Kizaru, wearing a yellow suit, stood on the bow of the ship, with his hands on the awning and looking into the distance. Borsalino, where are you? A voice came from the Den Mushi in his hand. Well, we should be there soon. Kizaru hesitated. Assist Akainu immediately after arriving in Wano country. The goal is to arrest Kaido and Quinn. Do you understand? I know, Kizaru responded and hung up the Den Mushi. Onigashima. The battle here is also very tragic. Kaido's men are fighting hard, and the expeditionary army is retreating step by step. Now only Denjiro and a few other high-level fighters are still holding on. The three disasters and the real fight together, their strength cannot be underestimated. Even if Denjiro and the other 5 join forces, it is difficult to gain an advantage. This is not a solution. Baogoro and his men have already retreated. Ashura Doji was a little out of breath while speaking, and his physical strength was seriously lost. Animal-type ability users have amazing endurance. If they are not completely defeated, the opponent will rejoin the battle. Now they have to face more than just the three disasters. Tautu held the blue ghost in his hand. His hand was shaking a little, and his heart was even more anxious. Why haven't they come yet? Bang! Bang! Gunshots were heard in the distance, and familiar clothes came into view. Tautu was delighted and whispered, "Reinforcements are coming." Denjiro and others were still confused, and the Navy led by Ghost Spider and Doberman had rushed over. "You are finally here," Tautu felt, much more relaxed when he saw the two. "The opponents are all ability users. Be careful," Tautu whispered. Doberman and the others nodded and ordered the Navy to disperse around and surround Kaido's men. Jin put his sword back into the sheath and snorted. "The Navy support is coming." "What should we do?" Jack asked. "There must be a problem with Kaido, boss. We have to support him quickly," Quinn said. Jin looked serious and said, "I'll go first. You guys hold on." Jack and the others nodded and agreed. It's not that they are arrogant, but one more Jin will not help at the moment. After all, this is Kaido's base camp. As long as the real fight is gathered together, there is no need to fear this group of people. Jin in the field suddenly turned into a beast. A huge pterosaur soared into the sky. "He wants to escape." Doberman was about to step forward to stop him, but was knocked away by a huge elephant trunk. "Idiot! Beat us first!" Jack buzzed. Jin ignored battle that broke out again below and flew straight towards the Flower City. In the center of the Flower Capital, the originally prosperous area has been destroyed beyond recognition, and the ground has turned into surging magma. This is the power of the lava fruit, which can easily change the terrain. Ending bayonet. Quinn's foot turned into a sharp blade and kicked Akainu on the shoulder. Akainu's armament haki and lava armor were all ineffective, and he could not resist this attack at all. Regardless of the blood gushing from his shoulder, Akainu threw a strong blow and blasted Kaido together. The situation in the field was changing unpredictably. Either Kaido and Akainu teamed up to fight Quinn, or Akainu and Quinn teamed up to fight Kaido. The three of them fought back and forth, and once they had the chance, they would mercilessly injure their allies. Amid a thunderous sound, Akainu was blown away. Akainu temporarily withdrew from the battle, and Kaido attacked Quinn again like a mad dog. "Are you annoying?" Quinn had no choice but to kick Kaido back and dodge to the side. The three of them stood in a triangle. Akainu, who joined the battle later, was obviously energetic and fearless. Kaido, the animal-type fruit ability user, was relying on the fruit ability to restore his physical strength. In comparison, Quinn suffered a lot. He frequently used his ability in domineering. He was able to last so long because he relied on the physical enhancement card at the beginning. To fight a monster like Kaido, you must be prepared for a protracted war. It is basically impossible to decide the winner in a short time. "Hey Kaido, how about we get rid of this guy first and then decide the winner?" Kaido looked at Akainu and seemed to be somewhat moved by Quinn's opinion. Akainu snorted coldly, his face full of disdain, but the cold sweat on his forehead betrayed him. Swoosh! A beam of light hit the field and exploded. With a flash of golden light, Kizaru appeared in the air. "It's so lively. How about letting me join in too?" Kizaru landed beside Akainu. His movements were very casual. Quinn saw an acquaintance and raised his hand to greet him. "Hey, Uncle Kizaru. Long time no see, kid. Why do you look so miserable?" Kizaru said with sarcasm in his tone. "You're not bad either. You're getting more and more handsome," Quinn retorted. "I'll deal with this guy. You go deal with Kaido," Akainu whispered. "Really? You've arranged a big trouble for me as soon as you come." Although Kizaru complained, his body took action. Kaido saw that it was Kizaru, and his tone was a little impatient. "I don't want to fight with you. You a yellow monkey. Get out of here." "Don't say that. I also came all the way here." Kizaru spread his hands and said, "Roar." Kaido roared with a breath. His muscles nodded. "You only know how to rely on the speed of the fruit. I'll smash you to pieces." What a powerful spirit. Kizaru still had a calm tone. This may be the confidence of the fastest man in the world. Bang! A claw attack with flames came, and the huge body of the pteranodon with flames smashed into Kizaru. "To deal with Mr. Kaido, you have to get past me first." Jin transformed into a beast and took a fighting stance. Kizaru appeared on the other side, waving his hand to fan the smoke in front of him. "Oh my, I'm going to fight two people alone. You have to count my merits when you go back." Akainu ignored him and had already set his sights on Quinn. He was also angry after being hit by this guy several times in a row. Quinn did not hesitate and faced him head-on. Bang! The two fists collided and burst out with fierce power. Jin over there also fought with Kizaru, and Kaido took the opportunity to recover his strength. It was unknown how much time had passed, and the fighting had ceased everywhere. Inside Onigashima, A flash of sword light passed, the ground was cut in half, and a huge figure slowly fell down. Tautu's pretty face was pale, and blood was faintly flowing from the corner of her mouth. After a long battle, her physical strength had disappeared. She used all her strength in this last blow. Jack fell to the ground, but Quinn stood up again. Looking at this side, including Denjiro and others, they were all exhausted. Onigashima now has hundreds of real fighters, all of whom are animal-type ability users. Even if they fight in a round-robin battle, they can be exhausted to death. The people in the field are not good at domineering cultivation, and they can't completely defeat Quinn and Jack. Now Tautu used the last blow to completely knock Jack down, but also put herself in a dangerous situation. Quinn raised her huge head and smashed it towards Tautu. Doberman and Ghost Spider rushed forward and tried their best to block the blow. Quinn herself is a cyborg. After using her ability, not only does her defense increase greatly, but her body is more exquisite, and she often succeeds with unexpected attacks. Doberman and the other two were knocked away by this heavy blow, and Tautu took the opportunity to leave. The remaining members of the Beast's pirates had already surrounded them, and those who could still fight had gathered together. Holman chopped down one group after another, and his heart was filled with despair. How come these people are like ants? They come in a nest. This is Kaido's lair. Who knows how many people are still inside? Ashura Duji said. Don't say such sarcastic words. Denjiro scolded unhappily. Mimosa bent her long legs, feeling weak all over. Several men were quite graceful and stood in front of her. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Where did that damn guy Quinn go? Peace, thank you for your support. I write fan fiction out of love. It is true that my grades are poor, but I will continue to persevere. Yato, Magatama. A golden light illuminated the sky, and Kizaru's indiscriminate attack fell. Akainu was covered with lava armor. While guarding against Quinn, he also had to guard against laser rays. This idiot, he doesn't know how to restrain himself. Akainu said unhappily, and his hands were not slow, and he caught the kick from Quinn with a punch. Among the natural fruit ability users, the destructive power of the magma fruit is undoubtedly the best, which can be seen from the fact that it is the superior of the flame fruit. This kind of fruit that can change the terrain, such as Whitebeard's tremor fruit and Golden Lion's floating fruit, if the ability user is determined to destroy a place, it is basically difficult for others to stop it. After Akainu took the blow, magma began to emerge from his body. His ability can turn the ground into magma for his own use. This is the terrifying thing about the magma fruit. As long as there is ground, is his perfect battlefield. Quinn kicked out a Raikiri and quickly flew into the air. The thunder fruit cannot be afraid of his terrain attack. He dodged it, but the surroundings suffered. Whether it was buildings or terrain, they were instantly turned into lava under Akainu's erosion. On the other side, Jin had been fighting hard for a long time before this, but now he was at a disadvantage when he faced Kizaru. He was beaten back step by step. Kaido faced Kizaru's laser beam and swung out the 8 rings in his hand, bringing with him a strong momentum. Kizaru in the air was almost unable to stabilize his body and fell down just by being hit by this momentum. As expected of Kaido, his conqueror haki is so high. Kaido had been fighting with Quinn for a long time, and his physical strength was too much. The short-term recovery was not very effective at all. He was at a disadvantage against Kizaru, who was extremely fast. Quinn, this reckless guy, dared to fight him head-on, but Kizaru just jumped up and down, causing his attacks to miss several times. Roar! Kaido roared, and was provoked by Kizaru and fell into a violent state again. All the surrounding buildings were not spared and were ruthlessly crushed by the crazy Kaido. The coverage of his attack was enough to affect Kizaru in the air. Quinn and Akainu had several direct confrontations, but they still couldn't decide the superiority. He had his magnetic field, and Akainu had his own magma ground, and neither side gave in. Electric charge! Akainu felt the momentum above him and gathered all his strength to blast upwards. Boom! The huge impact spread to all around, and Akainu, who was in the center, couldn't bear the pressure and was hit deep into the magma. Akainu constantly melted the ground to release magma, and then absorbed it for his own use. In a sense, his physical strength was much more terrible than Kaido. But in the face of absolute power, this move was of limited use. Although Akainu in the deep magma was swift, he couldn't compare to Quinn. Each of Quinn's moves was powerful, and every time he hit the magma, he could accurately hit Akainu. This was the power of the heart net. No matter how the enemy was hiding, he could capture it keenly. 100 million volts, 10,000 thunders. The sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning crossed, and countless lightnings struck with terrifying power. Quinn exerted force in his hands, and the lightning was directed to one place, turning into a thick white thunder. Hell thunder, divine punishment! In less than a second, the white thunder had struck down and accurately hit Akainu below. The magma was dispersed by this force, and a huge pit was smashed into the ground. Quinn saw the tragic state of Flower City in the air and sighed helplessly. This is Hiyori's hometown. He didn't intend to destroy it, but the enemies came one after another, and he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. The huge attack spread all around, and Kizaru in the air didn't have time to dodge and was struck by several lightning bolts. While he was stunned, Kaido's attack had already hit him, smashing his lumbar disc in advance. In the ruins, Kizaru slowly climbed up, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam from his mouth, and he wanted to kick Quinn to death hundreds of times to relieve his anger. His physical skills were not as good as Akainu, and he was hit by Kaido's attack, and he only felt a piercing pain in his waist. Hiss! When you get old, you just can't take a beating. Kizaru gently pounded his waist, looking more like an old man taking a walk after dinner. Looking at Kaido again, this guy is older than him, but his physique is frighteningly strong. Seeing him like this, Kaido couldn't help laughing, even though he felt pain in his body. You are younger than me, how come you have old age diseases at such a young age, haha? Kaido's sarcastic words fell into his ears, but Kizaru didn't care much and said lightly, "We humans are generally considered old when we are 50 years old." His words implied that Kaido was not a human. Kaido didn't get angry when he heard it and continued, "Humans are indeed weak, at least they can't be compared with me. If you have time to chat, take care of other things first." Quinn attacked from a distance at some point and kicked Kaido so hard that he trembled. Kaido's forehead was bulging with veins. He looked up at Quinn with anger in his eyes. "Why are you intervening here when you can't just mind your own business?" Quinn was not stupid. He knew very well who was the most threatening person present. Akainu and Kizaru were both Navy after all, so it was impossible for them to go too far. Kaido was the one who dared to move islands and smash the country of Wano. If he went crazy and attacked Kuri, I'm afraid I couldn't stop him. The most important thing now was to deal with Kaido, and everything else would be easy. Kizaru was surprised when he saw Quinn coming. Sakazuki is so weak. A stream of lava surged from the ground, and Akainu's tall figure rushed out of the ground. He was black from the electric shock, and his forehead was bleeding. It was obvious that he was seriously injured by Quinn's attack. Jin was watching from a distance, ready to assist Kaido at any time. Kizaru flashed to Akainu's side and confronted Kaido. "A bunch of idiots want to besiege me?" Kaido asked in a buzzing voice. Akainu didn't say anything. His fist turned into magma, staring at Quinn. There was a moment of silence on the field, only smoke and dust drifted slowly. A golden light flashed, and Kizaru appeared in front of Quinn. "You want to fight me so much?" Kizaru smiled indifferently. "If you want to fight, of course you will fight the weak." "Am I weak?" Quinn's voice came, and a sharp knife condensed in his hand. Kizaru was slow to react for a moment and was hit by Quinn. Bang! The figure fell to the ground, and Kizaru's abdomen began to bleed. The armament color he had just covered was useless in front of this attack. All this happened in just a moment, so fast that everyone in the field hadn't reacted yet. Akainu rarely had a different expression. I don't know if he was shocked by Quinn's power or angry at his teammates' operation. Kizaru covered the wound on his abdomen, and his super strong body function was trying his best to stop the blood flow. This guy has really become stronger again. This test concluded that today will be a tough battle again. Really, I was planning to take a paid vacation. Kizaru held his forehead and stood up, mumbling, "Stop talking nonsense. This time all the credit goes to you," Akainu whispered. Kizaru sighed helplessly. Today was another day to punch in and go to work. The original 3-person fight turned into a 5-person fight. Akainu and Kizaru were paired with Kaido and Jin, and they were entangled with each other. Only Quinn had to fight Kaido and Akainu. Stormbird. Gah! The giant bird rushed down with terrifying power. Jin, who was seriously losing physical strength, was accidentally hit. After struggling for a while, he finally fell down. Kaido met the combined attack of Akainu and Kizaru with one attack. The attack under the entanglement of the Conqueror's haki swept in all directions. The ground could not bear the pressure and collapsed. After defeating Jin, Quinn did not hesitate and chose the nearest opponent to attack. Kizaru reacted and collided with him with his foot, and was instantly knocked away by the energy covering Quinn's legs. After being hit by Akainu's big fire breath, Kaido finally showed signs of decline. The place where he was injured by Quinn was aching slightly, depriving him of his physical strength all the time. He was seen standing on the spot with the mace, and hot breath continued to spew out of his nose, and the whole person was like a bloodthirsty beast. Akainu was not doing well either. After being hit by Quinn's 2 killing moves, he was entangled by Kaido and his injuries were really serious. Including Kizaru and Jin, most of the injuries of the people present were caused by Quinn. For a while, both Kaido and Akainu focused their eyes on Quinn. Quinn had a hard time saying it. He had to face so many opponents. Now if the opponents joined forces, he might find it difficult to hold on. But thinking carefully, it seemed to be no different. He had been fighting alone since just now. Kaido only rested for a while, and then he picked up the mace again, with undiminished momentum. Seeing Kaido resume his actions, everyone present was helpless. Is he still a human? Thunder Bagua! The air solidified, and Kaido's attack came. Is this the only move you can do? Quinn dodged with a backflip, and before he could react, Kizaru's figure had already appeared beside him. Swish! The lightspeed kick hit Quinn's waist hard, making him experience the feeling of a herniated disc. Huh! Kizaru wiped his sweat and felt his whole body clear after taking revenge. Even the admirals of the Navy have their revenges. Quinn's figure flew for a long time before landing on the ground. These people really wanted to join forces. No choice. Facing multiple opponents, Quinn could only fight back with a range attack. 200 million volts, thunder welcome. Quinn's ability affected the surrounding environment. Not only was the sky covered with dark clouds, but it also began to rain slowly. The electric current flowed down along the rain and began to attack indiscriminately. A huge ball of lightning descended from the thunderclouds, and no one would doubt its terrifying power. Akainu looked up at the scene, and the idea of catching Quinn became stronger. If Quinn insisted on going against the Navy in the future, his threat would be even greater than Kaido's. But he suddenly raised his hands to the sky, and his arms gradually turned into lava. Meteor volcano! Countless lava bombs aimed at the lightning ball and flew into the sky, intending to destroy it. This move has a huge range and is as powerful as Lei Ying. Seeing this, Kizaru simply crossed his hands and 2 huge golden lights flashed under the dark sky. Yashiki no Magatama! Tens of thousands of beams of light quickly shot towards the sky, and there was no lack of armed color on them. This is the ability of all natural fruit ability users, a large-scale AoE. As the 3 forces gathered, the entire Flower City began to tremble, and the originally beautiful Shogun's mansion had already turned into ruins. Kaido was affected by the attack, and he didn't care so much. His body suddenly soared into the air and turned into a giant dragon. Countless flame clouds swept by with unrivaled momentum. Kaido's dragon body began to swirl. Tornado! Dark red lightning flashed, different from Quinn's ability, mixed with Kaido's domineering. Several tornadoes tens of meters high suddenly rolled up in the field, and countless slashes were launched on them, attacking all around. Under the intersection of power, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Lightning, magma, flashes and tornadoes swept around with terrifying power, and the whole country of Wano trembled. In Curry Castle, the people can see the great changes in the flower capital, and the thunderclouds floating in the sky undoubtedly show the tense situation over there. Hiyori put her hands together in a prayer gesture, her heart full of worries. After confessing her identity, she always felt uneasy, both for the future of Wano country and for Quinn's safety. Shili sat quietly aside, and those who had no fighting power could only stay behind. She has always been clear about the future, and rarely has such confusion. She had no idea what was going on in the battle ahead. There were spots of light in the dark crystal ball, and Shiali's eyes were filled with inexplicable meaning. What will be the fate of this place? Will it be changed by him or something else? Thunder roared and flashed in the sky, as if answering her inner questions. Lightning surged up, sweeping towards the sky above the flower capital with an unstoppable momentum. They were responding to Quinn's call. On the Ghost Island, after several rounds of bombardment by warships, nearly half of the buildings here were destroyed, and countless members of the 100 Beasts pirates died. After a long battle, the 100 Beasts pirates finally won with their numerical advantage. The expeditionary army had already retreated, and Tautu and others also fought and retreated. More and more people are coming. Kawamatsu slashed and forced several Shinichi back, but saw countless figures pouring out of the Ghost Island in the distance. Kaido has a backup plan. Denjiro realized later that Kaido has been expanding his power crazily in recent years, and his military strength is far greater than before. From Quinn's mouth, he learned that Kaido bought a lot of artificial devil fruits from Dressrosa. This batch of fruits has obviously been used by Kaido on his subordinates. Fighters called Givers kept pouring out, and their number had already exceeded the original real fight. Quinn was approaching quickly with his men. This guy seemed to have no physical strength. If he was not completely defeated, he would soon rejoin the battle. As a cyborg, Quinn had mechanisms all over his body. The laser cannon gushing out of his mouth blew up a corner of the warship. "Get on the ship first and retreat." Tautu recovered a lot of physical strength and directed the action while retreating. Doberman danced with a sharp knife in his hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ghost Spider. After hearing Tautu's words, the two of them did not want to fight and quickly ran to the back. "Don't let them run away." Quinn shot a laser behind the retreating Navy, blowing up a cloud of dust. Falling flowers all over the sky. Da! Da! The graceful figure walked through the crowd, and the sound of high heels hitting the ground sounded, and the hearts of the people in the field stopped beating at this moment. The sword shadow passed by like falling flowers. When the light dissipated, the pirates felt the pain and their bodies broke apart. All the soldiers of Kaido's army were wounded and fell to the ground helplessly, as if bidding farewell with blood. The breeze blew through the black hair, and the woman sheathed her sword, and the cloak of justice on her body fluttered. "Sister Tautu is so handsome." Holman and his group of heartless pirates only felt that Tautu was heroic at this moment, and they wanted to kneel down and worship her on the spot. Seeing the Navy retreating, Quinn on the shore immediately ordered his men to board the ship and pursue. "At this point, we can only fight to the end." Over the flower capital, the dark clouds have dissipated, and the sky has unknowingly become bright. The two rays of light collided, and Quinn and Kizaru missed each other again. They no longer cared about the battle between Akainu and Kaido. Kizaru flew to a dilapidated house, and his body couldn't help shaking. Quinn fought with several people one after another, and at this moment he was covered in blood and looked miserable. "How much does the Navy pay you for working so hard?" Quinn cried helplessly while holding onto the eaves. Kizaru adjusted his broken glasses and snorted. "You've ruined my reputation. How can I survive in the future if I don't get back a game?" "Don't hold on if you can't hold on." Quinn saw his legs trembling and said with a smile, "You are the one. If you can't hold on, you'd better surrender early." Kizaru shot back. "Come over first if you have the strength," Quinn said disdainfully. "As an elder, I should let you young people be the ones." Kizaru said this righteously. "Here you go again. When you get old, you have to admit defeat, uncle." The two chatted at the ruins. The leisurely Kizaru was in sharp contrast to Akainu, who was fighting Kaido not far away. It's no wonder that Akainu will become a marshal in the future. In addition to being stronger than Aokiji, his serious and dedicated work attitude is also worth learning. "Lightspeed kick." Quinn was startled and dodged. "You suddenly started fighting while chatting? It's unethical." "What is martial ethics? I don't know," Kizaru said calmly. "Raikiri." Kizaru kicked the attack and broke it, and then he fought with Quinn again. The third generation, inducing Naraku. Kaido's huge body leaped up, and the domineering aura wrapped around his mace roared in the wind, shattering the air. Akainu defended with a heavy lava shield, but it was vulnerable to this move and was instantly torn apart by Kaido's power. "What?" Akainu appeared. After being hit hard by Quinn, he fought with Kaido for a long time. Now he was hit by this attack and could no longer hold back the blood from his chest. "Die!" Kaido roared in a low voice and threw a powerful and heavy attack with his hands. "Big fire!" Akainu gritted his teeth and used all his strength to launch a blow. At the same time, the sequelae of being hit by Quinn's divine punishment also quickly hit him. Due to excessive force, the wounds all over his body began to tear, and the internal organs in his body that were overloaded also stopped functioning at this moment. His efforts paid off. Kaido was hit by this blow without warning, and his abdomen was actually sunken. The whole person could not control and flew out. On the other side, the chatting duo had already started fighting again. Two rays of light intertwined in the sky, and blood splashed on the ground. The blue thunder in Quinn's hand dissipated, and he removed the force of Kizaru's kick and barely stopped in the air. Looking at Kizaru at this time, he was like a candle in the wind, falling rapidly downwards. Kizaru, who fell to the ground, covered his abdomen, where there was a through wound, and blood was constantly flowing out. He was suffocated by Quinn again. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. When he stopped to watch, he found that the entire Flower City was almost reduced to ruins. Quinn fell down not far from Kizaru. Seeing his embarrassed look, he did not mock him. His observation Haki told him that his breath was surging. The two troublemakers have been dealt with. It's time for us to decide the winner. Kaido stood up with his mace, his voice hoarse and low, like thunder. His abdomen was slightly sunken and burned black by the magma, but he did not bleed, which showed how amazing his defense was. Tsk. Quinn frowned and slightly. His consciousness urged him to fight, but his body kept sending out alarms. At this time, he was like a person who had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He felt sore and weak all over. He still had the will to fight, but his body did not support him to do so. As expected of the strongest creature in the world, this kind of vitality is really beyond reach. Quinn was shocked and couldn't help but sigh. Kaido's physical strength far exceeded his imagination, giving people a feeling that he could still fight for 10 days and 10 nights. Kaido's eyes were red, and his half-body covered with dragon scales exuded a fierce aura. No matter what was around, he would smash it with one swing of his club, including his target Quinn. If I use that trick again, my physical strength will be overdrawn, Quinn thought to himself. Kaido didn't allow him to think too much, and rushed over quickly with his mace. I don't care about that. Quinn forced his ability to shock his heart, and his body quickly recovered a lot of vitality, and his hands also had strength. This was his biggest reliance on endurance. His internal organs had been pierced by electricity, and he could use his ability to provide vitality at any time, but using it too many times would also cause damage to his internal organs. Suddenly, a thunder and lightning drum appeared in the sky. Every time the thunder and lightning hit it, Quinn's heart would beat. The blood vessels around his body gradually bulged, and electricity passed through them. Huh? Kaido's attack had come close, and Quinn blasted it with all his strength and actually shocked Kaido back a few steps. Not only was Kaido shocked, but Kizaru, who was injured and unable to move in the ruins in the distance, was also stunned. This guy actually still has hidden strength. Quinn's muscles are knotted all over his body, and the blue veins turn into blue electric currents that crisscross his body, emitting a terrifying aura. In this state, Quinn's strength and physical strength will increase significantly, but he also has the common problem of berserkers, and his speed will decrease. In his current state, he is completely overdrawing his physical strength to fight, and he dare not even think about the outcome. Kaido roared wildly, and the dragon's might was overflowing. The domineering color swept the dust and rushed over. Boom! The two different forces collided, and the shock wave was no less than a super artillery, instantly leveling the surrounding terrain and sinking it into a pit. Ghost Island. Sister Tautu, where are we going? Holman ran to Tautu with a big sword. This guy seemed to be as strong as those animal-type fruit ability users with amazing physical strength. Flower City! Tautu's long legs ran out of the afterimage, and the speed of movement was amazing. The Navy and the remaining expeditionary forces have landed in the center and are rushing towards the center quickly. Behind them, Quinn and Jack, who had regained his vitality, led hundreds of real fighters and gifters in pursuit. They needed to rush to the Flower City as soon as possible to aid Kaido and the others. Giant charge! Jack transformed into a huge mammoth and rushed towards the crowd in front at a speed that did not match his body size. Kawamatsu held the sword in his backhand, as if accumulating strength. Kappa flow! Bang! A burst of sword energy slammed heavily on the huge and hard elephant head, barely stopping Jack's pursuit. Swoosh! The laser swept past, and Kawamatsu resisted with the sword, but was blown away by the powerful shockwave. Ashura Dujiji jumped up to take over Kawamatsu, and Denjiro took over the attack. Taoyuan 10 punches! Quinn's neck turned into a mechanical extension and slammed into the incoming sword energy, and the armed color covered on it successfully resolved the momentum. Denjiro and his men, who were exhausted, could no longer launch effective attacks. Several people fought and retreated, and soon they came to a ruin, with hot magma flowing outside. Where is this? Everyone opened their mouths wide. The scene in front of them was really suffocating. The originally beautiful and prosperous Flower City had been razed to the ground, and there were traces of the battle everywhere. There were still flashes of lightning in the field, and the golden light did not dissipate and fell into the boiling magma. Even the elements left by the natural ability users after the battle were not to be underestimated. Tutu had only taken a few steps closer when she felt a powerful pressure erupting in the field. She knew that this was the opponent's domineering color after fighting with Kaido. Quinn and others had already caught up, and hundreds of animal ability users surrounded everyone. Tautu was vaguely the leader here, and at this moment she was calmly thinking about countermeasures. Kill them! Quinn did not give her a chance and rushed over first with a low roar. Swish! Doberman and Onagumo drew their sabers and stood guard in front. Fight them! This is the only way. Leave those two big guys to me. Holman swung his greatsword and jumped forward. If there was anyone else here who had plenty of energy, he would probably be the only one. Holman, retreat! It was rare for Momosaki to speak in the manner of an elder sister, and Holman obediently retreated. Don't force it. Our mission is to hold them back. Quinn and the others should be able to decide the winner soon. Momosaki made it very clear when she notified the Navy to send people to help her defeat Kaido as soon as possible, but she never thought that the Navy wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, including Quinn. Logically speaking, Akainu and Kizaru should be on the same side as Quinn, but because of Sengoku's order, the forces became three parties. If Quinn had not used the physical enhancement card before, he would have been beaten flat long ago. Momosaki was far away on Onigashima, so she naturally didn't know the situation here. She thought Kaido was too powerful, and it would be difficult for these three people to defeat him together. If she knew that Akainu was so reckless as soon as he arrived and started fighting with Kaido and Quinn, I wonder how she would feel. Of course, this is not the fault of the Navy. After all, in their eyes, Quinn and Kaido are dangerous people of the same level. Momosaki subconsciously regards Quinn as her own, but that is her wishful thinking. The Navy does not think so. Boom! The sound of the collision of forces in the center of the battlefield resounded through the sky, and the ground was shaking. Quinn was worried about Kaido's condition and was about to break through the defense of these people and rush in, but saw a figure coming from behind the opponent's camp. Kizaru was holding his abdomen and slowly approaching, attracting everyone's attention. The Navy was overjoyed to see the Admiral, but they were surprised to see that the other party was injured. Admiral, how are you injured? Kizaru glared at this person with low emotional intelligence. How did he get injured? Could it be that he fell and hurt himself? Admiral Kizaru! Doberman and the other two saluted and asked about Kizaru's situation with concern. Admiral Kizaru must have encountered an unprecedented strong enemy. Kizaru let Doberman support him, muttering, After I defeat Kaido and Queen, I must take a few months off when I go back. Taudu raised her eyebrows and walked closer to ask, You fight Queen. Why do you fight Queen? Huh? Doberman and the other two looked at her with doubtful eyes. Is it strange for the Navy to fight pirates? Isn't our target Kaido? Why do we have to capture Queen as well? The smart Taudu guessed the whole story. Kizaru raised his head and looked at her. As a Navy, you absolutely do not allow personal relationships, especially with pirates. You should know this, right? Tautu pursed her lips and said nothing. She was not very close to Akainu's faction, but had some friendship with several major generals under them. In comparison, Aokiji and others from Garp's faction were more favored by her. At least they had something in common. Akainu's extreme justice is usually controversial, and she has reason to suspect that he was behind this action. Admiral Kizaru, what's the situation inside? Asked Ghost Spider. Kizaru patted his wound. Do you think it's okay? Let's retreat to the port for the time being. A dignified admiral is actually backing down. Ha-ha! Compared to Kizaru's old-fashioned, Jack is much more direct and doesn't care about other people's face when he speaks. In his eyes, it doesn't matter if the person on the other side is a Navy admiral. He is Jack. Kizaru ignored him and turned to look at the people on the Navy side. Who are these people? Denjiro was about to speak, but Momosaki said first, They are all samurai from Wano country, and they are unconditionally participating in this crusade. Holman was unhappy when he heard this and shouted, I am not a samurai. My eldest brother is Quinn, and we are from the Thunder Beast Pirates. Yes, we are not samurai. The Thunder Beast Pirates are our destination. The other crew members shouted passionately. Prison is your destination. Kizaru's indifferent tone floated. Why? Do you have to go to prison to be a pirate? Holman stiffened his neck and glared at Kizaru. In terms of recklessness, he and Jack were from the same school. Catch him! Kizaru waved his hand. Doberman and the other looked at each other, and Ghost Spider said awkwardly, General Kizaru, why don't we just forget it? Kizaru raised his eyebrows and looked back, only to see three tall, sword-wielding samurai standing with Holman and others. We are all servants of Master Quinn now. How can we accept surrender willingly? Tautu was speechless for the first time in his life. Oh, it's hard to deal with so many people. Kizaru rubbed his chin. Forget it. I won't catch you. Is that it? Everyone complained in unison. Kizaru was honest, covering his bleeding abdomen, and said, I really want to catch you, but unfortunately I don't have the strength to do so. Thanks to your captain, I'm afraid I have to rest for half a year. Doberman was speechless. This kind of injury can be healed in half a month. Kizaru ignored his words, looked at Quinn and his group who had been neglected for a long time and said, "Hey, if you don't mind, how about making way?" Quinn and Jack looked at each other and stepped back a few steps. Jack seemed to have misunderstood, raised his head and laughed disdainfully. Quinn pulled Jack over, causing the latter to look puzzled. Kizaru walked slowly and naturally through the path made by Kaido's army, and Doberman and other Marines followed quickly. Momosagi looked back at the battlefield for a moment, and also led Denjiro and others out of the encirclement. "Hey, Brother Quinn, why did you let them go?" Jack watched the enemy leave with his eyes, and asked in confusion. Quinn glared at him unhappily. "You really think you are invincible? You will be in trouble if you are caught and taken to Impel Down. Save some energy to support Boss Kaido." "I know." Jack scratched his big head and responded. Bang! Another ground collapsed, and the surging magma swallowed it. A figure with a dark red aura in the field ignored the heat of the magma and walked in it. A terrifying blood hole appeared on Kaido's chest, but he still waved his mace to attack. Ho! He let out a beast-like roar, and he had already put life and death aside. Opposite him, Quinn was struggling with his exhausted body. He had lost most of his strength in the battle with Kaido, and was attacked by the awakened Akainu. He was exhausted. Not far away, Akainu was half kneeling in the lava, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he was seriously injured by Quinn's counterattack, but his efforts were worth it. Quinn was losing ground at this time. He tried to get up, but the pain from his internal organs made him dizzy. With a buzzing sound in his head, he lost consciousness. On the other side, Kaido's attack missed again. He felt that his breathing was about to stop. He supported his body and tried to calm his breath. After many rounds of fighting, he had little physical strength left. He was seriously injured by Quinn's attack. At this moment, he was also trying to fight with all his strength. The severe pain in his chest sounded an alarm. This was the result of a blow with Quinn. Seeing that the person on the opposite side was about to lose, he stood up again and approached. Quinn looked up with his eyes wide open. His face was covered in blood, and he could no longer see his original appearance. He could only vaguely see the attack in front of him. His brain regained a little clarity under the stimulation of the electric current, which almost exhausted his last strength. Electric charge! Lightning surged in Quinn's hands, and the power was not as strong as before. Kaido's attack was already close, and Quinn's fist went up to meet it. The mace hit Quinn's waist and abdomen hard, knocking him out and falling into the ruins. Kaido supported the mace with trembling legs, and the blood hole in his chest was aggravated by Quinn's last blow. The world's strongest creature could no longer bear it and fell down. The center of the battlefield was completely quiet, attracting everyone's attention. The beast's pirates rushed to the battlefield first, looking for Kaido and Jin. On the side of the navy, Kizaru regained his combat power after receiving treatment and quickly rushed to the center of the field. The expeditionary army was led by Denjiro and others and finally arrived at the battlefield. The three forces faced each other and refused to give in. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the beast's pirates had the main advantage. "Found it!" A voice broke the silence. Several Marines dragged Akainu out of the ruins and returned to the Marine camp. Akainu was covered in blood, with no good spots on his body. He looked miserable. If there was an evaluation within the Navy, Akainu would definitely be the best employee of the year. "Take him back to treat his injuries." Kizaru gave the order and looked at another place. Kaido's huge body was being supported by Jack. At this time, he had lost consciousness and let Jack drag him forward. Quinn was always on guard against Kizaru. The two sides could break out in a fight at any time. Kizaru raised his hand, and Quinn immediately stepped forward and prepared to transform into an animal. Tsk! Kizaru scratched his head in distress. He never thought that the ending would be like this before he came. Now facing the two big bosses of the 100 Beasts, he was injured and had no confidence that he could snatch Kaido from them. Not long after, several men found Jin in another ruin. Quinn and Jack faced both sides, protecting the injured two and slowly retreating. "Admiral Kizaru?" Doberman asked Kizaru for his opinion. Yellow Monkey looked at the beast's pirates with a serious look. They were retreating to Onigashima. He didn't know how many troops there were. "Ignore them and find Quinn." "Yes?" The Navy responded to the order and was about to take action, but Denjiro and others had already begun to retreat. The number of the regrouped punitive forces reached several hundred, and they were now retreating in another direction. Yellow Monkey frowned. It seemed that they had already found Quinn. He couldn't let Quinn escape again after letting the beast's pirates escape. Thinking of this, he immediately took action. Denjiro and the other two drew their swords to meet the enemy. The former 9 red scabbards were all strong men, and each of them was proficient in advanced armament hockey. Although they were not as strong as the 3 calamities in terms of physical strength, they were definitely not inferior to anyone in a short burst. Yellow Monkey's figure was very fast. He kicked away Ashuraduji's attack, but was also shaken away by several of his attacks. Swish! Kawamatsu's attack came and forced him to retreat. Yellow Monkey looked at the 3 people in surprise. He originally thought that these people were just a mob, but he didn't expect that their strength was so amazing. Denjiro and his men were also holding on, but they had to hold on until Quinn arrived safely at the rear. Yellow Monkey's attack failed again, and he escaped from the encirclement of the 3 people with a flash. Yellow Monkey fired a laser beam, but was blocked by Denjiro's sword. Wano country is really full of masters. I underestimated you too much. Swish! Several more laser beams were fired, all of which were taken by the 3 people. Yellow Monkey only fought for a moment, and he felt a pain in his abdomen. The penetrating wounds on his body did not allow him to use too much strength. Ghost Spider and the other 2 hesitated for a moment and wanted to step forward to help, but were stopped by Yellow Monkey. The Navy had to watch the Expeditionary Army leave. Order the warships to surround the port, and no one must be allowed to leave Wano country. Yes, the 2 did not hesitate, called the Navy and went to the port. Yellow Monkey saw that things were impossible, so he chose to retreat. Their primary goal is to capture Kaido and Queen. If they succeed, the Navy will eliminate 2 major threats in the new world in the future. If they fail, they must seize Wano country and infiltrate their forces. Kaido's arms business is huge, and it is no exaggeration to say that it has affected the entire world. For example, precious sea stone will only appear in a certain sea area, and Wano country is the place of origin and processing, and is sold to all parts of the world through Kaido's factory workers. Therefore, many forces, including the world government, have business dealings with it. Previously, due to Kaido's huge power, the Navy could not infiltrate, but now there is an opportunity, and Sengoku will never miss this opportunity. Kaido's forces are everywhere in Wano country, and Queen took advantage of it by surprise. If Kaido is fully alert and gathers the country's troops, I am afraid that just relying on his men to fight will be enough to make the Expeditionary Army drink a pot. Speaking of which, Kaido is too arrogant, and he will fight to the death with Queen if he is provoked casually. If he had been commanding remotely from the rear and waited for Quinn and the others to run out of energy, there would not be the current situation. Even the Navy dared not easily set foot in Wano country, which shows how terrible Kaido's power is. Unfortunately, this legend on the sea will be broken after today. This battle will change the pattern of the new world and knock the invincible Kaido off the altar. The news of the defeat of the world's strongest creature will spread all over the world soon, and the name of Thunder Beast Quinn is destined to be famous all over the world. Wano country, Kuri Castle, Daimyo's mansion. A tall figure walked into the house, attracting everyone's vigilance. Tautu was wearing a navy cloak, and the wind sounded when she moved. You'd better leave Wano country quickly. The Navy has already reinforced its troops. Shiali smoked her pipe quietly without saying anything. Quinn was seriously injured and unconscious, and now she was the one in charge here. The Navy wants to capture our Thunder Beast pirates. What does it have to do with Denjiro and the others? Holman muttered on the side. Tautu ignored him, just looked at Hiyori and whispered, "The Navy does not intend to go to war with the Beast's pirates. If you stay in Wano country, Kaido will definitely settle accounts with you. After you leave, this place will be taken over by the Navy." "Asshole," Aoki Tetsu said in a low voice. "Kuri, which Master Quinn has worked so hard to manage, why do you say you will take it over?" "That's right, so what if Kaido, at most we can wait for Master Quinn to wake up and then kill him?" Tautu sighed lightly. As a Navy, she had no obligation to think about them, but she had done many things against her own will, and in the end, she was still a nobody on both sides. "Quinn told me in advance that after this battle, whether he wins or loses, he will leave Wano country." Tautu's words made everyone present very confused. When did Quinn say such a thing? "I know." Hiyori raised her head. "We will leave." "Sorry." Tautu apologized sincerely. "Hiyori-sama?" Denjiro and the others were a little surprised to hear this. "King-sama, Hiyori looked calm and said softly, Now the residents of Kuri City are living a stable life. I believe that the Navy will treat them well after taking over. His original intention was to let the people live and work in peace and contentment. There can be no war here anymore. Denjiro wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and held it back. I know what you want to say. Hiyori lowered her head and fell into memories. My father once said that a prophet would appear in the future, and Wano country must assist him. King Sama has never been that person. That's right, Charlie next to him said. King's appearance is not a variable, but just a coincidence. A very strange coincidence. Before the King of the Sea grows up, Wano country cannot be founded. Everyone fell silent. Wano country is located in a dangerous place, surrounded by cliffs and waterfalls. Ordinary ships cannot land at all, let alone the founding of the country. Odin once said in his diary that the world will usher in great changes in 20 years, and those protagonists will flock to the new world. He used his honor and life to leave an evil dragon for Wano country. Kaido occupied Wano country, and also protected Wano country from foreign invasion in disguise. The accidental appearance of broke this situation without any signs. In Xia Li's view, Quinn is a very special existence. He experienced some things in advance, as if it was planned. The D family has a special meaning, but Quinn claimed that he had no surname and was only called Quinn when he appeared. The necessary conditions for the founding of Wano country are related to ancient weapons. The man broke his promise to the mermaid princess and signed a confession. Quinn also has that ability, but he did not make any agreement with Shirahoshi. Maybe the mermaid princess now needs to grow up and has not reached the level of the promise made to the oath-taker. Compared with his own prophet, Quinn seems to be more thorough. Xia Li knows that Quinn should know some of the truth. At least he must know that Wano country cannot be founded at present. But since he knows, why does he fight Kaido to the death? Maybe he doesn't understand Odin's intention at all? Obviously not. The navy stationed in Wano country is equivalent to the intervention of the world government, and Kaido's rule will never be the same as before. Is Quinn doing this for the civilians of Wano country, or for himself? Only he knows. Xia Li has the ability to predict since she was a child, and she can treat everyone calmly. But when facing Quinn, she always feels confused, and she can't see through him at all. When she first met Quinn, the other party asked her to predict whether the celestial dragons would be overthrown in the future. In her opinion, this was just a deliberate act of the other party. Others think he is an arrogant idealist. But Xia Li knows that Quinn is a smart man who knows how to restrain his edge, but only in this matter. His position is very firm. It is undoubtedly a foolish optimistic person to talk about unattainable goals, but Quinn never cares. Maybe this is his attitude, just like he always believes that the strong are respected. This is also the reason why Xia Li is willing to go to sea with Quinn. He is different from others, and it is an indescribable feeling. Quinn once said that maybe someone knows what the future will be like. If there is a 99% chance that the prophecy will not change, then he is that 1%. Because of his existence, the natural order of this world has been broken. She used to look forward to what Quinn would do, but now it seems that she knows a lot more. He had a goal since the day he set sail, which was to stand against the world government, and Wano country and Kaido are the stepping stones to his fame. No wonder the Navy was notified. Xia Li smiled with relief. It seems that Wano country is indeed not a place to stay for a long time. Sister Xia Li, what do you want to say? Holman asked puzzledly. Let's go back to Umar. Holman laughed when he heard this. I told you, what's so good about Wano country? So many people are fighting for it. Our Umar is still the best. The scenery is beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful. He smiled and patted Denjiro on the shoulder. Don't you want to establish a country? Let's go out together. If we can't establish a country, we can always go abroad. Everyone was amused by his words. From his point of view, this is also a way to establish a country. Denjiro and others looked at Hiyori, as if waiting for her to speak. Hiyori nodded and said, just follow Sister Xia Li's words. Let's go to Umar. Finally persuading everyone, Tautu was relieved. If they refused to leave, it would be difficult for her to do it. If she let them be suppressed by the Navy and Kaido, she would let Quinn down, and she couldn't bear it. After making the decision, Xia Li immediately ordered her men to pack up and gather at the port that day. Hiyori returned to the inner room, and Quinn, who was seriously injured and unconscious, was sleeping on the bed. Gently caressing the man's face, she could see the fatigue on his face. Do you mean to leave here? The girl looked at him quietly. What are you thinking about? She had confessed everything to him, but he seemed to have a lot of things on his mind that he hadn't said. As for the future, she was looking forward to it. The tension and freshness of the outside world that she was about to face provoked her heart. What kind of big world did he talk about? Where was the place he longed for? She would witness all of this with her own eyes. A new chapter would also be ushered in the life of Kozuki Hiyori. The East China Sea, one of the four seas, has always been criticized as the weakest sea, and the bounty of the strongest pirate has never exceeded 100 million. As the hometown of the Pirate King, after the opening of the Great Pirate Era, there were not as many pirates as people thought, but it was praised as the most peaceful sea. The Navy also contributed to this. After Smoker, the user of the natural smoke fruit ability, settled in Rogue Town, he curbed the pirates who wanted to go to the Grand Line from the East China Sea. However, just recently, a new force called the New Fisherman Pirates has emerged in the East China Sea. The leader, Hody Jones, is incredibly powerful, and the Fishman pirates under him are even more brave. In a short period of time, they have set off a wave in the East China Sea. Hody Jones has become the only pirate in the East China Sea whose bounty has exceeded 100 million. An unnamed island adjacent to the Kokozia village in the Konomi Islands is the station place of the New Fishman Pirates. In the city wall on the island, the tall fishman sits in the first place. It is Hody Jones, who is now famous in the East China Sea. Hody took over the bounty order handed over by his subordinates and unfolded it, and the content on it came into view. Wanted, bounty, dead or alive, regardless of life or death. Thunder Beast Queen Bounty Order, 2 billion. A few months ago, the decisive battle between Thunder Beast Queen and Kaido of Beasts started in Wano country. Afterwards, the Navy reported, the two new admirals who participated in the Battle of the Navy were both seriously injured in the decisive battle between Queen and Kaido. The battle ended with Kaido and Quinn being injured and evacuated. Thunder Beast Quinn is hereby listed as an extremely dangerous person, and the bounty is increased to the first level. This undoubtedly shows the world that Quinn's strength has reached the top and has entered the ranks of the highest threats. The World Economic News Agency was notified and quickly reported, spreading the news all over the world, causing a huge sensation. In recent years, due to the propaganda of newspapers, the New World has gradually become known as the Three Emperors. Among them, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, is the leader, followed by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin each have their own turf, and together with Kaido, they dominate the second half of the New World. In the past 2 years, Red Hair Shanks has emerged as a new force, and his pirates are powerful, almost sweeping across the New World, and there is a tendency to become the Fourth Emperor. Now the appearance of Quinn has changed the situation, breaking the checks and balances between the three emperors and also breaking the arguments set by the world. Even the strongest creature in the world can only tie with him, which is enough to prove Quinn's strength. Hody crumpled the bounty order in his hand and threw it away, and the fangs in his mouth seemed to tear everything apart. The terrifying oppression of Quinn remained in his heart. When they met, he captured him with just one blow. It can be said that he had no power to fight back. Hody vowed to defeat Quinn one day and rule Fishman Island. The reason why he chose to come to the East China Sea was to improve his strength and merge with Arlong to make plans for the future. After entering the East China Sea, Hody successfully got in touch with Arlong and proposed to form a new Fishman pirate group. To his surprise, Arlong decisively rejected his request. Hody learned that the other party was content with the status quo and had been worn out. Thinking of his experience in Fishman Island, he was furious and left angrily. In his opinion, Arlong was no longer worthy of his admiration. He wanted to show the other party that fishmen could also reach the top, instead of just staying in such a small place to enjoy their lives. After destroying many pirate forces in the East China Sea, the new Fishman pirates have become a huge force. Hody Jones won the battle against the White Hunter Smoker, who came to capture him, and thus became famous in one battle. His subordinate Bao Zong challenged human swordsmen everywhere, and never lost. He also spread the name of the new Fishman pirates throughout the East China Sea. Hody's ambition is being achieved step by step, and he is moving towards his dream. Hody! A fishman came over. It was Gio, a cadre of the new Fishman pirates. Boss Arlong invited us to go to Kokoshia village. Hody squinted his eyes and looked at Gio. I told you not to call him boss anymore. Gio looked flustered and said hurriedly, I forgot for a moment, Arlong. Hody raised his hand to stop him from speaking. I know. Go and inform Doss and the others. Arlong would look for him simply because of the incident a few days ago, and Hody was waiting for him to take the initiative to speak. Kokosia village is adjacent to several surrounding villages, all of which are under the jurisdiction of the evil dragon domain. The dragon paradise is located on the coast, intending to despise the rights of the navy. The dragon domain, surrounded by 3 walls, has an architectural style very similar to the shampoo paradise. The main body is a 5-story tower, and the rest are several pavilions and a wide swimming pool connected to the sea. At this time, the dragon paradise was very lively. The 2 pirate groups formed by fishmen met again. The residents of Kokosia village hid back in the house and dared not speak. Hody passed through the encirclement of the dragon pirates and came to Arlong. Arlong supported his head with his hands, very lazy. "You are finally here. What do you want to talk to me about?" Hody got straight to the point. "You killed several of my crew members, right?" "It was me." Hody answered honestly. Arlong got the other party's personal confirmation, and his expression instantly became gloomy. "You even killed your own people?" The members of the dragon pirates around him also stared at Hody, and they were very disgusted with this bastard who even hurt his own people. "Ha!" Hody opened his mouth and showed his sharp teeth. "Your men are causing trouble in my territory. Do you want me to endure it?" Seeing that Hody's power was growing stronger and stronger, Aaron wanted to suppress him. He sent his men to provoke him, but he didn't expect Hody to be so cruel. "How dare you attack your own people?" Aaron stood up. His body, more than 2 meters tall, was much shorter than Hody. "Ha ha ha! Is Boss Aaron angry?" Hody's arrogant attitude completely angered Aaron. He saw that the muscles in his hands swelled, and he quickly grabbed Hody. Hody sneered and grabbed Aaron's palm, and began to exert force in his hand. "Rough shark!" Aaron felt that his arm was clamped by the steel clamp, and the pain from it made him sweat coldly. "Tsk, are you out of strength?" Hody said sarcastically. "That's right. How can a guy who only knows how to be content with the status quo have the will to fight?" "Asshole!" Aaron's face was ferocious. His arm was tightly grasped by Hody, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. This guy's strength was far beyond his imagination. After Quinn's arrogance was shattered, Hody began to practice madly to improve his strength so that he could get back at his enemies one day. In the battle with Smoker, he successfully used the armament hockey and defeated the opponent. His current strength is not comparable to that of Arlong, who lacks training. "Humph!" Hody snorted coldly, threw Arlong aside, and sat in his place unscrupulously. "I thought you would cooperate with me to form a new fisherman pirate group, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. You are no longer qualified to be their leader." Xiao Ba and others next to him helped Arlong up and were angered by Hody's words. "Hody, Brother Arlong is your senior after all. Is this your attitude?" "Ha ha!" Hody laughed out loud when he heard it. "Uncle Ba, I'll give you face and call you Uncle Ba, but don't take yourself too seriously. You should know that the swords of my men are blind." Bao Zhang always maintained a sleepy, drunken state. Seeing this, he drew his knife and pointed it at Xiao Ba, full of threat. "Along, this idiot is really short-sighted. He refused to hire me and actually brought in a nobody like you." The swordsman of Fishman Island is most famous for Bao Zhang. In his eyes, Xiao Ba is just a mob. "You," Xiao Ba was about to speak, but was stopped by Arlong. "You killed my crew members. I'm afraid you have already had the idea of annexing us." Arlong said in a low voice. Hody smiled indifferently. "Yes, I have already decided to merge the 2 pirate groups, but I can only be the captain. Then there is nothing to say." Arlong snorted coldly and suddenly shouted loudly, "Little guys, prepare to fight!" The fishmen of the dragon pirates raised their weapons and confronted the new fisherman pirates. "A bunch of idiots!" The short Daruma sneered and took the lead. Bao Zhang raised his head and drank a sip of wine, drew his sword and rushed into the crowd. The other cadres also screamed and fought with the dragon cadres. The gap in strength between the 2 sides was too big, and Hody didn't need to do it himself. Before long, most of the members of the dragon pirates had fallen, leaving only a dozen people holding on. Hody stood up and came to Arlong and others. "See, this is our strength. You foolish guy is not qualified to enjoy this land." Hody and others who have been living in the Fishman Street have been in the dark for many years, and their hearts have become very dark. Arlong and his group are basking in the sun, enjoying a good life, and they feel like they don't want to leave. After Hody's idea was rejected, he saw the other party's arrogance from the inside out, and he immediately felt resentful. He was paranoid that those who did not obey his ideas were all traitors of the fishmen. You only know how to enjoy your life on the ground, and you don't care about the future of your people at all. Hody grabbed Arlong's neck. How dare you teach me a lesson? You! Bastard! Arlong gritted his teeth and uttered a sentence with difficulty. Ha, only I can lead the fishmen to the light. You can only submit to me or die. Hody's voice sounded, and the evil dragon members who still had strength on the field laid down their weapons after hesitating for a moment. Xiaoba looked at Hody and his group with a serious expression and was reluctant to put down his weapons. Hody winked, and Jay stepped forward. Not long after, Xiaoba's screams were heard in the field. Stop! Aaron's roar stopped Jay's actions, and he squeezed out a sentence from his mouth very reluctantly. I agree. Jay then let go of Xiaoba, whose face was covered in blood. Smart choice. After getting Aaron's affirmation, Hody sat back in the position that originally belonged to Aaron with satisfaction. Ha! After he conquered Aaron's power, he felt extremely heroic in his heart, and couldn't help but look up to the sky and shout, Damn Quinn, wait for me. Quinn? Xiaoba was a little surprised when he heard it. Huh? Hody looked at Xiaoba. Do you know that guy? Xiaoba glanced at Arlong, and seeing that he lowered his head and refused to speak, he said, We met him when we were members of the Fishman Pirates. Shut up, Arlong scolded, obviously unwilling to talk about the past. Hody became interested and asked, So what is your relationship with him? Ordinary. What does this have to do with you? Xiaoba reacted and changed the subject. Hody stood up and walked in front of him, saying harshly, It was because of him that I was forced to leave Fishman Island. What do you think he has to do with me? Seeing that Xiaoba was slow to speak, Hody slowly stretched out his hand. Enemy. Arlong whispered, All humans are our enemies. Hody stared at Xiaoba until the latter's forehead was covered with cold sweat before he stood up. It seems that Boss Arlong is still aware of it. That's right, all humans are our enemies. Especially Quinn. He is the most damnable human. In the corner of the wall in the distance, an orange-haired girl of about 15 or 16 covered her mouth, surprised by the information she received. Hiding her body, the girl quietly left. Knock, knock. The girl with short blue hair in the house heard the knock on the door and opened the door carefully. Nami? The orange-haired girl named Nami went into the house and closed the door. Long time no see, Nokigo. A trace of heartache flashed in Nokigo's eyes. No matter how much this girl suffered outside, she always faced them with the most optimistic attitude when she came back. Why did you suddenly? Don't talk about this. I heard something terrible. Nami grabbed her sister and sat down, telling her about the scene she had just secretly seen. Nokigo was also very surprised after hearing it. Are you saying that the new fishmen have recruited the evil dragons? Nami nodded, her beautiful eyebrows curved. I don't know whether it is good or bad. I heard that guy treats humans more cruelly than the evil dragon. Oh. Nojigo sighed, not knowing what to do. Nami rested her chin on her arm, playing with the cup in her hand, her thoughts drifting far away. Why would that famous figure be involved with these fishmen? 9 Snake Island, inside the fortress. Snake Princess? About going out to sea tomorrow. Grandma knew, my sister is not feeling well today, so don't disturb her. Mary stopped in front of Grandma Nu. Grandma Nu looked at the graceful figure curled up in the curtain and sighed helplessly. As you get older, love sickness will only get worse. Have you contacted him? Sonia shook her head. I can't contact him. Send the message to Rayleigh and let him think of a way. After Grandma Nu finished speaking, she left worriedly. Mary and Sonia looked at each other, and both saw the worry in each other's eyes. In the curtain, Hancock was lying on the couch on her side, her face ruddy and her eyes blurred. Contact Rayleigh as soon as possible. This is the only way. Hancock had no time to pay attention to the voices of her sister's conversation. The occasional twitching of her heart made her feel weak all over. The hot air from Lan's mouth hit her face, and the scorching temperature lingered in her heart. She didn't know why she was like this. The figure in her mind was lingering, and she just hoped to see him immediately. The next day, Hancock's condition did not improve but became more serious. Mary and Sonia were anxious and kept pacing around in the bedroom. New Granny rushed in with a piece of newsprint in her hand. Snake Princess, there is news about Quinn. Bring it in. A steady voice came, and Hancock, who was weak just now, seemed to get better instantly. Huh? Mary and Sonia were stunned, their big eyes filled with confusion. In the Sabaody Archipelago, number 13, a blackmail bay named Xiachi, Rayleigh looked like he had just come back and he was covered in dust. Where have you been again? Xiachi poured a glass of wine and handed it over. Ah, I heard that there is a new project at the amusement park, so I went to have a look. Rayleigh said casually. Just a visit, you didn't help, right? Xiachi looked at him with amusement. Haha, I met a group of slave hunters. Rayleigh, who was exposed by Xiachi, confessed decisively, "After all, as that guy's teacher, I have to lead by example." Speaking of this, Xiachi took out a piece of newsprint from under the bar and handed it to him. Rayleigh took it and looked at it. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. These guys really love to hype big news. The big headline was clearly visible. The new world pattern has changed, and the three emperors are no longer as glorious as before. Special report of the World Economic News Agency. Kaido brought the wolf into the house, and Quinn's strength was amazing. The three emperors finally showed signs of defeat, and red-haired Shanks was eyeing them covetously. Intend to replace or to create? Column reporter analysis. Now the forces of the sea are clearly defined, and no one dares to interfere in the three emperors' waters. In the foreseeable future, the fourth emperor will appear in the sea, and the final candidate will obviously be chosen between Thunder Beast and Red Hair. But at this critical juncture, Thunder Beast Quinn does not seem to have any intention of competing. What is his intention? In my opinion, Thunder Beast may have more far-reaching goals. We can boldly guess that he may form an alliance with Red Hair, intending to overthrow the rule of the three emperors and redefine the pattern of the sea. Judging from his past style, this move is not impossible. Pah! Holman slapped the newspaper down with a look of contempt. It's nonsense. These newspaper reporters are really idiots. Others also found it funny. Quinn's focus was not on the three emperors' sea, let alone the alliance with Red Hair. But the title of the four emperors is really attractive. Why doesn't Lord Quinn fight for it? Ashura Boy didn't quite understand Quinn's idea. A tall tree attracts the wind, and adults won't compete with Red Hair. Denjiro next to him said, "Why is it so? I don't think we have the strength to compete with him." Kawamatsu was also puzzled. "Don't you know this? It must be that Brother Quinn is related to Red Hair." Charlie raised her eyebrows and praised, "It's rare for you to be smart." Holman scratched his head and seemed a little embarrassed after being praised. Quinn's teacher is Pluto Rayleigh, the deputy of the Pirate King, and Red Hair was a former crew member of the Pirate King. To be specific, the two of them do have a lot of connections. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly realized. The average bounty of the members of the Red Hair Pirates is extremely high. They are called the Iron Wall Pirates. I'm afraid there are no less than 7 top fighters under their command. Many people say that they may be the pirate group with the most hope of becoming the king in the future. After leaving Wano country, Tetsu Aoki quickly got used to life in the open sea and made excellent use of his abilities. In just a few months, he became familiar with the current situation. I disagree. In terms of age, our boss is the youngest and has the greatest chance of becoming the Pirate King, Holman retorted. Charlie glanced at him and said, "The title is just a false name, and we are now the focus of the world government. The most important goal now is to expand our influence to deal with the suppression of the world government." "Is that so?" Holman scratched his head. This great pirate who was so decisive in killing outside was actually a fool. The information about Quinn's battle in Wano country was reported by the Navy. He fought against the 2 admirals and Kaido successively, and his edge was undoubtedly revealed. The world government has always attached great importance to this extremely dangerous fruit ability user. The reason why they dare not provoke the Whitebeard pirates too much is that they are afraid of the destructive power of Whitebeard himself, and secondly, the high-level combat power under his command. All 3 emperors are characters who can cause destruction to one side, so the Navy cannot fight with them without full confidence. The destructive power of the Thunderfruit is extremely strong. If he is allowed to act like Barrett, it will probably cause quite a stir. Compared to Quinn, the Navy obviously prefers to see the Red Hair pirates become the 4 emperors. Red Hair acts very low-key. If he becomes the 4 emperors, he can not only stop us outside, but also stabilize the situation for the Navy in the second half. You must know that Quinn attacked the Celestial Dragons in the past. With his current influence, if he goes too far, it may be more than just 2 admirals. Whatever the 3 emperors are thinking, they have not revealed it yet, so it is reasonable for them to form their own forces. Quinn is different from them. This guy has actually fought against the Celestial Dragons, and his intentions are very obvious. Choosing to withdraw from Wano country is undoubtedly a wise choice. Quinn is using the Navy's takeover of Wano country in exchange for the world government's relaxation of its attitude towards the Thunderbeast pirates. He also expects that he will be taken seriously by the world government after this battle. If they forcibly fight for Wano country, they will have to face the combination of Kaido and the Navy. Quinn hinted to Mimosa to notify the Navy just to allow them to garrison Kuri. In this way, they don't have to worry about the safety of civilians, and they can also involve the Navy and Kaido and divert the contradictions of the world government. Xia Li agrees with these actions. With the current strength of the Thunder Beast pirates, let alone the world government, the Navy alone can completely defeat them, not to mention Kaido's covetous eyes. Being a leader is no joke. If we talk about Quinn's current background, I'm afraid it can only be a retired vice captain. He used to be alone, free as he pleases, but now he has many followers, and he has to take care of them regardless of himself. After Xia Li made Umar the main base of the Thunder Beast pirates, it was also coveted by various pirate groups. The reputation of the Thunder Beast pirates has spread throughout the sea, and pirates traveling to the New World all want to have a fight with them, which is exactly what Quinn wants. The easiest way to increase power is undoubtedly to annex others. These people are rushing to come to the door, so there is no reason to refuse. With a blueprint in her mind, Xia Li couldn't help but smile. She was looking forward to the future. In the staff office of the Marine headquarters, Marineford. After completing this mission, Tautu was successfully promoted to Vice Admiral of the headquarters and transferred back to the headquarters from Wano country. At this time, she was standing by the window quietly gazing at the blue sea. "Why, you are not happy about being promoted to Vice Admiral?" A woman's voice sounded, and Vice Admiral Tsuru sat back in his chair. "Sister Tsuru." Tautu greeted her, and after a long hesitation she said, "I would like to apply to continue the mission of hunting down Quinn." Tsuru sorted out the manuscript in his hand, raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Quinn is now being hunted down by the 3 admirals, and they will be dispatched immediately if there is any situation. Tautu wanted to say something, but was stopped by Tsuru. "I know what you want to say, and I won't let you see him again." Tsuru's voice was very serious. "I have helped you suppress the matter of Wano country. Don't think that others really don't know what you have done." Tautu was silent for a while. "Give me back the knife." Tsuru knew that she was talking about the knife called Aoki, which she had confiscated not long ago. "Until you reflect on it, I can't give it back to you for the time being." "Sister Tsuru! Tautu Jion!" Tsuru's tone became heavier. "You have to understand your position. Don't forget why you chose to be a Marine. This is not a place for you to have fun." Tautu lowered her head and said nothing. "I have arranged a dinner for you tonight. The target is a major general of our headquarters. Although he is not as strong as you, he has a gentle personality and knows etiquette." Tautu glared at him. "I don't need you to meddle in my business." Bang! He slammed the table in annoyance. "Look at yourself now. You dare to talk to me like this. I have nothing to do with that person." Tautu suppressed her displeasure and whispered, "I won't participate in any social gatherings either. Instead of this, I might as well agree to Chatan." What? A man with a wretched face was pushing the door open and heard this. "Miss Jion, are you serious?" The man who came was Vice Admiral Chaton Kaji of the headquarters, the unlucky guy who failed to confess to Momotsuki 100 times. At this moment, Chaton felt a little unbelievable. He thought that the other party was moved by his sincerity. Chaton was about to step forward, but saw Momotsuki coming angrily and pushed him away. "Get out!" Chaton was a little confused and looked at Staff Officer Crane in confusion. Crane sighed and had a headache. Momotsuki walked aimlessly through the streets of the port town of Marineford, and people around her greeted her. Almost all the people living here are Navy officers and their families. Due to the large number of people, the area is also very large. Unknowingly, she walked to the familiar bar again. This is one of the few entertainment venues in the port town. Although it is a bar, it is more like a leisure club. The entire building area is very large and can accommodate many people. It is also the favorite place for the Navy to stay in their spare time. "Yo, Vice Admiral Momotsuki." The bartender was also a civil servant of the headquarters. When he saw Tautu come in, he greeted her warmly. Tautu's unhappy look was seen by the surrounding Navy. Several officers who wanted to chat with her knew better and did not disturb her. "What would you like to drink?" "Whatever is the strongest, okay?" The bartender responded and began to mix drinks in various ways. The fragrant wind brought with it the smell of smoke, and a figure sat down next to Tautu. "Same as her." A magnetic female voice came. "Hina?" Tautu was a little confused when she saw the person coming. "Didn't you go to Rogue Town?" The woman named Hina was a colonel in the Navy headquarters. She had long pink hair and delicate makeup on her face. She was also very beautiful when seen up close. He was driven back by that idiot smoker. Hina put out the cigarette butt in her hand and said lightly, "It seems that he is very unconvinced." Not only is he not convinced, he's also very angry. He became angrier and slammed the table. "Hurry up! I know! The bartender still had a smiling face, but his hands sped up. "The drinks you two ordered." Not long after, 2 glasses of wine were pushed up. "Thank you." Tautu thanked her, took the wine and took a sip. The wine was mellow and rich, and it felt like a flame burning through the chest. "Ah!" Hina drank too much in one gulp and stuck out her tongue because of the spiciness. "This is Admiral Akainu's favorite wine. It's as hot as magma. It's just so-so." Hina and Tautu are both members of the Garp faction, and they don't like Akainu very much. The wine was in her head, and Hina drank the wine in one gulp. Tautu drank nearly half of the wine, and her cheeks were flushed, and she was drunk. The 2 girls stayed in the bar for a long time, and finally stumbled out of the bar hand in hand. The people around them were tactful, and didn't come to mess with these 2 drunken butterflies. The stars were shining brightly at night, and the sea surface of the port of Marinford was unusually beautiful. 2 tall figures leaned on the fence of the port, admiring the night view. Tautu's jade hand weakly supported her chin, staring at the sea in a daze. "Why do you seem to be worried?" Hina asked curiously. "Nothing." "You are older than me anyway. Why do you act like a child when you encounter something? Just say it if you have anything to say." Hina's words made Momosuke stunned, and then she burst out laughing. Little Hina also comforts people sometimes, but it's quite cute. "I only know that Vice Admiral Momosuke is good at using charm to attract men. I didn't know you can also tease women," Hina retorted. Momosuke did not refute, propping up her chin and looking into the distance. "Actually, not all pirates are bad people." Hina did not object to this. "I have a friend who looks stupid, but he is actually a scheming man." Momosuke smiled, "But he is not bad. On the contrary, he is very warm-hearted." "I have guessed who it is." Hina pouted. "Rumors are flying all over the Navy, and everyone knows this. As for the source, I'm afraid it has to start with a wretched uncle who loves to gossip." "What a pity! What a pity!" Tautu crouched on the fence and thought for a moment, then said, "What a pity that I couldn't say goodbye to him. It's not like we won't meet again," Hina said indifferently. "The Navy's position doesn't allow me to do that." Tautu's eyes flashed with confusion. Maybe Sister Tsuru is right. How can a Navy man have anything to do with pirates? "When we meet again, I'm afraid we will be strangers." Hina shook her head helplessly. The woman almost said the man's name. "This guy, one day I will arrest him personally and make him turn over a new leaf and become a civilian. In this case, we usually imprison him and impel down." Tautu ignored Hina's complaints and gritted her teeth and said, "I really don't understand why. Do you have to be a pirate when you can do anything else?" "What a bastard! Bastard!" Tautu's soprano voice spread throughout the port, mixed with various emotions, and finally turned into a helpless sigh. "Achoo!" On the ship to Shampoo, Quinn rubbed his nose. "Cold?" Charlie asked in confusion. "I guess it's because I haven't been here for a long time and I'm not used to the local climate." Quinn answered casually. "Is it really okay for you to leave?" Charlie glanced at him. "You are the only one allowed to leave, but not me? I'm just curious. It's been a long time since we last met. I also want to visit Rayleigh-san. Do you know him?" Quinn was a little surprised. "I saw the Pirate King Roger when I was a kid." Charlie rolled her eyes. No wonder. The sky brightened and the ship slowly approached the shore. "Captain, we're here." The helmsman looked up and saw lightning flashing, and Quinn and Charlie had already flown away. After passing through the long stairs, the familiar building appeared in front of him. Coming to this bar again, Quinn couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. Time will not stop flowing because of one person's regret, and so much time has passed in the blink of an eye. "Yo!" Rayleigh, who received the message in advance, walked out with a smile. Quinn smiled and hugged each other, and the friendship between the master and the apprentice was silent. "Come in, Shachi has prepared a welcome drink." "Okay." Quinn responded and led Charlie into the bar. "Oh, so you don't want to compete with Shanks?" After hearing Quinn's idea, Rayleigh said thoughtfully, "So you want to develop in the first half?" Quinn thanked Shachi for the juice and smiled. "I have this idea, but we have occupied a sea area in the New World. At present, I am the only one who will stay here for a while." Shachi interrupted. "If you want to stay, I don't welcome you here." Rayleigh patted his shoulder. "Little Hancock has been waiting for you for a long time." Quinn pursed his lips, and for some reason he felt so nervous when he thought of that girl. "You kid didn't take the teacher's teaching seriously at all." Rayleigh glanced at Charlie. Charlie shrugged. "It's not me. There is someone else? Rayleigh was a little surprised. Quinn scratched his face, a little embarrassed. Teacher, please don't worry about my private affairs. Ha ha! Rayleigh smiled suddenly and raised the wine glass in his hand. To be honest, I saw your face as early as that year. Just shut up. Xiachi rolled her eyes at him and then looked at Quinn seriously. If you dare to let down little Hancock, I will never forgive you. Yes! Quinn straightened his back and responded. So good. Xiachi changed his expression instantly, as if nothing had happened just now. Rayleigh smiled and hooked his shoulder. Boy, feelings are not something you can understand at your age. You are still far from it. Quinn seemed to see a holy light from the other person, extremely dazzling. I have already notified Hancock, and it is estimated that she will arrive tomorrow. Let's rest here for the time being today, Xiachi said. Quinn was stunned for a while, then nodded. I know. I didn't expect that our Lord Quinn would be afraid sometimes. Xiali teased on the side. Whatever you say. Quinn sighed. He hadn't seen Hancock for a long time. He felt guilty, like a married husband who cheated on his wife. After the gathering, Rayleigh forced Quinn to go to the island to play, while Charlie had to stay in the bar because of her mermaid identity. Fortunately, the two women had common language and got along well. The next day, the port of Shampoo was very lively. Hearing that the Nine Snakes pirates appeared in the port, people on the island gathered here, wanting to see the beauty of the Nine Snakes Queen. Not long after, a graceful figure appeared on the bow cleat, with her back to the sun and her appearance unclear. Hancock is now the top female idol on the sea. Countless female fans call her a female role model and admire the only female Shichibukai. Men wanted to see the person with curious eyes, while women couldn't help screaming, Master Hancock, look at me! You have a great figure, I'm dying! Ah! Quinn heard a noise as he approached. He didn't expect that there was a fan circle culture in the world of One Piece. Excuse me, excuse me. The person in front of him was patted by Quinn and subconsciously stepped aside. Quinn squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the Nine Snakes pirate ship. Who is this person? Don't you know how to queue? Someone said dissatisfiedly. That's right. He has no manners. Looks a little familiar. Passing through the crowded crowd, Quinn turned around and waved at Xiali in the distance. Xiali also raised one hand and waved gently to avoid attracting attention, and turned away quickly. Purpose of coming here was to investigate the first half of the information. It happened that Xiachi was the best intelligence officer, and the two hit it off. Quinn suppressed the throbbing in his heart and climbed onto the plywood. The figure stood in the wind just like when he said goodbye. The four looked at each other, without the passion they imagined, but just a tacit embrace. As the ship left the port, someone reacted. Isn't that Thunder Beast Quinn? That's Thunder Beast Quinn? Eh? The only sound left in the field was the exclamation of the crowd. The Nine Snakes ship sailed into the city, and the residents lined the streets to welcome it. Returning to a familiar place again, Quinn felt like returning home. Wandering outside, he never felt a sense of belonging, but returning to the Nine Snakes Island made him feel at ease. Everyone get out! Walking into the palace, Hancock ordered everyone to leave in an unquestionable tone. The servants did not dare to disobey and hurriedly bowed and left. Recently. Quinn was about to get close to her, but the warm touch had already hit him. Hancock hugged his neck tightly with both arms, as if afraid that he would run away again. She had suppressed it for too long, and her emotions were like a torrent that was difficult to control. The two figures in the palace seemed to be in harmony, and they were unwilling to separate for a moment. Hiyori-sama, Hiyori, who was in a daze, came back to his senses, sorted out the items in his hands and handed them to the person next to him. Violet pushed the door open and saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. You are really quick to get started. Hiyori smiled faintly. This is all thanks to you. No way. You have a talent for management. Violet's words were true. After Hiyori came to Umar, she took the initiative to help deal with things, and soon became proficient in the work, and the details were also classified very carefully. Violet guided and assisted, and the relationship between the two quickly became close. After the work was completed, the rest was handed over to the subordinates to handle, and Hiyori also had some free time. Speaking of which, I haven't visited this place carefully yet. If you don't mind, accompany me for a walk? Of course. The two girls walked on the quiet tree-lined path, talking about some work details. Influenced by Charlie, Violet became a workaholic. Hiyori was very much to her taste in this regard, and both of them took their work very seriously. Looking down from above, there is a prosperous town surrounded by the port. The whole island forms a wonderful circle, with roads leading to the port everywhere, which greatly increases the efficiency of cargo transportation on the island. Today, Umar has overhauled its fortifications, and the construction area covers all directions, including the place where they are walking now, and new buildings will be added in the future. The first thing Quinn did when he arrived in Umar was to divide and integrate the local indigenous people into the Thunder Beast pirates. In most families, men join the pirate group to assist in the construction of the island. Some women choose family affairs, and some also take the initiative to join the pirate group as fighters. He did this helplessly. The population base of both the pirate group and the indigenous people is large. If they do not tolerate each other, it is easy to cause civil strife. There are also fighters and excellent talents among the indigenous people. Although Xia Li has taken in a lot of them, she cannot achieve integrated management. Binding the interests of both sides together is undoubtedly the best way. Only by putting aside the grudges can they support each other. Now Umar is united from top to bottom, and it is basically difficult for some intelligence personnel of some organizations to find out information. As the saying goes, to resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the internal situation. Without an iron wall-like backing, how can one gain a foothold in a new world full of powerful people? You and Lord Quinn? Violet didn't finish her words, but Hiyori could guess what she meant. She smiled lightly. As you can see. Violet pursed her lips. But I heard that he and the one from Nine Snake Island. Hiyori didn't speak, and walked in front with her hands behind her back. Violet chased after him and comforted him. There's nothing wrong with pursuing your own happiness. Hiyori shook her head gently. He's just like that. He wants to do something big, but he always acts on his emotions. Emotional? That doesn't seem to match his behavior. Hiyori smiled knowingly. Before I met him, I didn't think so either. I heard from Sister Xia Li that this guy decided to help protect Fishman Island just because she treated him to a meal. He is really scheming sometimes. When he agreed to let me get close, he also intended to get information about Wano country from me. Hiyori said, and suddenly laughed out loud. Who would have thought that he would get me involved as well? Heh. Violet smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Come to think of it, all the Lord Quinn I met were high and mighty. How could someone like him be high and mighty? Hiyori seemed to be lost in memories. After getting to know him, you will find that he is very considerate. Even though you know he is unintentional, he always falls into tenderness. That's great, Violet sighed softly. What? Hiyori didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Let's go back. Seeing her like this, Violet was a little puzzled. Why do you seem to not care? Hiyori smiled. What else can I do? I can only pretend that I don't know. So free and easy. Violet gave a thumbs up sincerely. In a port town somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line, beautiful woman unfolded the newspaper in her hand. What came into view was the news that Quinn appeared in the first half. It seems that I have another choice. Thunder Beast Quinn? Interesting. The woman put away the newspaper and followed the crowd to board the merchant ship to Alabasta. The night breeze blew through her hair, bringing a burst of coolness. In a blink of an eye, the ship had been sailing for a day. There were footsteps behind her, and a voice sounded, Miss, if you don't mind, can we have dinner together? A man in luxurious clothes walked forward. He was the owner of this merchant ship. The woman was slightly startled, and then a playful expression appeared on her pretty face. I don't drink ordinary wine. I guarantee you will be satisfied. The man was happy at first and then pretended to be a gentleman. In the luxurious cabin, the table was placed with carefully cooked dishes, and the two protagonists elegantly clinked their glasses. The lady must be of noble birth, and her behavior reveals elegance. The man admired sincerely. The woman sipped the wineglass with her red lips and smiled indifferently. Thank you for the compliment. The candlelight flickered in the room, full of romantic atmosphere. Several guards outside the room were whispering. My lord, you have met a great beauty this time. I saw her too. She is really beautiful. Click! The sound of pushing the door sounded, and the guard immediately became serious. Seeing that it was the woman who came out, he was a little nervous. The woman passed by a guard and threw the key in his hand. Don't disturb him. Yes! The guard didn't dare to look directly at her face and answered with a red face. Tap, tap. The sound of high heels faded away, and several people felt empty in their hearts. The sound of waves hitting the shore came, and the guards knew that they had arrived at the destination, and they knocked on the door to signal their captain. Dong dong? A guard frowned. Could it be that the master was drunk? Coo! Feeling the door being pushed open, a figure tied up with ropes began to struggle. He saw his eyes widened and stepped on the board, angrily. The guard was startled and rushed forward to tear the rag out of the other's mouth. That woman! My treasure! The man spoke out of breath. A guard looked at the key in his hand, then at the box on the ground, and immediately reacted. Go after them! The man shouted angrily. Yes! The guards took the order and rushed out of the cabin. Help me untie first! Above the merchant ship, the crowd had basically disembarked, and the guards could only catch up with the end. Where is that woman? What woman? The beautiful one, the guards said anxiously. Oh, she went down very early. Why didn't you stop her? Why stop her? Under the shade of a tree in the distance, a woman supported the tree trunk with one hand and took off her high heels with the other hand to shake off the gravel. Her hair fell on her straight nose, and her elegant temperament was fully revealed when she gently touched it with her bare hands. After putting on her shoes again, the woman smiled gently in the direction of the merchant ship and turned to leave. Alabasta, the rainy land. The most famous here is the big casino called Rain Feast. In the luxurious office, a man with a big back hair and a clear transverse scar on his face sat at the first seat. Nicole Robin, what do you want to see me for? The man said lightly. The woman named Nico Robin smiled gently. Of course I want to join you. Join us? The man pretended to be confused. Crocodile, the master behind the Rain Feast. I think your work club should be short of people, right? Crocodile raised his eyebrows. I have some skills, but... Nico Robin quietly waited for him to finish. But I dare not take the risk of accepting you, a time bomb. Oh? Nico Robin propped up her chin and looked at Crocodile. Why do I feel that you are lying? Son of the devil, what a great reputation. Crocodile sighed lightly and leaned back in his chair. How can I easily accept someone who may betray at any time? That's a pity. Nico Robin raised her eyebrows and stood up to leave. You don't have to play hard to get. If you want to join us, show your true talents and work hard. Crocodile's voice came from behind her. Don't you know everything? Nico Robin said and continued to move forward. Heh. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. You will come back to me. With your sincerity. Really? The woman smiled at him. Who knows? The sound of the door closing was heard. Crocodile crushed the cigar with confidence on his face. Heh, where else can you go? The curtain opened slightly. Hancock lifted her hair and lay on the man's shoulder. You are my life-saving medicine. What? Quinn was a little puzzled. What a fool, Hancock smiled lightly. When do you plan to leave this time? Why do you mention this? Quinn lowered his head and did not answer directly. I don't think you came back to see me specially. Mainly for you. Quinn stroked her face. You are the most important person to me. One of them? Hancock's expression was full of inexplicable meaning. Quinn was stunned and speechless. Don't Rayleigh and the others count? Oh yes, there are also them. Quinn smiled awkwardly. Hancock, you have changed. Really? What have you become? You were not like this before. People always change, just like you. The woman pinched his face, her eyes full of possessiveness. Don't think about anything. You are mine now. The majesty of the Empress was revealed. In the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar, many things happened on the sea, among which the Red Hair Pirates' ascension to the top of the four emperors was the most eye-catching. The Thunder Beast pirates retreated to the Umar Sea and competed with the four emperors. The sea only needs four emperors, and one more is not tolerated by the world government, especially Quinn, who has a criminal record. The Navy has rapidly developed its strength in recent years. In addition to the 3 admirals who were promoted in the past 2 years, a group of vice admirals were promoted to become the mainstay of the Navy. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, fought with Queen a year ago, seriously wounding him and losing himself. After returning to Onigashima, he has been accumulating strength and plotting to drive away the Navy. The Navy attaches great importance to Wano country, and specially dispatched Admiral Akainu and several vice admirals of the Navy headquarters to station there, and they are divided with the beast pirates of Onigashima. After the Navy took over Kuri Castle, it actively governed the local area, continued Queen's governance methods, and successfully seized some available resources from Kaido. Onigashima, located in the south of Wano country, has been repaired and restored to its original state. After Kaido resumed cooperation with Doflamingo, he began to purchase smeal fruits in large quantities and rapidly strengthened his strength without the knowledge of the Navy. In the banquet hall inside Onigashima, Kaido sat in the first seat, drinking happily with a large bowl. The huge scar on his chest was eye-catching, which was left when he fought with Queen. I heard that Dressrosa is not peaceful recently. Kaido put down the wine bowl and asked below. One of his men stood up and answered, Umar's involvement in the Don Quixote family's business has also affected us. Umar, is this the guy's territory? Yes. That's strange, that bastard didn't even attack Joker? Kaido was a little confused. I heard that Quinn himself is still in the first half. As for the reason, we don't know too much. I see. Kaido nodded and whispered, inform them immediately if they make any moves, and don't let them ruin my business. Yes! Many forces are speculating why Quinn is in the first half. Some guess it's for development in the first half, and some guess it's for something. There are many different opinions, but no one has a definite answer. Quinn, the protagonist of the conspiracy rumors flying around in the outside world, spent a comfortable time on Nine Snake Island. Today is also a sunny day, and Nine Snake Island is holding an annual hunting event. Quinn's figure shuttled through the jungle, competing with several warriors for a giant beast. Swish! Ah! Master Quinn is cheating with his ability, someone said dissatisfiedly. Who said it can't be used? Quinn smiled faintly and rushed far away. Just as he was about to touch the prey, Quinn suddenly felt the gravity coming from the back of his neck and fell uncontrollably. Hancock's figure appeared beside him, and her long legs of nearly 120 centimeters pressed on Quinn's neck, touching the prey at a tricky angle. Hunting rules, since the final prey is relatively rare, you only need to touch it to win. The prey has been stunned by the Conqueror's haki that Hancock accidentally released. Seeing this, Quinn raised his eyebrows. Hancock, you are not proficient in Conqueror's haki. Then I need more guidance from Master Quinn, but now the prey is mine. Hancock retracted his legs and jumped onto the giant beast. What a pity. Quinn pretended to be sorry and came closer, and suddenly picked up the woman. If there is no prey, then I will hunt you. Ah! Hancock fluttered his long legs and slapped Quinn's body with his palm as if scratching an itch. The peripheral female warrior blushed and stopped. It was enough to flirt during hunting activities. Figures flashed in the jungle. Hancock lay on Quinn, letting him carry her on his back. A happy smile spread across her face, and she held the warmth tightly in her hands. Quinn stopped, and the two came to a shallow bay on the inner island. It would be great if you stayed with me forever. Hancock leaned on his shoulder and murmured, I would be willing to go back there. Hancock. Quinn opened his mouth but was covered by a hand. Don't talk, listen to me. Quinn stopped talking. After separating from you, I found that the most terrifying thing was not slavery, but loneliness. You don't know how I have been through these years. On every difficult night, your figure is in my mind. Promise me, don't leave me for too long. The woman was moved and hugged him tightly, wishing she could melt into him. Guilt flashed in Quinn's eyes, and he whispered, I promise you, no matter where I am in the future, I will definitely find time to come back to see you. Yeah. Recalling the past, the girl was just like now, nestling in his arms, avoiding the oppression of the celestial dragons, seeking a little warmth. How long have you not swam? Hancock in his arms suddenly asked. Quinn was stunned, thought for a while and said, A long time since I ate the devil fruit. Actually, I was very good at swimming when I was a child, Hancock chuckled. Really? Hancock broke free from his arms and stood up, suddenly grabbed Quinn, and jumped into the shallows. Quinn subconsciously wanted to stop the action, but was afraid of hurting the other party, so he could only let him pull him into the water. The sea water splashed on his body, and he felt powerless. The figure floated towards him like a mermaid. Quinn stretched out his hand with all his strength and caught the graceful body. The affection spread in the seawater, and the two hugged each other tightly. I like this feeling so much. Hancock's pretty face was pressed against his chest. Just stay in your arms helplessly like this. Quinn responded to her love with a passionate kiss, and Hancock's slender hands slowly climbed up his back. The two people's hot passion seemed to evaporate the cold seawater. Located in the first half of the Grand Line, the Seven Waters City has world-famous superb shipbuilding technology. Many pirates who want to sail to the New World will choose to buy ships here. On a street somewhere in the commercial street of the Water City, a figure was walking quickly. There were footsteps behind her, and the woman quickened her pace again. In the alley, the sturdy man saw the figure when he turned the corner. Hey! The man laughed strangely. Devil's son Nico Robin, I really didn't recognize it wrong. Nico Robin turned around generously. You found it. The man saw the other's face and fell into a brief stagnation. This is really a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, beautiful roses have thorns, and he obviously bumped into the thorns. Nico Robin crossed her hands in front of her chest and slowly closed her eyes. Have you given up resistance? Ha ha! The man walked towards the other person with a wanton smile. Suddenly, an arm appeared out of nowhere on his neck and trapped him tightly. What? The man was startled. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his body. Footsteps sounded in the alley. Nico Robin lowered the brim of her hat and walked out. In the dark behind her, the man had foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? A man with a beard on his chin asked the person next to him in confusion. Next to him was a man with a strange long nose. He tucked his chin into his collar and nodded affirmatively. I'll go over and take a look myself, the bearded man whispered and walked away. In a bar in a certain area of the Water City, a man was drinking quietly, and the bartender at the bar slowly wiped the glass. This is a good drink. Another one, please. The man handed the glass to the bartender. The bartender with strange horns took the glass, mixed another glass of wine, and pushed it over. Door of the bar was opened and a figure walked in. Hey Bruno, how are you doing recently? Barry, with blonde hair, sat at the bar. Barry, you are not welcome to buy on credit here, Bruno said lightly. Barry smiled and said carelessly, Speaking of this, I heard that the new drink you mixed recently tastes good. Are you talking about this? The man next to him smiled and raised his glass. Yes! Barry knew it was that kind of wine as soon as he saw the color of the wine. Mr. Ray, bartender, please prepare a glass for this person too. The man said to Bruno. Bruno didn't say much after hearing this and started to mix the drink silently. You are so generous, let's be friends. Barry stretched out his hand with a sincere smile. Nice to meet you. The man also stretched out his hand and shook his hand gently. Click! The door was pushed open. Footsteps were heard, and a unique fragrance entered the noses of several people. The woman sat gently next to the man, but did not make any other movements. The door was pushed open again, and a mysterious man in strange clothes appeared. The person under the robe could not be seen clearly. He exchanged a subtle glance with the bartender and slowly walked towards the woman. Give up! The woman was Nico Robin, who had just arrived on the island. The mysterious man opposite had somehow learned her information. Two-wheeled flower. The arm appeared silently on the body of the mysterious man, but the huge force could not make the other party move at all. Swish! The mysterious man swung his robe and shook off the woman's ability with just his chi. The bartender Bruno wiped the wine glass calmly, while Barry drank the wine as if he was used to it. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, pirates often caused trouble in the Water City. This situation is no longer surprising. The mysterious man slowly approached, full of oppression. Are you still going to watch? Thunderbeast Quinn? Nico Robin glanced at the man next to her and whispered, The mysterious man and the bartender looked at the man with puzzled eyes at the same time. The man's face was not clear under the cover of his hair. Quinn straightened his head, and his appearance was revealed. Thunderbeast Quinn? The mysterious man whispered and subconsciously took a step back. Do you know me? Quinn looked at Nico Robin in confusion. The beautiful face of a woman always gave him a sense of familiarity. But the woman opposite slowly approached and whispered to him. Quinn suddenly realized it turned out to be you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Enough of the small talk, Thunderbeast Quinn. The mysterious man's tone was cold, much more solemn than before. Quinn looked at the bartender and then at the mysterious man, stroking his chin thoughtfully. So, the time has indeed come. He looked up at the mysterious man and smiled indifferently. So what do you want to do now? Barry was stunned when he heard Quinn's name, and then he quickly got up and left the tavern. This kind of guy is not someone he can mess with. Bruno moved his feet, dodged to the side, and surrounded Quinn and Robin. It seems that you have made a decision. Quinn shrugged and stood up. A momentum came instantly, and everyone present felt depressed. We are only arresting Nicole Robin today. Do you have to protect her? The mysterious man said in a low voice. I don't like to hear this. Am I not worthy of being arrested by you? Quinn said in a playful tone. Bruno's forehead was sweating, and he didn't dare to do it even if the other party showed him his back. Robin consciously hid beside Quinn, looking for an opportunity to escape at any time. I said, we are only going to catch Nico Robin today. You'd better not interfere. The mysterious man's words were threatening. Tsk. Quinn's light tsk sound was both contemptuous and a response to his words. Mysterious man snorted. Do you know what the consequences are of being an enemy of the world government? I know. A bounty of 2 billion. Quinn shrugged indifferently. The mysterious man was stunned, and then he realized that the pirate in front of him was a big pirate with a bounty of 2 billion. I don't want to be your enemy. Leave here immediately. We won't report to the higher-ups. Robin looked at Quinn subconsciously. She was waiting for him to express his attitude. But Quinn happened to turn around and was looking at her. "Nico, Robin, how about joining us?" Robin was stunned, but the mysterious man opposite was a little annoyed. "Thunder Beast Quinn, are you determined to go against us?" "Don't play that trick on me." Quinn glanced at him, then looked at Robin. "I'm only asking one question now. Are you willing to join the Thunder Beast pirates?" After Robin was stunned, she chuckled. "Of course." Quinn turned to the mysterious man and spread his hands and said, "You saw it too. She is now my crew member." "Asshole!" Quinn's attitude was very clear, and the mysterious man said no more. With a flick of his robe sleeves, a sturdy figure rushed out. The mysterious man had transformed into a leopard beastman. It was Rob Lucci, the foreman of the Carrera shipyard. Six Kings Spear. Rob Lucci's first move was a killing move. He didn't dare to slack off when dealing with this famous man. Bang! The people outside the bar only heard a loud noise, thinking that it was another pirate making trouble, and they all dispersed. Inside the bar, a figure at the bar pushed away the rubble and stood up, lying on the ground and panting violently. Bruno, who was about to take action, stopped immediately. Although he had expected it, he was still a little scared. Quinn retracted his legs. All this happened in just a moment. "You are too weak." The indifferent words floated into Rob Lucci's ears. This was undoubtedly the most irritating sound. "Thunder Beast Quinn, you should know who is around you." He suppressed the pain and said in a low voice, "Do you know the consequences of being an enemy of the world?" A trace of sadness flashed in Robin's eyes. Just because she can interpret ancient texts, does that mean that people who come into contact with her are enemies of the world? Quinn smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry. Since the day I went out to sea to attack the celestial dragons, I have been against the world." "Nicole, Robin?" Robin raised her head and heard Quinn continue. "I'll ask you again. Are you willing to join the Thunder Beast pirates?" Don't hesitate. I just want a positive answer." "I do." "Very good." Quinn's lips curled up with a smile. "In the past, I was always willing to go against the world government. Today, let me be the enemy of the world for one person. Remember, from today on, Nicole Robin will be protected by my Thunder Beast pirates." Cough A. Figure fell to the ground, coughing up blood. "Lucci." Bruno looked at Lucci, who bowed down again with concern. He wanted to help, but he didn't dare to move because of Quinn's majesty. "Ms. Robin, use your talent and introduce this gentleman to me." Quinn sat on the chair and looked at Lucci on the ground with a calm look. Rob Lucci, known as the strongest in CP9 in the past 800 years, is known as a killing weapon and once single-handedly quelled a country's war. Robin told the other party's information in detail, and it seems that he has done a lot of research on this. "In my eyes, all of you are a bunch of hopeless poor people." Quinn crossed his arms and said sarcastically, "You have no feelings in your life and have become a killing weapon. What is your belief?" "Shut up," Lucci shouted. "I will not allow anyone to waver in my position." "Really? Then stand up again and see." The words were very harsh. Bang! Lucci, who was about to climb halfway, was kicked away by Quinn. "You are used to being in charge of other people's lives. Have you ever thought that one day you will be controlled by others?" Quinn looked at the figure in the ruins and said calmly, "Tell your superiors that Nico Robin belongs to me." The footsteps faded away, and Bruno hurriedly supported Lucci on the ground. "Are you okay?" Lucci pushed away his support and climbed up stubbornly. There was blood on his forehead, but he didn't care at all. Nothing is more convincing than strength. He has the right to say these words. "Do you want me to notify Kaku and others?" No need. Bruno certainly knew that Thunder Beast Quinn was not something they could deal with now. "Then do you want to notify Spandam?" "Of course." Lucci turned his gaze back to the direction where Quinn and the others left and said in a deep voice, "After that, it will be the Navy's business, and it has nothing to do with us." "What happened today?" Bruno hesitated, but Lucci didn't care. "At least it made me see how weak I am." "You are really open-minded. This is the helpless act of the weak," Lucci said and walked out of the bar. He has always believed in the law of the jungle, but today he is living under the mercy of others, which has changed his belief a little. The strong do not have to slaughter the weak, but the weak must surpass the strong. On the ship to the kingdom of Alabasta, Quinn was standing at the bow. Robin walked slowly and stood side by side with him. "I don't understand one thing. Why do we still have to go to Alabasta?" Quinn glanced at her. "Don't you want to know about it?" Robin did not answer and turned his eyes to the distance. "Are you also interested in those things?" "No." Robin turned his head in confusion. "Big people like you should value these things very much." Are you talking about the three ancient weapons? I have seen one of them, Quinn said. Robin was a little surprised. Could it be? Yes, it is the Sea King. Quinn nodded, then smiled softly. I don't understand how that little girl can have the ability to destroy the world, and I don't understand why people want to have the Pluto so much. It can help them achieve their ambitions, just like the world government needs peaceful order in the ocean. Quinn disagreed. It's true that this world needs order, but no place will be quiet and peaceful forever. If the world government is capable of maintaining world order, how could it define you as the son of the devil? Robin was stunned. She had never heard anyone say such things. They must always be worried that people like us will break the rules they set. Quinn's mouth curled up. It's really interesting to be a challenger. Ancient weapons? I'm quite interested in becoming the fourth weapon. Your idea is really unique. Robin shook his head and laughed. But the three major weapons are not comparable to human power. Even someone as strong as Whitebeard can't do it. So is this your ideal? This is not my ideal, it's everyone's ideal. Quinn looked into the distance with deep eyes. Before there is a final order, anyone can change the world. People's coveting of the three major weapons is exactly what they are worried about. Is that so? Robin leaned on the fence and suddenly turned to look at Quinn. Why did you take me in? I want to hear the truth. Quinn thought for a moment and said, If I have to say, it should be that I value your ability. Instead of handing you over to the world government, it's better for me to take over. I'm not an object. Robin raised his eyebrows. Aren't you afraid that they will pursue it? Pursue? Quinn shook his head and laughed. To be honest, if I didn't have so many people around me, I could totally go against them regardless of everything. You really value your companions, Robin murmured. Yes, if you have more companions, you must have enough strength to protect them. Quinn became very serious when talking about this topic. When you are alone, you also need more companions to support you. It is impossible for a person to live alone in this world. Robin was stunned, thinking back to the tall figure in his childhood, and loneliness flashed in his eyes. Even if you don't have parents and relatives, you will have friends and companions. Quinn turned around and stretched out his hand with a smile. Although I don't know which one you are, if you don't mind, can I be your friend? Robin smiled, which was different from the hypocritical expression when facing others, and it seemed more real at this moment. Strictly speaking, you are my first friend. Robin was very serious. It's really an honor. The two hands were held together, and the wandering demon child finally had a safe haven. Marine headquarters, Marineford. In the marshal's office, the old naughty boy Garp was still stacking senbei properly, as if he was a child who would never grow up. Sengoku pinched his brows and looked very troubled. He just received news that Thunder Beast Quinn appeared in the Water City and contacted the Devil's son Nico Robin. The meeting of these two was what he least wanted to see. Why are you sighing again? Garp looked indifferent. Sengoku glared at him unhappily. Sometimes he really envied this unrestrained bastard. Quinn's contact with Nico Robin may not be simple. This guy might become the second Rocks. The Rocks pirates, once the overlord of the sea, aimed to overthrow the celestial dragons and become the world overlord. And the intention exposed by Quinn now is exactly the same as that of Rocks at the beginning, which is to overthrow the celestial dragons. Garp joined forces with Roger to destroy the Rocks pirates and became a hero of the Navy in one battle. For such ambitious people, he has always held a different attitude from others. Strength is the passport to dominate the world, and a huge force is the foundation for establishing a new rule. Sengoku sighed. Compared to the pirates under his command, I am more worried about him. This guy can attract a group of people to work for him, and the most important thing is his attitude towards those people. With such benefits in front of him, he can also withdraw from Wano country for them. I dare not imagine how big his power will be in the future. At least for now, the Fishman tribe has been greatly influenced by him. Compared with personal strength, the concept of a strong person is obviously more effective in changing the world. Roger's words before his death and the revolutionary army formed by Long can illustrate this point. Their ideas are constantly changing the world and getting out of the control of the world government. The stacked senbei fell to the ground, and Garp also leaned back on the chair, sighing, "What an interesting guy." Sengoku shook his head, helplessly. This old friend has always had this mentality. Perhaps he will never learn it, even though he is in a high position. If he shows too much ambition, then I'm afraid we'll need another Navy hero. The end of the Rocks era is not the end, but the beginning. The threat of the D family is everywhere, and Roger's bloodline is still unknown. Sengoku looked at Garp with an inexplicable look in his eyes. He always felt that this guy knew something. East China Sea, Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village. Different from the bustling city, it is quiet and peaceful here, with pleasant scenery. A boy stood on the shore of the port, looking at the view of the sea in the distance. "Ace!" A vibrant voice sounded, and a 13 or 14-year-old boy wearing a straw hat was running towards him. Ace turned his head, and the iconic freckles on his face were eye-catching. "Luffy." The boy called Luffy panted and supported his knees. "I couldn't find you after looking for a long time." Looking up at the magnificent sea, Luffy pouted unhappily. "I really envy you. You will be able to go to sea soon." "Haha." Ace was sincerely happy when he mentioned this topic. He patted Luffy's shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, you will be able to go to sea in 4 years. "Ah, it's still a long time." Luffy beat his chest and stamped his feet, wishing he could go to sea early tomorrow morning. The two played for a while and prepared to go to the village. "Huh?" Ace, who had sharp eyes, noticed a black shadow in the distance and stopped. Luffy also turned his head to look, and the shape of the ship had already appeared. "Is it Grandpa?" The address of Windmill Village is remote, and the ships usually go to the Kingdom of Goa and rarely pass by here. Luffy thought it was his grandpa, but after a closer look, he found that it was not him at all. "It's a strange ship." Ace frowned, and only when the ship approached did he notice the pirate flag above. "Pirates!" "What?" Luffy looked up and saw the pirate flag and suddenly became excited. "Is it Shanks and the others?" "Stupid, their flags don't look like this." Ace ran to a high place and looked down and found several strange-looking people standing on the ship. Who are these people? They look so strange. Jumping down the high slope, Ace pulled Luffy up and said as he ran, "You go inform Dadan and the others that there is a pirate attack, and I will go inform everyone in Windmill Village." "I know." Seeing the other party's serious expression, Luffy did not hesitate and immediately ran towards the mountain. On the pirate ship, the Fishman Pirates, led by the new Fishman Pirate Group Codger, Geo landed from the side to assist Hody and others who landed from the front. After integrating the Arlong Pirates, Hody immediately made a decision to invade the East China Sea Human Kingdom. They passed through towns such as Shields, and their final destination was the Kingdom of Goa. Colonel Smoker, who was stationed in Rogue Town, immediately set out after receiving the news, following the pace of the new Fishman Pirates. "Boss Geo, there should be residents in this village," a fishman reported after inquiring about the news. Geo looked around and then ordered, "Loot this place first." Everyone was chatting in the village bar, but Ace rushed in and said, "Oh no, there are pirate attacks." "What?" Everyone was drinking and chatting, and they were all surprised to hear the news. The village chief with his iconic hat frowned and asked in confusion, "Do you know which pirate group it is?" Ace thought about it and shook his head. "I don't know, they don't look like humans." "Could it be fishmen?" After all, the village chief is old and knows more than everyone present. These days, the so-called new Fishman Pirate Group has been making a lot of noise, almost spreading throughout the East China Sea. The village chief thought about this and immediately shouted, "This group of people is very brutal. Everyone go home and hide. Don't go out." The crowd didn't dare to delay and rushed out of the tavern and went back to their homes. The strong ones stayed to help. Masno, the tavern owner, also followed, but didn't show too much panic. A group of people were coming from a distance, and the village chief stood in the middle with a cane. When Geo saw this group of humans, he was very disdainful. "Humans, hand over all the valuables if you know what's good for you, otherwise you will bear the consequences." The village chief was very calm and said seriously, "You dare to cause trouble here. Do you know that this place is protected by Navy Garp?" "Sk," Geo sneered. "Navy Garp, do you expect that guy to show up and save you now?" "Old man, it seems that you are the leader here, so I'll start with you." "Damn it!" Ace gritted his teeth and stood in front of everyone, regardless of Masno's pulling. "I don't care who you are. Get out, village." "Damn it!" Luffy was furious when he saw his brother being beaten, and his hands began to stretch out quickly. Rubber pistol. Geo was caught off guard by this attack, and his face was sunken. "Boss Geo." Seeing this, the fishmen immediately drew their weapons and confronted the bandits. Dadan, who looked tough, was holding a cigarette in his mouth and was a little surprised to see these strange-looking people. "How dare you guys come here to cause trouble? Don't you want to die?" As the protagonists of the original work, how can they not be cared for by the protagonist of this book? They were directly arranged to level up with a big boss. The East China Sea Straw Hat Pirates met in advance, and it turned out that it was because of someone's butterfly effect that a strange bond was formed. Manual Doghead. Geo shook his head and stood up. The boy's attack looked weak, but the power was amazing. You pissed me off. He moved and disappeared on the spot. When Luffy was wondering, Geo had appeared beside him. Luffy, be careful, Ace exclaimed. Luffy reacted and waved his hand to the side, but Geo easily dodged and fought back. Ace moved quickly and caught Luffy, who landed on the ground, looking at Geo with a serious look. Seeing Luffy being hit, Didin immediately raised his weapon and shouted, "Little guys, teach these guys a lesson!" A battle broke out in the quiet village. Although the number of fishman pirates was not superior, they fought back and forth with the bandits. Luffy and Ace had to face Geo, who put great pressure on them. On the sea, a warship was sailing at a high speed. Smoker, with white hair, never left his cigarette, and at this time he was doing it on two fronts, showing his inner anxiety. Hody and his gang should have arrived at the Kingdom of Goa. A person came over. It was the accompanying Navy Sergeant Tashigi. Smoker looked solemn. The guy who claimed to be the leader of the Fishman was indeed very strong. Originally stationed in Rogue Town, he was almost invincible with the nature fruit, but he never expected to be defeated by a fishman. The Navy originally sent Colonel Hina from the headquarters to assist him, but Smoker blatantly violated orders and drove him back. It was his duty to protect the peace of the East China Sea, and he could not escape the blame for the appearance of such a character under his command. He also wanted to defeat Hody head-on with his own ability and save a bit of dignity. Speed up! Several warships sped up and sailed towards the distant Goa Kingdom. Goa Kingdom. The town was in chaos at this time. The invasion of the new Fishman pirate group came suddenly, and the kingdom city had no warning at all and was easily attacked. The palace immediately sounded an alarm, and thousands of guards rushed out to meet the enemy, and a battle broke out in the city. The Fishman cotters headed by Hody were extremely powerful and almost swept through the kingdom guards. What is that Geo doing? Why hasn't he solved it yet? Hody punched the guard away. In his opinion, a small village should be solved quickly. Seeing that this side was about to end, there couldn't be any problems over there. The people in the kingdom couldn't escape from there. Captain, the Navy is chasing us. Hody turned his head and his face was gloomy. What a persistent guy. Go to the palace. Yes. Smoker led a group of Navy to rush into the royal city, and only saw the backs of the Fishman pirates leaving. Stop them! As soon as the voice fell, Smoker had turned into smoke and rushed over at a high speed. White vine! Waves of smoke swept the whole place, and several white smoke-like vines entangled several Fishman cadres. Seeing this, Hody turned around and waved his hand, throwing out several bullet-like water droplets. He couldn't wrap his armament color at all now. The natural ability of the smoke fruit completely ignored these attacks. Rough shark! The smoke swirled around him, but Hody was not in a hurry. He stretched out his palm and crushed it. There was a faint domineering aura on his arm. He defeated Smoker with the power of armed color that he had just comprehended. White Fist! Although the Fishman cadres had their own strengths, they were still vulnerable to the natural power and had no ability to fight back. Leopard Zhang, with sleepy eyes, slashed with two swords in his hands, and a sharp sword energy swept towards the Navy camp. Smoker used the smoke fruit ability to wrap around the Fishman present, and White Smoke with amazing power began to bombard them wantonly. Since being defeated by Hody last time, he, who was content with the first half, finally worked hard to become stronger, began to strengthen his training, and his strength was also improved. Water Strike! A column of water came at a speed that was difficult to capture, with the naked eye, hitting Smoker's shoulder, and the faint pain made the latter frightened. This attack was the only long-range domineering skill that Hody had mastered. By compressing water droplets to cover the domineering, it could unexpectedly hurt the opponent. Swish! A figure flashed by, and Dashiki's knife flashed, blocking the attack again, and was also knocked back a few steps by the force. Smoker took advantage of the opportunity and hit Hody's head with a sudden white fist. No matter how strong the fishman's body was, he could not completely ignore this attack. Hody's body swayed and almost fell to the ground. White Smoke, the field was swept by thick smoke again, and everyone was choked and couldn't breathe, so they retreated one after another. The fishmen in the encirclement had nowhere to escape, and could only passively fight. Seeing Hody attacking again, Smoker's figure flashed and his two fists collided in the air, erupting a violent shock wave. In the windmill village outside the Kingdom of Goa, the orange-haired little thief Nami was collecting treasures from the fishman's ship with shining eyes. She took advantage of the chaos to follow Gio and others onto the ship, and after the other party entered the windmill village, she began to search the ship unscrupulously. Before long, the bag on her shoulder was full. Anyway, these were all looted by Gio along the way, and she was not afraid of being discovered by Hody. After she succeeded, she did not dare to stay. If Gio and others found out that the treasure on the ship was missing and started searching, she could not guarantee that she would be able to escape. Nami carried a bag of treasure and quietly got off the ship, hiding in a dark place to spy on the situation in the village. In the village, Dadan and his group on the mountain fought hard, but many people were still injured by the fishmen. Figures flashed in the field, and the water pipe in Ace's hand hit Gio's head hard. Luffy took advantage of his unpreparedness and kicked him in the abdomen with a rubber whip kick from the side. The two brothers cooperated well and beat the fishman cadre Gio. Luffy! As soon as Ace opened his mouth, Luffy understood what he meant. He swung his arm and stretched it to the side, tying Gio tightly in place. Ace jumped up, and the water pipe actually bent down when it hit Gio's head, which showed how powerful his attack was. Gio was besieged by the two brothers and hit several times. He felt dizzy and stuffy in his chest. Rubber pistol! Luffy's fist and Ace's steel pipe hit his left and right faces respectively. The confident fishman cadre Gio was completely defeated by the two teenagers. When the fishman saw Gio was in trouble, he panicked and was taken back by the bandits. Soon, there were only a few fishmen who resisted stubbornly in the field. After Luffy and Ace joined the battle, they were quickly defeated. After the battle, the two brothers stood back to back. The years of getting along together have contributed to the tacit understanding today. Nami, who was far away, was delighted when she saw this. This way, she could not only get the treasure, but also drive away the ship. There's another one! Someone's voice sounded and Nami stopped in surprise. Ace and Luffy, two young men, had already rushed over. No, I'm a good person. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? The teenage Luffy already had the prototype of an unreliable future. After accidentally hitting the girl in front of him, he was willing to listen to the other party's explanation. Nami covered a bump on her head, and tears flashed in her eyes. Fortunately, Ace stopped his fist, otherwise she would cry. The village chief came closer, glared at Luffy unhappily, then said to Nami with a smile, "Little girl, you should have been abducted by these fishmen, right?" Nami's eyes rolled, and she nodded hurriedly, her voice tinging with tears. "I'm a resident of a nearby town. They invaded the town and tied me on the boat." How pitiful. Makino's maternal love overflowed. She touched Nami's head and said softly, "Come to my place first. I'll prepare some food for you." "Yeah, thank you, sister." Nami nodded innocently. Ace saw Makino and the other two walking away and pushed Luffy next to him. "You've got into trouble again." Luffy scratched his head. "I couldn't stop for a while." Ace pouted helplessly and turned to look at the village chief. "What should we do with these fishmen?" The village chief thought for a moment and said, "Tie them up first, and then ask someone to send them to the naval base." "Village chief!" A hurried voice came from a distance, and a man ran over, panting, "Wang, there are fishmen invading the kingdom city." The village chief was stunned and immediately understood the whole story. He thought that this group of fishmen was going to support that side from the side. "Tie these fishmen up and keep an eye on them." "What about the city?" the village chief whispered. "We can't control that side, so quickly gather the village's strength to avoid being affected by that side." "Got it?" Several people dispersed and spread the news around the village. "Ace, should we go over?" Luffy looked up and asked. Ace frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "We have to protect the village now and prevent them from invading again." He had no obligation to care about the city, but he absolutely did not want to see the people of Windmill Village implicated. In the Makino Tavern, Nami was not afraid of strangers at all and gladly accepted the food gift from the other party. "Makino, give me a glass of wine." Luffy rushed in and sat down beside him. "Luffy, stop imitating adults!" Makino scolded, poured a glass of juice and handed it over. Nami raised her eyebrows and glanced at him, with a cunning flash in her eyes, and she had an idea in her mind. "Hey, aren't you going to apologize for hitting me just now?" Luffy uttered and said casually, "I'm really sorry." Nami smiled and said lightly, "As an apology, how about you do me a favor?" Luffy came forward innocently. "What favor?" Nami smiled softly and whispered a few words in his ear. Luffy scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why the other party did this. "Okay." Makino returned to the counter and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Luffy. "Makino, the village chief, wants to ask you something." "Huh?" Makino was still confused, but Luffy had already grabbed her and walked out. "Luffy, slow down. What's the matter?" Makino had no choice but to follow him. The tavern was empty, and the little thief cat Nami activated her traditional supernatural power. Although she was very grateful to the big sister, the principle of a thief not leaving empty-handed could not be changed. What's more, there is a guy who is more terrifying than Arlong threatening her now. Seeing the food plate on the table, Nami hesitated a little, and Hode's face appeared in her mind. She hurriedly shook off the distracting thoughts in her mind and collected the treasures in the tavern. Really, this kid really loves to play pranks. Makino's tone was very helpless, and she stepped into the tavern. The scene in front of her surprised her very much. The tavern that had never had a loss incident was turned into a mess. A note on the table caught her attention. Masno picked it up, and the delicate handwriting on it came into view. "Big sister, thank you for your kindness, but I am in trouble and I hope you can lend a hand." Makino showed a little surprise on her face. After a short time of getting along, she thought Nami was a good child. Luffy popped up from the side without knowing when, and he was even more furious at this time. "This guy is really a bad guy. Not only did he lie to me, but he also stole Makino's things." Makino sighed. "Forget it, Luffy. She must have her own difficulties, and I was originally planning to give her some money to let her go home." Luffy was even more annoyed when he heard this. "It's really hateful. I failed Makino's kindness." "What's wrong with you?" Ace walked up, a little puzzled. Luffy found someone to vent to and pulled Ace to talk non-stop. "Do you want me to chase her?" Ace looked up at Makino. "Forget it. It's not much that was stolen anyway." Makino shook her head. She was kind and didn't want to embarrass a little girl. Luffy was very dissatisfied and threatened to get back at Makino and kept yelling, "In the kingdom of Goa, White Fist!" Smoker rushed into the sky and hit Hode with a blow. Hode was very helpless. The last time he won was because the opponent was careless, so he was hit by his attack covered with armament color. Now this guy is cautious, and it is difficult for him to touch him. The Navy far outnumbered the fishmen, and with the resistance of the Kingdom Guards, the fishmen pirates were in a faint trend of retreat. Baozang blocked another attack, but the little girl with glasses was relentless and attacked again. "Annoying guy?" He flashed and passed by quickly. The knife in his hand attacked at a tricky angle. When Dashiki was repelled, the knife in his hand was also knocked away. Seeing that the other officers were gradually unable to hold on, Baozang also understood the current situation. "Hey, Hode, retreat first!" The veins on Hode's forehead stood up. Smoker alone had tied up several of their officers, and they could not disperse their strength to deal with others. "Damn it!" He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Retreat to the port." He was fully capable of defeating Smoker in a head-on confrontation, but the other party did not give him a chance. For now, the only thing to do was to retreat temporarily. Smoker was relentless and attacked again, with smoke in his hands, ready to attack at any time. "Yatake Same!" The water droplets shot out to stop everyone's pursuit, and Hode's figure flashed and retreated to the side of the fishmen. "Chase them all!" Led by Smoker, the Navy took advantage of the victory and arrested many fishmen who did not have time to escape. The conspiracy of the new Fishman pirate group to steal the country was disintegrated, and the people of Windmill Village also contributed to it. After Hode and others withdrew to the Dragon Paradise, the dragon group responsible for guarding this place voluntarily gave way. Hode was very angry because his plan failed. He gave the order not long after he rested. "Increase the collection of Bailey. Kill all those who dare not pay." "Yes!" A figure walked into everyone's sight. Nami had a calm face and held a bag of Bailey in her hand. "This is the money for this month." The fishman took the purse and nodded to Hode. Hode grinned, "You are really my lucky star, but the monthly life insurance money will increase in the future." Nami was stunned, and anger flashed in her eyes. "This is already the limit. I can't do it alone." Hode's expression changed, and he frightened Nami's words in an instant. He only heard him say coldly, "I'm not discussing with you, you just need to do it." Nami lowered her head and bit her silver teeth tightly, squeezing out a sentence. "I know!" "Ha!" Hode laughed out loud and watched Nami's lonely back. At the port of Kokosia village, the little thief cat went out to sea again, under the worried eyes of the villagers. Nokiko walked back worriedly. She knew Nami didn't want to show it to her. The boat sailed away from everyone's sight. Nami could no longer maintain a cheerful expression. Tears fell one by one. The tears fell on a bounty order, blurring the eyes of the Thunder Beast Quinn on the image. This was the person she once admired, and also the goal she used to motivate herself. He was a hero who was not afraid of life and death, and a strong man who dared to fight against the celestial dragons. But he was also the culprit for the current situation in the East China Sea. If it weren't for him, Hody would not have appeared in the East China Sea. You bastard! The girl crumpled the bounty order into a ball and flattened it after a long time. I will definitely see you alive and ask for 100 million compensation. No, 1 billion. This is what you owe me. Slowly putting the bounty order into her arms, the girl regained her spirits. Windmill Village in the Makino Tavern. What? You said you won't let me go to sea? Ace exclaimed. The village chief quickly blocked his ears. His old bones couldn't stand the torment. The East China Sea is in turmoil now, and you don't have the ability to deal with them. He knew very well that if Ace insisted on going to sea, he would definitely cause trouble for the new fisherman pirates. With his current ability, he couldn't compete with them at all. Hey, village chief, you look down on me too much. Ace raised his arms to show off. After all, I'm a man who defeated their leaders. It's also my credit. Luffy shouted from the side. I want to go to sea too. You can't! Including Makino, everyone shouted at Luffy. Luffy drank the juice angrily and stopped interrupting. No matter what you say, I must go to sea. Ace curled his lips and said, if we don't deal with those fishman pirates, there will be no peace in the East China Sea. That's the work of the Navy. It has nothing to do with you. The village chief was firm. Ace raised his eyebrows and sighed helplessly. I know. Just wait for a while. The village chief breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the personalities of the Ace brothers. They were the kind of people who would lose their minds when they got impulsive. How could a 17-year-old boy defeat Hody, who was notorious? After getting Ace's compromise, everyone finally felt relieved. As long as this kid didn't go to provoke those people and waited for a while, the Navy should have dealt with Hody and his gang by then. The next day, there was a noise from the port. Everyone, I'm going to sea! Ace stood on the boat and waved to everyone. The sound from the sea made everyone very helpless. The boat gradually sailed away from everyone's sight. I knew this kid would mess around. The village chief was holding his crutches with a look of disappointment. Makino smiled bitterly and comforted him. Ace is always calmer than Luffy, so he should be fine. By the way, where's Luffy? I don't know. I haven't seen him since we separated yesterday. Don't look at us. They didn't go back to the mountain yesterday. The bandit spread his hands. That's strange. Makino suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Oh no, Luffy must have gone out to sea with Ace. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. He told me that he and Ace would fight those fishmen together and find the girl who stole my money. Makino frowned, thinking back to what Luffy said yesterday, and felt more and more that something was wrong. Hey, Ace! Come back, Ace! Ace on the boat could only vaguely see the people who turned into black spots in the distance, and could not hear any sound at all. He finally got his wish to go out to sea, and he felt happy physically and mentally, and couldn't help laughing. Laughter also came from the wine barrel behind him, and Ace looked back in surprise. The lid flew open, and Luffy stood up. I'm going out to sea too. Ace's eyes bulged, and he didn't even notice when the other party got on the boat. Idiot, go back. I won't. Luffy clung to his brother's legs. I want to go out to sea. Seeing that the boat had been sailing for a long time and couldn't find the way back, Ace had no choice but to sit down. Be honest, take you back to the town. No, Ace, wouldn't it be more secure with my help? No way. Bharati, a sea restaurant located in the Sambas Sea area of the East China Sea, is the most famous restaurant in the East China Sea. Its unique business model and high-quality food are widely praised. A beautiful girl with purple hair is concentrating on reading the newspaper in her hand, and an orange-haired girl is sitting next to her. A boy with blonde hair and strange curly eyebrows walks over quickly with coffee, full of enthusiasm. The boy named Sanji is now an apprentice chef and part-time waiter at the restaurant on the sea. He has a characteristic, that is, he treats women very well. Ladies, the coffee you ordered. Although Sanji is only 16 years old, his behavior is full of aristocratic etiquette. In the eyes of women, he is a perfect gentleman. The orange-haired girl is Nami, who is passing by here, and the girl next to her is Karina, her comrade, whom she just met not long ago. Thank you. Nami took the coffee and showed a beautiful smile. In Sanji's view, this smile seems to be able to heal everything, and he immediately showed an exaggerated expression. I'm glad you two like it. Can you give us some private space? Karina looked up and smiled. As you wish. Sanji bowed politely and walked away. Nami approached Karina and looked at the newspaper in her hand. The news on it was the news that the new Fishman pirate group attempted to steal the Goa kingdom but failed. I didn't expect the East China Sea to be so chaotic. It seems that our plan is not going to work. Nami raised her eyebrows. I don't know whether what you said is true or not. If there is any information about the treasure, will you tell me? Karina smiled slyly. If not, I wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to find you, right? Both girls are smart. They have experienced a lot in their teens and have a good grasp of people's hearts. For example, Nami is unlikely to trust others easily. I don't know where Karina got the news from, but she knows that Nami is a famous thief in the East China Sea. A few days ago, she took the initiative to find her and proposed the idea of cooperation. She claimed to be a member of the first half of the branch of the Thunder Beast Pirates and had enough credibility. How could a clever girl like Nami be easily persuaded by her? The two hesitated for a long time before deciding to set off for the treasure location. Passing by the sea restaurant Bharati, they boarded the ship to have a meal. I'm not bragging to you. As the hometown of the Pirate King, almost everyone knows that there is a treasure in Roguetown. Is that true? Nami disagreed. Anyway, let's go there first and talk about it later, Karina said with a smile. Nami was very confident in her mind, and that was why she agreed with her idea. Sanji in the kitchen glanced out from time to time. The two beautiful girls made him more enthusiastic about work. While concentrating on cooking, Sanji looked out again, but he didn't see the two girls. Sanji needs beauty motivation, the chef next to him teased. You are so lustful at such a young age. There is no hope. This is not called lust. Everyone has a love of beauty, understand? Sanji retorted dissatisfiedly. Haha, lustful kid, asshole. West Rob village in the East China Sea is remote and rarely has ships passing by. The village was affected by the new Fishman pirate group, and several places were occupied by fishmen. Speaking of celebrities in the village, Jesus Boo, who once followed Red Hair Shanks to the sea, is the second most famous, followed by his son, Usopp. The 14-year-old Usopp formed a small gang in the village and brought a few kids to call themselves the Usopp Pirates. They are a notorious troublemaker in the village. It's funny to say that in everyone's eyes, the small gang that is just a playful nature is the only one who resisted when the new Fishman pirates invaded. On this day, a small boat came in the calm sea, and two boys wearing hats landed on the island. In order to take care of his stupid brother, Ace's clothes were soaked. At this time, he was bare-chested and wrung out his clothes. If you dare to go to the sea again, I will see if I can save you. I know. Luffy covered his hungry stomach and could not respond. After the two of them went to Orange Town for supplies, they originally wanted to go directly to Kokosia village, but they drifted here inexplicably. The supplies on the ship had been eaten up by Luffy, a foodie, and the two could only move forward on an empty stomach. The village that appeared on the island made Ace's eyes light up. Where there are people, there are supplies. Luffy, walk faster. Ace took the lead and Luffy followed weakly. A figure appeared in the bushes. Usopp held a telescope and watched the backs of Ace and the others, leaving. Captain Usopp, are they pirates? The onion-headed man next to him asked in confusion. It should be right. They are really two vicious guys. Usopp was used to talking nonsense. What should I do? There are still Fishman pirates on the island. The green-peppered man was a little worried. Follow them and see. Usopp was so decisive that he gave an order and took the lead. When Ace and the others arrived at the entrance of the village, they found several fishmen standing outside a house. Stop! Who are you? The Fishman pirates immediately became alert when they saw two strangers. The Ace brothers saw the familiar faces clearly and didn't know what was going on. Are there fishmen here too? Luffy. Before Ace finished speaking, Luffy had already made a move. Rubber pistol! The fishman was startled, and before he could react, he was hit by a rubber pistol. Enemy attack! Seeing the fishmen rushing down in a swarm, the two brothers did not dare to be careless, and retreated while fighting. Usopp, who followed, was shocked when he saw this. He never thought that these two guys would attack the fishmen on the island directly. Rubber whip! A long leg in the true sense stretched out and hit a group of fishmen fiercely. The elasticity of the rubber fruit itself can cause considerable damage to the opponent. In addition, Luffy often practices his moves, so the power he uses is enough to injure the fishman with thick skin and flesh. Ace punched a fishman away. At the age of going to sea, his strength should not be underestimated. After years of training, he finally came into his own. The two brothers were fighting heartily. Must kill Gunpowder Star! The fishman pirate who tried to sneak attack Luffy was hit in the face by the gunpowder explosion and immediately lost his fighting ability. Luffy reacted and looked back to find a long-nosed boy standing on a high place. For some reason, the two suddenly smiled at each other. The villagers were attracted by the sound of fighting and followed the sound to get closer, but saw three boys forming a horn with each other, surrounded by a group of fishmen who fell to the ground. "You? Who are you?" A villager couldn't help asking. Ace put away his attitude and shouted, "I'm a pirate." Seeing that the villagers were on guard again, Ace hurriedly wanted to explain, but Usopp got there first. "Don't be afraid. They are here to help us, not bad people." Although everyone was still skeptical, they calmed down a little after hearing Usopp's explanation. "Please follow us." Ace followed the villagers with Luffy, who was puzzled. East China Sea Rogertown, as the hometown of Pirate King Roger, is famous all over the world. Every year, many tourists come to visit the execution platform that ended the life of the Pirate King. The Navy Colonel Smoker is in charge of guarding here. Due to the special nature of the ability users, the new pirate force in the East China Sea has been basically completely curbed. On this day, the Thief Cat and the Fox Spirit duo traveled together and finally arrived at Rogertown. Most people who enter the East China Sea from other seas go to Rogue Town, so the town is always bustling. "Where are you taking me?" Nami followed Kalina, but she didn't mention the treasure. Kalina took Nami's arm and smiled. "Don't worry, let's go to the town to ask for information first." Nami had no choice but to follow her and walked into a restaurant. Kalina has a very cheerful personality. There is no such thing as shyness in her dictionary. As soon as she sat down, she started to ask for information. "So that's the case. So the Navy here has strengthened its vigilance." Kalina got the news from the waiter and nodded thoughtfully. "What are you planning?" The smart Nami found the clues. This guy seemed to have been hiding something from her. Kalina thought for a moment, leaned close to her ear and whispered, "What we are looking for is within the control of the Navy." Nami looked at her with a puzzled look. "Are you scared?" Kalina sneered. "You underestimate me. I'm just worried that something might go wrong." "You don't have to worry. Although I'm weak, my brain is barely enough." Nami said calmly, "That's good. Let's check the area tonight and start tomorrow." "Okay." Somewhere in the forest outside of Rogue Town, this place is different from other places. There are many Navy garrisons. It is said that Roger once buried a treasure in Rogue Town in this area. Kalina took out a map and pointed to the red dot in the center, which was where they were. "There are so many Navy garrisons here. It must be something special." Kalina was like a cat that smelled fish with a light flashing in her eyes. Nami also stared at the Navy in front of her. It was noon now, and most of the Navy would go to the town to eat, leaving only a few on duty. "You will be responsible for attracting them later, and I will take the opportunity to go in." Kalina whispered. "Why do you want me to attract them?" Nami was very reluctant. "Because you are beautiful." "It's useless to say nice things." Kalina pouted. "But you don't know the structure inside. What if you make a mistake?" Nami was stunned by her question and said helplessly after a moment of stunned, "Don't play tricks." How could it be? There was a stone cave behind the forest, and several Navy men were listlessly slacking off outside. "Oh no, oh no." An orange-haired girl rushed over and said anxiously, "There are pirates attacking the town." "What?" Several Marines were surprised to hear this. One of them, who was obviously the leader, asked, "Are you sure it's pirates?" "Yes, it's the new Fishman pirate group." Nami suddenly had an idea. "It seems to be led by a guy named Doss." Several Marines looked at each other. They could recognize Doss, the leader of the Fishman pirate group, so what he said should be true. "You guys should go over there quickly. There's already a fight in the town." The Marines no longer hesitated and gathered several other people to run towards the town. The little thief cat succeeded in his plan and ran into the stone cave happily, swinging his hands. "You are quite good at it." Karina met her. "Same here." After the two girls exchanged pleasantries, they walked inside cautiously. Keep your voice down," Nami whispered anxiously. Kalina stuck out her tongue. "Sorry, my eyesight is not good." "Huh?" Something on the ground caught their attention. It was a box-like object. The two looked at each other, both shining with excitement. Nami lowered her body to look and found that the box was not locked. The girl could not wait to open the box, and she was shocked to see that there was nothing inside. "This?" Kalina also leaned forward to look inside, unable to hide her disappointment. "Look, again." "No need to look." The lights came on, and a voice came from behind. Nami shuddered and turned her head stiffly. A naval officer looked at the two with an expressionless face. "You are so brave to come to the prison outside Rogue Town to cause trouble." After the lights came on, the two were able to see the surrounding situation clearly. This was not a treasure cave at all, but a prison surrounded by iron bars. Many prisoners imprisoned behind the iron gate looked at the two with strange eyes, obviously not understanding their behavior just now. Nami glared at Karina fiercely, and the latter lowered her head embarrassedly, with a blushing face and a very cute look. "Hey, Navy brother, we are just here for a visit." The girl's well-behaved appearance was not accepted by the Navy officer. He just waved his hand, and several Navy officers surrounded her. "You have caused me so much trouble. Sorry I found the wrong place." In the Roguetown Naval Base, to the excessive number of prisoners in the prison, a prison was specially opened in the wild to detain excess prisoners. The two thieves accidentally broke into the Stone Cave prison and fell into the trap. Nami and the other two were escorted by several Navy officers and were about to be sent to the base for interrogation. Recently, pirates in the East China Sea are rampant, and they dare not slack off. A girl with short black hair and thick-framed glasses came from a distance. No one in the Navy of the town did not know this confused female Navy. Sergeant Tashigi. Tashigi looked up and saw the Navy escorting two people. She asked in confusion, "Why did you arrest two little girls?" She had a good first impression of Nami and the others. At least two such beautiful girls should not be bad people. They invaded the second prison with the intention of rescuing prisoners. The Navy reported back. "Don't talk nonsense." Kalina struggled for a while in dissatisfaction. "You can say I'm a thief, but you can never say I'm an accomplice of the prisoners." Nami looked at Tashigi thoughtfully, and her face suddenly changed and turned into joy. "Sister Tashigi!" "What?" Everyone present, including Kalina, looked at Nami in surprise. "Sister Tashigi, you forgot me? I'm Nami." Nami's tone was very happy. Tashigi looked around in astonishment and pointed at herself. You know me?" "Yes, we met before. Right there, you forgot." Tashigi rubbed her head in a silly way. "Where is it?" "Really, you are still as confused as before. It's right there, don't you remember?" Nami said with a little dissatisfaction. Tashigi blushed when being stared at by several people, and smiled awkwardly. "So it's there, I remember." "Sergeant Tashigi, do you know them?" The Navy was a little confused. The superior ordered to take the two girls back to the base for interrogation, and they were not very clear about the reason. Tashigi wanted to speak, but Nami said first, "Let go quickly if you know what's good for you. Otherwise I will let my uncle deal with you. He is the highest commander here." "Colonel Smoker?" Several Navy men immediately thought of Smoker, and their eyes turned to Nami. "It seems like it really is." Yes. The few people looked at each other and saluted to Tashigi. Then Sergeant Tashigi, this place is up to you. Tashigi looked at the few people leaving in astonishment, and turned to look at Nami. "So who are you?" Kalina quietly poked Nami with her elbow. "You are amazing." Nami smiled slyly and waved to Tashigi. "Goodbye, Sister Tashigi. Thank you." Seeing the two girls running away, Tashigi sorted out her thoughts in her mind and finally reacted. "I've been fooled again. Why again? Are you sure it's here?" Nami crouched in the grass, looking at a dilapidated house in front of her, and whispered. Kalina nodded. "This time, I can be sure." Nami looked at the treasure map in her hand and couldn't help but feel doubtful. "It's okay for me to take the lead first." Kalina saw her hesitation and said helplessly, "Of course you are so arrogant if there is no danger." Nami glared at her unhappily. This is just a dilapidated house with no one guarding it, so why should she lead the charge? Karina grinned and showed her white teeth, just like a little fox. Out of caution, the two women crouched and approached quietly. After finding that there was no one in the dilapidated house, they felt relieved. The two searched in the dilapidated house for a long time, but they did not find any trace of treasure, let alone treasure, not even a box. Just as she was shaking her head, footsteps were heard outside the house. Karina hurriedly pulled Nami to hide. A group of people came outside the house. The man in the lead was tall and strong. The two women held their breath nervously, fearing that they would be discovered by the other party. "Are you sure it is here?" The man's voice sounded, and the people behind him reported back. "It should be right. Look around." After receiving the order, several people dispersed, as if they were looking for something. "Pa!" A noise from somewhere attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked towards the place where the noise came from. Nami and her two daughters walked out awkwardly. They accidentally made a noise while hiding, and they knew it was useless to hide anymore. "Who are you? Catch them!" The leading man immediately gave the order when he saw the two girls. Several people quickly attacked this side. Nami was startled and hurriedly retreated. Kalina took out a gun from her arms and pointed it at several people. Don't come over here. I will shoot if you come over again. Paw. The leading man flashed and instantly knocked the gun out of her hand. Kalina was stunned for a moment, screaming and retreating until she bumped into something soft. Nami cried out in pain, but she didn't care about that. Seeing the man approaching, Karina waved her hands and cried out, "Don't come over here. Don't blame me for not warning you. I'm a branch member of the Thunder Beast Pirates. Boss Quinn thinks highly of me." The man stopped and looked at the girl in front of him in confusion. "Branch member? Why don't I remember someone like you?" The man's words startled Karina. The girl's head turned quickly and she said, "I'm a member of the special task force assigned by Boss Quinn, responsible for exploration work." "Who are you? Tell me your name." "I'm Romui, a member of the first half of the Thunder Beast Pirates branch. Since you said you're a special task force member, you should know me, right?" The man smiled and looked at Karina with a playful look in his eyes. Hey. Karina's eyes dodged and she held Nami's hand tightly. She originally just wanted to take advantage of the Thunder Beast Pirates, which has been in the limelight in the past 2 years. The successes of the previous times made her feel a little proud, and she never expected to actually meet someone from the Thunder Beast Pirates. "I'm the direct secretary of Boss Quinn. How could you, a small cadre, know me?" This situation made Romy laugh. The girl was exposed but still stubborn, which was very cute. "Ah, you are so brave." A magnetic female voice came, and a woman walked over with light steps, showing her graceful figure as she walked. The two girls looked over and felt that the other party was extremely beautiful, with fair skin that was as soft as a baby's in a faint pink. There was light makeup on her delicate face, and her high nose bridge was very proud. The superior temperament from the inside out made people unable to take their eyes off her. "You said you are the direct secretary of Thunder Beast Quinn?" The woman looked at the two women and then chuckled. "Then what am I?" "What?" Karina was stunned, and cold sweat oozed from her palms. This time she was caught in the crossfire. "Lord Robin?" Romy saw the woman approaching and saluted respectfully. "Romui, take people to continue looking. Leave them to me." Robin ordered, and turned to look at the two girls. "Yes." Romui took the order and began to search the house carefully with a few men. As a cadre of the Thunder Beast Pirates and a part-time direct secretary in the first half, Robin was very dedicated to her job. She had to do everything herself, including this trip to Rogue Town. "I didn't expect you to be so well informed. You must be here for the things here, right?" Karina and Nami looked at each other, and both understood the panic in each other's eyes. In the end, it was Nami who spoke up. "Sister, we just happened to pass by, and we didn't mean anything else. What you are looking for has nothing to do with me. Please let us go." Nami's tone was pleading. Robin looked at Nami with an inexplicable look in her eyes, and always felt that she was very kind. "It's nothing, but this little girl uses our identities to cause trouble everywhere, which makes it difficult for me." Kari smiled awkwardly. "In fact, I have long heard of your reputation, and I pretended to be you out of respect." Robin smiled playfully, raised her hand lightly, and lifted Karina's chin. "You seem to be very smart. Since you want to be a member of the Thunder Beast Pirates so much, then I will give you this opportunity." "Really?" Karina was happy to hear this, and the excitement in her eyes could not be lied to. Nami was a little repulsive when she heard this. Thinking of the name of this pirate group and that person, there was an inexplicable emotion in her heart that was difficult to eliminate. "I won't join." The girl's answer was very concise, but it scared Karina. She whispered in her ear, "Idiot! If you join the Thunder Beast Pirates, we won't have to worry about so many things in the future." Nami was very persistent and turned her head away stubbornly. "You don't have to persuade me." Seeing this, Robin smiled and whispered, "In this case, I can only kill you." "No," Karina exclaimed. Although she had known each other for a short time, she liked Nami very much because she could always find common ground with her. Nami was stunned for a moment and lowered her head to hide her expression. "I won't give in easily. Kill me if you want." "Heh!" But Robin smiled and said, "Tell me your name, I can let you go." "Her name is Nami," Karina answered first, and after meeting Robin's eyes, she lowered her head in disappointment. "Tell your bastard captain that my name is Nami, and I will settle accounts with him one day." "You are crazy!" Karina hurriedly grabbed the girl's arm, her eyes a little frightened. "Hey!" Robin covered her mouth and laughed. "Where did that guy offend you again?" "But I really look forward to that day." No, one could guess what the black-bellied woman was thinking. "Found it!" Someone's voice sounded, interrupting the conversation of the three women. Not long after, Romui trotted out with a box, which looked very delicate at a glance. When the little vixen Karina saw the box, her eyes could not help but turn. "I advise you to give up this idea." Robin's smile was full of inexplicable meaning. Karina shrank her neck and nodded her little head hurriedly. Robin raised her hand, activated her ability, and took the box from Romui's hand with several hands. She did not avoid any suspicion and opened it directly in front of everyone. A fruit was quietly placed in the box, which was not eroded by time and was still intact. That's it. In the original novel, Robin has white skin, and the animation team added black skin. The purpose of her coming to Roguetown this time was for this thing. Now that she has it, it is worth the trip. After handing the things in the small box to her subordinates and seeing them put them into the package, Robin turned his attention to Kalina and the others and said lightly, "You go." Nami looked up at the woman in front of her. She felt a little uncomfortable with the other party's aura that was suppressing her all the time. Kalina took a step to follow, but was stopped by Robin. "You can't leave." The girl smiled embarrassedly. "I just want to say goodbye to her." "Goodbye, Nami. Take care of yourself." "Lord Robin?" Romy walked up and asked, "Do you want to get rid of it?" Robin glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't always think about these bloody things. You are a member of the Thunder Beast Pirates." "Yes," Romui responded, but she was complaining in her heart, "You think more exaggerated than me." She often heard sensational words from this person, and Romui was gradually getting closer to her. At the port of Roguetown, the girl boarded the ship and set sail skillfully. At the bow, watching Roguetown gradually disappear from sight, Nami took out something from her backpack, which was the fruit in the box. "I really want to see your expressions." The little thief cat showed a proud expression and played with the fruit in his hand. Robin at the port seemed to feel something, and the panic of her subordinates confirmed her thoughts. "What a cunning little fox." "Are you calling me?" Karina asked in confusion. Robin pinched her cheeks unhappily. "You two are equally cunning." Alabasta, the capital of Albana. For some unknown reason, it has not rained except the capital for the past year, which has caused dissatisfaction among many citizens. No one knows why. Although some people protested, they have not lost their minds, so the country has temporarily maintained peace. In a tavern somewhere, the sound of a woman's footsteps attracted everyone's attention. "Lord Robin." The waiter came to the visitor and bowed to greet him. Several taverns here were bought by Quinn as temporary bases for the branch. Robin nodded and sat down at a place. The man next to him turned around, and it was Quinn. "How was the trip? Was it smooth?" "Not at all. I was tricked by a little girl." Quinn was quite interested. "Who else could trick you?" Robin knew that the other party would not blame him for such a thing, and looked at him with his chin propped up. "It was a little thief. She stole the fruit before she left." "But it seems she has a grudge against you." "What?" "She said her name is Nami, and she will settle the score with you one day." Robin smiled. "You didn't do anything shameful behind Hancock's back, did you?" Quinn curled his lips. "I haven't even been to the East China Sea. It's better not to say such things in front of her. But it's a pity. After all, it's something left by Roger." Robin felt sorry. After all, the fruit was something left by the Pirate King Roger, and it must be worth a lot. Failed this time. "How are you going to punish me?" Facing the woman's half-smile, Quinn smiled helplessly. "Just spare me. What's ours is ours. If it's not, there's no need to force it. Besides..." "Besides what?" Quinn's eyebrows suddenly raised. "Are you sure her name is Nami?" "If it's really that girl, there shouldn't be anything he can do to offend her, right?" "That's right." Robin nodded. "And I brought someone else with me." Robin snapped his fingers lightly, and a girl walked in with nervous steps. Kalina habitually showed her white teeth and smiled reluctantly. "Hello, my lady." Quinn looked at her with his face squinting, as if recalling something, and then waved his hand, motioning her to come forward. The girl didn't dare to neglect it. Although she hesitated, she still came forward. "It seems like she's using our name to do things. She's very smart." Robin smiled lightly on the side. "Do you really want to join the Thunder Beast Pirates?" Karina nodded, hurriedly. "Yeah." The girl's idea of joining the Thunder Beast Pirates was also very simple. It was the most suitable for her to have a backer to do things. "Just be your personal maid," Robin said with a teasing tone. Karina was stunned, laughed awkwardly, and lowered her head. If she became a maid, wouldn't she lose her freedom? "No," Quinn refused. "Assign her a full-time job to be responsible for intelligence information." "Heh, you really have a lot of love." Robin smiled lightly, obviously somewhat opposed to his words. There is probably only one reason to let an underage girl who just joined take on such an important task. That is, Quinn likes her. Don't question my judgment of people. She has the ability. As for other problems, I think you will help me solve them." Quinn touched her head and got up and left. This intimate action made Robin feel a little embarrassed. Her majestic image was completely destroyed by the other party. Ahem, a light cough brought everyone back to their thoughts. Robin resumed his usual demeanor and said calmly, "You will be responsible for intelligence work in the future, and we will provide you with protection. I hope you will not let us down." The woman was quiet and elegant when she didn't smile, but she always had a charming look when she smiled, like a gorgeous rose deep in the flowers. I know." Karina nodded blankly. "Let's go. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment first," Robin said softly, got up and walked out the door. The girl hurriedly followed him. In a reception room in a luxurious casino in the rainy land, Quinn sat in the second seat, playing with the hourglass in his hand. The person sitting not far away was Crocodile. "What do you want? Are you interested in that thing?" Crocodile looked very calm. Even when facing Whitebeard, he dared to challenge. "I've seen that thing, and I'm not very interested," Quinn said lightly. "That woman really followed you. No wonder she didn't come to me." Crocodile frowned. He thought he had a sure win, but he didn't expect there would be a loophole. Quinn raised his eyes and looked at him, chuckled, and said, "I want to discuss something with you. How about giving this place to me?" The air around him seemed to solidify at this moment. Crocodile's forehead was faintly blue. "The outside world has rumored that you will be the second Rox. Now it seems that it is true. But it's a pity that I reserved Pluto first. You'd better not mess with me." Quinn shrugged. "Didn't I say that I have no interest in that thing? If we take a step back, we can cooperate, right?" Crocodile stood up angrily and said in a low voice, "Is this how you talk to me about cooperation? What's the difference between this and robbery?" "You are very similar to Kaido. Both are ambitious people who want to rule the world." Quinn looked at him calmly, "But the difference is that your strength is far inferior to his. I can definitely defeat you and seize control of this place, but I choose to cooperate with you. I also respect this country because this is their land." When Quinn first arrived in this world, his hometown was plundered by pirates, causing him to be displaced and eventually enslaved by the celestial dragons. Therefore, he can understand this situation very well. When he integrated Umar, he also tried his best to treat the locals well, and tried his best to restrain his pirates. Let me make it clear. The Thunder Beast pirates need a base in the first half. I have already discussed it with King Cobra. Alabasta will be garrisoned by us, and the condition is to eliminate you. Pa! The luxurious table was shattered, and part of Crocodile's body had turned into gravel. Quinn did not move, still sitting in his original position calmly. "You don't have to use this trick. You should know that you can't defeat me. Now I give you the opportunity to choose. Either bring your men to fight us, or give up the idea of Pluto and cooperate with us steadily. Is there a third choice? That is, I will kill you right now," Crocodile said coldly. "You are indeed very ambitious, and I also know that I can't subdue you at all." Quinn stood up, "But since I have reached an agreement with him, I have to do things for him. I think you have made your choice. If you don't want to destroy the building, go to a wide place." Crocodile looked solemn, ready to take action at any time. There were many opinions on the King of the New World, but when it came to potential, everyone would look to Quinn. He was now facing a character who could defeat Kaido head-on. Although he was not afraid, he was in awe. Boom! There was a loud noise in the distance. Robin, who was bringing Karina to the rainy land to familiarize herself with the environment, knew what was going on as soon as she heard it, and immediately rushed over with the girl. The desert outside the city of Alabasta is an excellent battleground for users of the Sand Fruit ability. There have been many blind pirates who have caused trouble in recent years, but most of them could not get past the Baroque studio. Crocodile rarely took action, but when he did, his movements would definitely attract attention. Robin sat on the back of the moving crab, and Karina next to her was stunned at the scene in front of her. The entire desert area was eroded by Crocodile's ability, and a large pit had fallen into it. There was a faint current surging around it, crackling. Crocodile was lying on the ground, charred black. He had lost his fighting ability. Quinn came from a distance. His clothes were a little messy. He came close to Crocodile and raised his hand again, but was stopped by a hand. "You can't kill the 7 warlords of the sea now." Robin approached slowly. She knew Quinn's current situation very well. If they did too much in the first half, it would only destroy the situation in Umar. She was very curious about Shirley, who she had heard of for a long time but had never met. Since Quinn handed the first half to her, she had to think about the new world. The Navy now has sufficient combat power and can send 2 admirals to Umar at any time. You'd better keep a low profile in the first half. Quinn dispersed his ability. I haven't fought for a long time, and I can't control myself for a while. Robin used his ability to lift Crocodile onto the moving crab. After expelling him from Alabasta, he should develop in Whiskey Peak. As long as we don't kill him, we are not afraid that he will not cooperate with us. The moving crab's destination is the Rainy Land, where he will be seen by people from Baroque works. Crocodile would never have thought that the territory he had worked so hard to manage for many years would be taken over so easily. Captain, without the moving crab, we have to rely on you. Robin raised her hand, and Quinn smiled and gently took the soft hand. The current king of Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra, is undoubtedly a benevolent monarch. He always combines the interests of the country and the civilians, and is deeply loved by the people with his famous saying that the country is the people. In recent years, there has been no rain in Alabasta except the capital. There are rumors among the people that King Cobra is the obstruction. The reputation of the wise monarch, who was originally loved by the people, has greatly declined. Although Cobra vaguely sensed the clues, he did not discover Crocodile's ambition. As a member of the world government, he instinctively would not doubt the 7 warlords of the sea, who are also under the jurisdiction of the world government. Therefore, he never thought that there has always been an ambitious person in his territory. Not long ago, someone found him. That person was the Thunder Beast, Queen, who made a big fuss in the New World. When he first met Queen, Cobra was so scared that he lost 6 of his 7 souls, and thought that this guy wanted to kill him and replace the king. After getting along with him, he found that he was not as scary as the news said. On the contrary, he was a very friendly person. After Queen told him about Crocodile's conspiracy, Cobra hesitated for a long time. According to common sense, it was unreasonable for him not to believe in the 7 warlords of the sea, but to believe in a big pirate. However, the evidence given by the other party made him speechless. In the recent events, Crocodile's ambition was also confirmed. In the royal palace of Albana, the royal city, Cobra sat in a high position with a faint smile on his face. Recently, armed forces have begun to gather in other areas. Now that the influence of the dancing powder is gone, the public grievances should be quelled soon. This is all thanks to you. Queen took the coffee handed by the waiter and chuckled. Our Thunder Beast pirates pay attention to win-win cooperation and have always acted within the rules. Cobra's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that you, Quinn, are not the kind of person who follows the rules. But as a member of the world government, if we let the outside world... Quinn took a sip of coffee and said lightly, you only need to make Crocodile's actions in Alabasta public, and don't worry about the rest. The Navy currently has no say in the New World, and the garrison in Wano country has also been restricted by Kaido. It is common knowledge that Quinn wants to develop power in the first half. As the undoubted overlord of the first half, all news is under the control of the Navy. The power of the Thunder Beast pirates has not only spread throughout the Umar Sea, but also has the intention of swallowing up other countries. Once the news of Quinn's personal appearance in Alabasta gets out, it will be like yellow mud sticking to the crotch, which cannot be washed off. At that time, the world government will need Cobra to give a reasonable explanation, and Crocodile is the best reason. It can be said that as long as Quinn does not kill the 7 warlords of the sea and has a reasonable reason to be stationed, the Navy basically can't do anything to him. Keeping a low profile is also in line with Robin's style of doing things. She has been wandering alone for all these years, and what she is best at is concealing her edge. East China Sea, West Rob Village. Thank you all for your generosity. I am very grateful. The 2 Ace brothers boarded the boat and politely bowed to say goodbye to everyone. In order to thank them for repelling the fishmen, the wealthy families in the village specially entertained the 2 and provided supplies. Hey, Usopp! After a day of getting along, Luffy has become friends with this long-nosed boy. We agreed that you must be my companion when I go out to sea. Luffy grinned and showed his white teeth, looking forward to the future sea voyage. Usopp's face was also filled with a happy smile, and he kept the future promise in mind. I know you must come to me when the time comes. The friendship between the 2 people of very similar age and personality was extremely simple, but it was indescribably deep. Luffy, who followed Ace to sea, knew that his strength was shallow after experiencing several battles. He also made up his mind that after dealing with Hody, he would return to Windmill Village to strengthen his training and wait for the arrival of 17 years old. The boat left the shore and gradually drifted away. "Hey, Luffy!" Usopp chased after him breathlessly. Ace looked at the boy in front of him with some surprise, and the other party was holding a large bag in his hand. I want to go with you too." "Going to sea is no joke," Ace frowned. "You are going to deal with the Fishman pirate group. Please let me help too." "Hey, Usopp, don't mess around!" The villagers who followed heard this and scolded him. Although they were occasionally annoyed by this deceiving kid, they knew that he was not a bad person. In their view, going against those fishmen was no different from committing suicide, so naturally they were unwilling to let him go to sea. However, Usopp put his hands on his waist and said loudly, "Now it is a major event related to the entire East China Sea. How can the great Captain Usopp not participate?" Luffy laughed out loud when he heard this. "That's right, as a scheduled crew member of the future Pirate King, how can I be afraid?" "You guy?" Ace sighed helplessly, not knowing what to do with this arrogant brother. "Goodbye, everyone. I'll be back after I get rid of the Fishman pirates." Usopp waved to everyone and climbed onto the boat through the water. "Captain, be careful." The three onion-headed people waved goodbye, worriedly. "Don't worry, goodbye?" Amid the farewells of everyone, the boat drifted away. Shimotsuki village is located somewhere in the East China Sea. Due to its remote location, it is little known. As the most famous place in the village, Isshin Dojo is bustling almost every day. A middle-aged man with round-framed glasses is teaching his disciples how to swing the sword. He is the owner of Isshin Dojo, Koshiro Shimoyuki. "Master! Master!" A hurried voice sounded, and a young man came in a hurry. "What's the matter with you in such a hurry?" The young man pointed outside and said breathlessly, "Senior brother Zoro. He went out to sea." Koshiro raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but he was not too surprised. Not long ago, the Fishman pirates invaded Shimotsuki village and looted everywhere. Zoro took his disciples to participate in the battle. After repelling a group of fishmen, he was exhausted and defeated by the Fishman leader. In the end, it was Koshiro who suppressed the riot, which put an end to the riot. Afterwards, Zoro has been unable to calm down and began to exercise madly. He originally wanted to go to sea, and he, who was originally devoted to sword practice, also wanted to go to sea. Koshiro saw everything and chose to support his apprentice's thoughts. Zoro's going to sea was also within his expectations. After all, you have to go to sea to gain experience in order to grow. On the vast ocean, the boat is like a small boat, and a green-haired boy is looking up at the sky with his arms resting on his head. After the last incident, Zoro began to doubt his own strength, and also understood a truth that only by constant challenges can he be improved. The boat drifted aimlessly on the sea, slowly heading towards the place guided by the sea. Kokosia village. Nokiko, with blue hair, was hanging clothes to dry. He was used to the passing fishmen. Recently, Hody raised the protection fee. The villagers were helpless, but dared not resist. The notoriety of the new Fishman pirates spread almost all over the East China Sea. With their overwhelming strength, they occupied various areas in a short period of time and became the undisputed overlord of the East China Sea. Smoker guarded Rogue Town. While strengthening precautions, he also had to keep an eye on the Fishman pirates. He seemed a little overwhelmed. Now the Kokosia village has basically become an entertainment venue for the fishmen. The villagers only dare to come out at night. Nokiko was about to enter the house when a noise came from the distance. Nami just got off the boat and entered the village, and saw many fishmen gathered around. "Little Nami is back. It's really hard work." The words were full of sarcasm, and the fishmen took pleasure in it. Nami ignored the other party's sarcasm and passed by him with her head down. A fishman stopped her and whispered, "Boss Along is calling you." Nami frowned, then smiled. "I only know Boss Hody." "You." The man who came was the former Dragon Cotter Jew, who was angry when he saw Nami's attitude. What a powerful guy. The tall figure came over. It was Along. Now Along was responsible for guarding the Kokosia village. Hody completely treated him as an ordinary fishman and drove him around. He had long been resentful. "This is not a good place to talk, follow me," Along said lightly. "Sorry, I still have something to ask Captain Hody," Nami said and was about to leave. Arlong grabbed her arm and said in a low voice, "Don't think I dare not kill you. He and I are of the same race. What do you think will happen if you kill a human?" Arlong bent down and narrowed his eyes, staring at the girl. "You'd better be obedient, otherwise I'll let you accompany that woman." Nami's pupils shrank, and an uncontrollable anger rose in her heart. "Pah!" The crisp sound resounded throughout the venue, and a faint red mark appeared on Arlong's face. After a short silence, laughter broke out around them. Ha! It's so funny! It's so pitiful to be slapped in the face by a human. The Fishman pirates didn't care what his generation was, and they began to ridicule him when they saw this. Arlong's heart was boiling with anger, and he slapped the girl away with a slap. A fruit rolled to the ground, but Arlong didn't care and crawled straight towards the fallen Nami. Seeing this, Nokigo hurried over to protect the girl. Don't mess around! Nami is now protected by Hody. Before she finished her words, she was knocked to the ground by Eren. Eren was furious, and Nokigo mentioned Hody, which made him even more furious. I'm going to kill you! Despair flashed in Nokigo's eyes, but Nami lowered her head and said nothing. Eren grabbed the fruit on the ground and looked at it for a moment, then smashed it on Nami's head. The girl's forehead was bleeding, and the fruit looked unusually bright after being stained with red blood. Eren slapped the girl's face again and grabbed her head fiercely. Nami's nose and mouth were bleeding, but she didn't show much expression. She just trembled and picked up the bloody fruit and was about to feed it into her mouth. Want to eat before you die? Then eat quickly! Eren violently pressed the fruit into her mouth, and blood flowed out. No! Nokigo slapped Eren anxiously, but couldn't cause any harm to him. Go to hell! Arlong's forehead was bulging with veins, and he punched the girl's head. Swoosh! A ball of fire ignited, burning the air around. P.S. After seeing this, you should know what kind of fruit this is. The original book does not indicate how Ace obtained the flame fruit. The official novel says that Ace obtained it when he met Deus on the Lonely Island. This book arranges it to be left by Roger. It is reasonable for a pirate king to leave a natural devil fruit, right? The sun was shining brightly. Scorching flames seemed to be brighter than the sun. The people outside were stunned by such a situation, and Arlong, who was in the center, was even more incredulous. Nami's body was uncontrollably rising with flames, and Arlong's clothes were instantly ignited, and he quickly retracted his hand. The girl stared at the palm of her hand in a daze, and the blood turned into flames, completely forgetting the pain just now. Devil fruit? Arlong put out the fire on his clothes and looked at the remaining fruit on the ground in surprise. He originally thought that it was just an ordinary fruit. Who would have thought that it would be the famous devil fruit? You dare to steal the devil fruit? Aren't you afraid that Hody will settle the score with you? Arlong regained some of his sanity. He was not a fool. The previous attack had proved that his attack was ineffective. Nami came back to her senses from her shock, and a force surged into her heart. She was once again surrounded by uncontrollable flames. Arlong's eyes flashed with panic. The guy who had been at his mercy now had this ability. He subconsciously felt panic, but the pride in his bones did not allow him to be afraid. Nami, are you okay? Nokigo helped Nami up and asked with concern. I'm fine, you go away first. Nami turned around and her tone was as gentle as usual. Nokigo felt much more at ease when he saw his familiar sister, and stepped aside as she wanted. Feeling Nami's eyes, Arlong subconsciously took a step back, but was pushed forward by the fishman who was watching the excitement behind him. Hey, you're not scared, are you? A fishman started to make noises. Shut up! Arlong glared at the man fiercely, and the former big brother Arlong still had the momentum. Arlong adjusted his clothes and regained his composure. Don't think that you can resist me just because you ate the devil fruit. You are decades too early. Nami gritted her teeth and her arm began to emit flames. As smart as she was able to make full use of the devil fruit ability very quickly. I don't know if Arlong was stimulated or what, but he actually took the initiative to attack. After a brief panic, Nami quickly responded with her ability. Boom! With a loud bang, a tall figure fell to the ground. The battle started quickly and ended quickly. The once arrogant dragon was now defeated by the girl he oppressed. Nami stretched out her arm with flames and hatred flashed in her eyes. She had once imagined revenge with her own hands, but now it has become a reality. Wait! A figure ran over from a distance. Xiaoba saw the situation clearly. Although he felt guilty towards Nami, he couldn't bear to see Arlong being killed like this. He protected Eren and said in a hurry, Eren is Xiaoli's brother. You can't kill him. Nami stopped moving after hearing this, and the field fell into silence. I have tolerated too much. Nami's eyes and tone were extremely suppressed. Why won't the fishman let us go? Why don't I even have the right to kill him? Xiaoba felt reluctant, and after hesitating for a moment, he didn't tell the truth in the end. Quinn and Xiaoli are now the bridge between the fishmen and humans. The relationship between the two can be said to involve the races of both sides. If Nami, who is also a human, kills Eren, Xiaoli will inevitably have a gap with Quinn. The appearance of Hody has greatly damaged the relationship between humans and fishmen. He can't let those who are interested use this excuse to mislead the next generation. In fact, this is also his wishful thinking. Not to mention that Quinn and Xiali are both smart people. Just talking about their friendship, there is no possibility of estrangement. But many things are like this. People's hearts are often unpredictable, and no one can see through everything. Nokigo came closer, looking at Eren with disgust in his eyes. The evildoer may not necessarily die, but he must be punished. Even if Nami doesn't kill him, he must be sent to prison. Xiaoba hurriedly replied, "I will personally hand him over to the Navy, if you believe me." Sending Eren to the Navy is the best outcome. It will not be questioned by outsiders, and it can also be considered as a way to repay his many years of following Eren. "Papa," applause sounded, and everyone was very familiar with the voice. Uncle Ba is so loyal that he actually wants to send his eldest brother to prison. Hody came closer with a group of cadres, with a contemptuous smile on his face. It turns out that he has the same ability as that Navy. No wonder he can defeat him. Nami protected Nokigo and slowly retreated. "What? You don't want to resist now that you have the ability?" Hody gradually approached, and his big hand had already stretched out. Swish! The flames rose up, but Hody ignored it and grabbed it. His hands were covered with black armament hockey, which was the source of his confidence. "Not bad, but you are much weaker than that Marine." Hody spoke in a light tone, and Nami was lifted up by him. Nami, who had just eaten the fruit, did not have much combat experience, and was no match for Hody. Hody threw the girl to the ground and laughed disdainfully. "What kind of ability user? The fishmen are the natural choice." He suddenly turned his eyes to look at Eren on the ground, and his eyes flashed with ferocity. He quickly pulled out the knife of the fishman next to him and stabbed Eren's neck. Blood gushed out and splashed around. Nami looked dazed, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. She was a little unresponsive. Xiaoba's eyes bulged, and his tone was almost sharp. "Asshole, Hody!" Hody turned around with a terrifying look in his eyes. "Useless trash is also a disaster, including you." He waved his hand, and several fishmen understood and surrounded Xiao Ba. "Hody, you damned fellow!" Hody glanced at Xiao Ba indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Throw him into the sea and let him return home in glory." The fishman was terrified and dared not refute. He quickly lifted Xiao Ba and walked towards the coast. Hody turned his head to look at Nami on the ground. "Gather 100 million Baileys within a month and give them to me. Otherwise you will be waiting for the people here to collect their bodies. Don't play tricks. You can run away, but the people here can't." The footsteps of the fishman faded away. Nokigo covered her painful neck and coughed for a while, then turned to check on Nami. "Nami, we are useless." Nokigo looked depressed. Nami shook her head gently and interrupted her words. "I will organize everyone to resist. Don't be silly," Nami said in a low voice. "It's useless. We are not opponents yet. Nokigo, believe me." The four looked at each other, trying to peek into each other's hearts. From childhood to adulthood, the disputes between the two sisters always ended with Nokigo's compromise, and this time was no exception. On the other side, several fishermen carried Hachi to the coast, hesitated for a moment, and threw him into the sea. It is better to let him fend for himself than to let Hody kill him. Several fishermen turned and left, but did not notice the figure following them in the distance. Kruby, who was also a former dragon cadre, saw the few people leaving and immediately jumped into the sea to search. An island in the Jumida Islands, which is now directly under the jurisdiction of the new Fishman pirates. Because it is very close to Kokosia village, a large number of pirates are stationed there. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" As the sky was about to brighten, a fishman shouted at the top of his voice, breaking the silence on the island. "Ah!" A cry of pain rang out, and Ace smashed his head hard on the back of a fishman, stepped on the other's body, and jumped up, holding two teenagers in his hands. "I said I won't take you out to sea." Hundreds of fishmen behind him ignored his shouts and chased him with weapons in hand. Ace was sweating coldly. He originally thought that these two guys would have some fighting power, but they were beaten by a dozen fishmen and lost their fighting ability not long after landing on the island. "Ace, I'm so hungry," Luffy wailed weakly. How could he have the strength to fight after not eating for a day? "Shut up, idiot! You ate all the supplies!" Ace scolded angrily and quickened his pace. The port was in sight, but a figure blocked Ace's way. "Excuse me." Zoro, who had gone through so much trouble to land on the island, was about to ask, but saw Ace rushing over with no intention of stopping. "Don't block the way. You guy." Zoro was about to draw his sword, but he couldn't dodge in time and was knocked away by Ace. He turned his head to look at the other side and saw so many fishermen pirates. His face changed and he hurriedly followed behind the other party. "Stop! Catch up with them!" The fishermen behind him were chasing him relentlessly. Ace was running with weights. Fortunately, he had exercised properly and his physique was still acceptable. "Who the hell are you?" Seeing that the boy had caught up with him, Ace was quite surprised and then explained, "We are here to defeat the fishermen pirates." "What a coincidence! Me too!" Zoro looked happy, as if he had found an organization. "What should we do now?" "Run! One for you!" Ace threw the weak Usopp to Zoro, reducing the weight and speeding up. Zoro was not to be outdone, and he stretched his neck to catch up. "This bastard runs really fast. What did he say just now, to come and defeat us? Just them?" It is not easy to squeeze 4 people into a small boat, but this is also a helpless move. "Don't you have any supplies on your ship?" "No." The brief conversation reveals the embarrassment of the current situation. Luffy's stomach was deflated, and he seemed to be out of breath. Ace held his head with a headache. He encountered so many difficulties on his first trip to the sea. He really didn't know what to do in the future. "Hey, who is down there?" The black shadow covered the sun. The pirates on the big ship were clearly marked. They were the new Fishman pirates. Ace and Zoro looked at each other. And both of them were brightened. In a tavern somewhere in Rogue Town, a purple-haired girl sat in her seat in a dignified manner. She was less immature than before, and more mature. "I haven't seen you for a long time. You have matured a lot." Nami bit the straw, but the drink in the cup did not decrease at all. Kalina smiled and showed her white teeth. "After all, I am an intelligence officer now, so I have to be more mature." Seeing Nami's worried look, Kalina asked with a little doubt, "You seem to be worried?" "Nothing." Nami shook her head gently. "Don't lie to me. Just tell me what's going on." After a long silence, Nami slowly spoke. "Can you contact them?" Kalina nodded. "Of course. I'm in charge of intelligence work now, and Sister Robin is my direct superior." "You guys?" Smart Kalina understood her thoughts and chuckled. "To be honest, I came here with Sister Robin this time. We all know about the East China Sea. It's really strange to think about it. The last time we met her here, we were still strangers." Kalina suddenly smiled. "Sister Robin has always remembered you." Nami lowered her head and couldn't see her expression clearly. "Some things are not what I want to do. Apologize to her for me. The fruit may not be returned to you. You are really not right today. The new Fishman pirate group should be related to you, right?" Kalina supported her chin and ignored the fruit. "My hometown, Kokoshia Village, is the base of Hody, so I have a reason to do this." The girl's stubborn character is very similar to her adoptive mother Belle Mary, both of whom are unyielding. "I see." A magnetic female voice sounded, and Robin approached. "I've always been curious about your attitude towards that guy. It turns out it's because of this." Nami saw Robin and subconsciously straightened her back. Robin slowly sat up, legs elegantly crossed, and her whole temperament was like an orchid in the valley, calm and gentle. "But I hope you can understand that I had to do it in order to stabilize the situation." After learning about the situation in the East China Sea, Robin talked with Quinn and learned the reason. Princess Otohime was seriously injured, and the faith of the fish people collapsed in an instant. In order not to let her efforts go to waste, Neptune chose to retreat and expel Hody. It was not only the original wish of the two that surely followed Quinn to the sea, but also the situation that the fish people wanted to see the most. As a bridge to communicate with the outside world, Shirley has also been promoting the equality of the two races at sea. At least in recent years, the hatred between the two sides has been reduced a lot. The sentiment of immigration is high in Fishman Island now. If nothing goes wrong, Princess Otohime will get a lot of support when she revives her forces. "I'm sorry that we can't intervene in this matter directly," Robin said lightly. Nami's expression turned to be lost. She knew what the other party meant. The relationship between Quinn and Fishman Island was invisibly binding him. As a representative, he couldn't, at least he shouldn't attack the fishmen in the open. Karina smiled slyly. "Sister Robin is an open cadre, but I'm not. Don't look at me like this, I manage hundreds of people." The girl seemed a little proud, her chin was raised high. "As long as you don't act under the banner of the Thunder Beast Pirates, it's fine. Right, I understand." "You're smart." Robin pinched her nose intimately. This girl was very popular with her in terms of both her personality and her way of doing things. The new Fishman Pirates Captain Hody Jones is ambitious and has regained his strength to invade other countries at any time. Robin smiled faintly. "The Navy will not let it go. We will not take action ourselves, but we will send combat forces to accompany you. Tomorrow afternoon, 3 ships will gather at the port, with 1,000 combatants under your command, and the Navy will act with you then. Remember, you are humans persecuted by Hody, and you have risen up to resist in order to prevent your hometown from being destroyed. After the incident is over, the Navy will publicize it for you, and this incident has nothing to do with the Thunder Beast pirates. Understood. Karina pretended to be serious and gave a Navy salute. The funny scene made Nami, who had been silent for a long time, laugh out loud. Tears fell on the table, and the girl tried her best to hide her embarrassment. Thank you so much. If you want to be glamorous, you must first bear the pain, Robin said lightly. Many people regard him as a role model, but forget the most important point. His success is inseparable from the support of the people around him. So I hope you can let go of your grudges and truly believe in others. She said this to the girl in front of her, and also to her former self. I understand. The girl lowered her eyes, and her mentality changed. In a leisure room outside the Roguetown Naval Base, Smoker was looking at the person in front of him with a serious face. Nico Robin, you are so bold that you dare to come to the Navy base in such a swagger. Don't you take me seriously? Robin didn't care about his words and handed over the envelope in her hand. This is the information I collected about corrupt personnel in the East China Sea Navy. You should be very interested. She knew Smoker. He was upright, and especially hated those who were cunning and treacherous. He always maintained a tough attitude towards pirates, and he would not tolerate corruption within the Navy. After reading the information, Smoker fell into deep thought, and his frown showed his helplessness. I will inform my superiors and act with you, but the premise is that it must be in the name of the Navy. Smoker's implication was obvious. Robin could not act in the name of the Thunder Beast pirates. That's a pity. Let's put the action aside. As a Navy, I have the obligation to arrest you. Smoker suddenly changed the subject. Robin didn't care and slowly got up and walked out the door. You won't arrest me because I am a member of the Thunder Beast pirates. Smoker watched the woman leave, holding the information tightly in his hand. Someone! Colonel! A non-commissioned officer came over. Notify them to gather the ARC troops at the port tomorrow. Yes, the next day at the port of Roguetown. Although Smoker is only a naval colonel, he has more power than ordinary officers of the same level. One reason is that he is a natural ability user, and the other is that he has made great contributions to defending Roguetown. As the officer of the Navy branch with the highest combat power in the East China Sea, he can freely deploy the Navy and warships here. Smoker has a very strong character. For the justice in his heart, sometimes he does not care about the orders of his superiors. This is also part of the reason why he has not been promoted. 5 warships have been assembled. This is the Navy force of the entire Roguetown, including the surrounding areas. The number of the new Fishman pirates exceeds 5,000, and they are scattered in various places. The Navy's force just overwhelms them this time. In addition to the 5 warships at the port, there are also medium-sized ships, each with hundreds of people on board. Karina stood at the bow and waved at Smoker. Uncle Navy, follow us. Smoker frowned but did not refute him. Notify the Navy of each town to take joint action and make sure to completely annihilate the new Fishman pirate group. Yes! He had memorized the information given by Robin. For those rats in the Navy, Smoker was ready to kill them first and report later. 5 warships followed 3 ships and headed towards the Metis Islands at the fastest speed. The port of Kokoshia Village. A pirate ship slowly approached the shore, and several figures jumped off the ship. Yoshi, fill your stomach and we will go to settle accounts with them. Ace held Luffy down. Keep your voice down. You are looking for death. This should be Kokoshia Village. Let's sneak in first. Zoro folded his hands and looked around. His personality is very similar to Luffy. They are both fearless. The purpose of going out to sea with volunteers this time was to use his skills to eliminate harm for the people. As for the battle plan, he had never thought about it. Usopp made a solemn vow when he left the village, but now he was not so majestic. He followed the few people trembling. Hey, are we really going to break into their base? Of course, Ace answered decisively without turning his head. Let's go to a family to ask about the situation first. Several figures sneaked around and sneaked over when they saw a sound from a house. Knock knock. Who is it? A voice came from the house. We are here. Woo. Ace covered Luffy's mouth, fearing that the boy would say something wrong. Our merchant ship passed by here and we want to understand the situation. Click, the door was opened, and Nojiko looked at the few people with a vigilant expression. Hey, where is the evil dragon area? Zoro was not polite at all, and his words were shocking. Ace had no choice but to hold his forehead, guarding against one and another. Who are you? There haven't been any merchant ships here for a long time. Nokigo saw that they were not simple merchants. Ace looked back at the surroundings and whispered, "Can we go in first?" Nokigo hesitated for a moment and gave way. The few people walked into the house quickly without attracting the attention of outsiders. "I see." Nokigo understood after hearing Ace's explanation. "You should leave. Don't give up your life in vain." "Why do you say that?" Zoro was puzzled. Nokigo sighed and said, "The new fisherman pirates have several thousand fighters. You can't deal with them at all." "Of course we understand this." Ace nodded. "Just get rid of that Hody in secret." Nokigo shook his head slowly. "You don't understand how powerful Hody is. Even Nami. Forget it, there's no point in telling you. I advise you to leave quickly." What she wanted to say was that even Nami, who had eaten the natural devil fruit, was not a match for Hody, so how could these people in front of her deal with him? Ace pressed down the brim of his hat. "I can't go out to sea with peace of mind if I don't get rid of this guy. Since we are here, we can't go back easily." "Ace is right. That bastard wants to destroy Windmill Village, and I'm going to beat him up." Luffy's mind is very simple. Hody and his gang want to occupy the Goa Kingdom and invade the Windmill Village. He will never let them go easily. Zoro also nodded in agreement. Swordsmen are always chivalrous. After his hometown was invaded by fishmen, he wanted to go to sea. Challenging the new fishman pirates is his goal. Usopp was influenced by Luffy and wanted to go to sea to see the outside world. As for challenging the fishman pirates, he was more of a talker. Anyway, it would be a pity to give up without trying. Ace stood up. "I'll sneak in tonight and find a chance to get rid of that guy." "I want to go too." "You can't." Ace refused sternly. "Why?" Zoro, who had just met him, they all looked at him with strange eyes. "This guy is noisy and is not suitable for any assassination." Nochigao saw that persuasion was futile and smiled helplessly. "In that case, I have nothing to say. Although I don't have much ability, I am very familiar with the situation here. Let me help." Hody recently ordered his men to start arresting villagers and detaining them in one place. Only a few people who are close to Nami, such as Nokiko, are still in the village. How could she not know that Hody had no intention of letting the people of Kokosia village go? He was simply using Nami endlessly. If the other party chose to compromise, he would intensify it. When the day comes that the fishman pirates prepare enough strength and decide to leave the village, it will be the time to cross the river and destroy the bridge. Nami wants to save the people in the village, and so does she. Instead of passively waiting for the other party to harm her, it is better to take the initiative to resist. At least you have resisted before you die. At night, outside the wall of the evil dragon's territory, Nokiko hid his figure and whispered to Ace next to him. The fishman cadres almost have fun until late at night every day, and now they are basically sleeping very soundly. Hody himself is on the top floor of the main castle. There is seawater in front that leads directly to the swimming pool inside. We can dive in from there. You want to go too? Ace was a little surprised. My sister is so brave. How can I admit defeat? Nojigo smiled indifferently. This time, whether she succeeds or fails, she is in danger of death. She has made plans for the worst. It is better to die in resistance than to be killed in frustration. The original Eren was already arrogant enough, and now Hody is even more majestic. The main door facing the sea is always open, as if challenging the authority of the Navy. Ace and the other person both grew up by the sea and are good at swimming. They dived into the water and swam forward. Not long after, they saw dim lights. The calm swimming pool was rolling up waves, and two figures climbed ashore. Several fishermen were sleeping soundly on the table, and they didn't notice anything unusual at all. Nojigo took a dagger from his waist and handed it to Ace. You are no match for him head-on. You must strive to kill him with one blow. If you succeed, I will be responsible for attracting the attention of the pirates, and you can take the opportunity to escape. Nojiko could see that Ace was not simple. If the other party could successfully assassinate Hody, she would exchange her life for the other party's safety. Maybe this was the only chance to save everyone, so it didn't matter if she died alone. Ace understood what the other party meant and spoke with a rare serious expression. What nonsense! I won't let a girl die for me. Anyway, you wait here and I will give you a signal then. After Ace finished speaking, he bit the dagger and stretched out his hands. A residential area outside the evil dragon's territory is a temporary residence for the villagers. They are like lambs to be slaughtered. When the time comes, they can't escape the fate of death. Swish! The knife flashed, and a fishman fell to the ground. Zoro became more and more skilled in assassination techniques. Luffy exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up and followed his brother's instructions, not daring to make a sound. "Be careful behind you." "Sure kill, Metal Star." A metal bullet hit the enemy behind Luffy, and Usopp hurriedly hid back in the bushes, showing the shooter's vulgar style to the extreme. The fishman wanted to move, but Luffy reacted and hit him on the head with a rubber fist. After a long time, the guards on the periphery were almost all dealt with by the three people who worked together. The fishmen were drowsy from the night watch, and they never thought that anyone would dare to invade here. "Is there anyone in there?" Luffy shouted inside, and after a long silence, a sound came from a house. A head popped out. It was a middle-aged woman. "We are here to save you. Follow us," Luffy shouted. There were noises all around, and people came out one after another. The three of them explained, although it was messy, but they convinced everyone and followed them to leave. The warship passed through the waters of the Jumeirah Islands. The Navy had already divided its forces to go to various places to clear up along the way, and Smoker and others were heading all the way to the Kokosia village. The cold wind blew on her face, but Nami didn't care. She was looking into the distance, which was the direction of the Kokosia village. As they were about to arrive, she was filled with indescribable emotions. Hodi's strength is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Without the assistance of the Navy, she might not have the confidence to deal with the other party. Warmth came, and Kalina thoughtfully put on her coat for her. Nami smiled slightly. "Thank you very much, but I'm not cold. I didn't expect you to have such a good physique. Thanks to that fruit. Come to think of it, I didn't know the ability of that fruit. It must be extraordinary to make Sister Robin care so much." Kalina asked the question in her mind. The flames in Nami's hands danced. "It's the nature-type flame fruit." Kalina frowned. "No wonder the Navy needs to help. I didn't expect that Hodi is so powerful." She understood the horror of the nature type. The power system can also be distinguished in another way. That is, the fear of the nature type and the fearless nature type. The nature type is almost invincible among people without haki, and those who have the ability to defeat the nature type are undoubtedly strong. This ability, which is mastered by most people in the New World, is rare in the East China Sea and even in the first half. As a fishman, Hodi is naturally stronger than humans. After practicing and mastering the armament haki, his strength has been greatly improved. Not to mention Nami, who has just obtained the ability, even Smoker, who is proficient in the ability of the fruit. It is difficult to get a good deal in Hodi's hands. "Don't worry, there will be no problem this time." Kalina saw that Nami was a little worried and comforted her. "How can you be so sure?" "Because Sister Robin said so." Karina smiled and said, "Don't underestimate her ability. Everything is within her calculations." "I hope so." Nami looked dazed, not as open-minded as Karina. Ace climbed to an open window with his bare hands and got in with a force of his arms. He walked along the corridor and checked every room along the way, but did not find Hodi. At the door of a room on the top floor, Ace gently pushed the door open, and a figure inside came into view. He approached cautiously, and the sturdy figure seemed to be sleeping. Ace took out the short knife in his mouth and stabbed the man's neck without any hesitation. Bang! The sound from the main castle of the evil dragon domain attracted everyone's attention, and the sleeping fish people were also awakened. Luffy and the other two heard the sound, and immediately reacted and rushed over there. At this time, the door was already open, and the startled fish people rushed in. Rubber whip! Before the fishmen could react, they were blown away by the sudden attack. The future Straw Hat Trio led a group of fishmen into the territory, and the scene was spectacular. Nokigo in the dark originally wanted to speak out to attract the fishmen, but now it seems unnecessary. Boom! The wall broke, and a figure fell from the air. Luffy was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and hurriedly used his ability to pull Ace back. Asshole! A roar sounded, and Hodi's tall body fell to the ground, and a cut on his neck was bleeding. Ace, who stabbed him, was not feeling well either. Although he succeeded, he was also injured by Hodi, who was suddenly awakened. Ahem! This guy is so strong! Ace's voice was a little hoarse, and the burning pain in his chest was extremely obvious. How dare you invade my territory? Hodi covered his neck with his hands, his eyes cold. You all have to die! Rubber pistol! Luffy used his ability, and his normally powerful attacks hit Hodi, but they were as powerless as if they hit a block of iron. Seeing Hodi slowly approaching, Luffy launched another attack, but it still had little effect. It was not until now that they realized how powerful their opponent was. Hody raised his hand, and water droplets condensed in his hand. "Same Yatake! Fire Fist!" The girl's cry rang out, and Ace subconsciously raised his head. A beam of fire passed over his head and collided with Hody's moves. "Is so pleasant to the ear." This was the only thought in Ace's mind at this moment. P.S. Nami is one of the heroines, so the length of the chapter is a bit long. When the Straw Hat Pirates go out to sea in 1520, their combat power will be much higher. In addition, Ace will be set as a domineering master in the future, and Mom doesn't have to worry about me being restrained by Old High anymore. Smoke billowed in the sky, and a white figure swept in. White Fist! Hody defeated a Fire Fist, and was hit head-on by Smoker's attack. Navy? The fishmen immediately cheered up and became alert. Smoker, who had turned into an enemy, threw out a white vine and easily defeated the fishmen pirates. He flashed and quickly rushed towards Hody. Ace was injured by Hody's move. He recovered for a while before his breath stabilized. At this time, he was trying hard to stand up. "That guy is very strong, let's do it together." A female voice sounded, and Nami came closer. Luffy, who was face-blind, stared at the other party for a long time, and then he remembered that it was the thief girl from that day. "You guy!" Ace pushed Luffy down. "Now is not the time for internal strife. Cheer up and fight the enemy." "I know, let go." Ace let go of his confused brother and looked at Nami. "Thank you for what I did just now." "Nami!" Before Nami could answer, Nojiko from the distance had already run over. "Why are you in here?" Nami understood her sister's intention after thinking about it carefully. She felt bad, but just held her hand tightly. "Nami, let's face it together this time." A man with several suture scars on his face came over, followed by dozens of people, all carrying weapons. "Everyone has entrusted their lives to you for so long. It's time for us to fight for it ourselves. At worst, we'll die together. Come on, you bastard fishman, everyone." The girl looked at everyone with a dull look for a long time and suddenly smiled. "I won't admit defeat, after all. It's my responsibility to protect everyone." The air gradually heated up and red flames floated around the girl. At this moment, her heart was burning. Instead of chatting, why not think about how to survive? A red-skinned fishman with multiple pairs of arms spoke coldly. He was Ikaros Mushi, a cadre of the new fisherman pirates. The spears in his hands were flashing with cold light, ready to bite anyone at any time. The weapons in his hands will drain the moisture from the enemy's body after hitting, so be careful. Nojiko knew a lot about the new fisherman pirates and knew what Ikaros relied on. "Let me deal with this guy." Luffy waved his arms, full of fighting spirit. "Then I'll let him go to you." Zoro spoke very reluctantly. Seeing the attitude of several people, Ikaros's expression turned ferocious, and he said fiercely, "I will let you know the consequences of provoking us." Rubber hook! Luffy swung a punch and hit the opponent's chin at an irregular angle. "Is this all the strength you have?" Ikaros showed a mocking smile and grabbed Luffy's hand before he could retract it. "Sure move, triple gunpowder stars!" Ikaros happened to look up, and the gunpowder exploded on his face. "Good aim, Usopp!" Luffy grinned. The battle made him extremely excited. "Of course, you don't even look at who I am, Captain Usopp." Usopp responded smugly with his nose tilted high. "Watch this!" Seeing that Ikaros had returned to normal, Luffy punched him in the eye socket. "Asshole!" Ikaros gritted his teeth and swung the spear in his hand. Luffy and Usopp divided the work and cooperated with each other, entangled with each other, and fought back and forth for a while. Seeing that he could not intervene, Zoro drew his sword and rushed to the center of the battlefield. A figure blocked his way. Bao Zhang raised his head and took a sip of wine. He held the sword in one hand and blocked Zoro. "Swordsman, I'll play with." Tsk. Dang! The two weapons collided, making a metallic sound. "Your strength is not bad, but your swordsmanship is too immature." The understated words aroused the young swordsman's belligerence. Zoro's move missed, and Bao Zhang was pushed back a few steps with his superb swordsmanship. What? He was surprised, and his mind raced, thinking of a countermeasure. Bao Zhang was, after all, a long famous swordsman from Fishman Island. Now facing the young Zoro, it was as easy as playing with a toy. The attack missed again, but Zoro was not discouraged and attacked again. "There is a flaw." "Too late." Bao Zhang shouted, and the knife flashed and was about to chop him. Swish! Too slow. "Damn it!" On the other side, Hody and Smoker fought again, and the two forces intertwined and were inseparable. "You've become much stronger, but it's useless." Smoker didn't like to talk nonsense. He just calmly fought back with his moves. "Hit the water!" And Hody's attack was easily avoided. Smoker was about to take action, but he saw that the other party was extremely fast and came to his side in the blink of an eye. What? What will happen to a person with special abilities in the sea? Hody's cold voice sounded, hugging the other party tightly and rushing towards the swimming pool. White fist! No matter how Smoker's ability attacked, his actions could not be shaken at all. Plop! The sound of falling into the water was heard, and the two had fallen into the sea. Ace ran over from a distance and saw this without hesitation and jumped into the sea. It is unknown what the battle situation in the water is, but the battle on the ground is very intense. The peripheral fighters and the Navy fought with the fishmen, and even the Navy with rich combat experience could not completely suppress the fishmen. The fire burned fiercely in the field, and the fishmen had to retreat. Nami's physical strength was far inferior to that of the others, and she fell into a period of fatigue after releasing a few abilities. Seeing this, Dos swung out his sledgehammer and smashed it towards the stunned Nami. The battle situation around was tense, and no one was distracted to care about Nami. Dos was about to succeed, but a hand caught his attack casually. The man in the cloak was hidden in the hood. Dos gritted his teeth and tried to increase his strength to break free from the opponent's control. Snap! The man moved his hand casually and Dos's weapon shattered. What? Don't be distracted during the battle. The faint words sounded, pulling the stunned Nami back to reality. Dos lost his weapon as if he had lost his backbone, and he was at a loss what to do. Nami saw the right time, stretched her hands in front of her chest, and a ball of fire rose. Orange fire! Boom! An explosion sounded in the field, and the flames mixed with terrifying power spread all around. Dos's eyes rolled back, and he opened his mouth several times but only murmured. As his consciousness faded, he also fell down. Nami turned around and looked at the people around him, but found that they had already disappeared. On a hillside in the distance, the man appeared at the top of the hill, and the woman next to him retracted her arm and dispersed her long-range surveillance ability. You can actually use your observation haki to sense the battle situation from such a distance. It should be said that you are worthy of it. Robin laughed lightly, with a playful tone in her tone. Quinn folded his arms. It seems that this will be a fierce battle for them. Are you planning to join the battle? The outside world has been paying attention to you. Not for now. Quinn shook his head slowly. Let's wait and see. In the swimming pool leading to the seawater in the Dragon Domain, Ace jumped and barely avoided Hody's attack. Fishmen are natural underwater warriors. The seawater can not only bless their attacks, but also greatly increase their speed. Ace has been practicing physical skills since he was a teenager. Influenced by Garp, he also attaches great importance to this aspect. When he was 17 years old and ready to go to sea, he was not only much stronger than some of his peers, but also had a talent for fighting. Seeing Hody rushing towards him again, he kicked his feet wildly and rolled to the side. Where Hody didn't notice, Nojigo was grabbing Smoker's clothes and struggling to drag him to the surface of the sea. Gulu! Ace was keenly aware of the strange sound behind him, and his hands moved quickly, grabbing the attacking Hody, and he was also carried out of the sea by the opponent's force. Bang! Ace didn't care about his own injuries and punched the opponent's face hard. Although Hody had a thick skin, he couldn't withstand such an attack. After a while of pain, he threw Ace away. Smoker, who was successfully rescued, fell into a short coma and regained consciousness after a while. Cough, cough. Smoker coughed up 2 mouthfuls of water and felt weak all over. His physical strength was slowly recovering, but he couldn't participate in the battle in a short time. The burden of dealing with Hody fell on Ace. Ace turned over to avoid Hody's attack, but the opponent had already attacked again. He had no choice but to use his body to resist, but was knocked unconscious by the opponent. Hot wind! Nami's voice rang out, and her slender arms made movements, and bursts of flames rose up, burning the air around them. After the flames heated up, a breeze blew past, as if bringing everyone into a furnace. The water droplets on Hody's body quickly dissipated, and his skin became dry under this force. He was about to turn around to deal with the opponent, but he was not prepared for Ace behind him. He was kicked in the knee and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Take my Ace Iron Fist! Ace's attack power was more terrifying than the name of the second-year move. He actually hit Hody's eye socket with a punch. Get out of the way! Nami shouted, and a ball of fire in her hand had already been smashed down. Ace retreated far away and barely escaped the range of the flame explosion. After the dust and smoke, a figure stood upright in the middle. Hody was covered with armed color domineering, and his terrifying aura crushed everyone. Ace was looking solemn, and Smoker had already walked over from the side. "Don't be stunned. Let's deal with him together." Nami and the two stood on both sides, surrounding Hody. The latter had no fear on his face, but was very calm. "Let you see how terrifying my power is." Smoker's figure flashed and the battle began. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, and the shouts of killing shook the sky. People kept falling down, either dead or injured. Luffy used the newly comprehended rubber rocket launcher, combined with Usopp's long-range harassment, and successfully defeated Icaros. Zoro was in a miserable situation. Facing the powerful swordsman Leopard, he had no ability to fight back. Leopard seemed to have lost his patience. While repelling Zoro with a sword move, he also picked up his weapon. "What a great boy, he has mastered the sword moves in such a short time," Bao Zhang said jokingly. "Should I say that you humans have strong comprehension ability?" Zoro looked solemn. He wanted to fight with a powerful swordsman to improve his strength. If possible, he wanted to continue fighting, but unfortunately the opponent did not give him a chance. "Hey, stinky octopus!" Luffy's voice stopped Bao Zhang's action. He and Usopp were running at full speed, shouting, "I have more hands than him!" "Rubber machine gun!" Bao Zhang dodged left and right, easily avoiding his attack, and casually swung a knife to dissolve Luffy's attack. Bao Zhang is the strongest under Hody in the new Fishman pirate group, and his strength should not be underestimated. He was originally a long-famous swordsman on Fishman Island, and his swordsmanship was almost at the top of the entire Fishman tribe. Now, even if the three of them join forces, whether they can beat them is another matter. Karina led people into the evil dragon territory and walked directly into the main castle. What she had to do was to take away the things in the main castle first, to prevent them from being damaged by the battle. The money collected by Hody was placed in the treasury in the main castle. The little fox Kalina had already set the target. Boom! There was a roar outside. Kalina could no longer care about so much and started to search with people. In the center of the battlefield, Ace was punched in the abdomen by Hody, and the severe pain made him lose consciousness for a short time. On the other side, Nami was panting to recover her strength. In order to deal with Hody, she almost exhausted all her strength. After knocking down Ace, Hody did not slack off, but turned around and fought with the injured Smoker. Although Smoker strengthened his training, he had not yet realized the domineering power. In the hands of Hody, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Sure enough, after another fight, Smoker could not resist Hody's attack and was knocked away. The rampant laughter resounded throughout the venue, and Hody looked at Nami with disdain in his eyes. "Humans? Just scum. Come on if you don't accept it." The girl raised her head stubbornly and began to gather strength in her hands. Hody slowly approached, his tone aggressive. "Aren't you going to fight for the people here? Aren't you going to kill me? Come on." Hody pressed on step by step, and Nami retreated with gritted teeth. "Don't worry, after I kill you, I will let them all go down to accompany you." The girl was stunned for a moment and then turned, angry. "You didn't even want to let everyone go." "Don't be naive. What do you think I think of you? You are just slaves." "Asshole!" Nami shouted angrily, trying her best to activate her ability. The raging fire burned across the ground and wrapped Hody in it. Nami's physical strength gradually ran out, and finally she lost her strength and fell to the ground. Hody walked out of the flames, and the whole person was like a demon crawling out of hell, terrifying. "Humans should be slaves. You are just a lowly race." Hody raised his hand, which contained a terrifying power. Boom! A huge change occurred in the field. A thunder suddenly fell from the sky and hit Hody's body directly. Swish! Hody, who was not under any pressure even when facing a three-man double team, was beaten and bleeding under this blow. Hody's eyes were dull. This familiar power and the fear hidden in his heart came. Blood spit out of his mouth uncontrollably. He tried his best to suppress it, but his internal organs were damaged by the electric shock. "No, impossible. I have become so strong." He was full of disbelief and questioned his vulnerable body. Wow! An invisible force swept over, and the people in the battle all fell down with their eyes rolled up. Even Bao Zhang and others could not withstand this terrifying momentum and fell into a faint unconsciously. "Da-da!" Footsteps sounded in the field. Hody barely raised his head, his eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. "You bastard! You've become stronger." Quinn put his index finger on Hody's forehead. "But you're still so vulnerable." The fear deep in his heart emerged. Hody's pupils shrank and his heart beat faster. "The Fishman will not change because of a guy like you. We are destined to walk on the same path in the future. So please die. Everyone gradually regained consciousness, but they had not yet figured out the situation in the field. Smoker frowned. Just now, only he and Ace could barely hold on. This guy is terrifyingly strong. Ace was surprised. The opponent that he and others had tried their best but couldn't defeat was actually defeated by that person in one move. A sense of frustration arose spontaneously, and Ace felt that his years of hard work had gone to waste. Nami came to her senses, and the arrogant fishman had already fallen to the ground, without a trace of life. The sense of oppression in her heart was immediately lifted, but the doubts still remained in her heart. Who is that person, and what is that ability like? The fishmen were already on the verge of defeat without the advantage of numbers, and now seeing their captain dead, they lost the will to fight. Goo-goo! The only remaining cadre Bao Zhang finished drinking the wine in the gourd and threw down his weapon quite casually. Handcuff them! Smoker scratched his head and immediately ordered the arrest of the fishmen cadres. Without a backbone, the pirates also chose to surrender one after another. Because of a sudden change, the situation changed. Karina on the top floor was affected, but she didn't suffer as much as the people below. As soon as she regained consciousness, she immediately ordered her men to start moving the items. It must be said that Hody is really ambitious. Not only did he collect the treasures looted from all over the place, but he also set up an armory full of muskets, bullets, and other equipment. If it weren't for this change, he might have been ready to invade the Goa kingdom again. Karina took out the Den Den Mushi and connected the voice over there. Leave the property behind and move all the weapons away. Got it! The little fox smiled with joy. She loved plundering. Without the people below noticing, Kalina had already led her men to clean up the arsenal and transported it to the port from the rear gate. The Navy was busy cleaning up the battlefield and catching the fishermen pirates, and had no time to spare. On the ship at the port, Robin counted the weapons and nodded. It seems that Hody really spent a lot of money, but it's a pity that we got it cheap. Kalina leaned on the fence, her tone worried. Let the captain know what to do? Shh! Robin made a gesture to silence and smiled slightly. There are good people and bad people in a team, and we are the bad ones. Sister Robin, you are so nice. No wonder he thinks so highly of you. Kalina admired sincerely. You will know after you experience more things in the future. He has such a personality because he has strong strength to support him. I will not do a loss-making business like him. Robin smiled beautifully, but now she was a little more cunning. The captain was unwilling to do this. She had to be paid for doing things for others. Let's go. Don't wait for him. He has something else to do. Don't worry about it. Robin said and walked into the cabin. Men began to prepare for the sailing. In the village of Kokosia, the Navy also counted the equipment and property. Most of these were looted by Hody from various places. Kokosia village only took a part. Smoker divided a part and gave it to Ajian for distribution. He would take the rest to Rogue Town and then send a message to let people from all over the country come to pick it up. After solving the problem, Smoker wanted to find Ace and others to understand the situation, but he didn't find any trace of them. The port of Kokosia village. I was thinking of challenging you in the new world after I sailed, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Ace looked at the person opposite him with a confident smile on his face. Fight with me, Thunder Beast Quinn. You're not good enough now, Quinn said lightly. Of course I know, but the opportunity is right in front of me. I won't miss it. Ace was in high spirits, and it seemed that he couldn't calm down without fighting. Quinn stretched out a hand which was covered with armed color domineering. Do you know what this is? That guy's move! Ace remembered that Hody had also used this move. This is domineering, the power that every strong person has. If you want to sail for your dream, it's not enough to have a passion. Quinn flicked his finger lightly, and Ace felt that his forehead was hit by something heavy, and he fell back uncontrollably. But you fruit ability users are born to surpass ordinary people, Ace retorted, covering his forehead. I think Old Man Garp has taught you this. Why not follow his example? Quinn smiled slightly. I'm looking forward to seeing your changes. What are you talking about? Are you going to fight me or not? Ace asked in confusion. Didn't I tell you that you're not good enough? Don't look down on me, Before he finished speaking, he was hit in the abdomen by Quinn's punch. Ahem. Ace opened his mouth exaggeratedly as if he wanted to spit something out of his mouth. A sense of oppression came over him, and Quinn looked down at him. You're too immature now. Let's talk about this when you grow up. Those guys put the treasure on you two brothers. I'm curious about who the great treasure is waiting for. Roger's words before his death opened the great pirate era. Everyone was eager to get the great treasure, but few people knew that only the D clan had the hope of finding that thing. When Roger arrived at the final island, he found that he was not the one the great treasure was waiting for. Before his life ended, he had the idea of continuing his offspring. As the Pirate King, he naturally hoped that it would be his son who found the great treasure, so he also had high hopes for Ace. It can be said that this poor boy was within his father's calculations from birth to growth. The identity of the D clan was given to him by Roger, and his childhood growth was protected by Garp. Perhaps it was destined that he would meet Whitebeard in the future. From going out to sea and claiming to become the Pirate King, to joining the Whitebeard pirates, to help the other party become the Pirate King, we can see the change in his mentality. It is reasonable for Ace to resent his father. Maybe he doesn't want to find any great treasure at all, but just wants a warm family. The unfamiliar word fatherly love was given to him by Whitebeard, but he didn't know that Whitebeard also intended to train him to become the Pirate King. Born as a member of the D clan and the blood of the Pirate King Roger, Ace was destined to be a tragedy from birth. Roger's death opened the Great Pirate Era, and Whitebeard's death in the Top War confirmed the real existence of the great secret treasure. It can be seen how much life and price will be paid to change the world. It doesn't matter who the new Joy Boy is. What matters is that everyone is waiting for a result. Quinn had a meaningful expression on his face. Boy, work hard to become stronger. The world will be wonderful with you alive. As a bystander, Quinn has enough strength, but he is not destined to be the one to open the great secret treasure. Everything he has experienced and owned is to witness the arrival of that day. Change the world? He seems to have done it. Retracting his emotions, Quinn looked at Ace and smiled lightly. When you become a strong man, you will change. I won't. Challenging you is my ambition. Really? Then I'll wait and see. In a house somewhere in Kokosia village, Luffy was sulking because Ace left without saying goodbye. This guy didn't even say hello, obviously afraid that he would follow him. Hey Usopp, let's go out to sea too. Usopp, who was slightly injured, immediately shook his head. The world outside is so scary, I don't want to go out to sea. You are too unambitious. You just said going out to sea? Zoro struggled to look at the two of them with a puzzled tone. Yes, go out to sea as a pirate, Luffy said as a matter of course. Become a pirate? Your ideal is really boring. Zoro curled his lips and didn't take it seriously. I don't allow you to look down on my dream. My ideal is to become the Pirate King. Luffy raised his arms, but was held down by Nojiko next to him. There are still Navy outside. If you're not afraid of being caught, don't implicate us. Sorry, Nami sat aside, lowering her head and thinking about things. You're quite strong, little thief girl. How about being my partner? Luffy turned to look at her, grinning and showing his white teeth. It's true that I was sorry for you before, but it's too rude to use this as a nickname. Nami raised her eyebrows, very dissatisfied with Luffy's address. Then I'll call you Nami. How about being my partner? No. Nami refused decisively. You are so weird. You are not interested in such an interesting thing. You are weird. Everyone complained in unison. Luffy, didn't we agree to go to sea when we are 17? Why are you so impatient? Usopp persuaded helplessly. And with our current strength, I guess we can't even get out of the East China Sea. The appearance of Hody caused a misunderstanding among several people, thinking that the pirates outside were as strong as the other side. That's true. Luffy folded his hands and pondered for a moment, then said, Then it's decided. We'll go to sea in 3 years. Hey Zoro, let's go together then. Don't just include me. I'm not interested in being a pirate. Why is that? You're so strong. Zoro frowned when he heard it. The previous battle with Bao Zhang gave him a new experience, and his swordsmanship was still far from perfect. Besides, going to sea can challenge more powerful people, right? Luffy rarely said a normal sentence. What is your dream? Zoro suddenly asked. Didn't I say I want to become the Pirate King? Luffy replied, and then asked, What about you? To become the world's greatest swordsman. Soga, what a great dream. Luffy nodded as if it was a matter of fact and turned to the side. Usopp, what about you? To become a brave sea warrior. Luffy held the two of them. Then let's go out to sea together and fulfill our respective dreams. Usopp smiled. Of course, I'm the captain of our pirate group. The captain is me. I should be the captain. I think I'm quite suitable. Zoro was successfully assimilated. Nami propped up her chin and watched the argument between the few people, and suddenly an inexplicable meaning rose in her heart. Then we have an appointment to set off together in 3 years, and we will pick Nami up then. Don't count me in. Nami scolded dissatisfiedly, with a firm attitude. Luffy pulled his face and made a weird expression to protest the other party's ruthlessness. The next day, a cliff slope in Kokosia village. Nami slowly walked up the hill, and a wooden cross appeared in front of her. It was the grave of her late adoptive mother, Bellemere. The girl sat on the edge of the cliff, quietly gazing at the sea in the distance. The vast sea was full of unknown mysteries. Footsteps were heard, and a figure came to her side. Nami felt the breath, her heart beat uncontrollably fast, and she lowered her head for a long time and refused to look up. "I heard that you wanted to see me?" Quinn sat next to her and turned his head to look at him. The girl kept her head down, her fingers were tangled together, and she didn't know what to say. "I'm sorry for what happened, but I'm also happy to see your changes." Nami raised her head, a little embarrassed. "Is other people's sadness so worth being happy in your eyes?" "That's not the case. I just think you are a little different from my impression." "Impression?" Nami keenly noticed something wrong in his words. "Are you still used to the fruit ability?" Quinn did not answer directly, but changed the subject. Nami pulled the weeds in her hand, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. "Why are you asking about this?" She hoped that the other party would ask her about her past experiences, but the stubborn girl didn't want to show too much emotion. "I'm curious about when you started to miss me." "What do you mean by miss?" Nami curled her lips in dissatisfaction and then said, "There are various reasons. After all, the incident of you fighting the celestial dragons was a hot topic at that time. I just respect the strong, don't get me wrong. Actually, you don't need to explain." Nami lowered her eyes. "After Arlong invaded here, I developed a hatred for the fishmen. To be honest, your attitude towards the Fishman Island makes me a little disgusted." "How can you understand that feeling without experiencing other people's pain?" Quinn nodded thoughtfully. "That's right, most people are disgusted with the fishmen." "What about you? How did you feel about them before?" Nami asked puzzledly. "Me? When I was a slave, I learned a fact that no race is born with discrimination." Quinn said softly, "If you choose hatred when you are persecuted, there will be no peaceful coexistence between the two races. Of course, I am not advising you to be magnanimous. After all, this is human nature. But there are such people in this world, such as Princess Odohime of Fishman Island." Nami buried her head between her legs, and her body seemed a little thin in the wind. The air suddenly became quiet, and only the sound of each other's gentle breathing could be heard. Quinn broke the silence. "In fact, I also understood some truths after experiencing some things. Our understanding of the fishmen is too one-sided. Do you think that the fishmen are all evil people like Aaron and Hody?" Nami nodded slightly. This was her true thought. "In fact, many fishmen think the same as you. When countless pirates invaded Fishman Island, burned, killed, and looted, they hated us very much." Nami looked up in surprise. "We? The word we is too general. After all, those people cannot represent us, just like Hody cannot represent the entire Fishman." There was a hint of helplessness in Quinn's words. "There are many kind people in the Fishman, but the greedy pirates just treat them as inferior creatures used for trading and selling. Hatred will only intensify the confrontation between each other. If the world is full of pirates who invade Fishman Island and people like Hody, how can we talk about peaceful coexistence? We know too little about each other. The world needs pirates with dreams, not people corrupted by interests." Nami looked dazed and fell into deep confusion. "You want me to go to sea?" Quinn smiled indifferently. "It's not me who wants to. It's you who wants to. If you are interested, why don't you go to Fishman Island yourself? It may be helpful to you." Nami hesitated for a while and said, "Please take me there." "Unfortunately, I won't go there for the time being." Quinn was obviously declining. "That guy in the straw hat seems to like you. I don't want to sail with that kind of person." Nami's tone was a little emotional, and she complained about Quinn's refusal. "How should I put it? Maybe you are too young now." Quinn sighed. "Karina is also very young," Nami retorted. "Did you misunderstand something?" "No." Nami turned her head away with a red face. "I mean, I have the ability to do things for you." "Use your fruit ability?" Quinn said with a smile. "Isn't it possible? You should know that this thing does not belong to you." Quinn meant that Nami took away the opportunity that originally belonged to Ace, which meant that in the future, there would no longer be the name of Fire Fist Ace on the sea. Nami thought that the other party was blaming her for stealing the fruit, and she felt a little wronged. "For the sake of everyone in the village, I have no other choice. If you want it, just kill me and take it back." The girl said this in anger. She was angry that she cared so much about him, but he never paid any attention to her. For the person she once admired, after learning that Hody came to the East China Sea because of him, the strange emotions had changed. There were complaints, sadness, and more expectations. She expected that the strong man who stood tall and upright would come to save her with the pirate group that roamed the New World. Unfortunately, her girlish thoughts did not come true. The cautious Robin and Shirley would never let Quinn do this. Maybe this is fate. God asked me to change your fate. Quinn looked at the sky. It's a pity that things are not what you want to do. I'm sorry that I couldn't save your adoptive mother. It's not your fault. After all, you don't know anything, Nami said softly. Quinn smiled bitterly. He wanted to tell Nami that he knew everything that happened here. Sometimes it is a very desperate thing to know the details, but not be able to change them. Just like he couldn't change Tiger's fate at the beginning, he felt deeply sorry. I won't let this happen again. After all, this is the mission God has assigned to me. I don't know when it started, but Quinn began to feel that he was a bit out of place. If he wanted to change the world, he just had to go with the flow and wait for Luffy to grow up. But out of reluctance, he still chose to step into this chaotic world. Many things have changed over the years. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it all started with him. He is trying to become a positive person. This was his ideal in the past, but now it has become an obsession. Not all people who change the world are good. I once wanted to be a bad guy. Nami became interested. I'm curious about who changed you. Quinn thought of the girl's figure and smiled. When I was in prison, she always encouraged me. It was because of her that I had hope of life and vowed to be a positive person. Nami raised her eyebrows when she heard the words. Knowing that the person he was talking about was the one from Nine Snake Island, she suddenly felt a little emotional. Don't you think it's inappropriate to mention another woman in front of a woman? You can only be called a girl. It's too early for you to be a woman, Quinn said with a smile. Then what will you do when I become a woman? The girl had an inexplicable smile on her face. Whatever happens, what can I do? Quinn shrugged, his tone quite helpless. Then can you agree to one condition of mine? Nami's tone suddenly became serious. Well, don't consider it. The girl's willfulness did not make Quinn angry. He smiled slightly and responded, okay. What if you make a date with me when I become an adult? Nami's abrupt words almost choked Quinn on his saliva. What are you talking about? Nami blushed. Actually, my idea of paying attention to you was very simple. Because you are very beautiful. That's it? Quinn was a little amused. Your reason is really novel. You don't understand that kind of thing, Nami said coquettishly and asked, do you agree? It's just a date, not a relationship, of course. Quinn accepted it happily. Then you must take me to the Sabaudi archipelago when the time comes. No problem. After years of worrying about this, Nami's back was much lighter when she left, and she was humming an unknown tune. There were a few oranges on the table in the house. Nami searched for them and took out an old newspaper from the cabinet. What would you do in the face of despair? He will tell you. I will not succumb to hegemony, because I have enough faith to survive the difficulties. When Quinn was young, his face was filled with a confident smile, and a large profile picture was printed in the center of the Bay newspaper, which gave him an indescribable feeling. Nami, who had accidentally seen this newspaper, seemed to have a light in her dark life, illuminating her way forward. Whether it was the other party's behavior or attitude, it deeply affected her, and it was because of this face that the ignorant girl's feelings began to rise. Everything was very sudden, as if it was destined. It's not so good to see the real person. Nami wrinkled her nose slightly, with a smile on her lips. Nami, what are you doing? Nojiko knocked on the door and came in. Nami quickly put away the newspaper and said in a panic, Nothing. Is there something wrong? Luffy and the others are leaving. Let's go to the port to see them off. I see. At the port of Kokosia village, Nami looked around, trying to find that figure. Why are you acting weird? Nokiko's eyes looked a little strange. Nothing. You're overthinking it. Nami covered her disappointed expression and explained with a smile. Luffy saw that it was Nami and danced happily. This stubborn idiot always did something that made people laugh. Nami, we agreed that you must go with us when the time comes. Luffy shouted. Didn't I say I wouldn't go with him? This guy is really making a fuss. Nami frowned, then smiled and responded, No one who is stronger than me is qualified to be my captain. What? Just wait. I will definitely become the strongest man in the East China Sea when the time comes. Luffy shouted unconvinced. Captain Usopp will not admit defeat. Usopp confidently put his hands on his waist. Zoro quietly lay on the boat holding a knife. Two idiots. Goodbye. The boy was always so energetic and waved goodbye happily. Goodbye! Marine Headquarters Marineford. Sengoku was doing his routine work, dealing with some matters of his subordinates. A tall man with fluffy hair and an eye patch on his forehead pushed the door in. Kuzan! Sengoku didn't even raise his head. The other party's cold breath was very distinctive. Marshal, it's not good to arrange such a thing for me when you come back so rarely. You have been too lazy recently. It's not difficult for you to go to Alabasta. Sengoku put down his official duties and looked up at Aokiji. That guy is Thunder Beast Quinn. Do you want me to go there without returning? Aokiji scratched his forehead, looking a little distressed. I just asked you to investigate the situation over there, not to fight to the death. Why not just ask an ordinary school officer to go? I think Smoker is quite suitable. Aokiji sold out his old friend without hesitation. Because he is Quinn. Sengoku became serious and spoke in a serious tone. I know. His lazy behavior was ruthlessly rejected again, and Aokiji had no choice but to answer. P.S. It's so awkward. The emotional drama is too difficult to write. I didn't want to bury the plot, but I felt that the ordinary encounter with Nami was too stiff. Anyway, the whole story is fragmented. Please forgive me. In addition, thank you all for your recommendations and monthly ticket rewards. If you like it, please add it to your collection. Alabasta, Rainy Land. The mysterious organization Baroque Works, which once had a scale of more than 2,000, was entrenched here, but in an inexplicable accident, it was replaced by the Thunder Beast Pirates. As the general manager, Robin performed her duties perfectly, and quickly planned this place into the power of the Thunder Beast Pirates. Without the influence of the dancing fans, Alabasta gradually returned to its former glory. Robin declared that this was a blessing from heaven, and everyone believed it, and naturally welcomed the arrival of the Thunder Beast Pirates. Today, the Rainland is the largest commercial area in Alabasta, creating countless jobs for local people and exporting special products. With the support of the Thunder Beast Pirates, Cobra has vigorously developed the tourism industry and developed a hot spring island in the former oasis of Yuba, which has been widely praised. The special animals and customs of Alabasta have also attracted many people. The World Economic News Agency has specially made a column for this, praising Alabasta throughout the article, and the response is extremely enthusiastic. Quinn almost copied all of Shirley's business philosophy. I don't know if Robin is unconvinced or for some other reason, but she insists on managing it herself. Quinn had no choice but to agree. There was a knock on the office, and Robin subconsciously raised her head with a smile on her face. Seeing that it was Karina who came in, she turned to her usual calm expression. Sister Robin, you are so unhappy to see me. Karina pouted and was a little dissatisfied. Robin can have a different expression to Quinn, but she must remain aloof to others. What's the matter? Karina poured herself a glass of water and drank it, before speaking. Crocodile's men are causing trouble in Yuba and have been controlled. Oh? Robin opened the drawer and flipped through the information. What are their names? It seems to be Miss Valentine and Mr. Five. Karina said hesitantly. The information turned to two pictures. That is a man and a woman. Robin stood up and handed the information to the girl. Try to win them over. If you can't do it, ask Crocodile to pay money to redeem him. Where are you going? Karina took the information and asked. Rest. After work, she also wanted to soak in the hot springs to relax. Alabasta's hot springs are not only in Yuba, but all over the place. It can be said to be a local feature. The Rainy Land has now been tacitly regarded as the territory of the Thunder Beast Pirates by the kingdom, but Quinn is willing to share the benefits. Otherwise, Cobra has no ability to interfere. Putting on a bathrobe, Robin walked into an open-air hot spring. There was a shadowy figure in the mist. Only she and Quinn could get here. She tiptoed across the warm water and slowly walked towards the figure. Quinn had a towel covering his face and seemed to be sleeping. It's not good to sleep in the bathtub. Robin gently straightened him up, her slender fingers accidentally brushing across his firm abdominal muscles. You seem very tired recently. What did you do? The woman's voice was originally very attractive, and it was even more charming at this time. I went to 9 Snake Island. Hearing Quinn's voice was a little weak, Robin couldn't help laughing. They say that a long separation is better than a new marriage, and now it seems to be true. Women are really dangerous creatures. It's not a good idea for you to say that. The smooth skin was close, and the hot temperature came. It's just the truth. Others say that you have great charisma and can attract others to serve you. Why do I feel that you will attract women? Robin looked at him for a moment and smiled faintly. I wonder what she will think when she sees this scene. No one will know if you don't say it. What a bad man, this is not good. Quinn is very free and easy. Aren't these the things that men pursue? Leave the dreams to those little ghosts. Don't you have any dreams? Yes. What? Living a good life is my dream. Stop lying. Robin rolled his eyes. Your tricks don't work on me. These are my most sincere words. Quinn looked at her with a smile. Now you are the only one in the world who can read ancient characters. Maybe the key to changing the future lies in your hands. Do you think I will let you go easily? Then what do you want? Of course, to grasp the future in my hands. The woman exclaimed and slapped his hand away. Let me tell you something. Without waiting for Quinn to speak, she continued, I want to use up all the fruits in my hand. The first half of the cadres of the Thunder Beast pirates were trained by Quinn himself. They are all top-notch experts. Some are good at the six-style physical skills, and some are proficient in domineering techniques. The leader in combat power is Romui, who is proficient in armed color domineering, and the second is a person named Gibberite, who has the ability of animal fruit. Both of them are masters carefully selected and trained by Quinn, and their strength is at the top level among people of the same stage. The reason why he spends so much effort is to prevent someone from coveting the territory of the Thunder Beast pirates after he leaves the first half in the future, especially the Baroque group who is now entrenched in Whiskey Peak. The devil fruits that Quinn obtained through various means can be distributed to his subordinates when necessary to quickly increase the average combat power. It's not that he doesn't trust Robin, but although the other party is smart, he is limited in force. If he wants to gain a foothold, he still needs enough backing to support him. This is not bad. At least there is a guarantee after I leave. Quinn nodded in agreement. I think with the help of these people, even if I leave you, I have the confidence to make this place better and better. Robin leaned on his shoulder, and the sense of security that she had lacked for a long time was now in her heart. Off the coast of Alabasta, a strange figure appeared on the sea. The reason why it was strange was that this person was riding a bicycle on the sea. Aokiji had a calm expression on his face and slowly stepped on the pedals, like a leisure traveler. Walking into the port city of Aruma, the former oasis has regained some vitality, and people are gradually moving towards this caged life. The tall figure walked through the streets and walked towards the target Rainland. It must be said that the land area of Alabasta is indeed very large, at least much larger than that of an ordinary kingdom. The sights along the way surprised the admirals of the Navy headquarters. To be able to develop such an area in the desert, is it relying on the people of the country or the Thunder Beast pirates? As night fell, the air was less hot during the day and more refreshing, and the city entered its most bustling and prosperous period. Tourists from all over the world brought the atmosphere of the whole rainy land to its peak. Where there are people, there is business. Many locals in the night markets started small businesses in the tourism industry, which were quite prosperous. Excuse me, what is this? The boss looked up and saw a tall man. He replied with a smile, This is the lizard meat unique to Alabasta. It tastes good. Please give me one. Aokiji was very polite. This is yours. The boss took the money with a smile and handed the other party a portion of lizard meat. Holding a few portions of food in his hand, Aokiji was immersed in the lively atmosphere like the people around him. A slender figure walked by and froze as he passed by Aokiji. The latter took a bite of the food and did not say much, but just slowly followed behind the other party. In a cafe in the rainy land. You really know how to do business. You can run anything. Aokiji looked around for a while. At this time, a sign of closure was hung outside the store. Lord Robin, the coffee you ordered. The waiter came over, glanced at Aokiji, put down the coffee, and turned away. It's all thanks to him. Robin's tone was less calm. Although she was confident now, she couldn't communicate with him normally. It seems that you are doing well now. Aokiji took a sip of coffee, put his hand on the back of the chair, and looked at the scenery outside. The address of the coffee shop was well chosen, and you can see an oasis in the rainy land. Robin didn't respond, but just waited quietly for the other party to speak. I'm glad to see that you are here today. I think Sauro is right. You will find your own way. Aokiji used to be a person who adhered to justice, but he changed since he let the devil's son go. Different from Kizaru's ambiguity and Akainu's absolute justice, Aokiji gradually moved closer to his old friend Sauro and had his own principles. Why should we kill people who have done nothing wrong? Even if they break the law, they are breaking the law of the celestial dragons. By the way, you seem to be very valued by that guy? Aokiji stared at Robin, his tone low. Robin nodded slightly without saying much. If you don't mind, can you tell me a little more? I'm curious about how you two met. He still had doubts about Quinn in his heart. The two were essentially opposites, but he admired this guy very much. While he was fighting for his own justice, he became the executioner of the world government. At some moments, he envied the pirates because they had the right to control themselves at will. If you want the answer, just ask me directly. The man's voice sounded, and Robin looked up in surprise. Quinn sat next to him and waved to Robin to leave. The latter hesitated for a moment, but finally got up and left. Aokiji did not stop him, but just quietly sipped the fragrant coffee. I can give you all the information you want, and I can also tell you that I will return to the New World soon. Aokiji curled his lips. Your confidence is not unreasonable, but the Navy will not let you do whatever you want. You can take me back at any time. Quinn's attitude was very casual. That's not necessary. I don't have the ability yet. Aokiji turned his head to the other side and whispered, I thought you would choose to oppress them, but I didn't expect it to be like this. You are indeed different from rocks. Quinn raised his eyebrows. You are also different from those guys. Because I can tell the difference between good and bad. Aokiji responded lightly, and then said, Do you think she is very important to you? Quinn nodded. Very important. Everyone thinks highly of her. Do you think you have the ability? Who knows? Anyway, no one has bothered me for the time being. Quinn said indifferently. Let's just do the routine. Aokiji said and slowly stood up. The two figures walked out of the cafe side by side. Robin stood there with a worried look in his eyes, not knowing what to do. In a desert outside the rainy land, two figures stood opposite each other. As the protector of the son of the devil, you need more than just strength. But the most important thing is strength. Quinn smiled in response. The outside world needs a positive answer, so let me help them pass on this message. Aokiji spoke lightly, emitting a biting cold air. Quinn was no less powerful, and his electric field covered the entire area. Boom! The two forces collided, and the sky and the earth were dark for a while, causing fluctuations. Many people outside the rain, land stopped to watch, attracted by the scenery in the distance. The members of the Thunder Beast pirates began to disperse the crowd and stood guard. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and the night faded from black clothes and turned to day. A desert area has now turned into an ice rink, emitting a cold breath. The development of the fruit of the Admiral of the Navy is not weak, and it can easily change the battlefield. Aokiji has several scars on his body, and Quinn has also paid a price. If the battle continues, the winner will obviously be the latter. What a powerful guy. No wonder they value you so much. After releasing the fighting posture, Aokiji still exhaled icy breath from his mouth. Do you want to continue? No, the winner has been decided. Aokiji said lightly, I think this battle will spread soon, and they will all see your determination to protect her. Since you have decided to do this, you must be prepared to be the enemy of the world. Of course. Quinn's words floated gently, so firm. Aokiji suddenly lowered his head and smiled. After so much suffering, it's time to have a destination. The tall back waved and left, just as he came, mysterious and quiet. A port somewhere in Alabasta. Robin lowered her head and said nothing. Aokiji got on the bicycle and turned back to look at her. You have found your own destination. Try your best to live. Thank you. The heartfelt gratitude came out of her mouth, which was the true feeling in Robin's heart. The man did not respond to her, but just rode away slowly on his bicycle. Quinn stood on a high place and watched the other person's back leave. Lazy justice can also be said to be a kind of escape. Aokiji is a combination of contradictions. Looking at the entire Navy, perhaps only Akainu and the future Fujitora are truly executing their own justice. He used to think that these people were just fictional characters. Until he really came into contact with them, he realized the wonders of this world. What a group of guys with distinct personalities. The future is getting more and more interesting. The news of the battle between the Admiral and Quinn will soon spread, and the outside world will think that this is a direct contact between the Navy and Quinn. The person he wants to protect is Nico Robin, who is defined as a sinner by the world government. What he has to face is naturally their strict defense. Why use this word? In the final analysis, it is because of Quinn's extraordinary strength. If it is just an ordinary weak person, no matter how many inspirational words are used, it will be useless. Killing you is like stepping on an ant. It is good to have power and influence, but what is valuable is that Quinn has always maintained a good style. However, the people's will is exactly what Quinn fears the most about the world government. The combination of Robin and him shows that it is difficult for others to take the former from him. Its uniqueness has attracted worldwide attention. After all, if you want to obtain the great secret treasure, you can't do without Robin's help. Navy Headquarters. When Sengoku learned that Aokiji and Quinn had fought, his expression was solemn. As he expected, Aokiji lost. But the battle was not as he guessed. The two fought to the death. The actual situation was much simpler. This guy is doing it for us to see. Now, even if we know he is going to the New World, we can't do it. On the other side of the conference table, Vice Admiral Tsuru folded his hands and closed his eyes to rest. On the other side, Taotu stood quietly at the window with a complicated expression. Several generals had different expressions, but they all tacitly did not speak. Only Garp was eating senbei by himself. Knowing Aokiji, he knew very well that Aokiji, who had always been lazy, would take the initiative to cause trouble for Quinn. There must be a purpose. Think it has something to do with Nico Robin. Umar Sea. The warship was sailing on the sea, and the pirate flags fluttering in the wind were eye-catching. Master Holman, there is a merchant ship passing ahead. Holman received a report from his men and quickly came to the front of the deck, intending to see which blind person dared to enter the Umar Sea at will. It's a ship from Dressrosa, the pirate on the observation deck shouted. Holman took the telescope and looked at it. He could vaguely see the face of the leader on the merchant ship in the distance. That person was the Don Quixote family cadre Gladius. Master? Holman slapped the railing of the ship and ordered, "Fire directly." Yes. Gladius, with his long hair standing up, was very calm. Seeing that the other party was preparing to move, he immediately ordered his men to meet the attack. Come closer to the ship. Seeing that the other party dared to approach actively, Holman immediately became alert, grabbed the big sword and ordered to approach. The two ships collided, and the cadres of both sides rushed to fight together. The battle situation was almost one-sidedly suppressed by the Thunder Beast pirates. Lady Shirley? Shirley looked up and saw that it was Holman. She asked softly, "Didn't you go out to sea? Why are you back?" "We ran into the Don Quixote family," Holman said truthfully. "Did they fight?" Shirley obviously knew the other party very well. "We caught a cadre. Bring him in." Gladius was pushed in reluctantly, staring at Holman fiercely, seeming very unconvinced. What a rare guest. What are the people of the Don Quixote family doing in the Umar Sea? Shirley put down her pipe and asked in a flat tone. "Don't talk to me like that. You didn't look so majestic when you were chased by us." As soon as Gladius finished speaking, the people around him immediately looked at him with resentful eyes. Shirley's status in the Thunder Beast Pirates is second only to Quinn, and it is almost a capital crime to insult her. However, Shirley waved her hand casually, signaling everyone to be silent. "I'll give you a chance to tell me your purpose, otherwise I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." Gladius turned his head to the side. As a cadre of the Don Quixote family, he still had the backbone he should have. Shirley frowned and waved her hand to signal him to start. Holman laughed strangely, threw his arms, and slowly walked into Gladius. "Ah!" A scream rang out in the hall. Gladius, who looked miserable, knelt on the ground and barely uttered a few words. I said. After getting information from him, Shirley ordered someone to take him away for treatment. "Doflamingo wants to attack us?" Violet thought it was hallucination when she first heard this. It's not that she looked down on anyone, but the Thunder Beast pirates are now in a serious situation. Only if they take the initiative to find Doflamingo, there is no chance for the latter to take the initiative to trouble them. It seems that they have brought in a lot of helpers. Shirley smiled faintly and didn't take it seriously. Umar has robbed a lot of Dressrosa's business, and even often interfered with Mingo's and Kaido's transactions. It is reasonable for him to be angry. But Mingo, who is rational, also knows that he is no match for Umar. Now that he has taken the initiative to attack Umar, it means that he must have a backer who makes him confident. Let's take the initiative. The sudden words made everyone in the hall excited. Cyrus slid over. "I can't stand this toy body anymore. I agreed to stay here with you so that I can return to Dressrosa one day. Everyone there is still waiting for us to save them." Violet's expression was complicated. As a princess of a country, she only works for pirates. Occasionally, she feels a little guilty when she thinks about it. "Then take the initiative." Violet looked up at Shirley in surprise. "But that guy is already on his way. This is his order," Shirley said lightly. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words, and then they became excited. "Let's do something big. After we defeat Dressrosa, we'll go to Wano country." Holman couldn't hide his excitement. He didn't know what fear was. Speaking of which, Dressrosa really needs a new leader. Aoki Tetsu smiled and he supported Quinn unconditionally. Violet, go inform Denjiro and the others, Shirley ordered, and then said, don't use too many people. Why is that? Someone asked in confusion. Shirley snorted and said disdainfully, Doflamingo is just relying on those people in the underground world. At most, Kaido and the world government support him. I don't believe they will help unconditionally. I want to see what means they have. The killing of Hody and Arlong in the East China Sea caused a sensation. Later, the Navy reported that this was purely the result of internal fighting among the fishmen. But smart people know that things are not that simple. Most people think that Hody was too rampant and suffered backlash from humans. No one suspected Quinn, so the fishmen naturally still regarded him as their former benefactor. Ryugu Castle, Fishman Island. Jinbei learned that Quinn was coming, and rushed back to Fishman Island from the New World. At this time, there were only a few people in the banquet hall, including Quinn. Brother Quinn, I haven't seen you for a long time. You have changed a lot. The teenage Shirahoshi has become bigger and bigger, and he has to lie down to talk to Quinn. Quinn has lost his boyish appearance and gradually matured with a tougher face. You are the one, you have grown so big in a few years. Quinn tried hard to touch the other's head, and it was estimated that it would be difficult to touch it in a few more years. Shirahoshi was like a kitten, accepting Quinn's touch obediently, and was very comfortable. Brother Quinn, you have been very successful in the past few years. Jinbei has also changed a little from a few years ago, with a few more white hairs on his temples. Quinn took the wine from the other party and said modestly, I have achieved a little, but it is all thanks to the help of my friends. You are too modest. Now the New World calls you the Five Emperors. Neptune smiled. I don't know whether it is good or bad, but it is indeed very useful for the development of power. Neptune nodded with satisfaction. Thanks to you and Shirley's active communication with the outside world, the pirates who landed on the island are now much more standardized, and it has brought us a lot of benefits. The Thunder Beast pirates not only do not allow slave trading markets within their sphere of influence, but also do not allow the existence of underground forces. Xiali also accepted a lot of fishman pirates and actively promoted the relationship between the two sides. This back and forth, with the influence of the great pirate group, played a good effect. Today, Umar is almost the first choice for all fishmen to go out to sea, because only there has been implementing the racial equality system. Why didn't I see Princess Otohime? Quinn thought of Princess Otohime, but she hadn't seen her for a long time. Neptune sighed and whispered, the last injury was too heavy for her. After so many years of recovery, she still has a root of disease. She must stay in the palace all the time now. If she walks a few more steps, she will touch the old injury. Quinn nodded regretfully. As long as she is fine, I will visit her in person later. Let's not talk too much. It's rare for you to come. Let's drink first. Jinbei raised the wine bowl, clinked it with Quinn, and raised his head to drink. Quinn smiled slightly, motioned Neptune to drink too. In the Dragon Palace, Princess Otohime's face was ruddy, and she had regained some vitality. Quinn is here. No need to be so polite. Quinn stretched out his hand to stop the other party's movements and slowly sat aside. It turned out to be an internal injury. No wonder it is so serious. After Quinn learned about Princess Otohime's condition, he rubbed his chin and thought about it. Quinn suddenly remembered the Tontada princess in Dressrosa who had healing powers, and he had an idea in his mind. It's not that there is no way, but I have to wait until I return to Umar first. Neptune and others were delighted when they heard this. If this permanent injury could really be cured, it would be a happy ending for everyone. I will leave for Umar today, and I will bring her here then. After receiving Quinn's affirmative answer, Neptune was relieved and said excitedly, Then I'll trouble you. As long as we can cure her, we can do anything. If not for you, I have to do it for Shirahoshi. Quinn chuckled and said, What can make children happier than their parents' health? Shirahoshi was so moved that her tearful temper was revealed, and she cried so hard that Quinn was a little overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but smile kindly. The next day, Quinn went with Jinbei and said goodbye to everyone on Fishman Island. Before leaving, he agreed with Shirahoshi that he would invite her to Umar as a guest in the future. The little girl was so happy that she kept dancing with joy, although she didn't have feet. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the weather in the New World was changeable. Fortunately, the warship was stable enough and was not affected by wind and rain. Everyone stood at the port, quietly waiting for the ship to dock. Quinn walked down the boat slowly, with a faint smile on his face, and raised his hand to greet everyone. Jinbei behind him was familiar with everyone, so it was not surprising. Xiaoli smiled and raised her hand, hugging him. The depth of their tacit understanding could not be explained in a few words. The beautiful person stood beside him. She changed into a kimono, just as dignified and elegant as when they first met. Long time no see. Quinn threw away the strange emotions in his heart and hugged Hiyori. Thank you for your hard work. Quinn didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are making fun of me. How can I be hardworking? Hiyori smiled faintly and raised her white neck. It's up to you to say it anyway. I am very hardworking. There was a bit of complaint in the woman's tone. I'm sorry. The sincere apology instantly resolved the embarrassment. Hiyori was easily satisfied. As long as the other party was a little accommodating, she would feel guilty and wish to double her efforts. Hiyori's personality is in stark contrast to Hancock's. The latter thinks that no matter how much Quinn pays, it is natural. But this is also based on the fact that the two have a strong, emotional foundation. Let's talk about it when we get back. There is plenty of time for mushy things. Charlie interrupted and joked. The group returned to the island city, and the scene of the whole city being full of soldiers attracted attention. This is strange. This guy and I have the same idea. Quinn was quite surprised when he learned that Mingei was going to take action first. Mingei wanted to unite other forces to deal with Umar before he came back, but he never thought that he would run into Quinn, who just came back. Any news about who is teaming up with him? Jin and Jack, and some bounty hunters from the underground world. Charlie answered immediately, having already figured out the news. Who is the Navy stationed in Wano country now? Quinn suddenly asked. Akainu. Yeah, Quinn nodded thoughtfully. Since Kaido wants to provoke us, it would be a shame if we don't create some trouble for him. What do you want? Don't do it for now. I'm going to Wano country. With Quinn's ability, there is no obstacle to traveling to Wano country. I'll try to delay you. Shili, who didn't know what the other party was going to do, was obviously used to it and responded helplessly. After the welcoming banquet, Quinn followed Hiyori to a certain residence, which was specially prepared for the two of them. The room was in a unique style, which was quite appropriate for Wano country. It can be seen that Hiyori has not changed her habits. I put on my slippers when I enter the entrance. I haven't done this for a long time. Hiyori walked to the low table with small steps, knelt on the ground and made tea for him. This scene seemed like the past, and the two people with their own thoughts trying to integrate into each other's lives were still vivid in his mind. You've just come back and you're leaving again. It seems like you never have enough things to do. Although Hiyori's expression was calm, she had a slightly complaining tone, but she would not lie. Quinn took the woman and whispered, "It will be fine after a while, I swear. It must be hard to be wandering among women, right?" Hiyori lowered her eyes and fiddled with the tea set. "What are you talking about?" Quinn tried to get away with it, but she pushed him away with her shoulder. "At least take a shower before you see me. The smell of a woman on you makes me uncomfortable." "I have taken a shower, I mean." Quinn hesitated for a long time, not knowing what to say. In the words of the people here, "You are really a heartless man." Hiyori's tone came out lightly, mixed with a little anger. Quinn looked apologetic and said helplessly, "People who can't control themselves are indeed scumbags, but I'm not a heartless man. You should know that I can't hurt you. You are hurting me now. You've been gone for so long and there's no news." Hiyori's tone became heavier, and tears welled up in his eyes. "What will we do in the future? Stay here for a few years and there for a few years? Or do you want us to serve you, the master, together?" Quinn was speechless and reached out to hug her, but she dodged him. The room was silent for a long time. Quinn had no choice but to sit aside with his forehead in his hand. He felt a fear that he had never had before when facing a strong man. "Sorry. You don't have to apologize. I was wrong." Hiyori was obviously still angry and didn't want to pay attention to him. People say that couples quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Quinn wanted to practice it, but he had no chance. After a long time, Quinn was still thick-skinned enough to hug Hiyori tightly and didn't let the other party struggle. "Give me some time. I will solve this matter." "You only take advantage of my love for you? Is it the same with that woman?" Quinn looked embarrassed, and he could not hide his thoughts in front of these women. At this moment he was thinking, how nice it would be if everyone was Robin. "I really don't know what she values about you. You are so philandering and stupid, and you never understand others." Hiyori said angrily. "That's not right. What did you tell me at the beginning?" Quinn subconsciously retorted, and after meeting the woman's eyes, he quickly shut up. Hiyori was held in his arms, and he freed his hands to pinch the other's soft flesh fiercely, and said unhappily, "I really lost to you. Don't be angry." Quinn licked his face and came forward. Hiyori symbolically dodged twice, and then let the other party do it. Hiyori was almost suffocated by the kiss and blushed and said coquettishly, "You have never seen a woman." She was tough on the surface, but her body was soft and boneless in the other's arms. The affection that had not been seen for a long time completely broke out at this moment. Curry Castle in Wano country has undergone visible changes. The Navy is stationed here, but most affairs are managed by the CP organization under the world government. To put it bluntly, the former plays the role of curbing Kaido. Back to the familiar place again, those faces have not changed much. Quinn walked through the streets and alleys and headed towards Oden Castle, which has been converted into a naval base. There were no Navy guards along the way. It can be seen that the people were very obedient and did not cause them any trouble. After the renovation and reconstruction, Oden Castle has been rebuilt. The conspicuous Navy logo comes into view, and the style is also appropriate for the local area. In an office at the naval base, the sergeant knocked on the door, and Akainu, who was checking the information, looked up. "Admiral Akainu, someone is looking for you," the sergeant said and gave way. The man walked slowly into the door and took off the hood on his head. A familiar face appeared in front of him. Akainu was stunned at first, and then his expression became ugly. "You are really bold." Quinn smiled calmly and sat casually on the sofa. "Long time no see, Admiral." Akainu signaled the officer to leave with his eyes, and the latter understood, stepped out of the room, and gently closed the door. "Are you here to cause trouble?" "If I want to cause trouble, I won't come alone." Quinn shrugged. Akainu folded his hands and looked serious. "You'd better say something useful." Quinn ignored him and looked around. "Why, after being here for so long, you still can only stay in Curry Castle?" Akainu heard the sarcasm in the other party's words, and snorted coldly. "Thanks to you, it doesn't take any effort." Quinn was not annoyed and said lightly, "It is my honor to work for the world government." Bang! Akainu heard the other party's harsh words and slammed the table hard. He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "You provoke us again and again. Do you think we dare not take action? Getting angry is not good for your health." Quinn crossed his legs casually. "I came here to bring you good news." "Don't give me that. You just want to test our bottom line." Akainu believed that Quinn dared to swagger in at a naval base where admirals were stationed, just to test their bottom line and pave the way for what he would do in the future. "Don't be angry. I'll show my sincerity right now." Quinn smiled slightly and said, "To tell you the truth, we are going to attack Dressrosa." Quinn's words were shocking, and Akainu frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that? Do you think we don't know what you are doing?" Quinn played with the objects on the table and said nonchalantly, "Then do you know that 2 of Kaido's big bosses will also be involved in this?" Akainu's eyes flashed with surprise. They kept their eyes on Onigashima and did not notice any movement there. "Do you think Kaido is more threatening, or am I more threatening? You." Akainu's answer was very affirmative. Quinn pouted. "You really think highly of me, but the biggest enemy of the Navy seems to be the 4 emperors right now. The goal of the world government is to take over Wano country with full authority, but with Kaido and Big Mom holding them back from inside and outside, it is impossible to make any more breakthroughs from it. It is still unknown what the movements of Whitebeard and Red Hair are, and it is extremely difficult to use their power to achieve results in Wano country. The world government also has its own difficulties. The 7 warlords of the sea sound good, but most of the people in power do their own thing and are difficult to control. I can help you. You canceled Doflamingo's title of 7 warlords of the sea. How about this deal? You want to be a 7 warlord of the sea?" Akainu narrowed his eyes, trying to find some clues in Quinn's eyes. "That's not the case. Then why do you want us to cancel Doflamingo's title?" Quinn leaned on the sofa with his hands on his pillow. "I only want Dressrosa now. I won't interfere if you touch Kaido. On the contrary, I can help you contain Big Mom." Akainu's heart moved, and he remembered the order that Sengoku had passed not long ago. If Quinn helped to contain the Big Mom pirates, they could concentrate on dealing with Kaido. Their goal is to drive Kaido out of Wano country. As long as the other party exists, it will be a threat to the Navy here. Is it that simple? Of course not. Quinn smiled faintly. I want the position of Shichibukai vacated by Doflamingo. You really? Quinn stopped Akainu from speaking and said, It's not me who wants to take it, it's someone else who should take it. No one else can do it except you. Akainu's words have already shown his concession. I don't think you will refuse, Quinn said indifferently. The four looked at each other, neither of them giving in. After a moment, Akainu slowly looked away and whispered, I need to ask for instructions. Then I'll take my leave. Quinn stood up. If you agree, reply as soon as possible. After all, time waits for no one. Akainu watched the man leave, hesitated for a while, and finally dialed the Den Den Mushi. The sign of a tea house somewhere in Kuri City has been changed to an unfamiliar name. Quinn asked and learned that Ah had left Kuri City and went to the village of Yaikasa. At first, Xiaoli wanted to take Ahe away, but was politely refused by the other party because she was waiting for someone. Xiaoli had no choice but to take the others away. There is a distance between Bionli village and Juli City. It only takes a little time with Quinn's speed. The once dilapidated village has been repaired and the people are living and working in peace and contentment. The only difference is that the Navy does not care about environmental pollution. The reason is that they also need to develop industry. At the tea house at the entrance of the village, a woman with a special face came with a teacup. Seeing Quinn sitting down, her face changed. Quinn made a silent gesture. Ahe walked quickly, bowed slightly, and whispered, Lord Quinn, you are here. Everyone in Juli misses Quinn. They all know who is the most sincere to them, and being a vassal of the Navy is just a helpless move. Quinn just used Wano country as a stepping stone, but he didn't expect to be so loved by the people. Every time he thinks of it, he feels a little ashamed. The reason why he brought in the Navy was that he hoped that the people would be spared from disaster after he left, and it would also be considered as a way to put an end to his worries. How are you these days? Thanks to you, my lord. I and everyone else are doing well. Ahi replied respectfully. Almost all the members that Xiaoli took away at the beginning were integrated into the Thunder Beast pirates, and those who stayed behind were those who did not want to leave their hometown. Among them were Bao Goro and others. Since you are here, my lord, I will go and talk to the soldiers and others. Quinn pressed his hand and motioned for him to sit down. I am not here to cause trouble this time, so it is better not to meet. My lord? Ahi wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. Although Kuri City is now under the jurisdiction of the Navy, it is still peaceful. People are used to a stable life, and it is unrealistic to ask them to take up weapons to resist. On a coast somewhere in the village of Bianca, Quinn was sitting on the ground, chatting and laughing with the villagers next to him. Is the old man living a stable life now? Yes, much better than before. A white-haired old man sighed. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Lord Quinn. Although I have never seen the true face of the Lord, I can guess that he must be a heroic and extraordinary person.